Chapter 1. The Foolish Red Cloud. In the primordial world, amidst the vast void and chaos, a sea of crimson clouds roiled and surged across the endless expanse of chaos. At the heart of the crimson clouds, a Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself, "The heart demon, you are but my heart demon. Do not attempt to deceive me. It is all a fabrication." Heart demon? In the next moment, the Taoist's expression hardened. His teeth clenched as he snorted coldly. "I am the immortal sovereign who unifies the myriad realms, and your possession of me is indeed a grand fortune for you. Yet you dare to call me a heart demon? The changes of the primordial world, the tribulations and conflicts, I have revealed them all to you in order to grant you the opportunity to defy your fate. How can you think I am deceiving you? Red Cloud, I see you are not merely foolish, but truly a fool." With another breath, the Taoist's face contorted with anguish once more. He again shook his head incessantly, muttering, "What traversing, what otherworldly realm? All eyes, you are my heart demon. The various illusions are merely your means to disrupt my mind and seize my body. Lies, lies." This seemingly mad Taoist, speaking to himself, was none other than the esteemed ancestor Red Cloud, who became enlightened during the primordial chaos when the world was first delineated. The reason for his soliloquy was the presence of two consciousnesses within his sea of awareness, locked in a fierce struggle. One was Red Cloud himself, while the other was Chun Xian. At this moment, Chun Xian was not only contending with Red Cloud's consciousness, but was also cursing inwardly. Damn it, which part went wrong? He had once been an ordinary worker from Earth. For reasons unknown, he had traversed to another realm, enduring countless years of arduous cultivation and battles, ultimately achieving an unparalleled Tao physique. Venturing through various realms, he unified the immortals, demons, gods, and monsters. On a whim, he wished to return to his homeland for a fleeting experience in the mortal realm. Little did he expect an unforeseen mishap. His physical body had not arrived, only his primordial spirit had traversed. Yet, now he lacked the time to explore the reasons behind this. For he had not merely traversed as a primordial spirit, but had also not returned to Earth. Instead, he had found himself in the primordial era, with his primordial spirit residing in the body of Red Cloud, the most unfortunate being of that time. What was even more tragic was that Chun Xian was unable to seize control of Red Cloud's body. This was due to the fact that Red Cloud had already listened to Hongyun's teachings and received the seventh strand of primordial purple energy. This purple energy contained the essence of the heavenly Tao and, at this moment, already belonged to Red Cloud. Moreover, based on the numerous novels about the primordial era that Chun Xian had read on Earth, this primordial purple energy was likely under the control of Hongyun. If he were to forcefully take over, Hongyun would surely detect him as an outsider. If his physical body had also arrived, a mere heavenly Tao saint would be of no concern to him. But now, he had only a wisp of primordial spirit, and he was truly no match for Hongyun. Helpless, Chun Xian could only actively reach out to Red Cloud. To soothe him, he even narrated his destiny and the various calamities of the primordial world. He promised Red Cloud that he could help him find a path to liberation, even to become a saint and an ancestor. As long as Hongyun cultivated according to the methods he provided, he could later shape a physical form for him once Red Cloud achieved success in his cultivation. The outcome was evident. Red Cloud regarded Chun Xian as a wicked heart demon, intent on slaying him and refining his essence. Truly, this was the height of foolishness. Old Taoist Red Cloud, just as Chun Xian and Red Cloud's primordial spirits were engaged in their struggle, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed forth. Then, an immense figure loomed over the sprawling crimson clouds. Through Red Cloud's eyes, Chun Xian beheld a pair of wings stretching towards the heavens, flapping within the chaos. Kunpeng. In an instant, Chun Xian recognized the newcomer. He immediately called out to Red Cloud with urgency. "Red Cloud, you are in grave danger, do not delay." Naturally, Red Cloud also recognized Kunpeng. However, he merely smiled and replied, "Heart demon, the illusion you have shown me depicts Kunpeng slaying me. Both Jin and Juanti are secretly waiting for an opportunity to take my life. Very well. Now that Kunpeng has arrived, I shall use his hands to shatter the absurd lies of your heart demon. As the saint descended, delivering teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace, Red Cloud had offered his teaching mat to Jane. Subsequently, Jane and Zhuanti joined forces to seize Kunpeng's mat. After 10,000 years, upon the conclusion of Hongyun's teachings, he divided the 7 strands of primordial purple energy. 6 strands were given to the 6 saints of the teaching mats, while 1 was bestowed upon Red Cloud. Envy arose within Kunpeng, and Jane and Zhuanti also sought to sever the ties of causality. Thus, they set a trap for Red Cloud on his return journey. Ultimately, Red Cloud was slain by Kunpeng, his physical body shattered, and his primordial spirit fled. Chen Xian had already presented these scenes to Red Cloud, yet he remained unconvinced. The many fellow practitioners of the primordial world all seek the Tao with sincerity. How could they be as wretched as you claim? Believing he could dispel the heart demon, Red Cloud sought to shatter the illusions and desires brought forth by the heart demon, confronting the truth as one method. Thus, with his words falling, Red Cloud paid no further attention to Chen Xian. He activated his primordial spirit and reformed his body. Raising his hand in a beckoning motion, he condensed his true form, gazing up at the colossal Kunpeng within the chaos. Fool! Chen Xian cursed vehemently. Yet at that moment, he dared not act recklessly. According to the history of the primordial world, this was the very moment of Red Cloud's demise. If Red Cloud perished, his primordial spirit would have no place to reside, and he would likely be dragged into the cycle of reincarnation along with Red Cloud. In the primordial realm, with the heavenly Tao imposing constraints, possessing only a primordial spirit without a physical body would lead to a swift demise. He could only hope that the visions he had shown Red Cloud would awaken a sense of vigilance within him, granting them a sliver of opportunity. Simultaneously, Chen Xian rapidly turned his mind, pondering what else he could do to escape this impending doom. As Red Cloud manifested, Kunpeng also transformed into a human form amidst the chaos. Old Taoist Red Cloud, I am upon the teaching mat. Had it not been for your insincere cowardice leading to the loss of my mat to Zhuanti, I should have been one of the destined 7 saints. It is you who has deprived me of the chance to become a saint, yet you have obtained a strand of primordial purple energy. That purple energy should be mine. You owe me for this. Upon hearing this, Red Cloud was momentarily taken aback. This scene mirrored the illusions presented by the heart demon. Yet, he quickly smiled at Kunpeng and said, My friend, your words hold truth. It is indeed my fault that you lost the chance to become a saint thus. It is reasonable that I owe you a strand of primordial purple energy. Before he could finish, Red Cloud gestured with his hands. Instantly, the purple energy surged forth. A delicate strand of purple energy appeared in Red Cloud's grasp. This sight left Kunpeng momentarily stunned, but soon he chuckled. Red Cloud was renowned in the primordial realm as a deity of fortune. His pure-hearted nature made it quite normal for him to offer primordial purple energy. However, his smile carried a hint of disdain. What purity! It was merely foolishness. With a cold smile, Kunpeng extended his hand towards Red Cloud. He desired the primordial purple energy, and Red Cloud could not retain it. In his eyes, the temptation of becoming a saint was sufficient to sway anyone's heart. Perhaps one day, Red Cloud would come to regret it, and seek to reclaim the primordial purple energy from him. Rather than wait for Red Cloud to have a change of heart, it was better to act first and eliminate any future threats. Fool, fool. At the same time, Chen Xian was cursing within Red Cloud's mind. He felt this more keenly than anyone. Red Cloud was genuinely intent on handing over the primordial purple energy. He even sincerely believed he was the one who had wronged Kunpeng. How could such a fool have survived until today? As he witnessed Red Cloud extend his hand towards Kunpeng, the primordial purple energy gradually slipping from Red Cloud's control, Chen Xian was driven to madness. While cursing, he surged against the sea of awareness, attempting to wrest control of the body from Red Cloud. After his traversal, Chen Xian had attempted and failed to control Red Cloud's body. But this time, amidst his assault, he saw Red Cloud's hand, which had been reaching for Kunpeng, momentarily halt. Chapter 2. Seeking One's Own Demise. The primordial purple energy contained the essence of the heavenly Tao. It was also an opportunity for countless cultivators to attain sainthood, something desperately sought after. Even someone as innocent and naive as Red Cloud was genuinely willing to relinquish it. Yet, as this reluctance surged within Red Cloud's heart, Chen Xian, desperately trying to seize control, noticed something remarkable. He had managed to do it. Red Cloud's hand that reached towards Kunpeng faltered slightly. However, within less than half a breath's time, Chen Xian lost his grip on Red Cloud. He could sense that the reluctance in Red Cloud's heart towards the primordial purple energy had vanished entirely. Once more, Red Cloud willingly sought to hand over the primordial purple energy to Kunpeng. Ultimately, the purple energy swirled, flowing from the tips of Red Cloud's fingers into Kunpeng's grasp. Despite Chen Xian's unwillingness, he could only accept his fate with resignation. He suppressed his inner fury and addressed Red Cloud. The treasured item has been offered Kunpeng. Fearing you may harbor lingering attachments, will undoubtedly seek to eradicate you. Do not delay. Yet, Chen Xian underestimated Red Cloud's naivety. Heart demon, in your illusion, Kunpeng must slay me to obtain the primordial purple energy. Yet now he comes asking for it, and I willingly offer it. There is no longer enmity between us, rather, we shall become allies. You still wish to use Kunpeng's intent to kill me to confuse my mind that is truly unwise. Very well, I shall utterly shatter your plans, rendering you incapable of any further schemes. In his heart, he smiled at Chen Xian. Subsequently, Hongyun unexpectedly raised his hand to bow to Kunpeng. Fellow Taoist, my fire cloud palace is a blessed land, a cave dwelling born at the dawn of the primordial chaos. I wish to invite you to enter my fire cloud palace and cultivate together for 10,000 years. What say you? Hongyun, you are truly courting death. Hongyun's words nearly incited Chen Xian to laughter. Were he in possession of a physical form, he would undoubtedly bestow several resounding slaps upon Hongyun. Such a naive individual. If he does not strike, enlightenment will remain elusive. Chen Xian began to comprehend. Hongyun, in his extreme innocence, would not believe a single word unless he personally experienced life and death. Thus, Chen Xian chose to remain silent. He then pondered the reason behind his sudden acquisition of control over Hongyun's body in such a fleeting moment. At present, this foolish Hongyun was destined to be ambushed by Kunpeng. If he could seize control of Hongyun's body before his demise, utilizing the power contained within his own consciousness, he might secure a slim chance of survival. Fool, he muttered inwardly, quickly refocusing his mind and meticulously recalling the moments he had controlled Hongyun. Meanwhile, Kunpeng gazed at Hongyun with astonishment. You wish to invite me to cultivate together. Hongyun's willingness to generously offer the primordial purple qi was already beyond Kunpeng's comprehension. Such a monumental opportunity, so casually relinquished? He could not fathom that there were no ulterior motives at play. Now, with Hongyun extending an invitation to the Fire Cloud Palace, he found himself utterly perplexed. Yet, Hongyun remained oblivious to the unusual glint in Kunpeng's eyes. He smiled and continued, Fellow Taoist, my Fire Cloud Palace is a blessed land, a cave dwelling created at the dawn of the primordial chaos. If you can cultivate within, you are sure to reap significant benefits. In the future, I will also invite my friend Zenyuanzai to join us. The three of us can sit together, discussing the Tao and validating each other's insights. Won't that be splendid? Finally, upon hearing these words, Kunpeng experienced a moment of clarity. Zenyuanzai, now it makes sense. I see why you, Hongyun, would willingly surrender the primordial purple qi. And furthermore, such a cunning scheme. He chuckled coldly within, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. With a slight motion of his hand, he absorbed the primordial purple qi into his being. Then Kunpeng nodded at Hongyun. Such hospitality from you, fellow Taoist, I cannot decline. Please lead the way. Instantly, Hongyun was filled with delight and inwardly reveled in his triumph. Heart demon, as you can see, I shall forge a bond of cultivation with Kunpeng. How could he possibly harm me? My intentions are pure, unselfish, and unready. In due time, you shall surely be refined by me. Fool! Hongyun's self-satisfied words fell upon Chun Xian's ears, eliciting only a bitter curse in response. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a determined ghost. Now, he needed to quickly devise a method to control Hongyun. After his moment of triumph, Hongyun finally smiled at Kunpeng. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. Turning around, Hongyun conjured a crimson cloud to guide their path. However, at the very moment Hongyun turned to ride the cloud, his entire being was enveloped in a chilling aura. A surge of terrifying energy, exquisitely condensed, erupted suddenly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the very heavens trembled. Hongyun shuddered. A profound pain that resonated deep within his soul surged from his chest. Instinctively, he looked down. To his horror, a pitch-black eagle claw pierced through his chest. Between the claws, there was searing hot blood and flesh. Before Hongyun could comprehend the situation, the eagle claw tightened its grip. Though small, the claw seemed to command the very essence of existence. As it constricted, the world trembled once more. It was as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of shattering. Simultaneously, the sound of flesh exploding echoed violently. Hongyun's form was as if crushed by a cataclysmic force, utterly obliterated. Yet, Hongyun possessed the power of a Quasi-saint. Moreover, his human form had transformed into crimson clouds. As the flesh exploded, he rolled. However, at the very instant when the crimson cloud turned to ride the winds, an abrupt chill enveloped it. A terrifying surge of concentrated malevolence erupted violently. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The crimson cloud trembled. A searing pain piercing deep into its soul radiated from its chest. Instinctively, it lowered its gaze, only to behold a dark, taloned claw piercing through its breast. Between the talons lay a pool of scalding flesh and blood. Before the crimson cloud could react, the claw tightened its grip. Though small in size, it felt as if it wielded dominion over the very cosmos. As the grip intensified, the world itself quaked anew, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of shattering. Simultaneously, the sound of flesh exploding filled the air. The form of the crimson cloud was crushed by an unseen force, shattering into oblivion. Yet, the crimson cloud possessed the power of a quasi-saint, and its corporeal form was forged from the essence of the crimson cloud itself. As the flesh erupted, it rolled, transforming entirely into a crimson mist. Kunpeng, within the crimson mist, the figure of the crimson cloud emerged, gazing at Kunpeng with profound trepidation. I could see this moment. Kunpeng wore a cold smirk, brimming with murderous intent. Old Taoist Hongyun, did you truly believe I would fall for your schemes? Fall for your tricks? The crimson mist echoed the weak inquiry of Hongyun. Fall for what? Kunpeng scoffed. Do you think I am unaware? You, knowing you cannot defeat me, feigned to offer the Hongming purple qi in a bid for peace. Then, you intended to lure me into your Hongyun palace, where you would conspire with Zheng Yuanzi to obliterate me and reclaim the Hongming purple qi. The mockery on Kunpeng's face was laced with disdain. The entirety of Hong Huang knows you, Hongyun, to be a soft-hearted fool. But in this vast wilderness, there is no room for such kindness. Your benevolence merely veils your ulterior motives. Regrettably, your scheming lacks depth. Kunpeng's words left Hongyun wryly smiling in despair. He hastily defended himself, saying, Fellow Taoist, I willingly offer you the Hongming purple Q. My invitation for you to join me in the Fire Cloud Palace is sincere. But before Hongyun could finish, Kunpeng contemptuously bellowed. The Hongming purple qi is the key to becoming a saint. Who would willingly part with it? Do you think your empty words can deceive me? A wishful thought. With a furious shout, Kunpeng's aura surged violently. A colossal eagle claw materialized from the energy, lunging toward the crimson cloud. Even the dullest of minds could sense the terrifying aura radiating from that claw, realizing it was an inescapable doom. Without uttering a word, it desperately summoned its true energy. The crimson mist rolled, attempting to flee. Alas, having already suffered a sneak attack from Kunpeng, it was gravely wounded in its panicked haste to channel true energy. The speed of its escape was woefully inadequate. Furthermore, Kunpeng's speed was renowned throughout Hongyun for its swiftness. Just as the Crimson Mist had traversed 5,000 miles, it was seized by the energy-formed Eagle Claw. Immediately, an overwhelming force emanated from the claw, crushing the Crimson Mist mercilessly. In terms of cultivation, both Hongyun and Kunpeng were quasi-saints. Yet, Hongyun had devoted itself to nurturing kindness and was unskilled in the arts of conflict. Kunpeng, however, was a ferocious beast that had slaughtered countless demons and true immortals in the northern this moment. Hongyun found itself utterly incapable of resisting Kunpeng's assault. It felt as though its very essence was on the brink of being crushed by the Eagle Claw. The destruction of its essence would lead to the demise of its corporeal form. This incarnation of Hongyun, who had achieved enlightenment, faced certain death. How could this be? Yet, the most devastating blow was to Hongyun's spirit. The sudden turn of events was overwhelming. It could not fathom why. Despite its unwavering intentions for Kunpeng, the latter harbored murderous intent toward it. Why had it become a figure of deep scheming in Kunpeng's eyes? Was it truly as the heart demons claimed, in the vast wilderness? All were but rodents. My death, it seems, was already predestined. The murderous intent and terrifying power emanating from Kunpeng bore down on Hongyun's essence. Even Chen Xian, residing within the sea of consciousness, was affected. He snapped back from his contemplation, only to hear Hongyun's murmurs, cursing vehemently. I have told you countless times. I'm not your heart demon. I offered you the chance to defy fate. Yet you refused to heed my words. Now, at this critical juncture, you still waste time on such futile thoughts. Think of a way to survive. Chen Xian could no longer contain himself, with death looming. Hongyun still indulged in reflection. Moreover, he sensed that this fool seemed to have resigned to fate, awaiting the arrival of death without any resistance. Simultaneously, Kunpeng perceived that Hongyun possessed no will to fight back. He smiled at Hongyun, saying, Hongyun, do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. You believe death will allow you to escape disaster. Allow me to teach you a lesson that I shall not only annihilate your corporeal form, but will also eradicate your consciousness. To eradicate the roots, one must cut the grass. Just as Chen Xian and Kunpeng had anticipated, Hongyun had resigned itself to its fate. Unable to match its opponent in power, facing certain death, why resist? With death comes the end of Calamity. At worst, the soul would reincarnate and begin anew. However, Kunpeng's words revealed to Hongyun that it would be utterly obliterated. Countless years of arduous cultivation would disintegrate in an instant, turning to naught. Kunpeng, Daoist friend, how can you be so heartless? Finally, in this moment of desperation, a flicker of survival instinct ignited within Hongyun's heart. It was precisely when this desire for survival surged that Chen Xian, hidden within the sea of consciousness, experienced a sudden epiphany. He realized that his consciousness and the corporeal form of Hongyun had formed a bond that I understand now. I am both the primordial spirit and the consciousness of this Hongyun. If we can unify our intentions, merging heaven and man, I can seize control of his body. In that moment of clarity, Chen Xian shouted at Hongyun, Hongyun, Kunpeng seeks to obliterate your primordial spirit, to scatter your 1,000-year cultivation. Do you truly wish for such a complete demise? Do you genuinely wish to die so pathetically? Who would genuinely desire death? Hongyun gritted its teeth and murmured, I do not wish to. Boom! An explosive sound erupted. In that instant, the crimson mist ensnared by Kunpeng's energy-formed eagle claw detonated violently. The crimson mist surged, effortlessly shattering Kunpeng's claw. Subsequently, an endless expanse of crimson mist spread forth, covering thousands, tens of thousands, and even millions of miles. Ultimately, the world of Hongyun, the boundless sky, was engulfed by the crimson mist. An unspoken pressure descended from the crimson expanse, weighing heavily upon the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3. The Calamity drawn eastward, the crimson mist blanketed the sky. Resembling blood spilled across the land. The entire Hongyun realm was awash in crimson. Countless beings and cultivators gazed upward in alarm on Kunlun Mountain, Taishang, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian wore expressions of astonishment. Taishang Laojun, perplexed, remarked, "Is this Hongyun? He has indeed grasped the essence of the Hongmeng purple qi before any of us among the seven." Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned, seemingly displeased, saying, "How can someone with such hypocritical nature and frail foundation like Hongyun achieve results before the three of us? Is the heavenly Tao blind?" Tong Tian Taoist, with eyes ablaze, gazed longingly, exclaiming, "Hongyun is truly our exemplar." Within Enhua Palace, Enhua's eyes glimmered with envy, akin to Tong Tian's. The 6 saints were astounded, while 2 saints looked grim. Their hearts filled with anxiety that a myriad of miles away from the battlefield between Hongyun and Kunpeng, the 2 brothers, Jin and Zhuanti, concealed themselves within golden light, observing every move of Hongyun and Kunpeng. "Senior brother, our fates are entwined with Hongyun's. If he achieves enlightenment before us, the karmic consequences may affect us." Watching the sky filled with crimson, Jane spoke eagerly. Zhuanti frowned, snorting coldly. "Kunpeng is utterly useless. Junior brother, be prepared. If Kunpeng fails, we must take Hongyun's life. If he perishes, his primordial spirit will dissipate. Any karmic ties shall surely dissolve." Aside from the 6 saints, none were more alarmed than Kunpeng. Gazing at the vast crimson sky, his heart burned with intensity. Like the 6 saints, he believed this was the manifestation of the fire cloud's comprehension of the Hongmeng purple qi. At this moment, the sky-dominating crimson mist bore an overwhelming presence. Truly terrifying. Even Hongyun, who was unaccustomed to violence, had derived such power from the Hongmeng purple qi. If he comprehended the Hongmeng purple qi and attained sainthood, would he not become the foremost harbinger of destruction in Honghuang? In an instant, Kunpeng felt a surge of urgency. He yearned to conclude matters with Hongyun swiftly and return to the northern sea to pursue the Hongmeng purple qi. "Hongyun, do you think you can escape this calamity with such meager abilities?" A pipe dream. With this thought, Kunpeng smirked, bending low and leaping, his form shimmering. Caw! In an instant, the cry of an eagle pierced the air. The Kunpeng revealed its true form, a magnificent eagle, soaring to the heavens. Charged directly towards the vast expanse of crimson clouds. With its talons sweeping through the air, it unleashed blades of energy that cleaved through space. Meanwhile, as they beheld the Kunpeng's transformation, Zhuanti and Jiejing felt a sense of relief wash over them. "Brother, the power of the Kunpeng can shatter the heavens and rend the earth. It seems this crimson cloud will not prevail." Zhuanti nodded with a cold smile, contemplating, however, given the prowess displayed by the Kunpeng. Should it truly obtain the primordial purple energy and comprehend it to attain sanctity, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to us. In my view, the Kunpeng must not be allowed to remain. Fixated on the Kunpeng, Zhuanti silently plotted. Just as it subdued the crimson clouds, he intended to strike and eliminate the Kunpeng. Jiejing's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Brother, you speak the truth. Moreover, there is a significant karmic connection between this Kunpeng and us. To eradicate it would be the wisest course." As these 2 brothers awaited the moment to strike after the Kunpeng tore apart the crimson clouds, the sky trembled. Suddenly, a disdainful voice descended from the heavens. "Is it merely a chick that dares to challenge me? Watch as I pluck your feathers." The utterance startled both Zhuanti and Jiejing. The voice was steady and exuded overwhelming dominance, utterly unlike what the crimson clouds would suggest. Equally astonished was the Kunpeng. The crimson clouds were renowned in the primordial realm as kind-hearted beings. Yet, in the eyes of the Kunpeng, they were naive and easily deceived. Otherwise, why would someone who had nearly attained the sacred position dare not compete with Zhuanti and Jiejing? Instead, seeking trouble with the crimson clouds? It was simply because the crimson clouds were perceived as vulnerable. Yet now, the words descending from the heavens sent chills down the Kunpeng's spine. The very sound felt like a sword, piercing deeply into his heart. In the next breath, the Kunpeng roared, "You think you can intimidate me? You overestimate yourself." Another eagle's cry rang out. The Kunpeng's talons radiated with golden light, dazzling enough to rival the brilliance of the crimson clouds. In an instant, the heavens and earth were suffused with a golden-red glow, mysterious and otherworldly. Simultaneously, the crimson clouds churned violently. A colossal hand materialized from within the clouds, descending with determination. The Kunpeng split the skies while the cloud's palms sought to extinguish the earth. Boom! In an instant, the eagle and the clouds collided. A sound resonated throughout the primordial realm, akin to the end of the world, instilling fear in all beings and cultivators. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of collision between the cloud's palm and the Kunpeng, causing mountains to crumble and seas to surge. Chirp! Another cry from the eagle echoed, filled with anguish and sorrow. The towering eagle trembled violently, then plummeted from the sky. The descending cloud's palm continued its forceful descent, pressing down on the Kunpeng. Boom! Another terrifying explosion reverberated. The cloud's palm crashed onto the Kunpeng, creating a vast basin spanning 1,000,000 miles on the primordial earth. After being struck down, the Kunpeng let out a mournful cry, spewing forth a fountain of blood that pooled into a river of crimson. Humph! Soon after, a derisive laughter resonated from the crimson sea of clouds. Kunpeng, you are far from death. Yet, for the crime of daring to collide with me, you shall not escape punishment. Today, I shall pluck every feather from your body as a lesson. The cloud's hand twisted and turned, then split into 2, then 4, then 8 from its palm. The crimson clouds transformed into thousands of hands, each grasping a massive feather from the Kunpeng. In the next breath, all the cloud's hands pulled with all their might. Instantly, a cry of despair echoed, one that could make mountains weep and spirits tremble. The Kunpeng's feathers were stripped clean. Countless hands held the feathers, retreating back into the crimson sea of clouds that on the ground. Only a gigantic featherless firebird remained. Hiss! 1,000 miles away, witnessing this scene, Zhuanti and Jiejing gasped in shock. The unexpected defeat of the Kunpeng at the hands of the crimson clouds left them astounded and fearful. Yet, the complete plucking of the Kunpeng's feathers was truly beyond their expectations in that moment. They could not help but ponder how the crimson clouds had become so erratic and unpredictable. Just as the two were taken aback, a rumbling sound erupted. The featherless Kunpeng suddenly soared back into the air, shooting straight toward the heavens. Zhuanti and Jiejing were once again startled, for they realized that the towering Kunpeng was heading directly towards them. Before they could comprehend the situation, the vast crimson clouds swirled and coalesced above. In the blink of an eye, the crimson vanished. The figure of the crimson clouds materialized before Zhuanti and Jiejing, causing both to be startled once more. Since leaving the Purple Sky Palace, they had been secretly following the crimson clouds, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate them and resolve their karmic ties. Despite tailing the crimson clouds all this way, it had remained oblivious. Yet now, it had appeared before them without warning, leaving them in shock. The crimson cloud scrutinized the two before shaking its head in disappointment. Zhuanti, Jiejing, one of the 6 saints destined by heaven, yet you are nothing more than ordinary. Indeed, at this moment, the one controlling the crimson clouds was none other than Chen Xian. Under the survival instinct of the crimson clouds, they had finally achieved the unity of mind and body. Chen Xian was able to manipulate the form of the crimson clouds, with the nourishment of Chen Xian's primordial spirit. The crimson clouds now possessed the peak power of a quasi-saint. Were it not for the crimson cloud's weak foundation and the constraints of the heavenly path in the primordial realm, Chen Xian could easily elevate it to sainthood. Zhuanti and Jiejing were naturally unaware of this underlying reason. Observing the disappointment upon the crimson clouds, they both felt a surge of displeasure, coupled with the aura emanating from the crimson clouds, which subtly suppressed them. They sensed that the crimson clouds were deliberately targeting them. They felt that the crimson clouds may have sensed their schemes. However, Zhuanti was adept at disguise. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the Taoist platform from the crimson clouds with a mere performance in the Purple Sky Palace. He immediately raised his hand, smiling at the crimson clouds. Friend Hongyun, it seems we are indeed fated to meet here. How could Chen Xian be unaware of why these two were present? However, he chose not to respond. With a slight lift of his hand, he beckoned gently. The previously soaring Kunpeng swiftly arrived beside the crimson clouds. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the Kunpeng opened its mouth, emitting muffled groans. The Kunpeng trembled. The primordial purple energy surged forth from its mouth, landing in the hands of the crimson clouds. Subsequently, the crimson cloud smiled and spoke. Kunpeng, I spare you today out of pity. The one who owes you the primordial purple energy is Jiejing of the Western teachings. If you seek to attain sanctity, he is your true target. Chapter 4. Primordial purple energy. Rubbish. The decision not to slay the Kunpeng was intentional on Chun Xian's part. He was acutely aware that given the current circumstances, he could not maintain control of the crimson cloud's form for long. Jiejing and Zhuanti, in their pursuit of sainthood, would inevitably seek to resolve their karmic ties with the crimson clouds. With the actions of these two false gentlemen, they would only eliminate the crimson clouds. The crimson clouds would continue to struggle for survival. Thus, it was necessary to redirect their troubles. If Zhuanti and Jiejing sought to confront him, let the Kunpeng confront them instead. Though the Kunpeng had suffered defeat today and had its feathers plucked, its foundation remained intact. In the future, it would become the master of the demon race, the commander of the heavenly court. Dealing with the Western teachings would not pose a problem for it, of course. This was predicated on the Kunpeng not being as foolish as the crimson clouds. The sudden words of the crimson clouds caused Zhuanti and Jiejing to change their expressions. Who were these two? Masters of manipulation and schemes. Among the 6 saints, perhaps only the Taishang Lao Jun could rival their cunning. With a single statement from the crimson clouds, they immediately understood its intentions. Thus, Zhuanti ceased his pretense. Gazing at the crimson clouds, he coldly remarked, "It is widely said that the ancestor Hongyun possesses a pure heart. Yet, it seems there lies a deep and profound calculation behind that facade. The current predicament of the Kunpeng is likely all part of your scheme, is it not?" Feeling as though he had truly seen through the crimson cloud's plan, Zhuanti clasped his hands in admiration. Impressive, impressive. Afterward, Zhuanti cast a glance at the Kunpeng, sneering before he did not linger for a moment longer. With a final gesture, a burst of 7-colored radiance enveloped him and Jiejing, swiftly retreating. The Western teachings. Gazing at the distant figures of Zhuanti and Jiayin, Li Xian offered a faint smile to extinguish the flames of Hongyun and ultimately free himself from its grasp. It was imperative to eliminate Zhuanti and Jiayin and eradicate the teachings of the West. The task of vanquishing these two was not insurmountable. The precondition, however, was that Hongyun must heed his counsel and refrain from further folly. Muttering this thought quietly to himself, Chun Xian turned his attention to Kunpeng. "Do you understand why Zhuanti and Jiayin wish to take my life? It is because within the Zixiao Palace, I bestowed upon Zhuanti the preaching mat. The Western teachings emphasize cause and effect. Thus, I share an intricate bond with Zhuanti. To resolve this cause and effect, he must attain enlightenment. As for you, you have been deprived of your preaching mat by Jiayin. Your connection with him is equally profound. What do you suppose he will do?" Kunpeng gazed weakly at Hongyun. His eyes flickering, he sought to seize Hongyun, believing him to be easily manipulated. Yet Jiayin's pursuit of cause and effect was tied to his very life. Truly, as Hongyun suggested, it seemed wise for him to shift his focus to Jia and Bi. By seizing the primordial purple energy, he could resolve the entanglement of cause and effect. Though Kunpeng was reckless, he was not dim-witted. Observing the flicker in his eyes, Chun Xian realized he had come to an understanding. Releasing his grip, he liberated Kunpeng from his constraints. With a smile, he remarked, "Do you believe that if I were to depart, Zhuanti and Jiayin would not return immediately to slay you, still hesitating to flee?" Kunpeng's expression shifted rapidly. He promptly flapped his wings, riding the winds to escape swiftly, watching Kunpeng retreat into the distance. Chun Xian chuckled softly. His speed was slower than anticipated. It appeared that the wings upon Kunpeng were indeed a treasure. If he could refine them, they could serve as a safeguard for Hongyun's life. Just as Chun Xian's words fell, a sharp pain pierced his head. His vision blurred momentarily. When it cleared, he was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but curse vehemently. "Damn it! It was indeed as I deduced. I cannot maintain control over Hongyun's body for long. If I wish to extricate myself from this entanglement and regain my freedom, I must elevate Hongyun's power to a certain level." Indeed, at this moment, Chun Xian found himself once more within Hongyun's sea of consciousness. Hongyun's body was once again under his dominion. Spitting in annoyance, Chun Xian immediately spoke. Hongyun, the murderous intent of Kunpeng, the secretive watch of Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, all mirror the visions I presented to you. Now, you must surely believe that I am an otherworldly, celestial being, not a mere manifestation of your inner demons. Correct? As he regained control, Hongyun's face darkened. If it were merely Kunpeng seeking to kill him, he could dismiss it as a mere coincidence. However, the fact that Zhuan Ti and Jiayin were acting as he had witnessed in the illusions was far from coincidence. In this vast primordial world, how could there be so many coincidences? Now, hearing Chun Xian's voice, he felt stripped of his previous arrogance and confidence. As practitioners, we cultivate our essence and comprehend the Tao. We should be pure of heart and courageous souls. How could we be surrounded by schemers and rogues? Hongyun had come to accept Chun Xian's origins. He also believed that what he had witnessed was not a mere illusion born of inner turmoil. Yet, even with this realization, he found it difficult to accept at this moment. The immediate danger had passed, and Chun Xian ceased to press Hongyun further. He had attained enlightenment since the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth were first divided. Countless eons had passed since then. Throughout these innumerable years, he had only encountered goodness and acted with virtue. To fundamentally alter his innate disposition in such a short span was no simple task. Chun Xian remained unperturbed as long as he believed in himself. He would heed his guidance, steer clear of calamity, and practice the techniques he provided, ensuring his survival through the great calamity of the primordial age, and achieving a sacred status would not pose a challenge. After a brief silence, Chun Xian continued, "The nature of those in the primordial realm is of little concern to you. What matters now is your survival and the pursuit of strength. You possess the seventh strand of primordial purple energy. Yet Hongyun has not bestowed upon you a personal title. This primordial purple energy is clearly meant to be seized by others, not just Zhuan Ti and Jiayin from the Western teachings. The Demon Clan, the Witch Clan, and even the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix clans will not overlook you. You have become the target of all cultivators in the primordial realm." At these words, Hongyun was taken aback. However, what truly shocked him was another revelation. Hongyun, the saint, was also plotting against him. Even a transcendent saint possessed a competitive spirit. Hongyun, Chun Xian chuckled. "Do you think it was I who orchestrated the calamities you have witnessed? The war between the witches and demons, the strife among the three teachings, the journey westward to spread Buddhism, and the age of decline. Who do you think stands to gain in the end?" Hongyun's expression shifted repeatedly, a sense of the world crumbling around him. Even Chun Xian could sense a wave of despair rising within him. Shaking his head in exasperation, Chun Xian mused that it was a marvel he had survived to this day with such a mindset. Muttering to himself, he quickly added, "Do not dwell on other matters. Your focus must be on cultivating diligently and enhancing your strength. In this primordial world, it is simply a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong." Hearing this, Hongyun steadied his resolve and promptly declared, "Right? I shall return to the Fire Cloud Palace and diligently pursue the path to sanctification within the primordial purple energy once I attain a sacred status. I will no longer need to worry about various plots." Contemplating the primordial purple energy, just as Hongyun's words fell, Chun Xian burst into hearty laughter. "Hongyun, if you truly wish to attain sacred status without constraints, then you must never touch this primordial purple energy. The first task I require of you is to relinquish this primordial purple energy." At this pronouncement, Hongyun was momentarily stunned. The primordial purple energy represented the singular opportunity for sanctification. "And you wish for me to relinquish it?" Chun Xian chuckled once more. "Primordial purple energy, the opportunity for sanctification? Incorrect. The primordial purple energy is merely a confinement of the heavenly path. To sanctify oneself through it is to become a puppet of the heavenly path. Furthermore, with my presence, what do you have to fear regarding sanctification? If it comes to methods of attaining sanctification, I can provide you with countless options. Primordial purple energy, mere refuse. It pales in comparison to even the most inferior methods of sanctification I possess." Chapter 5. If you wish to be a good person, I shall insist that you become a demon lord. You possess countless methods for attaining sanctification. Hongyun was astounded, yet skeptical, since the opening of the heavens by Pangu and the establishment of the primordial realm. After countless eons, only Hongjun Daozu had achieved sanctification. Even if there were more methods than those passed down by the Daozu, it was inconceivable that there could be an infinite number. Hongyun's words elicited laughter from Chen Xian. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that it was not just Hongyun. All beings in the primordial realm appeared foolish to Chen Xian. How many years had passed since Pangu opened the heavens? When he was still an ordinary person, he had often heard the phrase the primordial realm knows no measure of time from authors of primordial novels. Since Pangu opened the heavens, through the tribulations among the three clans and the battles of gods and demons. It had certainly been an eternity. Yet, within this vast expanse of time, even those as powerful as the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, who bore the bloodline of Pangu, or the Three Purities, who were embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit, had only reached the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, they had been unable to uncover any path for advancement until Hongjun imparted the teachings, which revealed a method for breaking through. Was this not foolishness? In any realm Chen Xian had previously inhabited, those with the foundational bloodlines of creation gods were all defying the heavens, achieving levels equivalent to the sacred in mere centuries. An eternity, in other worlds, the cultivation systems had undergone countless evolutions. The gods of the primordial realm were merely a group of individuals with innate talent yet devoid of understanding. Forget it, Chen Xian initially intended to berate Hongyun, but ultimately shook his head, realizing that further words were futile. Since you do not believe, then I shall make you believe. Watch closely, for this is the most suitable cultivation method I have meticulously selected for your current predicament. As his words fell, Chen Xian's primordial spirit surged forth. Instantly, a magnificent scene unfolded before Hongyun's eyes. The it was an expansive starry sky, filled with countless celestial bodies. There were dim, irrelevant dead stars, vibrant celestial bodies brimming with life, and the indomitable sun, illuminating the void like a radiant river of stars. Countless stars, in an infinite expanse of silence. Suddenly, a minuscule black that appeared amidst the boundless sea of stars. In that instant, Hongyun felt a surge of warmth in his dantian. Following this, within the vision, the black that emanated an insatiable gravitational pull, countless stars were ensnared by this force, until ultimately they were drawn in and devoured. In the blink of an eye, an entire sea of stars had been consumed by the black, which had now grown to the size of the starry expanse, its gravitational pull intensifying until the end. That terrifying black hole seemed poised to devour the entire expanse of the cosmos. It was at this moment that Hongyun felt a stirring within, as his true energy in the dantian compressed and coalesced until it reached a size akin to that of dust. Subsequently, this dust-sized essence began to shift and rotate incessantly. At one moment, it resembled the flowing currents of a galaxy. At another, the surging waves of the sea, and yet again, the immovable majesty of mountains. The transformations occurred countless times in the blink of an eye, though he could not ascertain how much time had truly passed. Suddenly, the essence, now resembling dust, stood resolute. A force of attraction erupted forth from it. Indeed, these primordial beings of the Honghuang possessed extraordinary gifts and remarkable foundations. Remarkably, Hongyun comprehended the art of the devouring heavens in mere moments. Simultaneously, Chen Xian could not help but express his astonishment. Yet soon he found himself bemused by this so-called group of great beings from Honghuang. Even Hongyun, after acquiring a new technique, was able to master it almost instantaneously. Those of the caliber of the Three Pure Ones and the ancestor Wu possessed even greater innate talents. Yet for countless years, they had remained stagnant. What a disgrace! After all this time, they had merely squandered their existence. With a secretive sneer, Chen Xian finally spoke. Listen well, this technique is called the devouring divine art. Cultivating this art allows one to consume all that exists in the world, transforming it for one's own use. When mastered to its highest form, the galaxies and the laws of the cosmos can be devoured and wielded at your command. Moreover, this art knows no limits, as long as you consume. You shall grow stronger. The transformation of the Dantian brought forth an unprecedented surge of power. This sensation was one that Hongyun had only ever experienced while listening to discussions on the Zixiao art. He was acutely aware that in this brief moment, his cultivation had indeed advanced, and a new path for practice had emerged. Hongyun felt a surge of excitement. However, Chen Xian's words caused his heart to sink. He quickly inquired, "For what you imply, do I need to devour others and seize their power to grow stronger?" Chen Xian did not respond directly, but rather stated, "Your demise is surely within Hongyun's calculations. Although I do not yet know why he seeks your death, it is certain that he will not let you escape. Now that you live, Hongyun will surely devise new schemes against you. Do you truly believe that the likes of Kunpeng, Jin, and Zhuanti will willingly spare you? And do you not realize how many are secretly coveting the primordial purple aura that resides within you? Your life hangs by a thread, like a flickering candle in the wind, at risk of extinguishment at any moment. There is no time for you to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. The devouring divine art is most suited to your current predicament." Chen Xian recognized Hongyun's benevolence. Thus he laid out the reasoning, presenting the facts. Yet he underestimated Hongyun's nature. Hongyun proved to be even more benevolent and obstinate than Chen Xian had anticipated. As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, Hongyun shook his head firmly. "Even if others seek my life, how can I take theirs to prolong my own existence? Such an act would be contrary to my principles. I shall not practice the devouring divine art." As he proclaimed this, Hongyun began to channel his true essence, determined to disperse the essence that had already begun to develop a devouring force. Chen Xian felt a mix of urgency and anger. Damn! How foolish! Fortunately, Chen Xian, being an ancient entity with countless years of experience, managed to quell his anger at the thought of slapping Hongyun. He spoke in a calm and steady voice. "Hongyun, let me ask you, how much spiritual energy exists in the Hongyun world? How many treasures are there? How many unknown realms of fortune? If you do not wish to exchange the strength of others for your survival, will you not feast upon the power, treasures, and spiritual energy available to you? I have said it before, the devouring divine art can consume all." Upon hearing these words, Hongyun halted his efforts to disperse the true essence. If he could gain strength without taking the lives of others, then this art could indeed be a great boon. Goodness, what a generous offer! Finally persuaded, Chen Xian quietly cursed inwardly before calming himself down. He then quickly addressed Hongyun. "You may attempt it with your 99 soul-dispersing gourd." The mention of the gourd stirred feelings of reluctance within Hongyun. Chen Xian could sense this clearly. This gourd was a treasure he had obtained from the Finbao Cliff and had been instrumental in his ascension to Quasi-saint status. It was also his sole magical artifact. Given Hongyun's limited perspective, his reluctance was entirely understandable. Yet while he understood, Chen Xian could not help but inwardly scoff that he then urged, "With this technique, you need not sever your 3 corpses." The strength of a powerful individual lies within themselves. Treasures are ultimately mere external objects. Relying too heavily on artifacts can lead to one's own downfall, that if you, Hongyun, had not obtained the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, would you cease your cultivation? As he spoke, Chen Xian could not help but smirk inwardly. The beings of Hongyun seemed overly reliant on magical artifacts. There were countless postnatal and innate treasures, and in their relentless pursuit of these treasures, they engaged in all manner of schemes and intrigues. Their cultivation appeared to revolve around the acquisition of artifacts. The teachings of Pangu emphasized achieving sanctity through the physical body, independent of external objects. The true strength lay in Pangu himself, not in the Pangu axe. Yet they failed to see this. Foolish, exceedingly foolish. I must expedite Hongyun's path to sanctity and have him forge a body for me to escape this place. With a secretive sneer, seeing Hongyun still hesitating, Chen Xian urged, "Why do you hesitate? Consume it quickly. Even if we take a step back, once you grow stronger, what treasure would be beyond your grasp?" At last, Hongyun was swayed. The 99 soul-dispersing gourd had been a stroke of good fortune for him. There was no need to linger on it. With a swift motion, he revealed the gourd in his palm. Simultaneously, with a thought, the devouring force within his dantian surged mightily, enveloping the red gourd. The gourd had already been refined by Hongyun and was thus his artifact. Now, as he sought to devour it, it required no effort at all. In the blink of an eye, the 99 soul-dispersing gourd was completely consumed tea that very instant. Hongyun's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape tea that moment. He was nearly rendered speechless by astonishment. Simultaneously, Chun Xian chuckled mockingly to himself. Finally, we are underway. Hongyun, you pride yourself as the foremost good-natured person in Hongwang, yet I shall make you the greatest fiend of Hongwang, once you begin to cultivate the devouring divine art. What you choose to consume will no longer be your decision. He chuckled softly. Chapter 6. A glimmer of hope, granted by Hongjun as the gourd was refined and the true essence returned to his body. Hongyun sensed a clear enhancement in his cultivation. Although it was not as exaggerated as he had imagined, it was certainly equivalent to the fruit of his arduous cultivation over several millennia. However, that was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial revelation was that he suddenly felt a surge of clarity within his primordial spirit. Regarding his own existence, it was as though he had gained an unexpected insight. He was originally the first red cloud to attain enlightenment in the world. For billions of years, his understanding of himself had remained limited to this. Yet at this moment, it seemed he had stumbled upon something profound. As the heavens and earth were first separated and the primordial chaos began to take form, this first red cloud in existence appeared to harbor something deeper within. What exactly was concealed within? He could not discern. Yet one thing was certain. This was a manifestation of an elevation in his foundation. His foundation, both a gift from heaven and a predetermined fate, to go seek advancement, was fraught with countless challenges. Hongjun had lectured for millennia, and among the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace, only the 3 pure ones, the true heirs of Pangu, had ever experienced an elevation in their foundations. That occurrence had even moved Hongjun to profound admiration, exclaiming their status as truly ordained saints. This technique could even elevate one's foundation. In a moment of excitement, Hongyun murmured to himself. Yet, Chun Xian regarded him with deep disdain. How could he not understand what had transpired within Hongyun? What elevation of foundation? It was merely an enhancement in cultivation, a feeling of awareness, and a newfound comprehension of one's essence. How could one claim to cultivate the Tao when they had not even clarified their own essence? No wonder a lowly technique like severing 3 corpses could elevate this group of Honghuang great beings to a higher realm. With a disdainful inward scoff, Chun Xian finally spoke. What does an elevation of foundation truly signify? You must cultivate with a calm mind and seek deeper understanding. Hongyun promptly closed his eyes, diligently seeking understanding. Within mere breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and exhaled sharply. A plume of red mist erupted from his mouth. As the mist swirled, it radiated a murderous intent, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Wherever it passed, it seemed to obliterate and strip away space itself. Was this the divine power of the 99 soul-dispersing gourd? Gazing at the billowing mist, Hongyun murmured in astonishment. Indeed, Chun Xian smiled, for the devouring heaven technique consumed all, leaving nothing untouched, rendering all things indispensable. Could it be that you think it can only devour spiritual powers? Whatever it connects with, what abilities does it possess, what might does it wield? All shall transform into your divine powers. What say you? Surely you won't hesitate to part with your crimson gourd now. Excellent, excellent. Though the magical artifact is an external entity, it still serves as a valuable aid. If it were truly destroyed, one would inevitably feel a pang of reluctance. However, now that the divine power has been assimilated as one's own, it is akin to merging the artifact with oneself. Is it not? Buzz! Yet, just as Hongyun reveled in his joy, a resonant hum echoed through the heavens and earth. In that very moment, a chill surged through Hongyun's body, piercing to the bone. Even Chun Xian, as a primordial spirit, felt a shiver of apprehension that a strand of divine consciousness had locked on a Hongyun. This is bad. It is Hongjun. In an instant, Chun Xian grasped the situation. He immediately shouted, "Quickly, devour the wings of Kunpeng and flee with all your might to Wuzhuang Temple, the divine consciousness of the Tao ancestor. Why is it targeting me? And why Wuzhuang Temple?" Hongyun questioned. Puzzled. Damn it, Chun Xian could not contain his ire. Stop babbling. If I say go, then go. What are you blathering about? If everything is truly as Chun Xian suspects, a scheme by Hongyun, then Hongyun should have perished. Yet, not only was Hongyun alive, but his cultivation had also increased. How could Hongyun not take action? Just as Chun Xian shouted in anger, Hongyun felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. An abrupt increase in pressure. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately channeled his true essence from his dantian, refining the wings of Kunpeng. These wings were not a magical artifact. They bore no restrictions. Complete refinement would take but a moment. Once refined, a thought flickered in Hongyun's mind. Instantly, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, with a gentle flap, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Hongyun vanished in the blink of an eye, covering 100 miles. The flight technique of Kunpeng is unparalleled in the primordial world. Even his wings could summon wind and thunder, using the wind to hasten his escape. Truly formidable. As he ceased flapping his wings, Hongyun could not help but exclaim in awe. Chun Xian, however, rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. What are you marveling at? Hurry and escape. Boom! As soon as Chun Xian's words fell, thunder erupted. High above, the thunder dragon surged forth as lightning appeared. It seemed to rend the very fabric of the primordial realm. Chaotic calamity thunder. Hongyun recognized it at a glance. The lightning from the 9 heavens is indeed the calamity thunder for beyond the chaos. Is it truly Hongyun, Dao, ancestor? He murmured subconsciously. Without daring to linger, Hongyun summoned a crimson cloud, furiously flapping his wings, pushing the flight technique to its limits, heading straight for Wuzhuang Temple. At such incredible speed, Hongyun transformed into a beam of crimson black light. Boom! The thunder roared, the calamity thunder from the chaos howling down in pursuit of Hongyun. Yet ultimately, it was just a fraction too slow. The purple lightning barely grasped the tail of the escape light that Hongyun had become. Beyond the 9 heavens, within the chaos, Hongyun sat within the purple mist palace, his eyes firmly shut. Having concluded his discourse, he awaited the alignment with the heavenly Tao. Simultaneously, he silently observed all within the primordial realm. Hongyun, suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing downwards. His eyes seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, directly observing the primordial world. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. Very well. The so-called Great Tao has 50 branches, and heaven's transformations are 49, leaving a thread of life. Since you have been chosen as the master of the 7th strand of primordial purple energy, the one to escape, then you shall also have a chance at survival. If you can evade this calamity and do not disrupt the transformations of the primordial realm in the future, nor hinder my plans of unification with the Tao, granting you this thread of survival is not out of the question. As his voice faded, Hongyun slowly closed his eyes once more. Above his head, the laws surged, seemingly transforming into substance. Within the primordial realm, Hongyun dared not pause for even a moment, as the calamity thunder transformed into a dragon, relentlessly pursuing him, not if he were to stop. The thunder dragon would seize him without mercy. Finally, after flying with all his might for who knows how many days and nights, he reached a boundless mountain range at the border of the primordial east and west. The escape light that Hongyun had become plunged headlong into the mountains. The thunder dragon roared, crashing into the mountains with a deafening sound, pursuing Hongyun relentlessly. However, just as the thunder dragon lunged at the edge of the mountains, a streak of flowing light appeared out of thin air, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet only as thick as the thunder dragon itself. Boom! The colossal dragon formed of calamity thunder collided with the flowing light. Instantly, thunder engulfed the sky, and the ground shook, mountains trembling. Only that flowing light and the towering mountains beneath remained steadfast and unmoving, as if they formed a separate entity, indifferent to the world around them. Ultimately, as the thunder subsided, the calamity thunder from the chaos dissipated without a trace. The winds ceased, and tranquility was restored in the blink of an eye. Turning back to gaze at the dissipating thunder calamity, Hongyun felt the lingering echoes of the thunder. This thunder calamity was stronger by 1,000-fold compared to what he encountered upon entering the chaotic realm at the Purple Mist Palace. As for Chun Xian, He looked through Hongyun's eyes at the flowing light that had blocked the thunder calamity. He could not help but marvel. The heavenly fetal membrane truly is a treasure worthy of its reputation. Even when contending with the heavenly Tao, it stands unwavering. If utilized properly, one need not fear Hongyun's schemes at all. Finally, Chun Xian sighed softly, reflecting that Hongyun, as an innate being of fortune, must have expended all his blessings in befriending the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Chapter 7. Devour, all devoured. Ha! Congratulations, my friend, congratulations! Just as Hongyun was still apprehensive, and Chun Xian was lost in contemplation. A hearty laughter rang out. The escape light suddenly appeared. Moments later, a middle-aged Taoist in a green robe, holding a whisk with a radiant demeanor, materialized before Hongyun. Upon appearing, the Taoist clasped his hands in salute, offering a slight bow to Hongyun that a few days prior. The crimson clouds enveloped the primordial realm, stirring the spirits and resonating with the heavens and earth. Surely, my friend must have gained some insights. And your cultivation has ascended to new heights. No need to elaborate. This Taoist is none other than Hongyun's true friend, Zhen Yuanzi. However, upon facing this singular individual who could be regarded as his genuine friend, an inexplicable wariness arose within Hongyun. First, there was the ambush by Kunpeng, followed by the hidden schemes of Jin and Juni. Then came the machinations of Hongyun having narrowly escaped death twice. Even Hongyun had become somewhat jumpy at this moment. Chun Xian could clearly sense Hongyun's state of mind. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain, extending boundless goodwill toward strangers, yet harboring schemes against dear friends. Such is the flaw of those who pride themselves on being virtuous that, to put it bluntly, is called being overly cautious in familiar company. You fear what you should not, yet are wary of what you ought to trust. In terms of fate, this Zhen Yuanzi is the only one who would risk his life to avenge you after your demise. Ultimately, Chun Xian muttered softly to himself. Hearing Chun Xian's words in his heart, Hongyun's face flushed with embarrassment, overwhelmed by shame. He hurriedly returned Zhen Yuanzi's greeting, thanking his friend for his well wishes, explaining that he encountered a fortuitous event a few days prior. His dear friend was indeed advancing in cultivation, which brought great joy to Zhen Yuanzi. He quickly approached Hongyun, grasping his hand, and said with a smile, "Since that is the case, my friend, do share with me your insights on this recent advancement." Leading Hongyun deeper into the mountains, Zhen Yuanzi then curiously inquired, "My friend, I observe that the pursuing Calamity thunder possesses considerable might and ill intent. Is someone coveting the primordial purple energy bestowed by the Tao ancestor? I have long warned you that the blessings from the Tao ancestor may not necessarily be a good thing. I urge you to stay at my Wuzhuang temple for seclusion and contemplation. But you refuse to heed my advice. Now you must believe me. In the future, you should remain at my Wuzhuang temple for cultivation." The more enthusiastic Zhen Yuanzi became, the more Hongyun felt overwhelmed with shame. But soon, a thought crossed his mind that he hastily inquired within his heart to Chun Xian, "Since this primordial purple energy is of no use to me, could it be sent to my friend?" Bestowing primordial purple energy upon Zhen Yuanzi, Chun Xian chuckled at this. "You must be out of your mind. Zhen Yuanzi possesses the earthly book, a product of the innate fetal membrane. Wuzhuang Temple, after all, is the very foundation of the fetal membrane. After severing the 3 corpses and achieving quasi-saintship, establishing his presence at Wuzhuang Mountain and harnessing the power of the heavenly fetal membrane, though he lacks the status of a saint, he wields the might of a saint. If he were to truly borrow the primordial purple energy to become a saint, he would instead become a puppet of the heavenly that point. Whether Wuzhuang Mountain still belongs to Zhen Yuanzi would be a matter of contention. However, Hongyun, oblivious to the underlying reasons, was taken aback upon hearing Chun Xian's words. "Why can't I send it? My friend has exceptional talent and remarkable roots. With the primordial purple energy, he is bound to achieve sainthood." Upon encountering Zhen Yuanzi, Chun Xian had already begun to ponder. Although Hongyun had acquired the art of swallowing the heavens, it was impossible for him to master it overnight. Initially, Zhen Yuanzi was Hongyun's strongest support, Moreover, once the 3 pure ones and the 2 from the Western Church attained sainthood, Jin Yuanzi would undoubtedly become Hongyun's sole reliance. Naturally, the greater Jin Yuanzi's strength, the more advantageous it would be for Hongyun. Furthermore, within the vast expanse of Honghuang, Jin Yuanzi was one of the few individuals whom Chun Xian genuinely admired. Someone he could offer guidance to. Just as Hongyun's words fell, Chun Xian, who had been contemplating for quite some time, suddenly had an epiphany. Eureka! If he could become a saint, as I envision, it might just completely disrupt the destined order of Honghuang. The expression on Hongjun's face would surely be quite spectacular. How intriguing, truly intriguing, contemplating the arrangements he intended to make for Jin Yuanzi. Chun Xian couldn't help but smirk mischievously within his heart. He then promptly addressed Hongyun, saying, "Rest assured, since I have offered you guidance, I shall not hesitate to extend the same courtesy to your friend. Is it not merely achieving sainthood? The primordial purple chi is unworthy of him. Can you help me facilitate your friend's ascent to sainthood?" Upon hearing this, Hongyun was overjoyed, genuinely delighted for Jin Yuanzi. However, Chun Xian slowly continued, "Do not rush. First, seek out a few ginseng fruit from him to savor. I wish to observe whether Jin Yuanzi is indeed as the world describes." At these words, Hongyun's face flushed once more. The ginseng fruit tree was a rare spiritual root of the heavens and the earth. Since the beginning of the creation of Honghuang, there have been only 10 such trees. The fruits they bore were extraordinary treasures, taking thousands of years from bloom to maturity. Even Jin Yuanzi himself could hardly bear to consume them, only doing so when he attained some enlightenment in his cultivation. Yet after having just questioned Jin Yuanzi, he was now to request such a precious treasure. Hongyun felt that his own audacity was truly lacking. Chun Xian could read Hongyun's thoughts and, after silently cursing him a few times, spoke up. "What is there to be embarrassed about? If he gives you the ginseng fruits in exchange for the opportunity for me to help him attain sainthood, then that is a profit for him. Demand them, and do so now. Friend, I see your expression is rather awkward. Do you have something you wish to discuss with me?" Before Hongyun could respond, Jin Yuanzi inquired first. Hongyun quickly pondered. He could clearly feel that the art of swallowing the heavens was indeed remarkable, that he surmised that the immortal residing within him could indeed impart the method for his friend to attain sainthood. To go against the will of this immortal could jeopardize his friend's opportunity for ascension, which would be most unwise. Thus, Hongyun, steeling himself, addressed Jin Yuanzi, "My friend, might I inquire if the ginseng fruit tree has matured? I recently had some insights and made progress in my cultivation, and I wish to humbly request a couple of fruits to solidify my foundation." Embarrassed, Hongyun could only offer this excuse. "Ha!" Jin Yuanzi laughed heartily. "It seems that you are indeed blessed, for just the other day, the ginseng fruit tree bore 3,000 fruits." As his words echoed, ripples surged through the mountains. The waves swept over Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi. And in an instant, the stars shifted and the earth moved. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves within the 5. A towering spiritual tree appeared before them. Countless feet high, it was sparsely adorned with small fruits resembling infants, glimmering like scattered stars in the universe. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, and a golden gourd materialized in his palm. "That my friend, since you possess the primordial purple chi, you have obtained the chance for sainthood. My ginseng fruits, being born from a spiritual root, resonate with the Tao. Moreover, as my fruits have just ripened, your request for them surely signifies destiny. Why not pick them yourself? Take as many as you wish." Hongyun hurriedly gestured, "No need, no need." Yet before he could finish, Chun Xian's voice boomed. "What do you mean, no need? Jin Yuanzi has already spoken. Why are you being so polite? Consume all 3,000 ginseng fruits." "Ah." Hongyun was taken aback. "If I say you should eat, then you shall eat. What? Do you not wish for your friend to attain sainthood?" Ultimately, Hongyun agreed to request the ginseng fruits for Jin Yuanzi's ascension. Chun Xian certainly understood this and was disinclined to engage in further conversation with Hongyun, directly using Jin Yuanzi as leverage. Once, Hongyun's heart trembled. He looked up at Jin Yuanzi, tremblingly grasping the golden gourd in his hand, and then flashed a helpless smile at Jin Yuanzi. Friend, fret not, I shall certainly repay this favor of the spiritual fruits. Zhenyunzi chuckled heartily, saying, what is there to repay? My friend, simply enjoy. In the end, Hongyun gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and soared upward on a cloud. With a wave of the golden gourd, a vast expanse of golden light swept forth. Chapter 8. The Quasi-saint. The golden light swept across, ensnaring over 100 fruits shaped like infants. Subsequently, Hongyun activated the art of swallowing the heavens, devouring all the fallen ginseng fruits. The spiritual fruits transformed into the purest essence of spiritual energy, which he absorbed into his chi. In an instant, his cloud-like energy surged. Simultaneously, Qian was immensely pleased. Indeed, the ginseng fruit tree of Wuzhuang Temple was not merely a manifestation of a spiritual root. It thrived in accordance with the earth's principles. Within the ginseng fruit lay the essence of the earth. Legends abound that within Hongyun, Zhen Yuanzi could rely on his quasi-saintly power to establish an indomitable presence upon Wanshou Mountain. Contending with saints. This was due to the earth's principles manifesting through the earth scriptures, with Wanshou Mountain serving as the foundation of the earth's essence. Zhen Yuanzi was, in truth, the spokesperson of the earth. However, in the world of Hongyun, the embodiment of the heavenly path, Hongyun, had orchestrated schemes that rendered the great Tao of the entire Hongyun world invisible, with the heavenly path reigning supreme. The earthly principles within the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity were ruthlessly suppressed by the heavenly path. Of course, these were merely legends. Yet now, Qian had personally validated this tale. He could keenly sense that the ginseng fruits, through the art of swallowing the heavens, had refined their essence. The source of the ginseng fruit was indeed the spiritual energy and the principles of the earth. Excellent. It seems my plans concerning Zhen Yuanzi are viable. Amidst his jubilance, Qian promptly urged Hongyun, what are you hesitating for? Harness your true essence and swallow the remaining fruits in one go. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Hongyun lowered his head and offered an awkward smile to Zhen Yuanzi. Then, raising the golden gourd high, he fervently activated his true essence. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi observed as Hongyun consumed over 100 fruits in one breath. He merely stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Since he took form during the Long Han Calamity, he and Hongyun had become sworn brothers to this day. The ginseng fruit tree had ripened hundreds of times. Each time, Hongyun only consumed a symbolic fruit. Now, seeing Hongyun devour so many at once, Zhen Yuanzi thought of it as Hongyun consuming the many he had wished to gift him in the past. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi believed Hongyun had finally awakened to the value of the ginseng fruits. He felt genuinely happy for him. Yet the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His mind went utterly blank. He watched in disbelief as Hongyun raised the golden gourd high, and a brilliant golden light erupted. In an instant, the entire ginseng fruit tree was engulfed in golden radiance. Then, one by one, the fruits fell from the tree. 100, 200, 300. In the blink of an eye, the entire ginseng fruit tree was stripped bare. Indeed, stripped bare. Thousands of fruits, along with countless lush green leaves, transformed into a small mountain, rushing towards Hongyun. In another blink, the mountain of fruit vanished. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi regain his senses. Yet he could hardly believe his eyes. Instinctively rubbing them and shaking his head vigorously, when he opened his eyes again, the sight before him remained that of a barren fruit tree. My friend, even if you're treating the ginseng fruits as mere sustenance, this is not how one consumes them. How could you not spare even the leaves? For a moment, Zhen Yuanzi was both amused and exasperated. 3,000 ginseng fruits. He himself could hardly bear to consume them so quickly. Moreover, each leaf was also a product of essence. A single leaf, if consumed by some earthly beasts or spirits, could enable them to transform and ascend. No exaggeration. Zhen Yuanzi's heart bled. In the air, Hongyun was equally filled with shame. He had not anticipated that even the leaves would be devoured by the art of swallowing the heavens. He truly felt he had lost face before his friend. This was akin to going out to dine with a friend, only to steal everything from their home. Boom! However, just at that moment, a resounding explosion emanated from Wanshou Mountain. Immediately after, the earth quaked, and the world turned crimson. The silent majesty manifested among the endless mountains of Wanshou Mountain, accompanied by a red mist that enveloped the entire mountain. In an instant, the entire Mount Wanshou was enveloped in a crimson cloud. Within this sanguine haze, aside from the boundless majesty that compelled all beings to bow in reverence, there resided an ineffable aura of terror. Wherever this divine essence traversed, parched springs gushed forth with water, and ancient trees blossomed anew. The withered beings were revitalized, and the desolate land flourished with an abundance of flora. Within the 5, celestial birds ascended to the heavens, their calls echoing incessantly. Beasts galloped joyfully, their exuberance palpable. Even the barren ginseng fruit tree sprouted tender shoots and new leaves. This extraordinary spectacle left even the master of Mount Wanshou, Zheng Yuanzi, utterly astonished. The crimson cloud above shared in this astonishment. Yet unlike Zheng Yuanzi, it was acutely aware that this sudden emergence of crimson mist from Mount Wanshou was intrinsically linked to its own essence. No, it was his, or rather, it was him. In that moment, the scarlet hue spread across Mount Wanshou, beginning to surge outward. The membrane of heaven and earth enveloped Mount Wanshou, yet could not prevent the crimson cloud from seeping forth. Do not let the crimson cloud escape. You have already achieved quasi-saint strength by borrowing these 3,000 ginseng fruits. This is your trump card and must not be revealed lightly. Chun Xian's voice suddenly echoed. The crimson cloud was taken aback. Quasi-saint. In the purple cloud palace, Hongyun had imparted the method to attain quasi-sainthood. However, in the span of 10,000 years of teachings, only the 3 pure ones had dominion over the realms of quasi-sainthood. By wielding spiritual treasures to sever a corpse, one could attain quasi-sainthood. Yet now, he had unexpectedly become the 4th individual to achieve quasi-sainthood after the 3 pure ones. Shock transformed into elation. The crimson cloud immediately focused its will, drawing all the crimson mist within Mount Wanshou into its own being. The sense of heightened power became distinctly clear at that moment. IT felt confident that if it were to encounter Kunpeng again, it could utterly crush him with but a single-fingered AT that instant. It hurriedly thought, "Thank you, immortal venerable, for your support." This expression of gratitude momentarily startled Chun Xian. There indeed existed something worthy of appreciation. Following this, he offered a faint smile. "No matter. As long as you act according to my instructions, it won't take long for you to attain saintly power." The crimson cloud nodded repeatedly, pledging to obey the immortal venerable's words without question in the future. After making this declaration, the crimson cloud descended from the clouds, approaching Zheng Yuanzi. The crimson mist was entirely absorbed into the crimson cloud's essence. Zheng Yuanzi also regained his composure, simultaneously experiencing a moment of enlightenment. "My friend, could it be that you have broken through to Quasi-saint?" Within the purple cloud palace, as the 3 pure ones severed a corpse to attain quasi-sainthood, the heavens and earth responded. An extraordinary phenomena surged forth. This mirrored the recent spectacle witnessed by the crimson cloud. Without waiting for the crimson cloud's response, he immediately raised his hand to congratulate it. "Indeed, my friend is destined to become a saint. These 3,000 fruits of mine have indeed served their purpose." Upon hearing this, the crimson cloud smiled sheepishly. However, at this moment, the jubilant Zheng Yuanzi waved his hand grandly. "Let us go. I still have 3,000 fruits in my observation hall, and I shall gift them all to my friend. Since you have consumed so many, you might as well indulge completely." The crimson cloud instinctively raised its hand, yet before it could decline, Chun Xian's voice rang out in its mind. "Still being polite? Eat to your heart's content. You have just entered quasi-sainthood. These fruits will perfectly replenish your energy." Listening to Chun Xian's words, the crimson cloud gritted its teeth and saluted Zheng Yuanzi. "In that case, I shall express my gratitude to my friend." Zheng Yuanzi laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Now my friend is speaking sensibly. After countless years together, you have finally learned the meaning of striving in the vast expanse of the primordial earth and the chaotic realms beyond. With myriad transformations, How could one expect life and future without striving? Laughing heartily, Zhen Yuanzi transformed into a streak of light, enveloping the crimson cloud as they both sped toward the 5 for Qinxian. He found himself momentarily taken aback. How strange, since Zhen Yuanzi understood the necessity of striving in all matters. Why did he retreat to the 5 and remain hidden after the death of the crimson cloud? It was only during the calamity of Buddhist teachings spreading eastward that he emerged to respond to the crisis. And even then, he was robbed of the ginseng fruit by the Western teachings. Could it be that Zhen Yuanzi had also fallen victim to schemes? Suddenly, a weight settled in Chen Xian's heart. Chapter 9. The classic of mountains and seas, heaven, earth, and humanity within the 5. The crimson cloud's visage was flushed, radiating vitality. Yet, its expression was exceedingly awkward. Under Chen Xian's encouragement, the crimson cloud ultimately devoured all 3,000 ginseng fruits that Zhen Yuanzi had cherished, solidifying its status at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. However, it had thoroughly depleted Zhen Yuanzi's reserves. The crimson cloud genuinely felt embarrassed to face Zhen Yuanzi. In contrast, Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard, chuckling repeatedly. He was genuinely happy for his friend. That I truly do not understand what you find so embarrassing. Zhen Yuanzi himself was quite pleased to gift them. As the crimson cloud felt this embarrassment, Chen Xian's voice rang out. After scolding it, he immediately continued, "Let me first take control of your body." The crimson cloud was startled. Although it had already experienced being controlled by Chen Xian once, which had effectively saved its life, the notion of its body being controlled by another was inherently unsettling. Chen Xian, aware of the crimson cloud's thoughts, had no intention of delivering any grand philosophies. With a cold chuckle, he said directly, "Crimson Cloud, you surely do not wish for your friend to gain nothing, do you?" With 6,000 ginseng fruits, Zhen Yuanzi could also attain quasi-sainthood. Upon hearing this, the crimson cloud's benevolent nature surged forth. It ceased to speak further and immediately calmed its mind, merging its thoughts with Chen Xian's. After a breath, Chen Xian successfully took control of the crimson cloud's body. He then promptly addressed Zhen Yuanzi. "Zhen, my friend, may I borrow the earth book for a look?" Zhen Yuanzi immediately waved his hand, and a scroll materialized from his palm. An aura of profound antiquity surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Mount Wanshou. Even Zhen Yuanzi, holding the earth book, seemed to exude a heightened presence. The earth book, a manifestation of the Tao, was indeed a remarkable treasure even in Chen Xian's discerning eyes. Yet, regrettably, Zhen Yuanzi had not fully harnessed the potential of this earth book. At the present, he merely regarded it as a preeminent treasure. "My friend, I have gleaned some insights regarding your earth book from the 6,000 ginseng fruit trees I refined. May I attempt to experiment?" Oh, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback. However, his thoughts soon settled. Mount Wanshou, the 5, the ginseng fruit trees, and the Earth's membrane were all manifestations of a singular entity. Even Zhen Yuanzi himself had been the first breath of fresh air to enter Mount Wanshou at the dawn of creation. Nourished by it to attain his innate Tao body, it seemed only natural for his friend to have profound insights after forcefully refining 6,000 ginseng fruit trees. With a smile, Zhen Yuanzi decisively tossed the earth book to Chen Xian. Upon receiving the earth book, Chen Xian immediately activated the power of the earth Tao contained within the ginseng fruits, channeling it into the earth book. It was nourished by the earth Tao. A radiant glow of yellow and black erupted from the earth book. The scroll expanded rapidly, soon reaching a size of several zhang. With a wave of Chen Xian's hand, the scroll unfurled, instantly stretching across several miles. The mountains, rivers, basins, and oceans of the primordial world appeared upon the scroll, all rendered in exquisite detail. The earth book, known as the membrane of the earth, naturally recorded the geographical features of the land. However, Chen Xian was also aware that this earth book had another name, the classic of mountains and seas. At this moment, the earth book was far from revealing its true form. Without hesitation, Chen Xian poured the earth Tao principles he had absorbed from the ginseng fruits into the earth book. After all, this earth Tao method held little significance for the crimson cloud. In an instant, The yellow and black radiance surged, spreading throughout the entirety of Mount Wansho. Golden light converged, and Mount Wansho erupted with myriad divine auras, soaring into the heavens. The countless ferocious beasts and alien races of the primordial earth felt this surge, lifting their heads to gaze toward Mount Wansho. But it was as if, at that moment, Mount Wansho had become a sacred place etched deep within their souls. Simultaneously, Jinzi's expression shifted as the golden light from the Earth Book surged. Extraordinary phenomena began to manifest on the geographical map depicted within the Earth Book. One after another, points of yellow and black light appeared over the mountains, rivers, and seas. Following this, various shapes emerged within the geographical features: beasts, monsters, deities, and all manner of strange beings. This sight was unprecedented for Zhen Yuanzi. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward for a closer inspection, just as his attention focused on one mountain radiating with yellow and black light. A message surged forth from deep within his primordial spirit. The mountain of Chongyang lies within the seas, to the west of the ancestral grounds. An exceedingly perilous place, it harbors the tainted blood of Pangu. If one unites with the Wu, immortality can be attained. As his attention once again fell upon the image of a ferocious beast, a torrent of information surged forth. Taotai, the son of the ancestral dragon. With a visage of a ram and the body of a man, renowned for its insatiable appetite, these sudden manifestations of imagery and streams of information left Zhen Yuzi astounded. He turned to Hongyun and whispered, "My friend, what is this?" The fundamental laws of the earth had already been fully revealed, and Chun Xian withdrew his hand. He smiled at Zhen Yuzi and said, "From the insights I have gleaned from the ginseng fruit, this is the true essence of the Earth Book, known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It embodies the principles of the earthly path, containing all information regarding the creations of the earthly realm. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, the embodiment of the earthly path." Zhen Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. This Earth Book, which he had possessed for countless millennia, had never been comprehended at such a level. The mention of the earthly path stirred a sense of astonishment within him. That it was essential to note that they had just concluded Hongyun's teachings that span millennia, which revolved around the concept of the heavenly path. The earthly path seemed to correspond with what Hongyun Daozu had expounded upon regarding the heavenly path. Could it be that, through this treasure, I might acquire an entirely new method of attaining enlightenment? In just a couple of sentences, Zhen Yuzi grasped the entirety of this revelation. Chun Xian nodded in appreciation. Yet he deemed it only natural. In later ages, Zhen Yuzi was heralded as the progenitor of the Earth Immortals, wielding the Earth Book within the confines of Wansho Mountain, rendering him invincible. Below the sanctified ones, it was unchallenging for him to claim the topmost position. He had certainly comprehended the mysteries of the Earth Book, understanding the principles of the earthly path. Had he not first listened to Hongyun's teachings, entered the heavenly path, and severed his 3 corpses, thereby losing his essence, he might have achieved sanctification as well. Chun Xian's actions merely nudged Zhen Yuzi's progress forward a little. Of course, at present, Zhen Yuzi had yet to sever his 3 corpses and had not entered the heavenly path. His opportunity for sanctification was still within reach. Fortunately, having already unveiled the true nature of the Earth Book to Zhen Yuzi, Chun Xian was more than willing to assist him further. Thus, while Zhen Yuzi remained in a state of astonishment, Chun Xian continued to address him. "My friend, beyond this Earth Book, I have further insights. However, this understanding pertains to celestial secrets and must not be divulged lightly. If I were to share it with you, you must vow not to disclose a single word." Unlike Hongyun, Zhen Yuzi was neither rigid nor timid. Upon hearing that his friend possessed a momentous revelation to share, he immediately clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "As long as my friend assures me there is no risk, I shall not utter a word outside this circle." Chun Xian then spoke forth as I entered the Quasi-saint realm. I felt a stirring within. Among the myriad paths of the primordial wilderness, there exists the way of heaven, earth, and humanity. Each of these 3 paths manifests in a singular form. The heavenly path manifests as the heavenly book, known as the investiture of the gods. The earthly path manifests as the Earth Book, known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas. and the human path manifests as the human book, known as the Book of Life and Death. In the future, when calamities befall the primordial wilderness, the investiture of the gods shall emerge, allowing the mighty spirits to be inscribed within the list, appointing them as deities to act on behalf of the heavenly path, that I perceive that this earth book should possess a similar efficacy. Why not delve into the earth book to seal the positions of earth immortals, acting on behalf of the earthly path? With this foundation in the earthly path, my friend, you too may emulate Hongyun, disseminating teachings and establishing yourself as the progenitor of the earth immortals. The progenitor of the earth immortals? Zenyuzi's heart trembled. Simultaneously, ripples surged forth from the classic of mountains and seas, with glimmers of yellow and black light flickering incessantly. Zenyuzi, already capable of comprehending the principles of the earthly path, realized he could indeed aspire to become the progenitor of the earth immortals. His innate aptitude and understanding were undoubtedly not inferior to the three purities. In this moment, Chun Xian had merely shifted his fortunes slightly forward that instant. Zenyuzi experienced an epiphany, unlocking 100 thoughts. Indeed, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun has established himself as the progenitor. Why can't I also disseminate teachings and declare myself a progenitor? The continuous agitation of the Earth Book further solidified Zenyuzi's resolution. Suddenly, he raised his head high. I, Zenyuzi of the Five on Wansho Mountain, acknowledging the struggles of the myriad beings in the primordial wilderness. The path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulty. Therefore, I shall propagate the teachings of the Tao of the Five, the beings of the primordial wilderness, whether spirits, demons, or innate divinities, may all gather to hear the Tao. Chapter 10. Beneath the Saints. All are ants much like the achievements of heaven and earth. The great Tao complements each other. Zenyuzi's words, uttered almost casually, resonated throughout the primordial wilderness, across the vast lands. Mountains trembled, seas surged, rivers twisted, and living beings wept. Countless postnatal beings who had already gained sentience, or those who had attained human forms, felt the call of opportunity and gathered their strength to rush toward Wansho Mountain. On Kunlun Mountain, the three purities, who were diligently cultivating to sever their second corpse, simultaneously opened their eyes. Zenyuzi dared to emulate the Daozu and impart teachings to the masses. Laozi furrowed his brows slightly. Deep in thought, Yuan Shi scoffed dismissively. How laughable! What qualifications does a mere Zenyuzi possess to emulate the Daozu? Even more laughable is his desire to impart teachings to the masses. Does he intend to share with those who consume raw flesh and blood? Clad in fur and armor? Our teachings cannot be shared lightly. Tong Tian too seemed contemplative, murmuring softly, "T.O. impart teachings to all beings, without discrimination." He sensed something profound. Yet simultaneously, he felt a sense of loss that it seemed as if something that rightfully belonged to him had vanished without a trace. More tragically, he could not even identify what he had lost. Another who shared this sentiment was Di Jun on the Sunstar, bathing in true fire, with the He-Tu and Luo Shu suspended above his head. A figure, identical to Di Jun, yet bearing a look of compassion, slowly detached from him, as he had arrived at a critical juncture to sever the good corpse and attain the Quasi-saint rank. Zenyuzi's words reached the Sunstar and fell upon his ears, in an instant. Di Jun's primordial spirit trembled violently, almost causing the He-Tu and Luo Shu to falter. How peculiar! After uttering a soft murmur, he quickly closed his eyes, focusing his mind and urging his true essence. Only then could he maintain the He-Tu and Luo Shu, high above the 9 heavens, within the chaos in the Zhixiao Palace. Hongyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Zenyuzi, truly, he is a person chosen by the way of the earth. Under the teachings of my heavenly path, he is comprehended so swiftly from this day forth. The principles of the earthly path shall be imparted to the lesser beings, while my heavenly path shall remain bound to the mighty. Henceforth, the heavenly path shall no longer have to worry about the rise of the earthly path. Within Wansho Mountain, at the 5, with Zenyuzi's vow complete, the earth book trembled violently, and colorful clouds ascended from the mountains of Wansa. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant clouds transformed into a stream of yellow and black dragon chi. surging directly towards Zenyuzi. The auspicious dragon Qi. Chen Xian was unperturbed. In fact, upon witnessing this auspicious aura, he smiled faintly. The merits of the heavenly path manifest as golden dragon Qi. Yet the dragon Qi before him was of an earthy hue, lacking the majesty and dominance of the heavenly path, yet exuding a profound, steady weight. It was clear that this was the merit of the earthly path. Zenyuzi also sensed this, opening his mind to allow the auspicious Qi to enter his body. As the merit flowed within, Zenyuzi's true essence surged forth, that a long-lost sensation of breakthrough and elevation blossomed in his heart, akin to the extraordinary innate divinities, such as the three purities, the ancestral shaman, Kunpeng, and the guiding figures stuck in the realm of the great Luo golden immortal for countless years. He was now on the verge of achieving the Quasi-saint rank. Once the opportunity arose, the path to breakthrough would become as effortless as water flowing through a channel. Zenyuzi was no exception. Sensing the moment for breakthrough, he harbored no extraneous thoughts, simply channeling his true essence. Then, with the power of the auspicious Qi, he broke through layers upon layers of barriers, ascending to a pinnacle. Zenyuzi's aura suddenly surged forth, climbing steadily in the blink of an eye. His essence filled the entirety of Wanshou Mountain. Within the mountains, flowers bloomed, trees flourished, and vibrant clouds surged, enveloping the area in a mist of ethereal energy. Before long, Zenyuzi, under the influence of this aura, seemed to merge with Wanshou Mountain. He was Wanshou Mountain, and Wanshou Mountain was him. Amidst this seemingly unremarkable commotion, Zenyuzi entered the Quasi-saint realm. Quasi-saint, as his realm was attained. His vision expanded. The Tao, divine powers, rules, techniques, and even treasures. Zenyuzi gained new insights into them all. Naturally, joy filled his heart. Equally joyous was Hongyun. Just as Hongyun was sincerely delighted for Zenyuzi, Qin Xian felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Although he quickly regained composure, he could not help but curse vehemently. Damn it! Without any forewarning, Hongyun seized control of the body once more. Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, he set aside his confusion and hurriedly congratulated Zenyuzi. My friend, congratulations. You too have reached the Quasi-saint realm. Stepping into the saintly domain is merely a matter of time. With just a few words of guidance from Qin Xian, profound truths were unveiled, leading his friend to an epiphany, allowing him to enter the threshold of quasi-sainthood. He was now utterly convinced that Qin Xian could indeed facilitate Zhen Yuan's ascension into the realm of the saints. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuan nodded emphatically, filled with confidence that he might truly have the opportunity to step into the sacred domain. The teachings of Hongyun spoke of the necessity to sever the three corpses, ultimately achieving sanctification through the primordial purple Qi. However, he had yet to eliminate the three corpses and had already reached the quasi-saint level. This indicated that he had discovered an alternative path to sainthood. In the end, perhaps he could attain saintliness without relying on the primordial purple Qi. With this thought, Zhen Yuan turned his gaze toward Hongyun. He reflected that this fortunate circumstance was largely due to his esteemed friend. Consequently, he performed a deep bow towards Hongyun, expressing his gratitude. For this fortuitous encounter, he owed much to his companion's support. Zhen Yuan's gesture left Hongyun somewhat awkward, as he felt no connection to Zhen Yuan's achievements. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to explain that within him resided an unparalleled celestial being. For a moment, he could only scratch his head in a wry smile. However, just as Hongyun and Zhen Yuan exchanged pleasantries, Qin Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He observed a sudden brilliance emanating from the sun star high above in the nine heavens. Subsequently, he noticed several luminous points erupting from the open Shanhai Jing. Qin Xian instantly recognized the locations of these bursts of light: Kunlun Mountain, Shouyang Mountain, and Buzhou Mountain. In that fleeting moment, Qin Xian comprehended the significance of this scene. The 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud Palace, those destined to break through to the quasi-saint realm, were all achieving their breakthroughs at this very instant. Even the three purities atop Kunlun Mountain had likely severed their second corpse. You two should cease your mutual flattery. Hurry, we have far more pressing matters to attend to. Noticing that Hongyun and Jinyuan were still engrossed in their expressions of gratitude, Qin Xian interjected sharply. Upon hearing Chun Xian's admonition, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. I possess the techniques you imparted, and my friend Jinyuan has entered the Quasi-saint realm, discovering a new path to enlightenment. Should we not retreat for cultivation? He queried, perplexed. Retreat for what? Cultivate for what? They are fated to become saints, and Hongjun is secretly supporting them. Relying on closed-door cultivation, you wouldn't be able to compare even if you exhausted yourself. Enough idle talk. Let's set off immediately. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you wish to survive, you must contend with Hongjun. Under the sage, all are but ants. Without becoming a saint, no matter how great your waves, you remain an ant. Move swiftly. Delay even a moment, and you shall forfeit the greatest opportunity to secure your life and rise again. Chapter 11. Emperor Jun's Might. Kunpeng's strategy high above in the nine heavens. A tempest roared fiercely. Within the winds, a featherless raptor flapped its wings desperately. This raptor was none other than the Kunpeng, now stripped of its feathers by Chun Xian. Pursuing closely behind was Jin and Junti, shrouded in Buddhist light. This creature indeed possessed speed unparalleled in the primordial world. Glaring at the fleeing Kunpeng, Junti cursed vehemently. Jin, however, remained dismissive. What does speed matter? This creature is fundamentally inferior to our brotherhood. It has already been grievously wounded by Hongyun. I wonder how much longer it can endure. Although Jin and Junti had pushed their escape techniques to the limit, they could not catch up to the Kunpeng. Yet their true essence surged abundantly, sustaining their pursuit without end. In contrast, the Kunpeng had transformed back into its original form, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. As Jin had stated, it could not hold out much longer. Humph, severing the karmic ties with Hongyun is one matter. Severing this feathered beast's ties is another. Junti clenched his fists, a murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Suddenly, the primordial heavens erupted with a brilliant light. Jin and Junti were taken aback, feeling an unbearable heat enveloping them. Even while exerting their utmost true essence, they found it exceedingly uncomfortable. Just then, a resounding voice rang out. Emperor Jun, save me! Alarmed by Kunpeng's cry for help. Jin and Junti, who had been solely focused on eliminating him, finally realized they had ascended to the primordial nine skies, the 33 heavens. The sun star, transformed from Pangu's gaze, loomed above them. Brother, this creature is akin to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, both of whom are innate avian beings. Their bond must run deep. Jin mused, fully aware that both Kunpeng and Emperor Jun belonged to the demon race and had taken on bird forms, indicating a past of close interactions. This creature is indeed clever, but fret not, for we possess the bond of the Tao ancestors' disciples. We are also destined saints. I am not concerned that Emperor Jun would refuse us. Furthermore, Jin let out a cold laugh. Emperor Juntai, he may not be a match for both of us. Just as Jin finished speaking, the sun star above them erupted with blazing true fire. A vast ocean of flames detached from the sun star, surging forth with tremendous speed. In an instant, a scorching wave crashed upon them. Merely the force of the flames caused Jin and Junti to halt their escape. Coming to a standstill, in the blink of an eye, the flames surged forward, abruptly pausing above Jin and Junti, swiftly coalescing. The sea of fire transformed into a golden-armored youth with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. Emperor Jun, the newcomer, was none other than the golden crow of the sun, the future demon emperor. Emperor Jun, you too, I have just overheard your little conversation. Kunpeng is my friend. Since he has called for help, I shall undoubtedly come to his aid. Should you wish to force me to surrender Kunpeng, feel free to try. As Emperor Jun revealed himself, Jin and Junti were momentarily stunned. Neither had anticipated his arrival would be so swift, his speed seemingly surpassing that of the fleeing Kunpeng. However, Junti, resolute in his desire to eliminate Kunpeng and resolve their karmic ties, paid no heed to this unusual scene. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and coldly smiled at Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun, you better weigh your options. My brother and I are disciples of the Tao ancestor, endowed with the primordial purple chi, destined to become saints for the sake of a feathered beast. Do you dare to oppose us?" Emperor Jun retorted with a dismissive snort. "I was formed from the sun star, my essence derived from Pangu's pure yang energy, akin to the three purities, and I am of Pangu's origin. You two are merely fortunate to have obtained a mat and the chance for sanctification. Therefore, it is not guaranteed that I, Emperor Jun, would fear you. As for the matter of the saints, allow me to enlighten you. I truly do not believe that in this vast primordial realm I cannot find a second path to sainthood, derived from Pangu's essence. Engaging in conflict with you is indeed not my desire, but surrendering my friend to you is out of the question." With that, he turned to the beleaguered Kunpeng beside him. "Friend, stand behind me. Today, none shall take you away." Emperor Jun stood tall, exuding an impressive aura, his demeanor and tone undeniably formidable. Ever since receiving the title of disciple from Hongyun and the primordial purple chi within the Purple Cloud Palace, he felt himself on a higher pedestal. Now, Emperor Jun's demeanor ignited a fire of anger within him. "You, Emperor Jun, since it has come to this, I shall no longer waste words and shall first test the capabilities of your great son, Golden Crow." Junti shouted angrily, stepping forward, his Buddhist light surging. Yet before he could act, Jane extended a hand to restrain him. "Brother, hold on. I sense that this Emperor Jun seems different from how he was in the Purple Cloud Palace." In contrast to Junti, Jane remained much calmer. Although Emperor Jun had yet to move, the true fire of the sun encircled him incessantly, especially the sun star behind him, which appeared to be inextricably linked to him. No, it would be more accurate to say that throughout the 33 heavens, wherever the heavenly fire shone, it was suffused with the essence of true fire, the aura of Emperor Jun. Suddenly, Jane's eyes widened, and he came to a startling realization. Emperor Jun has already broken through to quasi-sainthood. The moment this revelation escaped his lips, both Junti and the Kunpeng behind Emperor Jun were taken aback. In response, Emperor Jun smiled faintly. "Your eyesight is indeed commendable, my friend Jin. You have not misjudged. Just moments ago, I severed my good corpse and attained quasi-sainthood. So, what say you? Will you still attempt to seize Kunpeng from me?" Before his words had fully faded, Emperor Jun raised his hand and swept it through the air. Instantly, Jin, Junti, and Kunpeng revealed expressions of astonishment. As Emperor Jun waved his hand, true solar flames erupted within the 33 heavens. The flames boiled and rolled like a tidal wave, seemingly capable of engulfing everything within those celestial realms. Even with the protection of the Buddha's light, Jin and Junti felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. "Junti, do you still wish to give it a try?" Emperor Jun inquired, casting a light-hearted smile towards Junti, his demeanor radiating an air of arrogant dominance. Upon exiting the Zixiao Palace, Junti and Jane schemed to ambush Hongyun. Yet they had not yet severed their 3 corpses to ascend to the quasi-saint level. The disparity in strength was painfully evident, leaving Junti hesitant to make a move. Jin, resolute, took a deep breath to suppress his unwillingness. He then offered a faint smile to Emperor Jun. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to Quasi-saint. My friend, it is surely due to the affinity with Kunpeng. Alas, such is the will of heaven. We shall not press further." He emphasizing an oming purple chi with great weight, intending to remind Emperor Jun that while Kunpeng could be safeguarded, they should not entertain thoughts of aggression against them. Behind them stood the Tao ancestor Hongyun. Emperor Jun, keenly aware of this underlying tone, had no intention of opposing Jin and Junti. Thus, he clasped his hands and smiled at them, indicating that he would not see them off any further. "Brother, let us depart." Jin promptly grasped Junti, and they vanished beneath the 9 heavens. Despite Junti's reluctance, he could only escape in resignation. Once their figures had completely disappeared, Emperor Jun retracted the true solar flames and turned his gaze towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng quickly assumed his true form and bowed respectfully to Emperor Jun, expressing his gratitude for the rescue. Emperor Jun chuckled. "We are of the same kin and share a bond. It was but a trivial effort." He then curiously inquired of Kunpeng, "But how did you come to such a dire state? Was it the doing of Jin and Junti?" Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's expression shifted dramatically, with grit teeth and a hint of shame. He confessed, "To be honest, my injuries are not the work of Jin and Jundi, but rather that of the old Taoist Hongyun." Hongyun. Emperor Jun was taken aback. He is not known for his combat prowess. How could he inflict such harm upon you? Humph. Hongyun appears loyal and kind-hearted, yet he harbors a dark and treacherous soul that I fear that from the moment I entered the Zixiao Palace, I was already ensnared in his schemes. He is truly despicable. Kunpeng spat venomously, as he vented. A sudden idea struck him, but he quickly addressed Emperor Jun. "My friend, would you be interested in seizing Hongyun's Hongmeng purple chi? Although Hongyun conceals his strength, he has yet to ascend to Quasi-saint. If you were to intervene, the Hongmeng purple chi would surely fall into your hands." Hongmeng purple chi? Emperor Jun exclaimed, astonished. Is it truly possible to seize what the Tao ancestor has bestowed? The reason Emperor Jun was aware of the conflict between Kunpeng and Hongyun was that he had already sensed Kunpeng's resentment towards Hongyun within the Zixiao Palace. He anticipated that Kunpeng would undoubtedly seek retribution against Hongyun. However, he never imagined that Kunpeng would dare to covet the Hongmeng purple Q.at this moment. Kunpeng's face twisted with hatred. He coveted the Hongmeng purple chi, yet he was no match for Hongyun. Jin and Junti would not let him off lightly either. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to obtain the Hongmeng purple chi from Hongyun. However, if he could deny Hongyun the purple chi, he would at least have some measure of satisfaction. Both Emperor Jun and he belonged to the demon race and were primordial avians. If the purple chi were to be seized by Emperor Jun, it would be far better than it falling into Hongyun's hands. He nodded earnestly at Emperor Jun. "I will not conceal the truth from you. The Hongmeng purple chi once fell into my possession. Yet, the Tao ancestor did not impose any punishment. It seems the Tao ancestor has neither acknowledged Hongyun nor his disciples, nor does he concern himself with the Hongmeng purple chi in their possession. If you wish to claim it, I can lead you to Hongyun." As Kunpeng spoke, a grimace crossed his face. Hongyun had plucked all of his feathers. However, unbeknownst to Hongyun, those feathers had become his innate treasure, imbued with his primordial spirit. Even if Hongyun were to refine them, he would still be able to sense Hongyun's presence. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow deeply, lost in contemplation. The Hongmeng purple chi represented the opportunity for sanctification. Though he had boasted that he could find another path to achieve sanctification, whether he could truly do so remained uncertain. Furthermore, his actions today had already forged enmity with Jin and Junti. Should they achieve sanctification, he could not guarantee they would not seek revenge against him. Given the circumstances, with the opportunity for sanctification within reach, why not compete for it? The Tao ancestor had once said, "The Tao is 50. The heavens fluctuate 49, leaving but one thread of life." The Hongmeng purple chi consisted of 7 portions, 6 belonging to the disciples of the Tao ancestor, while 1 was left to Hongyun, who possessed neither name nor backing. This portion of Hongmeng purple chi might well be the opportunity bestowed upon us by the Tao ancestor. In just a moment, Emperor Jun resolved his thoughts. He clenched his fist and looked at Kunpeng. "If I can obtain the Hongmeng purple chi, I shall surely assist you in seeking the opportunity for enlightenment." Kunpeng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Now that Emperor Jun had reached the Quasi-saint realm, seizing the Hongmeng purple chi from Hongyun would surely be within reach. With Emperor Jun's foundation, as long as he possessed the Hongmeng purple chi, sanctification was inevitable. Should Emperor Jun achieve sanctification, not only would gratitude be unnecessary, but this connection would also suffice for Emperor Jun to uplift him. Thus, Kunpeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "I do not dare to hope for the opportunity for enlightenment. I only wish that after you achieve sanctification, you could assist me in attaining the Quasi-saint level." The Tao ancestor's method of sanctification involves severing the 3 corpses, yet such a task requires the use of supreme spiritual treasures. The severed corpses must reside within these treasures to endure over time. Despite his extraordinary roots and exceptional talent, he lacked such supreme treasures. Since the Tao ancestor divided the treasures on Treasure Cliff, the spiritual treasures of the wasteland had mostly found owners. He possessed the power to achieve Quasi-saint, yet lacked the means to do so. However, upon hearing his words, Emperor Jun threw back his head in laughter. My friend, what difficulty is there in achieving Quasi-saint? My brother Tai is on the cusp of becoming a Quasi-saint. If we join forces, assisting you in severing your corpses and achieving Quasi-saint status would be absolutely feasible. Moreover, you have provided me with such valuable information. The mere Quasi-saint realm is hardly sufficient recompense. I have other opportunities to bestow upon you. Upon hearing that Emperor Jun was willing to help him sever his corpses to achieve Quasi-saint status, Kunpeng was elated. Yet, the notion that Emperor Jun intended to provide additional benefits made him feel a twinge of caution. No matter how magnanimous Emperor Jun appeared, such generosity seemed excessive. He remained prudent in his heart, but maintained an expression of anticipation. What other opportunities do you have to offer, my friend? Emperor Jun did not hold back and spoke immediately. Just over a moment ago, Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuangwen was about to commence his teachings, which inspired a deep realization in me. Our demon race is widespread across the wasteland with considerable cultivation, yet we lack a leader, scattered like loose sand. Thus, I wish to emulate Xinyuanzi and establish a heavenly court in the 9 heavens, to unite the demon race, bolster our prestige, and restore the might of our 3 races from countless years ago. Asserting our power over the wasteland, Emperor Jun clenched his fist and proclaimed, his aura surging forth. His golden armor glimmered in the light of the true solar flames, shining brilliantly. He then turned to Kunpeng and continued. Now, among the demon race, aside from myself and Tai, you alone possess the strongest roots and cultivation. When a heavenly court is established, my brother and I shall be the sovereigns of the demon race. And you, my friend, shall be the master of the heavenly court, the leader of all demons. You will oversee and educate the myriad demons on behalf of my brother and me, the master of the demon race. The leader of all demons. Emperor Jun's grand declaration stirred Kunpeng's blood. If the heavenly court could truly be realized, it would be a fortune for our demon race. At that time, I, Kunpeng, shall certainly do my utmost to assist in establishing this grand enterprise. Good, Jun bellowed, his gaze ablaze with intensity. The establishment of the heavenly court was a revelation he had after hearing the voice of Xinyuanzi. Furthermore, upon attaining the status of a quasi-saint, he experienced further insights regarding the He Tu and Luo Shu. From these revelations, he discerned that a formidable array required the joint efforts of numerous powerful beings among the demons. Once the array was completed, even saints could be challenged. This conviction solidified his determination to establish the heavenly court and command all demons. Similarly, it provided him the audacity to confront Jin and Juani, confidently proclaiming that he could uncover another path to sainthood. At that moment, Jun ceased his discourse and immediately addressed Kunpeng. Fellow Taoist, please assist me in locating Hongyun. Kunpeng promptly nodded. He then summoned his primordial spirit, sending forth his divine consciousness to scan the vast expanse of the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, he turned to Jun and said, Fellow Taoist, follow me. Ignoring his injuries, Kunpeng transformed into his true form. With his featherless, muscular wings, he flapped vigorously and surged forth. Jun was enveloped in the blazing true fire of the sun, morphing into a fiery sphere that pursued closely behind. High above the 9 heavens, Hongyun soared through the crimson mist, wings unfurled, flying at great speed. Suddenly, Hongyun shuddered slightly, a chill washing over him. Immortal sovereign, I suddenly feel unwell, as if something is traversing within me. After the incident at Wuzhuangwan, Hongyun had developed immense trust in Qinxian. Thus, feeling inexplicably unwell, he immediately sought Qinxian's counsel. At this moment, Qinxian too was taken aback. Although Hongyun could not pinpoint the sensation, he sensed it. Deep within Hongyun's primordial spirit, a strand of foreign essence had detached, as Qinxian was essentially a primordial spirit himself. He quickly discerned the nature of that essence. It was Kunpeng. It is likely that within the feathers you consumed, there resides his primordial spirit's consciousness, which has not been refined. He surmised, he must have sensed you and is now pursuing you. With that, Qinxian chuckled. Jin and Junti, you two are utterly useless, unable to eliminate Kunpeng. Upon hearing that Kunpeng was coming, Hongyun was startled. Yes, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, still unwilling to let me be? A flicker of fear surged within him. Come now. Why fear a bird? Chen Xian perceived the fear distinctly, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What level are you at now? If Kunpeng dares to come, he must be prepared to face death. Since Jane and Juanti are so ineffectual, my plan to divert misfortune has borne no fruit, so it would be best to eliminate him. Chen Xian's words, however, sparked a flicker of benevolence in Hongyun's heart. Immortal sovereign Kunpeng has cultivated for countless years. It would be wise to simply intimidate him into retreat. We should spare his life. Spare his life? Chen Xian laughed in disbelief. After being bitten by a dog once. Twice, you still don't think it's too many. I suggest we change our course and head straight for Shumi Mountain. What do you mean by going to Shumi Mountain? Kunpeng asked, perplexed. Chen Xian declared. What do you mean? To establish Buddhism at Shumi Mountain. Then you can shave your head, become a bald monk, and act as the Buddha. The terms Buddhism, bald monk, and Buddha bewildered Hongyun even further. Just as his mind was clouded with confusion, an overwhelming and violent aura suddenly descended, followed by a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and earth. This is the ancestral land of the Wu clan. No idlers may approach. I implore you, Ancestor Hongyun, to depart swiftly. Chapter 13. 3,000 buckets before the words had faded, 10 towering figures appeared in the sky. Each, while soaring through the air, exuded an aura that made one feel as if they were firmly grounded, their heads touching the heavens. Their presence was not only imposing but seemed to meld seamlessly with the very essence of the universe. Hongyun immediately clasped his hands in respect. Esteemed ancestors of the Wu clan, it has been long. He then silently called out in his heart, Immortal sovereign. Indeed, Chen Xian had urged Hongyun to arrive at the foot of the unyielding mountain, the domain of the Wu clan. Yet, Chen Xian did not disclose his intentions. Now that the ancestral witches had manifested, Hongyun could only prompt Chen Xian for clarification. However, at this moment, Chen Xian's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. The 10 visitors were all male figures. Besides Ho Tu and Xian Ming, all 10 ancestral witches had arrived. Moreover, each wore an exceedingly solemn expression, as if preparing for battle against a formidable foe. Yet, as far as Chen Xian knew, every legend regarding the ancestral witches indicated that, although their tempers were fiery, they were not unwelcoming. Even during the Wu and Yao Calamity, they had maintained amiable relations with humanity. This is troublesome. In just a few moments, Chen Xian comprehended the situation. It was likely that Ho Tu was currently comprehending the Tao of reincarnation at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Alas, despite hurrying, he had still arrived too late. Oh well, that if Ho Tu can attain the status of a savior and evade the constraints of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the future, it won't be a significant loss. He just wondered whether the reincarnation path of the wilderness was aligned with the heavenly, earthly, or human realms. Immortal sovereign? Immortal sovereign? Just as Chen Xian pondered, Hongyun's voice called out again. Immortal sovereign, what more do you wish to convey? These ancestral witches seem intent on driving us away. While Chen Xian contemplated, the leader of the ancestral witches, Di Jiang, had already urged Hongyun several times. His expression had darkened considerably. The other ancestral witches also bore expressions of discontent. Chen Xian immediately spoke up. Yet, as the words were on his lips, a sudden thought surged within him. Hongyun, despite having survived a near-death experience, still hasn't he learned his lesson? It seems he is in dire need of a harsh lesson from society. Perhaps this opportunity will serve to temper him, preventing him from harboring misguided benevolence in the future. Given the temper of the Wu clan, it will be just the right lesson to teach him what it means to be decisive in action. With a secret smile, Chen Xian cleared his throat a few times. He then addressed Hongyun. You should inform them that you seek to borrow the blood of their ancestral witches. Hongyun was taken aback. What? Are you serious? Just say it. Am I going to harm you? Chen Xian retorted angrily. Just then, Di Jiang spoke to Hongyun once more. Ancestor Hongyun, you neither state your intentions nor are willing to leave. What do you truly seek? His tone had grown exceedingly frigid. Hongyun quickly smiled at Di Jiang and finally spoke up. Ancestor Di Jiang, I have come seeking something. What do you seek? Di Zhang's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained icy. Hongyun smiled again, then awkwardly stretched his neck and addressed Di Zhang, that I wish to borrow some of your blood. What? A furious shout erupted from among the 10 ancestral witches that a red-haired, red-browed man stepped forward, glaring at Hongyun. You wish to borrow our blood? Ancestor Hongyun, you are quite bold. The 12 ancestral witches are transformed from Pangu's essence. The blood within us contains the essence of Pangu. Di Zhang's expression darkened further. However, he did not explode with rage. He raised a hand to restrain Zhu Rong, then fixed his gaze on Hongyun, coldly asking, How much do you wish to borrow? Within Hongyun, Chun Xian chuckled softly. Well, he seems quite reasonable. Simultaneously, he instructed Hongyun to tell Di Zhang, I wish to borrow 3,000 buckets. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was horrified. 3,000 buckets? Surely, that would drain all 12 ancestral witches dry. Ancestor Hongyun, my elder brother, is asking you a question. How much do you truly wish to borrow? Di Zhang's words echoed, but Hongyun remained silent, prompting Zhu Rong to shout again, 3,000 buckets. Hongyun could hardly bring himself to respond. He could only ask Qin Xian, Immortal Sovereign, can we borrow a bit less? I said 3,000 buckets, and it shall be 3,000 buckets, Chun Xian replied with a smile. No matter how Hongyun pleaded, Chun Xian resolutely remained silent. On the other side, seeing that Hongyun was taking too long to respond, Zhu Rong was growing increasingly impatient. Ancestor Hongyun, will you speak or not? If not, you should leave immediately. Finally, Zhu Rong could no longer contain himself and shouted at Hongyun. Had it not been for Di Zhang's restraint, he might have rushed forward to forcefully expel Hongyun. Di Zhang also coldly admonished, Hongyun, how much do you truly wish to borrow? Chun Xian remained silent, and the ancestral witches pressed on. Ultimately, Hongyun could do nothing but helplessly look at Di Zhang. After smiling at him, he extended 3 fingers and stammered, I wish to borrow 3,000 buckets. 3,000 buckets? At this declaration, all the ancestral witches gasped in astonishment. Zhu Rong, already anxious, glared fiercely at Hongyun. Well, old man Hongyun. The wilderness speaks of your kind heart and good nature, and I have endured your antics. Yet, I never expected you to be such a ruthless character, demanding 3,000 barrels of my ancestral witch's blood. Why not directly declare your intent to take our lives? A resounding explosion echoed. With a fierce shout, Zhu Rong stomped into the void. Charging toward the crimson clouds, the tempestuous aura surged forth from Zhu Rong, shaking the very heavens and earth. Hongyun, taken aback, had not anticipated Zhu Rong would strike without warning. Furthermore, the overwhelming energy emanating from Zhu Rong engulfed the entire realm. This was undeniably the power of a quasi-saint. Such a revelation left him astounded. That moment, Chun Xian finally spoke up, albeit to berate Hongyun. While the battle has already commenced, you remain astonished and lamenting. Engage already. How have you survived to this day with such a disposition? Ultimately, spurred by Chun Xian's admonition, Hongyun regained his senses. Without further ado, he fervently channeled his true essence. Rising upon the crimson mist, his wings flared behind him, transforming into a streak of fleeing light. Quasi-saint. Hongyun unleashed his full magical prowess, revealing his quasi-saint cultivation, which astonished the 10 ancestral witches. Among the 12 siblings, only a handful had recently comprehended the heavenly mysteries and attained the quasi-saint realm. To their surprise, Hongyun had also ascended to that level. Yet soon, among the ancestors, Gong couldn't help but sneered, and no wonder Hongyun dared to seek our blood. It turns out he's reached the quasi-saint realm. At the same time, Emperor Jiang bellowed, Zhu Rong, stand down. Allow me to confront this scoundrel. Although Zhu Rong had also achieved the quasi-saint status, he was not particularly agile. Currently, Hongyun, riding the crimson mist and propelled by the wings of the Kunpeng, moved with astonishing speed. Zhu Rong, despite his intent to slay the enemy, found himself merely in pursuit, unable to land even a single blow on Emperor Jiang's voice rang out. He spat vehemently, Brother, you must capture this old Hongyun. I am determined to personally flay him and drain his blood. Just as Zhu Rong finished speaking, Emperor Jiang took a step forward. In that instant, his form twisted abruptly, scattering like the wind at that very moment. Hongyun, who was evading in a flash of light, was alarmed to see Emperor Jiang silently appear before him. The imposing figure not only obstructed his path of escape, but also raised a fist, striking toward him. What appeared to be a simple punch was imbued with such power that it altered the very fabric of reality, causing the wilderness to tremble. Quasi-saint. Once more, Hongyun was struck with shock. Chapter 14. Immortal Sovereign, save me. Damn it, how utterly wretched. Hongyun lamented, your combat prowess. How can it be so pitiful? Emperor Jiang traversed the space between them, launching a full-force punch that threatened to distort the very heavens. Once again, Hongyun found himself astonished, realizing even Emperor Jiang had attained the Quasi-saint realm. Chun Xian, furiously berating him, then shouted, engage! Engage already! At long last, Hongyun snapped back to reality. He summoned the full speed of his Kunpeng wings, striving to escape. However, no matter how swift Hongyun was, he could not outpace Emperor Jiang, who was inherently attuned to the laws of space. With a single punch, regardless of Hongyun's evasive maneuvers, Emperor Jiang's fist traversed the void, relentlessly pursuing him. Boom! At last, Emperor Jiang's fist connected with Hongyun, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed capable of toppling mountains and seas. Accompanied by the overwhelming power of space, a soft sound resonated, and Hongyun's body was shattered by the blow, revealing his true form, the celestial red cloud. The impact of the punch left Hongyun dazed, his mind blank. Taoist friend Jiang, misunderstandings abound. I had no intention of seeking your life. Misunderstanding, if you cannot defeat me. You claim it as a misunderstanding? Emperor Jiang's temper flared, and he would not heed Hongyun's explanations. In a flash, he closed the distance, raising his hand to strike at Hongyun's true form. But a potent force of space surged forth, as if to obliterate Hongyun entirely. Faced with this attack, Hongyun found himself utterly at a loss. Chun Xian, fully aware of Hongyun's state of mind, could not refrain from cursing. After cultivating for millions of years and associating with a mighty figure like Xinyuanzi, you possess not an ounce of combat experience in your mind. Previously, against the Kunpeng, you were outmatched in sheer strength, and now, in your battle with Emperor Jiang, your folly is laid bare. Chun Xian shouted. Are you not going to use your magical artifacts? Magical artifacts. With that reminder, Hongyun seemed to awaken from stupor. Instantly, within his true form, a surge of crimson mist erupted. As Emperor Jiang's palm descended, the mist burst forth. This was the supernatural ability derived from the 9 scattered soul gourd that Hongyun had consumed. The scattered soul mist surged forth, colliding with Emperor Jiang. In an instant, he felt his spirit tremble, as if the very world was spinning, leaving him lightheaded and disoriented. A quaking sensation originating from his soul rendered him utterly dazed. With his consciousness slipping away, the power of his descending blow dissipated into nothingness. Seeing this, Hongyun's heart soared with joy that he hastily channeled more true essence, conjuring forth an even greater volume of scattered soul mist to envelop the realm. In that moment, it was as if the entire world was filled with ghostly wails and howls. Even the remaining ancestral witches in the distance frowned, some revealing expressions of envy. The ancestral witches lacked primordial spirits, thus unable to refine magical artifacts, which undoubtedly could significantly enhance combat capabilities. However, no one was concerned for Emperor Jiang. Despite the allure of magical artifacts, the physical might of the ancestral witches, coupled with their inherent powers, was equally formidable. As the crimson mist billowed, Emperor Jiang momentarily fell silent. Hongyun transformed back into human form and spoke again. Taoist friend Jiang, allow me to express my intentions. I harbor no desire to claim your lives. I will take the 3,000 barrels of ancestral witch blood and depart. In the future, I shall surely repay you handsomely. To claim blood and lives, you presume to be worthy? A thunderous voice erupted from within the swirling mist. Following that, the crimson fog churned violently, as if a stirring rod were thrashing within in an instant. The mist was forcibly parted, revealing Emperor Jiang at its center, arms outstretched as if to rend the very heavens. With sheer physical might, he stirred the realm, violently tearing apart the scattered soul mist that had ensnared him. Such a vile demand! Such a wicked artifact! Hongyun, I shall not spare you this time. With a roar, Emperor Jiang broke through the mist and advanced, closing the distance to Hongyun in an instant. Again, he raised his fist, striking down upon Hongyun. Once more, this was a straightforward punch, yet Emperor Jiang unleashed his full power, manifesting the laws of space. The flesh of the Witch clan was, after all, the mightiest in the primordial realm. Especially the ancestral witches, who could withstand even innate spiritual treasures without issue. This punch, powered solely by physical strength, resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to the clash of myriad thunderbolts converging upon them. A single punch was capable of shattering chaos and upheaving mountains and rivers, to say nothing of the terrifying spatial force that suddenly descended, binding Hongyun and rendering him immobile. Once again, panic seized Hongyun's heart. He could only open his mouth and unleash another wave of scattered soul mist. Yet, as soon as the mist escaped his lips, the hurricane-like force of Emperor Jiang's punch scattered it to the winds. Boom! Once more, the fist struck Hongyun, shattering his human form and revealing his true self. With a single blow, Emperor Jiang raised his fist again, the spatial force still binding Hongyun, leaving him powerless to move. Bang! 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 The fist fell upon Hongyun like a torrential downpour, shaking his true form violently. Amidst the clash, the sound of drums echoed throughout the realm, resembling the incessant thunder of calamities resounding throughout the wilderness. The punches of the ancestral witches possessed not only immense power, but also profound mystical strength. Although Hongyun was formless, each blow sent shockwaves through his very soul. Taoist friend, it is all a misunderstanding. Helpless to retaliate, his spirit growing increasingly wounded, Hongyun cried out in panic. Yet Emperor Jiang remained unyielding, his expression icy, resolute in his intent to slay Hongyun. Simultaneously, Chen Xian couldn't help but mock Hongyun internally. You see now, Hongyun, this is the way to handle matters. You may be benevolent, you may be amicable, but when it comes to an enemy that must be eliminated, you must decisively eradicate them, cutting off all future threats. Believe it or not, if you perish at Emperor Jiang's hands today, even your fire cloud palace shall be thoroughly dismantled by these ancestral witches. As his spirit trembled, fear began to take root in Hongyun's heart. In the battle against Kunpeng, he narrowly escaped death. Now, with the guidance of Chen Xian, he has grasped the opportunity to approach the realm of Quasi-saint and even has the chance to attain sainthood. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset has subtly transformed that, at the very least, he no longer faces death with composure. Now, with each injury to his spirit, fear burgeons within him. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, he nods repeatedly, internally crying out, "Immortal Master, save me! I have grasped the truth. Immortal Master, rescue me." The moment has arrived, and Chen Xian smiles with satisfaction before speaking. "Your combat experience is woefully inadequate and requires honing. I shall instruct you on how to navigate peril." However, as soon as Chen Xian's words fell, he sensed an overwhelming terror and despair emanating from Hongyun, as if even his Tao heart was on the verge of shattering. At that instant, Chen Xian felt a flicker before his eyes. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, both enraged and amused. At this moment, he found himself in control of Hongyun's body. After a brief moment of astonishment, he understood. Hongyun was clearly afraid of death and had hidden away. He has treated me as a second personality. Has he? What a coward. Chapter 15. On-site instruction as Chen Xian berated Hongyun. A fierce gale of fists surged forth that Zhang's unrelenting fist struck with full force towards Hongyun. Boom! The explosive sound of the punch echoed like the shattering of the heavens. Hongyun was tossed about, as if the tides themselves were in turmoil. Yet at that moment, Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. He saw the writhing Hongyun suddenly coalesce, transforming into a humanoid form of red cloud. Zhang's punch was caught in Hongyun's grasp. What startled Zhang even more was that even the spatial laws he had imposed upon Hongyun were completely dissipated. Moreover, an overwhelming aura surged from Hongyun, seemingly transforming him into an entirely different being. Even the expression on his face underwent a dramatic transformation. As Hongyun blocked Zhang's punch, Chun Xian smirked internally. Hongyun, open your eyes wide and observe clearly. I shall demonstrate how to strike with power on par with Zhang. He would show him the correct application of techniques, with the control of Hongyun's body. Chun Xian could unleash strength surpassing that of Hongyun himself. For instance, during the previous clash with Kunpeng, Chun Xian had manifested half-step Quasi-saint power. Now that Hongyun had entered the realm of Quasi-saint, Chun Xian could unleash at least the power to slay 2 corpses. As his words fell, Chun Xian immediately activated his techniques, restraining his strength in the blink of an eye. He regulated his power to the initial stage of Quasi-saint. Then he looked up and smiled slightly at Zhang. My friend, your temper seems a bit too fervent. Though Zhang was astonished by Hongyun's transformation, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Old Taoist Hongyun, you have repeatedly concealed your strength. It seems you harbor ill intentions. He roared in fury, attempting to retract his fist and strike Hongyun once more. But Chun Xian would not let go. He merely sneered, devouring sky demonic art. In an instant, an immense force of attraction surged from Hongyun. The devouring sky demonic art could consume all things, lifeless or living, treasures or beings, even immortals, demons, sages, and the essence of the Tao could be devoured. This was not merely a cultivation technique. It was also a method of killing. As the devouring power erupted, Zhang was struck with terror. He felt as though his flesh, blood, and even soul were being torn from him, on the verge of being consumed by Hongyun. Without hesitation, he activated the spatial laws, enveloping both himself and Hongyun. Under the influence of the spatial laws, Chun Xian's movements momentarily stalled. He suppressed his cultivation to match Zhang's level. The force of these laws indeed affected him. While Chun Xian's movements halted, Zhang seized the opportunity to retreat 100 meters away using the spatial laws. Hongyun. Then, gritting his teeth, he shouted at Chun Xian, I told you, this primordial land is fraught with danger. How can there be someone like you, Hongyun, who does good deeds yet still survives to this day? So your methods are so insidious. Spare me the chatter. After Zhang fled, he shouted at himself, while Chun Xian merely chuckled. Then he stepped upon Hongyun, sprouting wings from his back, and charged towards Zhang. The devouring force instilled in Chun Xian a profound wariness of Zhang. The moment Chun Xian moved, Zhang immediately activated the spatial laws once more. Suddenly, Zhang's figure became elusive, impossible to grasp. In the primordial realm, it is said that the Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, when time is absent. Space reigns supreme. Although Zhang's spatial laws had yet to reach the threshold of the Tao, they indeed exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet alas, speed was all he had. However, Chun Xian remained unfazed, while Zhang's ability was commendable. His application of it was exceedingly flawed. Moreover, Chun Xian understood that Zhang aimed to use the speed of the spatial laws to disrupt his judgment. With a smile, Chun Xian's body trembled, and a mist of scattered souls burst forth from him, rapidly spreading across the 4 corners of the earth. The red mist surged forth, enveloping the surrounding area for 10, 100, even 1,000 miles. The area beyond Buzhou Mountain was completely shrouded in the mist of scattered souls. The wails of spirits echoed throughout the heavens and earth, resembling a hellish inferno. Zhang, confident in the resilience of his soul and the strength of his will, endured the ravaging assault of the scattered soul mist and frantically employed the spatial laws, transforming his figure amidst the red haze. His gaze remained firmly locked on Hongyun. Finally, amidst the shifting forms, Zhang found his opportunity. With the spatial laws in a frenzy, he enveloped a section of the earth. Within the confines of the laws, Hongyun's form visibly trembled. In that instant, Zhang traversed space. Arriving directly behind Hongyun, he then raised his fist, striking down at Hongyun with all his might. A merciless and terrifying punch unleashed a tempestuous gale, shattering the mist of scattered souls that blanketed the area for miles. The terrifying force of the punch seemed to possess the power to shatter the heavens. Before the punch even landed, it appeared as though Hongyun's form was on the brink of annihilation. Boom! At last, the fist descended, shattering Hongyun's form and transforming it into a mere wisp of red cloud. Di bellowed, the spatial laws enveloping the manifested red cloud with full force. Simultaneously, he did not relent, continuing to strike downwards, intent on claiming Hongyun's life with a single blow, the primordial ancestral witch, so straightforward. Yet, as the spatial laws fully enveloped the manifested red cloud, just as Dijiang's fist plunged into it, a light chuckle resonated from behind him. Naturally, it was Chun Xian. Internally, he felt a wave of disdain, regardless of whether from the text he had read in his previous life or the legends circulating through various realms, or even from Hongyun's own memories. The battles among the primordial immortals were exceedingly straightforward. It was either a clash of treasures, a confrontation of spells, or a contest of cultivation levels. Ultimately, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the most criticized wave-for-wave combat from the immortal dramas he had watched in his previous life, devoid of technique and combat intelligence. Of course, Chun Xian understood that this was a consequence of the environment. When a single punch, a palm, a spell, or a treasure could resolve an issue, there was indeed no need for contemplation during battle. As for Dijiang, upon hearing Chun Xian's voice from behind him, his expression shifted and he immediately spun around. Just as he turned, the already revealed Chun Xian smiled. "Behold my laser eyes." Instantly, he widened his eyes, and the scattered soul mist erupted from them, transforming into a straight line that surged directly towards Dijiang. It truly resembled two beams of laser light. The red mist shot forth, piercing directly into Dijiang. Within this mist, besides the power of scattered souls, it also contained Chun Xian's pure vital energy. As it struck Dijiang, not only did it send tremors through his soul, but an immense pressure descended upon him, forcefully pressing him towards the ground. While Dijiang steadied his mind, he resisted the terrifying pressure of the red mist. At the same time, he attempted to activate the power of the laws. However, Chun Xian had long anticipated this. The force of the Jiao Scattered Soul Gourd had already been pushed to its limits. The Jiao Scattered Soul Gourd was a rare, innate spiritual item with extraordinary power. After being refined by the devouring sky demonic art, it transformed into Hongyun's divine ability. Its might had significantly increased alongside Hongyun's growth. Now, with Chun Xian exerting himself fully and focusing his target, its power had intensified even further. At this moment, Dijiang had only begun to consider activating the laws when his consciousness scattered once more, rendering him unable to mobilize them. Yet, Dijiang was remarkably decisive. Unable to activate the power of the spatial laws, he opted to rely on his physical might. We ancestral witches possess no primordial spirit, and our soul and body are one. We possess the strength to shatter the heavens. Even constrained by the laws of space, I fear you not, relying solely on my physical form. With a thunderous roar, Dijiang disregarded the tumultuous stirrings of his divine consciousness and defiantly braced himself against the dispersing soul-severing crimson mist. Ultimately, he withstood the formidable suppressive force emanating from the red fog and charged towards the crimson cloud that if he could endure the soul-severing mist and close the distance to the cloud, he would unleash the full might of his formidable physique to obliterate it once more. The primal body of the ancestral shaman was indeed formidable, rivaling even the majority of innate spiritual treasures. In a mere few breaths, Dijiang, enduring the soul-severing mist, surged toward the crimson cloud. Thereafter, he raised his fist and struck fiercely at the cloud. The purest physical strength, even amidst the constant turmoil of his soul and the instability of his divine consciousness, could still unleash its full potential in that instant. It was as if a cataclysmic fist descended upon the crimson cloud at that very moment. Chun Xian laughed heartily. The devouring heaven demon art. Bang! Dijiang's fist shattered the form of the crimson cloud. The terrifying force of the blow left Chun Xian feeling quite uncomfortable, already sustaining significant injuries. Yet in the same heartbeat, Dijiang found himself entirely enveloped by the true form of the crimson cloud. The devouring heaven demon art was fully activated, the power to absorb and pull him and rendering him immobile. Chapter 16. Do you call this despicable? Dijiang was thoroughly ensnared by the devouring heaven demon art. his blood and flesh essence rapidly absorbed by Chun Xian. The essence derived from the blood of Pangu was indeed formidable, if I truly wished to completely refine and absorb this Dijiang. With my current strength, it would likely take millennia, if not longer. After reflecting on Dijiang's robust physique, Lin Xian silently admonished the crimson cloud in his heart. Truth and falsehood, illusion and reality are ever-changing. Whether in confrontation or schemes, one must conceal their true intentions, revealing them only at the final moment. This is the path to victory, the means to remain unvanquished, having been trapped in despair within the depths of his heart. The crimson cloud had begun to regain some composure. Chun Xian's tactics were fully comprehended by him. All of Chun Xian's previous actions had been aimed at this final strike, luring Di Jiang to approach, only to subdue him with the devouring heaven demon art. Otherwise, as long as Di Jiang wielded the laws of space, slippery as an eel, Chun Xian would have been powerless. Now, upon hearing Chun Xian's words, the crimson cloud's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, such actions are indeed despicable. Damn it, Chun Xian could hardly believe that the crimson cloud would utter the word despicable in the end, his teeth clenched, grinding with frustration. Wishing to rip the crimson cloud's essence from him and slap him several times. However, he was not the only one to declare despicable. Trapped within the devouring heaven demon art, Di Jiang also bellowed furiously. Crimson Cloud, how could you be so despicable? In a life-and-death struggle, you do not confront me honorably, but resort to such treachery to deceive me. Hearing Di Jiang accuse him of being despicable, Chun Xian smiled knowingly. Di Jiang, in the heat of battle, what matters is the outcome, the measure of victory and defeat. Engaging in a fistfight is the way of brutes. Today you simply encountered me and learned a lesson in advance. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you fail to learn from this, you will be the one to suffer in the future. Chun Xian shook his head silently. The primal world was about to undergo the calamity of the witch and demon tribes. The 12 ancestral shamans, united as one, were indeed valiant in battle as for the demon clan's heavenly court, although gathering myriad demons and 10 great demon leaders. Many harbored ulterior motives, united only by self-interest. In terms of combat strength, they were comparable, yet the internal unity of the 12 ancestral shamans was undoubtedly superior. Both sides possessed formations capable of rivaling the saints, yet the great heavenly divine killing formation required only the ancestral shamans to form it. In contrast, the Zhoutian Star Do formation necessitated the convergence of myriad demons, harnessing their collective power to channel the might of the stars. If the Witch Clan had devised some tactics before the decisive battle, it would not have been difficult to sow discord within the heavenly court to prevent the Zhoutian Star Do formation from unleashing its full power would have been feasible. Yet, the Witch Clan had chosen to engage the demon court in a mutually destructive conflict, ultimately leading to their annihilation and complete eradication from the primal world. Meanwhile, the demon clan, though retreating from the grand stage of the primal world, still retained a foothold in the aftermath. Now, Chun Xian finally understood why the Witch Clan's record of warfare was so dismal. However, Chun Xian's words, upon reaching Di Jiang's ears, only elicited laughter from him. We, the Witch Clan, seek the path through strength. We disdain to employ schemes and underhanded tactics. Chun Xian chuckled again, disdainful. The consequence of disdain is death. At that moment, Chun Xian steeled his resolve and urged the devouring heaven demon art once more. The rate at which the crimson cloud absorbed Di Jiang's flesh and blood surged dramatically. Yet at this juncture, Di Jiang merely smiled coldly. Death, crimson cloud, you underestimate our Witch Clan far too much. I shall show you how feeble your schemes and tactics are in the face of absolute power. As soon as his words fell, Di Jiang's body surged with vitality. An overwhelming aura erupted from him in that instant. Merely this aura was sufficient to disperse the devouring power of the devouring heaven demon art. As the binding force weakened, the laws of space returned. Seizing the opportunity, Di Jiang slipped away 1,000 meters. Simultaneously, his form dramatically expanded. The Dharma form. With a mighty roar, the heavens and earth trembled. Di Jiang's figure swelled to an astonishing height. The innate Tao body collapsed and transformed into his ancestral shamanic Dharma form. Towering above the 9 heavens, his feet grounded upon the earth, wings sprouted from his back, the laws converged around him, distorting the very fabric of space. Even the air expelled from his nostrils twisted the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to quake. This was the true strength of the witch clan. The blood of Pangu forged the Dharma form. The aura of the Quasi-saint realm surged violently from Dejiang, sweeping across the cosmos. The Crimson Cloud had forced his elder brother to reveal his Dharma form. This Crimson Cloud possesses some prowess. I truly underestimated him. Humph. The Crimson Cloud is renowned as a good person in the primal world. It seems he is not simply a straightforward, good soul. Dejiang's manifestation of the Dharma form left the ancestral shamans spectating in shock. Yet, some ancestors merely chuckled. Now that elder brother has revealed his Dharma form, the Crimson Cloud is doomed. As quasi-saints, the Dharma forms of our ancestral clan far surpass those of the same rank. However, the shock and amusement of the ancestral shamans had barely begun to settle. Dejiang, having just manifested his Dharma form, had yet to make a move when the 10 ancestral shamans collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in horror. For at the very moment Dejiang's Dharma form appeared, they witnessed the Crimson Cloud tilt his head back and roar. He uttered for words that thundered forth, booming like a tempest. Law, heaven, form, earth. Before the echoes faded, the Crimson Cloud transformed into a vast expanse of red, rapidly extending to engulf a radius of 10,000 zhong. Subsequently, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, enveloping the sprawling Crimson Cloud as it swiftly coalesced in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Cloud took shape as a towering giant, shrouded in mist that obscured the sky. Yet this was not merely a matter of the Crimson Cloud enlarging in size. For the 10 ancestral shamans could sense that the colossal Crimson Cloud also bore the aura akin to that of the witch clan. It was the purest, most unyielding essence, as if the primal force from the depths of the abyss had converged upon this giant. Pangu, the Great One, opened the heavens and the earth, proving the path through strength. The path of power surged through the vast primal world. The Dharma form of the witch clan sought to absorb this overwhelming power of Pangu, aiming to return to their roots. Yet, the giant formed by Qian also emanated the power of Pangu. How could the ancestral shamans not be astonished? How could they not stare wide-eyed, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves? They were manifestations of Pangu's blood. Converging the power of the father god Pangu was a natural order. But why could the Crimson Cloud? In reality, even the Crimson Cloud himself was utterly astonished at this moment. Transforming into a giant was relatively simple for the myriad innate deities of the primal world. Even this first Crimson Cloud of heaven and earth, in its true form, spanned millions of miles. Fully manifesting it to cover the entire primal world was hardly an issue. Yet, it was merely an enlargement of size. However, at this moment, he could distinctly feel it. Within his enlarged physique, it seemed as though he possessed a power that transcended all limits. Most importantly, he could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from him, akin to that of the heavens and the earth. Even reminiscent of the primordial force of creation, he was the first red cloud amidst the cosmos. Naturally, he had once felt the residual might of the heavens that lingered for countless eons after Pangu's creation. The phrase law of heaven and earth, whispering these 4 characters, the red cloud felt as if he were truly emulating the cosmos, capable of opening the heavens. As for Qian, he merely smiled at the astonished Dejiang before him. There was no need for such surprise. This technique of the law of heaven and earth was indeed derived from your kind. How do you find my imitation? Chapter 17. The Celestial Court interrogates. How do you possess the Dharma form of my witch clan? How do you bear the essence of the Father God? Hongyun, what connection do you have with my witch clan? After a prolonged silence, Dejiang, grounded and cloud-kissed, gazed at Hongyun in bewilderment. Qian chuckled softly. Tio, speak of it. The reason he traversed into the primordial world without finding it strange. Nor was he astonished that the primordial realm was not merely a fictional narrative, was due to the renowned status of this primordial world, which also existed in other realms. Moreover, its reputation was quite significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attained the status of the supreme being across myriad realms. Yet he still retained vivid memories of the primordial affairs, and he wouldn't have so earnestly criticized the celestial beings of the primordial realm for their formidable innate abilities, yet poor comprehension. The law of heaven and earth was a technique imparted to Chun Xian by an immortal from a realm known as the Xian immortal world. According to that immortal, the creator of this technique drew inspiration from the godly powers of the primordial ancestral witches, thus giving birth to it. The four characters of the law of heaven and earth signify, akin to the ancestral witches, the acquisition of the essence of the heavens and the earth, emulating their tremendous might. The primordial world was forged by Pangu, who substantiated his path through strength. Here, the path of power is the true origin. Thus, substantiating one's path through strength stands as the most potent method among the myriad paths. The ancestral clan, through Pangu's essence, manifested their dharma forms, tracing back to the source. Hence, what they obtained was undoubtedly the path of strength. The strength of the law of heaven and earth lies in its ability to autonomously seek the foundational essence of the heavens and the earth once unleashed. Naturally, when Chun Xian employed it in this primordial realm, he too acquired the path of strength. Consequently, it was only fitting that the ancestral witches could sense the essence of Pangu. Even in Di Zhang's eyes, he could discern no difference between the dharma form employed by Chun Xian and his own. Thus, he was astonished to inquire about the relationship between Hongyun and their witch clan. Of course, Hongyun did not reveal these truths to Di Zhang, but he merely smiled, and then addressed Di Zhang that T.O. conquer 10 with strength lies in the fact that the one exerting power must be a formidable force. And indeed, significantly so. But if I were no different from you, pray tell, Di Zhang, how would you employ absolute strength to dismantle my schemes, to conquer with strength, to overpower with might, without the overwhelming power to crush? How can one even speak of such matters? Simultaneously, Chun Xian chuckled inwardly at Hong Yu Enda Douc. Even if my schemes are profound, they cannot surpass the intentions of others to hold back. One must always retain their trump cards. Otherwise, once revealed, no one will have any support left, just like the current Di Zhang. Although Di Zhang manifested his dharma form and his power surged, as long as Chun Xian chose not to suppress him further and displayed strength equivalent to that of a quasi-saint capable of slaying 2 corpses, he could easily surpass Di Zhang. Yet he opted to employ the law of heaven and earth. Firstly, because the battle had reached its conclusion, and Di Zhang had exhausted all his means, he intentionally provoked Hongyun to incite the wrath of the ancestral witches, intending to teach Hongyun a lesson through their hands, making him understand that one must never show mercy to an enemy. This was also to hone Hongyun's combat skills, with Di Zhang having exhausted his means and lacking any trump cards. There was no need to continue the fight. The crux was that if the battle continued, Hongyun, the coward, would remain hidden within his primordial spirit, learning nothing from the experience. Secondly, he hoped that Hongyun could take this opportunity to first experience the path of strength. Cultivation is the pursuit of the Tao. Countless great methods, though divergent in approach, ultimately converge in the understanding of the the core. It all boils down to enlightenment. Among the primordial beings, the path of strength is the mightiest. Chun Xian would undoubtedly lead Hongyun to comprehend this path. Although he could only be regarded as his vessel, even as a vessel, the stronger it was, the better. Hongyun did not respond to Chun Xian's words. Chun Xian was uncertain whether he had heard or understood them. However, he remained unhurried. Hongyun had lived for countless eons, and his thinking had long since become rigid. Changing his mindset would not be an overnight endeavor. It required gradual effort. Until he could fully master Hongyun's physique, he truly wished to avoid situations where Hongyun, this coward, would hide away whenever faced with adversity, forcing him to step in. How could a dignified supreme being of myriad realms allow Hongyun to act as a second personality, unless he could strengthen his control over Hongyun with each instance of assuming his body? Clearly, that was impossible. Excluding this occasion, he had already taken control of Hongyun's body twice. Yet he still did not feel any easier in controlling Hongyun. Enabling Hongyun to attain sanctity and creating a body for him was his only path to liberation. Hongyun remained silent, but Di Jiang, upon hearing these words, furrowed his brow slightly as if he had gained some insight. After a few moments, the space around Di Jiang's Dharma body began to twist dramatically, until the distorted space completely enveloped Di Jiang's Dharma form. A brilliant flash occurred, and Di Jiang transformed into his true body. He then waved his hand toward Hongyun, and "Oh, more fighting. No more fighting." Di Jiang's decision to cease hostilities did not surprise Chen Xian. The witch clan placed immense importance on their bloodline. Chen Xian smiled as his colossal form transformed into a vast crimson cloud. As the red cloud gathered, he took on the human form of Hongyun. As soon as he manifested his human form, Di Jiang began to scrutinize Hongyun from head to toe. After a considerable while, he finally spoke. "Old ancestor Hongyun, renowned for your benevolence in the primordial realm. Now, after this bout, I understand that your benevolence is merely a guise. Your cunning is indeed rare among the primordial beings." Chen Xian found it amusing in his heart. Hongyun's kindness was genuine, yet he was not Hongyun himself. However, he could not be bothered to clarify. Instead, he immediately addressed Di Jiang, "My friend, is the air cleared now?" The earlier boast of seeking 3,000 buckets of essence blood from the ancestral witches was truly a jest. "And no offense. No offense." Di Jiang snorted coldly. "I doubt you would dare make such a demand of us. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you would still not be a match for the combined might of us ancestral witches." Chen Xian chuckled repeatedly, nodding in agreement. With trivial matters settled, he now wished to expedite the main issues. Yet, Chen Xian's laughter caused a tremor in Di Jiang's heart. He suddenly recalled the series of despicable actions and words from Chen Xian during their earlier confrontation. This Hongyun is indeed no match for the united might of our 12 ancestral witches. But this person is so cunning. If he employs all his schemes like before, how shall we 12 ancestral witches respond? Cunning, scheming. Upon reflection, it is indeed beneath our dignity. Yet it is genuinely terrifying, you old Taoist. What exactly do you desire? Just as Di Jiang was caught in astonishment, the hot-tempered Zhu Rong approached, coldly questioning Chen Xian. Only then did Chen Xian begin to speak. However, before he could finish his words, a brilliant light suddenly erupted beyond the boundaries of the universe. Outside of Mount Buzhou, a massive sun, ablaze with true fire, soared from the distance. In an instant, the temperature surged dramatically outside Mount Buzhou. Flowers ignited spontaneously from the trees, and in the blink of an eye, the world seemed to be engulfed in a sea of flames, suffering under the scorching heat. Fortunately, this was the land of the witch clan, where the beings, aside from the witches, were also nurtured by the witch clan's essence. Their strength was not to be underestimated. The calamity of scorching brought forth by the swiftly approaching sun did not result in massive disaster. Naturally, this extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of many, who lifted their heads in awe. Soon, exclamations echoed, "True fire of the sun. This flame seems to possess the might of a quasi-saint. Is the one approaching Di Jun or Tai?" As the ancestral witches inquired, a resounding and commanding voice emanated from the blazing sun. "I am Di Jun, the sovereign of the celestial court. I have come to capture Hongyun and hold him accountable for the grievances of my celestial court's master, Kunpeng. I implore the 10 ancestral witches to refrain from intervening." Chapter 18. Are you not too arrogant? At this moment, before the 10 ancestral witches, the hidden Di Jun, shrouded in the true fire of the sun, dared not be presumptuous. He fully displayed his quasi-saint aura, a magnificent divine power accompanied by searing flames, sweeping across the sky and pressuring the earth. An endless might, reminiscent of an ancient demonic mountain, shook the surroundings, seemingly declaring to the myriad beings of the primordial world, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, Di Jun reigned supreme. The heavenly court? The demon emperor? The heavenly court's forces? Chen Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Di Jun already harbored intentions to establish the heavenly court. The great calamity of the witches and demons was about to unfold. I must hasten my steps. While muttering inwardly, he stole a glance at the 10 ancestral witches. At this moment, the human race had yet to appear. Perhaps I could catalyze the calamity ahead of time. In doing so, the human race might escape the cataclysm, and the witch tribe could obtain an opportunity for transformation. Moreover, if the human race remains unscathed, my subsequent arrangements for Hongyun would also be more secure. Just as this thought settled in Chun Xian's mind, his eyes suddenly blurred. Once again, the control of Hongyun's body was seized back by Hongyun himself. Before he could voice his anger, Chun Xian sensed a most absurd notion arising within Hongyun's heart. This fellow, upon hearing Dijun mention that Kunpeng had arrived, unexpectedly felt benevolent and wished to remind Kunpeng to leave promptly. Hongyun genuinely believed Chun Xian would eliminate Kunpeng. In fact, it was precisely this thought that allowed Hongyun to swiftly reclaim control of his body. At this moment, Chun Xian's desire was no longer merely to slap Hongyun a few times. He longed to thoroughly refine this character. That wasn't this the very essence of a saintly figure? It seems I was right to pass on the true teachings of the swallowing heaven demonic art to you. The more benevolent you are now, the more malevolent I shall make you in the future. With a silent curse in his heart, Chun Xian immediately shouted angrily at Hongyun. Hongyun, I won't force you to kill Kunpeng. But the premise is that this feathered beast must not seek its own demise. Furthermore, no matter what is said later, you must obediently comply. Otherwise, the moment I seize an opportunity, I will undoubtedly exterminate it. Having regained control over his own body, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing Chun Xian's words, he quickly nodded. Thank you, immortal sovereign, for your understanding. I shall certainly obey the immortal sovereign's arrangements. The exchange of primordial spirits was completed in an instant. The 10 ancestral witches furrowed their brows slightly, murmuring in unison. The heavenly court? The demon emperor? But soon, Dijiang raised his head and bellowed, Dijun, if you wish to seize Hongyun, then seize him. To come here to assert your dominance is rather tyrannical, is it not? You claim to be the emperor. Do you expect my witch tribe to bow before you? As his words fell, Dijiang's aura surged violently. Emanating the might of a quasi-saint, the 10 ancestral witches also snorted in unison. In an instant, the heavens reverberated with a thunderous roar, akin to the 9 heavens' calamity striking the mortal realm. Simultaneously, waves of quasi-saint aura erupted forth. At this moment, although the 12 ancestral witches had not all fully attained the quasi-saint realm, several had already done so. In an instant, the atmosphere between heaven and earth was saturated with the aura and majesty of the quasi-saint. Clashing fiercely, merely the aura of the quasi-saint was enough to whip the 4 primordial elements of wind, fire, water, and earth into a frenzy. Within the cosmos, calamity thunder erupted, and gales howled. The true fire of the sun, commanded by Dijun, seemed to devour heaven and earth, swaying with the wind, flickering uncertainly. Dijun was taken aback. In the primordial world, there are countless deities. The 3 purities were the first to achieve quasi-saint status in the Purple Cloud Palace. And as a trinity, they were unshakable. Following that, the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace concluded after millennia. He and his brother broke through into the quasi-saint realm one after another. In Dijun's mind, he believed he must be the fastest to break through in the primordial world after the 3 purities. Even if not the fastest, he would surely rank among the top. He and Tai were blood brothers, and they should be united in heart. Much like the 3 purities, 2 quasi-saints were sufficient to face any adversary or force other than the 3 purities. Therefore, coming to this Buzhou mountain, he did not conceal his cultivation or strength. He aimed to proclaim himself emperor and naturally needed to let the primordial world know he possessed the strength to do so. Yet at this moment, he was stunned. Several among the 12 ancestral witches had actually reached the quasi-saint realm. This was simply beyond comprehension. Moreover, most importantly, Hongyun had lectured for millennia, having undergone 3 sessions. These 12 ancestral witches had only heard it once and had not returned for further teachings, although they had not completed Hongyun's teachings. So many had still broken through to quasi-saint. What terrifying talent! Soon, Dijun's brow furrowed deeply, a cold sneer forming in his heart. The 12 ancestral witches, indeed worthy of being the true lineage of Pangu. I wish to gather the demon clan, establish the heavenly court, and resurrect the former might of the dragon, phoenix, and scale clans, surpassing all in the primordial realm. The witch tribe shall likely become my foremost adversary in the future. The 12 ancestral witches with unparalleled talent. Jun understood that achieving quasi-saint status for them was undoubtedly within reach. Furthermore, the witch tribe's bloodline was abundant, and their populace thrived if he aspired to be emperor. How could he tolerate the existence of a force and power that could rival him in the primordial realm? Such a clan could even surpass him in strength, if an emperor is not unique. Then what significance does it hold? Moreover, the dragon, phoenix, and scale clans were renowned for vying for fortune. His gathering of the demon clan to establish the heavenly court was ultimately for the sake of fortune. To attain sainthood, as per Hongyun's words, fortune is also critical. The witch tribe, it would likely serve as a significant stumbling block in his pursuit of the fortune of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Jun's thoughts raced, grasping the crux of the matter. His gaze towards the witch tribe grew exceedingly sharp. But soon, he gently shook his head. For now, I must first secure the Hongmeng purple chi. With a silent murmur, Jun's figure flickered. The sun's true fire that enveloped the heavens and the earth began to dissipate. The image of a youth clad in golden armor appeared before all, facing the 10 ancestral witches, who gazed at him with fierce expressions and formidable presence. Jun took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the majesty in his heart. He then cupped his hands towards Jiang. Fellow Taoist Jiang, your words carry great weight. It is indeed Hongyun who has committed a grave offense against my heavenly court. I feared he had allied with the witch tribe, which is why I hastened here. I hope the ancestral witches can forgive my urgency. Since Jun had taken the initiative to bow his head, Jiang snorted lightly. Retracting his aura, he then glanced to Hongyun before looking up to Jun and inquired, "May I ask what grievance Hongyun has caused you?" Jun remained silent, merely turning slightly to the side. Behind him, Kunpeng emerged. With Jun in front to withstand the pressure, Kunpeng faced several quasi-saints without fear. He did not believe Hongyun could withstand the quasi-saint level Jun. Would the ancestral witches not show Jun any face? He then shouted angrily, "Hongyun is a schemer. He deceived me into a trap and left me gravely injured. 10 ancestral witches, do you not think he deserves death?" Naturally, he omitted any mention of the Hongmeng purple chi. Following that, Kunpeng turned his gaze towards Hongyun and shouted, "Hongyun, the demon emperor possesses quasi-saint power. No matter how deep your schemes are, you cannot possibly contend with him. If you surrender, perhaps the demon emperor may spare your life." Upon seeing Kunpeng appear, Hongyun was taken aback. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. Thus, as soon as Kunpeng's words fell, he immediately spoke to Kunpeng. "Fellow Taoist, you should leave quickly. Even with Jun backing you, you cannot do anything to me. If you do not leave, you may very well die here today." In all sincerity, Hongyun genuinely urged Kunpeng that he understood that if this immortal sovereign within him once again seized control of his body, then Kunpeng would surely meet his end. Along with Jun suffering great losses, he had witnessed the entire battle between this immortal sovereign and Jiang. After advising Kunpeng, he cupped his hands towards Jun and further urged, "Jun, you should leave as well. This is a turbulent water you cannot wade through. Otherwise, I truly cannot guarantee what fate may befall you." However, Hongyun's earnest words caused a seismic shift in the perceptions of those around him. To the others, these few sentences and his demeanor were laden with mockery and provocation. Both Kunpeng and Jun were enraged, shouting in unison at Hongyun, "Hongyun, you are far too arrogant. As a mere Deluo golden immortal, do you think you can guarantee what fate awaits me?" Jun furrowed his brows, furiously shouting without cease. Meanwhile, the 10 ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, among the ancestral witches, Zhu Rong laughed heartily. "I was pondering that you, Hongyun, only wished to scheme against our witch tribe, which is why you were so brazen. It turns out, you are this audacious towards everyone. What is it? After so many years of being the perennial good person, have you finally come to realize just how stifling it is to play the role of a virtuous individual?" Chapter 19. The primordial purple chi bestows upon the earth. Hongyun's words ignited the fury of Kunpeng and Jun, causing the expressions of the 10 ancestral witches to vary. Within Hongyun, Chun Xian was smiling with delight. for Hongyun truly epitomized his perfect vision of a good person, kind-hearted, foolish, and emotionally inept. Very well, continue in this manner. As Chun Xian silently grumbled within, Dijuan bellowed once more, "Old Taoist Hongyun, your arrogance knows no bounds. I shall see what fate befalls you." With that declaration, golden radiance erupted. Dijuan transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Hongyun. Hongyun's words not only provoked his wrath, but also stirred a sense of foreboding within him. He suspected that Hongyun had likely allied with the witch clan. Otherwise, what audacity would he possess to utter such statements? Since Hongyun sought to use the witch clan as his backing, Dijuan had no choice but to capture him as swiftly as possible and seize the primordial purple chi. As Dijuan approached, Hongyun wasted no time and promptly unleashed the 9-9 Scattersoul Red Mist. This time, he emulated Chun Xian's method. The red mist surged forth, transforming into a direct crimson beam aimed straight at Dijuan. Observing Hongyun's counterattack, while the 10 ancestral witches remained motionless behind him, Dijuan scoffed disdainfully. He could not even be bothered to activate his treasures, merely summoning the true fire of the sun to meet the incoming assault. Boom! However, just as Dijuan's true fire came into contact with the red mist Hongyun had expelled, a thunderous explosion resonated. The sun's true fire that enveloped him was utterly obliterated in that instant. In contrast, the red mist continued its relentless advance towards his face-stuck Quasi-saint. At that moment, Dijuan's countenance turned pale with shock. He raised his hand and waved, summoning the Hichu and Luoshu to ascend into the heavens. As the brilliance radiated, these artifacts unleashed boundless divine might, shielding Dijuan. The 9-9 Scattersoul Gourd, being a treasure of innate origin, retained its formidable power even after transforming into Hongyun's innate divine ability. Yet, it could not contend with the preeminent treasure of Hichu and Luo's. As the red mist collided with the divine might, it caused a resounding reverberation before ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Although he had managed to thwart the assault of the red mist, Dijuan's expression had grown exceedingly grim. Equally displeased was Kunpeng. Throughout this ordeal, Kunpeng had made his intentions clear to Dijuan. Since leaving the Zhixiao Palace, he had been tailing Hongyun. Hongyun had no time to cultivate and was certainly not at the Quasi-saint level. Without Hongyun, pursued by Junti and Jiejing, Kunpeng had encountered Dijuan only after a mere 3 or 4 days. There was no way Hongyun could have reached the Quasi-saint level in such a short span. Yet now, reality had delivered a stinging slap to their faces. Quasi-saint. The primordial purple chi was indeed astonishingly powerful. Undoubtedly, they attributed Hongyun's rapid advancement to the Quasi-saint realm to the influence of the primordial purple chi. After the initial shock, Kunpeng clenched his teeth in frustration, wishing he could tear Hongyun apart. Dijuan's eyes widened with excitement. If the primordial purple chi allowed Hongyun to achieve the Quasi-saint level so effortlessly, then obtaining it for himself would guarantee his own ascension to sanctity. The primordial purple chi must be seized at all costs. With a fierce grip, he immediately directed a cold shout at Hongyun. "Old Taoist Hongyun, no wonder you dare to be so audacious. It appears you have attained the Quasi-saint realm. If that is the case, would you dare to battle me in the 33 heavens? Let us not harm the creatures of the Hongwang in our conflict." Upon hearing Dijuan's invitation to battle in the 33 heavens, Hongyun was unwilling. However, upon Dijuan's mention of sparing the lives of the Hongwang beings, a sense of agreement blossomed within him. Yet, just as he was about to nod in assent, Chun Xian roared, "Fool, he is deceiving you. A battle in the 33 heavens. He believes the 10 ancestral witches stand with you, fearing they might intervene on your behalf. The immortal sovereign must be mistaken. Dijuan and I bear no enmity. If he merely seeks vengeance for Kunpeng, I can clarify the misunderstanding. Dijuan would not dare to act against me." "No enmity?" Chun Xian scoffed coldly. You truly believe he approaches you for the sake of your grievances with Kunpeng? He is clearly after your primordial purple chi." Upon hearing this, Hongyun was filled with doubt. Chun Xian sensed this and promptly continued, "What? Do you not believe me? If you doubt it, simply test it. Turn around and tell Dijiao that you intend to gift the primordial purple chi to Hutu. Then observe Dijuan's reaction. gift the primordial purple chi to Hutu. Hongyun was taken aback. Qian then calmly replied, "Rest assured, your visit to the witch clan is not only to request the ancestral witch essence blood, but also to bestow the primordial purple chi upon Hutu. Just follow my instructions." At that moment, Hongyun was filled with disbelief that a deity like Dijuan would come after his primordial purple chi. Nevertheless, he did not entirely dismiss Qian's words. The truth would be revealed through trial. Thus, he first smiled at Dijuan. "Taoist friend Dijuan, I am willing to ascend to the 33 heavens with you, but I kindly ask for a moment's pause." Upon hearing that Hongyun was willing to accompany him to the 33 heavens, Dijuan secretly rejoiced. Within the realm of the Sun Star, he possessed absolute confidence in slaying Hongyun. Furthermore, as he would go alone, he had no fear of the ancestral witches interfering. He nodded in agreement to Hongyun. Hongyun then turned and approached Dijiao, smiling as he did so. "Taoist friend Dijiao, my previous words were rash, in truth. I intend to bestow the primordial purple chi upon Taoist Hutu, and then request the essence blood of the ancestral witches from you." What? Upon hearing this, the 10 ancestral witches were astounded. In recent days, they had all made significant breakthroughs toward the Quasi-saint level, with Hutu's advancement being particularly remarkable. However, she was still in the midst of her breakthrough. Yet, there seemed to be a mysterious force in the world continually acting upon Hutu, both delaying her breakthrough and enhancing her powers. Unfortunately, Hutu could not accurately grasp or absorb this force. However, with the presence of the primordial purple chi, the situation would be entirely different. Hongyun had granted 7 portions of primordial purple chi, known throughout the Honghuang as a chance for sanctity. If Hutu could truly obtain this primordial purple chi, it would undoubtedly benefit her immensely. Perhaps, as a member of the witch clan, Hutu could even achieve sanctity without a primordial spirit. In that instant, the 10 ancestral witches encircled Hongyun, eagerly inquiring, "Old Taoist Hongyun, are you truly intending to gift the primordial purple chi to Hutu? Old Taoist, are you trying to jest with us? Hongyun, if you truly intend to give away that purple chi, do not mention 3,000 buckets of blood. We would gladly offer 3,000 buckets." The 12 ancestral witches, formed from Pangu's essence blood, were bound by blood and shared a deep connection at this moment. They yearned for Hongyun to immediately relinquish the purple chi. Hongyun did not withhold his intentions. His words were clearly heard by both Dijuan and Kunpeng. That in an instant, both Kunpeng and Dijuan were struck with shock. "Hongyun, how dare you? The primordial purple chi rightfully belongs to me." Kunpeng bellowed in frustration. Dijuan gritted his teeth, seething inwardly. "Good Hongyun, you have discerned my true intentions. You aim to deliberately incite a conflict between me and the witch clan." After silently raging, Dijuan shouted, "10 friends, allow me to capture Hongyun first and punish his transgressions. Then we can deliberate on the primordial purple chi." With that commanding shout, Dijuan no longer held back. Under the fervent urging of his true essence, the Hichu and Luoshu surged forth, their majestic might cascading from the heavens. He vowed to seize Hongyun in one fell swoop, leaving no opportunity for the witch clan to intervene. Chapter 20. Are we afraid of her nonsensical heavenly court? In the blink of an eye, Dijuan launched a hasty assault. This caught Hongyun by surprise, as he could not comprehend why Dijuan had suddenly become so urgent. Had he not already agreed to ascend to the 33 heavens with him? For a moment, Hongyun was rendered motionless. Furthermore, Dijuan had resolutely committed, his cultivation surging forth with astonishing speed. This left Hongyun unable to react. However, despite Hongyun's lack of acumen, the 10 ancestral witches surrounding him were not so foolish. Born for battle, they swiftly turned to face Dijuan. Boom! A tempestuous aura of unparalleled ferocity surged forth in an instant. At this moment, the 10 ancestral witches displayed no reservations. The fearsome energy they unleashed caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Shaking the very foundations of the primordial realm, Dijiang was the first to react. Raising his hand and striking towards Dijuan with a mighty fist, the force of the blow swept through the air, colliding with Dijuan with a resounding crash, akin to thunder reverberating through the 9 heavens. It sent shivers down the spines of all beings in the primordial world. The 2 quasi-saints clashed with all their might. Even the entire vicinity of Buzhou Mountain trembled in response. Though the punch did not injure Dijun, it caused him to momentarily halt. Breathless, he opened his mouth to shout, but before the sound could escape, he was taken aback. The 10 ancestral witches had encircled Hongyun completely, each one glaring at him with fierce intensity, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. "What is your intention, esteemed sirs? Do you seek to prevent me from acting on behalf of the heavens?" Di Jiang bellowed from the forefront. "Dijun, you heard it as well. Hongyun intends to bestow the primordial purple energy upon our sister, Ho Tu. Such a favor is greater than that of the heavens themselves. Do you think we will allow you to capture Hongyun right under our noses?" Upon hearing these words, Dijun gritted his teeth in anger. Behind him, Kunpeng shared the same sentiment. However, Kunpeng swiftly took to the air, addressing Di Jiang without delay. "Di Jiang, my friend, do you truly believe that Hongyun will grant you the primordial purple energy? Allow me to inform you that just prior, Hongyun promised to give the primordial purple energy to me. And when he handed it over, he ambushed me when I was unprepared, leaving me gravely injured. He is a cunning strategist. The primordial purple energy is merely a bargaining chip he uses to manipulate our fates." Hongyun, already on edge, paled at these words. "Kunpeng, why do you speak so? It is you who took the primordial purple energy, yet you still wish to frame me. I had no choice but to resist." "What a joke!" Kunpeng laughed heartily. "If I had indeed acquired the primordial purple energy, why would I need to kill you?" Friends, do not be deceived by this Hongyun. In a state of panic, Hongyun could not comprehend why Kunpeng would fabricate such lies. "Humph!" Chun Xian's cold laughter echoed in Hongyun's mind. "Hongyun, do you see? This is the true nature of existence. Your kindness will only become a weapon in the hands of others. Do not think of contesting with him. Let him speak the truth. Simply present the primordial purple energy to Di Jiang. Who is right and who is lying will soon be evident." Indeed, Hongyun was about to speak, urging Kunpeng to reveal the truth. But Chun Xian's words finally extinguished this thought. At this moment, Kunpeng glared at him, his face flushed with rage. It seemed he would reveal no truths regardless of the circumstances. After shaking his head inwardly, Hongyun glanced once more at Dijun. Di not gaze at him any longer. Whether Dijun has come for the primordial purple energy will soon be clear when you hand it to Di Jiang. Hongyun's fixation on Dijun was not lost on Chun Xian that he remained unconvinced that Dijun sought the primordial purple energy, and Chun Xian promptly advised Hongyun. Upon hearing this, Hongyun took a deep breath. Indeed, truth and deception, reality and illusion. Once the primordial purple energy is presented, all will be known. With that, Hongyun's expression hardened, and with a wave of his hand, boundless purple mist erupted between heaven and earth. A strand of purple energy materialized in Hongyun's palm. In an instant, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Who would not be astonished by the opportunity to attain sanctification? Without hesitation, Hongyun raised his hand and offered it to Di Jiang. "Di Jiang, my friend, this strand of purple energy is yours." Before the words had even left his mouth, the purple energy swiftly floated towards Di Jiang. "Hongyun, return my purple energy." At long last, Kunpeng could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, he conjured a tempest and charged towards the primordial purple energy, utilizing the fastest speed he had ever mustered. Dijun shouted as well. "The primordial purple energy rightfully belongs to my demon clan." As the purple energy began to shift ownership, he could no longer maintain his facade. With a mighty sweep of his hand, the river map and Luo book shot towards Di Jiang. Yet, in that moment, within the confines of spatial laws, all was in vain. As the purple energy wafted through the air, Di Jiang had already activated the spatial laws. In an instant, the purple energy transformed its spatial coordinates. Arriving in Di Jiang's grasp. Di Jiang, hand over the primordial purple energy, otherwise the witch clan shall become the greatest foe of my demon clan. Seeing the purple energy had changed hands, Dijun roared incessantly. Kunpeng also altered his trajectory, rushing towards Di Jiang. Grasping the purple energy, Di Jiang felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. His gaze upon Hongyun grew intensely fervent. Originally, Hongyun had exuded the aura of Pangu. The primordial father god, which had already shifted Di Zhang's perception of him, that he firmly believed that Hongyun and the witch clan shared an intricate bond. The witch clan valued lineage. Shared blood meant kinship. Now, with Hongyun decisively presenting the primordial purple energy, devoid of any traces of refinement, it was ready for Ho-Tu's use. Was this not a matter of familial ties? With a smile directed at Hongyun, Di Zhang's expression abruptly transformed. The Dharma form. In that instant, a tempestuous aura surged forth as Di Zhang manifested an unparalleled Dharma body. Grounded to the earth and reaching for the heavens, the spatial laws coiled around him, as if he had merged with the very fabric of existence. Kunpeng, my friend Hongyun has acted with such decisiveness. I suspect you must have forcibly seized the primordial purple energy. Get out of my way. Di Zhang's colossal form swept his hand, unleashing pure physical force that stirred up a tempest of unimaginable proportions. Kunpeng's speed, reliant on the wind, paled in comparison to the gales stirred by Di Zhang's sweeping motion. Likening it to a firefly against the full moon, he was instantly engulfed by the raging winds. Simultaneously, Di Zhang raised his hand, crashing down upon the river map and Luo book. The spatial laws converged and swirled around his fist, which was as colossal as an ancient mountain. Boom! With a single thunderous sound, the might of the river map and Luo book was shattered by the spatial laws. The immense force of the punch sent the river map and Luo book careening back towards Di Zhang. As the Dharma form materialized, the Quasi-saint's aura of Di Zhang intensified. Di Zhang had no choice but to halt, bellowing in fury. Di Zhang, that primordial purple energy rightfully belongs to Kunpeng, as it is the property of my demon clan. You best surrender it to me. Otherwise, one day, I shall gather all demons and establish a heavenly court, and I will not spare the witch clan. Di Zhang was not to be trifled with. At that moment, he had come to understand that Di Zhang indeed sought the primordial purple energy. With a cold laugh, he replied, "You dare to oppose my witch clan? I shall see how you intend to do so." Casting a sidelong glance at his remaining 9 brothers, an unspoken understanding passed among them. The Dharma form, with their thunderous shouts, the heavens trembled once more. Towering giants emerged, each imposing and celestial. 10 such giants, their laws intertwining, exuded an overwhelming presence that, in that moment, it seemed as if they possessed the power to create worlds or split the heavens. As his brothers transformed into their true forms to bolster his cause. Di Zhang smiled lightly. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong fixed his gaze upon Di Zhang, laughing heartily. Di Zhang, the 12 of us are born of Pangu's essence, the true legacy of Pangu. In the future, there shall be 12 quasi-saint ancestral witches. With the assistance of Hongyun's purple energy, we shall have a saint emerge. The progeny of the witch clan is indeed limitless. Tell me, would we fear your so-called heavenly court? The 10 giants appeared to seize the very essence of creation, compelling the heavens to bow before them. Even the sun star, suspended beyond the 33 heavens, felt the fervent flames of their might. Surging with intensity, Di Zhang acutely sensed a terrifying pressure that shook him to his core. In that moment, he clenched his teeth, falling silent, filled with resentment. Observing the tide of battle turn, Hongyun gently shook his head. He addressed Di Zhang. Di Zhang, I truly cannot give you this primordial purple energy. Do not be angry. In the future, when I possess something valuable, I shall bestow it upon you. All right? Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Chun Xian's teeth ground together in fury. Even at this juncture, Hongyun still considered Di Zhang's feelings. Yet, Di Zhang was equally infuriated. Though Hongyun wore an apologetic smile, to Di Zhang, it was nothing but mockery. He could even envision Hongyun's underlying smugness beneath the surface of his feigned regret. Hongyun, you are truly ruthless. With a grinding of teeth, Di Zhang yelled relentlessly at Hongyun. Chapter 21. The clam and the heron struggle. This moment, Di Zhang clenched his jaw, gazing at Hongyun with eyes ablaze with fury. He had never anticipated that Hongyun would exhibit such unyielding resolve. The primordial purple energy of Hongmeng, a pivotal opportunity for sanctification. How audacious of him to declare he would give it away so readily. Now, having obtained the primordial purple energy, the ancestral shaman is undoubtedly safeguarding the Crimson Cloud. Despite possessing myriad methods and boundless capabilities, he finds himself utterly at a loss. Most importantly, at this moment, the Crimson Cloud gazes apologetically at him, as if to suggest that its offering of the primordial purple energy was made out of sheer necessity. Yet, to Dejuan's eyes, this apology is nothing short of mockery. He cannot shake the feeling that the Crimson Cloud is acting with deliberate intent. Ah, you clever Crimson Cloud, you must have anticipated the inability to retain the primordial purple energy, hence your decisive surrender. Your cunning truly runs as deep as the words of the Kunpeng suggest. Fixing his glare upon the Crimson Cloud, Dejuan roared in anger. He then turned his gaze toward the 10 ancestral shamans and coldly remarked, "Esteemed ones, today you have seized the primordial purple energy that rightfully belongs to our demon clan. In the days to come, I, Dejuan, shall lead the heavenly court to reclaim it personally. Whether you are capable of holding onto the primordial purple energy, you ought to ponder carefully upon hearing Dejuan's words." Chan Xian within the Crimson Cloud could only snicker. How dare he act so arrogantly here? If I were one of the 10 ancestral shamans, I would have struck him down on the spot. Just as Chun Xian found this amusing, Zhurong sprang forth, glaring at Dejuan, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light. "Dejuan, what audacity you display! I shall see how your so-called heavenly court stands if you perish here. Brothers, this Dejuan has already threatened us. In my opinion, it would be better to eliminate him now to prevent future troubles." With that declaration, Zhurong's fierce flames surged, igniting the very heavens. "Dejuan, I am eager to learn from you. Let us see whose sun fire is mightier, yours or my Pangu fire." As the flames roared, an overwhelming force surged toward Dejuan. The flames, conjured from thin air, charged directly at him. Thud! But in that instant, a resounding chime echoed across the skies. From the 33 heavens, a brilliant pillar of fire descended, striking the unyielding mountain in an instant. This dazzling beam shone down like the birth of the solar deity, blinding all but Dejuan. "You wish to learn from my elder brother's sunfire? Barbarian, you are not worthy." Thud! Another chime rang out, sending formless ripples cascading outward. The annihilating flames dissipated in an instant under the sound of the bell. Simultaneously, another pillar of fire descended from the sun, aimed directly at Zhurong. The pressure of the stars, accompanied by the searing flames, descended together, forcing Zhurong to bend at the waist, his legs slightly buckling. Ultimately, with a thunderous explosion, the pillars struck Zhurong, forcing him downward. Zhurong, one of the 12 ancestral shamans who had broken through to Quasi-saint, found himself at a disadvantage after only a brief encounter, causing the other shamans to furrow their brows in concern. "This is futile." Witnessing Zhurong being pressed down by the pillar of fire, a figure darted forth from among the ancestral shamans, rushing toward the descending pillar. "I shall assist you." A loud shout rang out as the individual charged directly at the solar fire pillar. Boom! In that moment, the dark and cold true water surged forth. The one who leaped forward was none other than Gong Gong, one of the 10 ancestral shamans. As fire and water clashed, the entire realm was enveloped in mist. Below, Zhurong roared, raising his fist in a mighty strike. The sheer power of his physical strength unleashed a force akin to the collapse of the heavens. The force surged upward, finally dispersing the pillar that had fallen from the solar star. "Gong Gong, join me!" With the extinguished fire pillar, Zhurong immediately soared toward the first descending pillar. Gong Gong frowned, muttering, "What tremendous sun fire!" As he spoke, he turned and charged toward the descending pillar as well. Thud! But just at that moment, a heavy chime resonated. Formless ripples surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Zhurong and Gong Gong were the first to be affected by the ripples, feeling an overwhelmingly strong and indomitable force pressing down upon them. In an instant, their path was completely obstructed, pushing them back toward the remaining ancestral shamans. Similarly, the other shamans sensed this formidable power. They immediately acted in unison, launching a punch into the void. The pure physical strength of the 10 ancestral shamans distorted the space where their fists struck, as if seeking to obliterate all. This ultimately shattered the ripples of the chime, It was only through the combined efforts of the 10 shamans that they managed to withstand the ripples, albeit not with their full strength. Yet it was sufficient to astonish them all. In that moment, everyone turned their attention to the pillar of fire descending from the solar star. As the pillar gradually dissipated, a handsome young man, clad in golden armor and adorned with a cape surpassing Dejuan's, emerged from within the flames. Dejuan immediately recognized the arrival. Who else could so effortlessly harness the true fire of the sun? If not his own brother, Tai? Excellent, you two have successfully entered the Quasi-saint realm. Tai smiled gently at Dejuan. He then turned to face the 10 ancestral shamans. Esteemed ones, if you wish to keep my brother and me here, feel free to try. Boom. The chime resounded once more. An ancient small bell floated above Tai's head, emanating a magnificent divine presence. It seemed that as long as he remained within the aura of the small bell, Tai would be invincible. Upon the appearance of this bell, the expressions of the 10 ancestral shamans shifted slightly. They had no primordial spirits, could not cultivate the so-called techniques, nor could they refine magical artifacts. Yet even so, they all recognized the might of the small bell above Tai's head, the Eastern Emperor bell. Meanwhile, Qian gazed at the small bell and couldn't help but sigh, recognizing it as a truly remarkable treasure. Standing within this bell, even if all 12 ancestral shamans became quasi-saints and attacked together, they would still be unable to subdue him. After a brief sigh, Qian smiled slightly. It seems that this small bell must be acquired. With the Eastern Emperor bell in hand, no matter how foolish the Crimson Cloud behaves, I shall at least not worry for his life. On the other side, witnessing his brother reveal the Eastern Emperor bell, Dejuan activated the river map and Luo book, unleashing a similar overwhelming divine presence. He then fixed his gaze on the 10 ancestral shamans, speaking coldly. Esteemed ones, if you wish to engage in battle now, then let us fight. In the blink of an eye, Dejuan and Tai reversed their roles, taking the initiative to issue a challenge. Furthermore, this was under the unyielding mountain, within the territory of the shaman clan. How could the 10 ancestral shamans tolerate this? Humph. Zhurong, already eager for battle, immediately scoffed. If you wish to fight, then let us. Dejuan furrowed his brow fiercely. We shamans are born for battle. Dejuan, Tai, since you challenge us beneath my unyielding mountain. If we do not respond, the myriad beings of the wilderness might truly believe we shamans fear you. Brothers, let us fight. With a resounding shout, 10 powerful auras surged once more into the wilderness. Dejuan and Tai were equally undeterred, urging the river map, Luo book, and Eastern Emperor bell, vowing to engage the 10 ancestral shamans in battle. However, Qian, within the Crimson Cloud, saw through it all. Although Dejuan and Tai appeared determined to settle the score with the 10 ancestral shamans, their gazes occasionally fell upon the Crimson Cloud. These two brothers truly possess a shared understanding. Without any discussion, they made the same decision. This subtle expression was enough for Qian to comprehend the true intentions of Tai and Dejuan. After Tai's arrival, he repeatedly provoked the ancestral shamans, seemingly aiming to incite conflict with them. In reality, he sought to seize the opportunity to capture the Crimson Cloud. Dejuan likely realized Tai's intentions immediately, which is why he quickly cooperated, attempting to deceive the heavens and gain an advantage. Unfortunately, the Crimson Cloud is with me. I shall see who truly benefits this time. Understanding Dejuan and Tai's scheme, Qian immediately called out to the Crimson Cloud. Listen to me. Once the two sides engage in battle, you must charge directly at Kunpeng. Yet at this moment, the Crimson Cloud bore a look of deep remorse. The sudden tension between the 10 ancestral shamans and Dejuan, Tai, led him to believe he was the cause of it all. Overwhelmed with guilt, he replied to Qian, Immortal Sovereign, I believe it would be best to first mediate between the two parties. Yes, there is no rush to punish Kunpeng. This fool, still displaying benevolence. Qian was about to scold him, but as the words reached his lips, he halted. He then quickly amended his statement. You think they could be persuaded? I instructed you to capture Kunpeng precisely to quell the conflict between the two sides. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. At the very moment Shan Xian's words echoed, the primordial world was suddenly engulfed in a vivid crimson hue. An unending blaze consumed the entirety of existence. In that fleeting instant, all beings were left with their eyes dimmed by the overwhelming brilliance, leaving only the resplendent red. Here it comes, reveal your true form, and seize Kunpeng. Shan Xian bellowed that he understood that Dijun Tai he had made their move. Chapter 22. The fisherman gains it, in an instant. The sun star erupted with a surge of starlight. The violent influx of celestial radiance rendered the primordial world devoid of color. The heavens and earth were left with only the blinding brilliance of celestial bodies. That very moment, Tai fervently summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, directing it towards the 10 great ancestral witches. Dijun, in perfect synchrony, lunged toward the crimson cloud, his eyes filled with malice and venom. Shan Xian's speculation proved accurate. The moment his brother provoked the 10 ancestral witches, Dijun grasped Tai Yi's true intentions. It was a feigned provocation, a ploy to capture the crimson cloud amid the chaos. Once the crimson cloud was secured, they could undoubtedly compel the primordial purple aura from the 10 ancestral witches. Surely, the crimson cloud would not forsake its own life. Though the Eastern Emperor Bell was a paramount treasure of the primordial realm, capable of both offense and defense, it could only restrain the 10 ancestral witches for a brief moment. After all, even now, Tai had not fully refined all the restrictions within the Eastern Emperor Bell, unable to unleash its complete power. Yet a momentary confinement was all that was needed, that Dijun harbored absolute confidence that he would obtain the crimson cloud before the ancestral witches could break free. The first crimson cloud, a being of the heavens, could hardly compare to his innate divinity born from the sun star. At that time, not only would he reclaim the primordial purple aura, but he would also annihilate the crimson cloud to avenge the grievances it had caused him. However, just as Tai erased the Eastern Emperor Bell and Dijun charged forth in fury, he noticed that the crimson cloud seemed to have been prepared all along. It revealed its true form and swiftly raced toward Kunpeng. He was a quasi-saint. The crimson cloud was also a quasi-saint. Its speed was swift, but the crimson cloud's speed was even greater. Before Dijun could reach the location of the crimson cloud, it had already surged toward the obscured Kunpeng, whose vision was lost amidst the dimming of the world. The immense crimson cloud enveloped Kunpeng, and soon after, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. The cry was fleeting, as was Kunpeng's existence. Indeed, before Dijun could comprehend the crimson cloud's intentions, Kunpeng had vanished. Just as he was processing Kunpeng's sudden disappearance, he witnessed a tempestuous shift within the crimson cloud. As if thunder and lightning converged, boom! In that instant, lightning erupted from the true form of the crimson cloud. Dijun could scarcely grasp what was happening as the crimson cloud harnessed the tempest and dashed toward Buzhou Mountain. Disappearing into the endless ruggedness of the mountain range in the blink of an eye, its speed was so astonishing that Dijun couldn't even discern its form. Tai, cease your actions. Dijun shouted. In that moment, he realized that his and Tai Yi's plans had faltered. With the crimson cloud's speed bolstered by the forces of wind and thunder, pursuit was futile. Moreover, the crimson cloud had already entered Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain, the pillar of heaven, spanned millions of miles. Finding the crimson cloud within its expanse would be no easy task. Upon hearing Dijun's call, Tai cast a glance, but found no trace of the crimson cloud, causing his heart to race. However, before he could retract the Eastern Emperor Bell, the primordial realm trembled. Amidst the boundless solar radiance, the 10 ancestral witches revealed their true forms. Various laws and divine powers erupted simultaneously, causing the primordial world to tremble with the tumult of earth, fire, wind, and water. These 4 elements were the foundation of Pangu's creation. When the foundation stirred, the entirety of the primordial realm was transformed. A fierce wind rose, torrential floods surged, flying stones and shifting sands erupted, and thunder rumbled ominously. The sun star, born from Pangu's eye, was naturally influenced by the primordial elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Indeed, even the sun star in the 33 heavens was affected. On the sun star, true flames surged. The radiant solar brilliance that had dimmed the world quickly receded, in the blink of an eye. The sun itself appeared dimmer. Such audacity! 10 thunderous roars resonated in unison, akin to the divine voice of heaven and earth, commanding all. As the roars erupted, the 10 ancestral witches raised their fists in unison, their immense forms towering over the cosmos, poised to obliterate existence itself. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome revelation was that, as the 10 ancestral witches simultaneously raised their fists, a vague silhouette began to coalesce amidst their colossal figures, which threatened to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth. This silhouette radiated an ancient and ferocious aura, older than even Hongyun Daozu. Its violent presence rendered the stars of the surrounding cosmos powerless, compelling the primordial realm to submit. Indeed, that silhouette appeared to be the true sovereign of the primordial realm. The sole master of the primordial world, it, was the essence of Pangu. Both Dijun and Tai were deeply shaken, their eyes wide with astonishment, momentarily forgetting to act. Boom! Ultimately, the combined might of the 10 ancestral witches' fist struck the Eastern Emperor bell. The indistinct giant's fist shadow descended as well, causing the Eastern Emperor bell to tremble violently, its divine might dissipating. Leaving Tai trembling with unease, he felt as though the Eastern Emperor bell had not merely withstood a single punch from the 10 ancestral witches, but rather a blow from the very essence of the primordial world. In that instant, Tai resolved without hesitation. With a flick of his divine thought, he summoned the Eastern Emperor bell, positioning it above his head for protection. Dijun also placed the river diagram and Luo book above himself for defense. The combat prowess of the 10 ancestral witches was indeed formidable. After recalling the Eastern Emperor bell, Tai immediately inquired of Dijun. "The plan has changed, brother. We can only forcibly capture the Crimson Cloud. Where is it now?" Dijun had urged Tai to cease his actions precisely to address this very purpose, with the Crimson Cloud having fled. Capturing it now necessitated a forceful search of the mountain. He spoke resolutely. "The old thief Crimson Cloud has entered Buzhou Mountain. We shall search together," without a second thought for the 4 ancestral witches. Dijun and Tai charged toward Buzhou Mountain. Witnessing the two abandon their battle in favor of pursuit, Zhu Rong bellowed, "Cowards! We shall pursue as well." Dijiang immediately echoed, retracting his true form, summoning spatial powers to lead the charge after Dijun and Tai. The witch clan lacked primordial spirits and could not cultivate spells. Naturally, they could not master the ordinary formation techniques, making it impossible for them to establish protective arrays. Thus, although Buzhou Mountain served as the gathering place for the various tribes of the witch clan, it was devoid of any protective formations. Both the Crimson Cloud and Dijun and Tai entered Buzhou Mountain with ease. Dijiang, swift as the wind, soon caught up with Dijun and Tai. However, as he drew near, the two activated their treasures, forcing Dijiang to retreat. They would not permit Dijiang to entangle them, instead soaring through Buzhou Mountain, searching diligently amidst the sun's true flames. For the moment, none could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, within Buzhou Mountain, the Crimson Cloud was both alarmed and astonished. Yet Chun Xian erupted in a hearty laughter. "It worked. At last, it has come to fruition." Indeed, Kunpeng was dead. The instant the Crimson Cloud enveloped Kunpeng in its true form, Chun Xian urged it to activate the sky-swallowing demon technique. In the urgency of the moment, the Crimson Cloud had no time to deliberate, obediently unleashing the technique. The outcome was as one would expect. With the pressure of one realm over another, the Crimson Cloud had scarcely reacted before Kunpeng was entirely consumed by the demonic technique, transforming into the Crimson Cloud's cultivation. Even the divine powers originally possessed by Kunpeng were converted into the Crimson Cloud's foundational strength. However, Kunpeng now only bore the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, relying on the winds for movement. Yet, once its strength became the Crimson Cloud's, the Quasi-saint cultivation immediately elevated its wind-riding abilities to the Quasi-saint level. The primordial world, comprising the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, gave rise to all things, and the wind, in turn, gave rise to thunder. Indeed, it was only now that Chun Xian understood why Kunpeng possessed the unparalleled speed of the primordial realm. It was due to its innate mastery of the wind, one of the 4 fundamental elements of creation. Upon reaching a certain cultivation, it could also utilize the powers derived from the wind to manifest other forces. The power of wind and thunder was precisely what it would possess during its quasi-saint phase, forming the very foundation of its unmatched speed that speed now belonged to the Crimson Cloud. From this moment forth, the title of the fastest being in the primordial realm would irreversibly shift to the Crimson Cloud. Immortal Sovereign, did you not assert that our sole purpose was to utilize Kunpeng to bring an end to the conflict between the two factions? As he soared through the skies with remarkable speed, Hongyun expressed his astonishment, but a profound sense of guilt began to well up within him. Upon hearing these words, Chun Xian merely chuckled. Pray tell, has the battle between Emperor Juntai and the Witch Clan ceased? Chapter 23. Hongyun plays with the golden crow. Chun Xian's remarks struck Hongyun like a thunderbolt. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Ultimately, he could only voice his helplessness. Yet I do not wish for Kunpeng to perish. Immortal Sovereign, you did not inform me that I would consume Kunpeng. A wave of intense self-reproach and regret surged through Hongyun's heart. Listening to him and sensing his emotions, Chun Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, he could not help but respond with a wry smile that I never instructed you to slay Kunpeng. My intention in urging you to employ the devouring heaven demon technique was to ensure you captured him. Little did I anticipate that your own blunder would lead to his swift consumption. This has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's remorse deepened. Alas, it is my fault and my lack of restraint. My failure to master the technique. Kunpeng, my friend, it is I who have wronged you. Hongyun muttered to himself in self-recrimination. Chun Xian chose to ignore him, secretly reveling in his cunning, and coldly thought to himself. Regret, is it? Self-reproach, is it? Hongyun, soon you shall know no such feelings. Once you have tasted the rich essence of Kunpeng's blood, it will not be long before you are utterly ensnared. The devouring heaven demon technique. Bearing the character demon is not a conventional cultivation method. It is, in fact, a wicked art devised by a powerful demon lord from another realm, intended for rapid attainment of power. Naturally, such a malevolent technique harbors its own dark attributes. The essence of this wicked art lies in the fact that once one has savored the flesh and blood of living beings, they will gradually succumb to its allure, eventually becoming irretrievably lost within it. Of course, the demon lord who created this technique had refined it to address this flaw. Yet, the version Chun Xian imparted to Hongyun was indeed flawed. This was, of course, a deliberate act on his part. To put it plainly, while Hongyun aspires to be the foremost benevolent figure in the primordial realm, Chun Xian is determined to mold him into the greatest demon lord, the most unhinged of beings. Otherwise, with Hongyun's nature, his excessive benevolence and misguided altruism would surely vex Chun Xian to no end. And as events would prove, Chun Xian's predictions were strikingly accurate. During this brief period, Hongyun's behavior had become so infuriating that Chun Xian felt compelled to strangle him. First, he must alter Hongyun's disposition. Once he ceases to be so indecisive and reckless in his good intentions, he would then bestow upon him the complete version of the devouring heaven demon technique. Boom! Just as Hongyun wallowed in self-reproach, and Chun Xian reveled in his scheming, a resounding explosion suddenly echoed through the air. Hongyun instinctively turned his head. Not far from them, divine radiance blazed and celestial might surged. Flames erupted and fists clashed. Emperor Jun and Tai were in pursuit. Through Hongyun's perspective, Chun Xian also caught sight of the unfolding scene. Without delay, he inquired of Hongyun, "How well have you mastered Kunpeng's wind and thunder powers?" The devouring heaven demon technique transforms everything into primal energy. Although Hongyun had never possessed Kunpeng's wind and thunder powers before, with the assistance of the devouring heaven demon technique, he had already attained a level akin to innate talent. Though he had only possessed them for a brief time, Chun Xian believed it sufficient for Hongyun to have grasped them. Indeed, this time Chun Xian was not disappointed. Hongyun promptly replied, "I can now wield them with ease." "Excellent!" With a sharp exclamation, Chun Xian commanded, "Now, go forth and confront Emperor Jun and Tai. Use your speed to toy with them." While Hongyun had no objections to engaging the foes, the notion of toying with them made him uneasy. Immortal Sovereign, is this truly appropriate? To mock others without cause is a grave offense. What nonsense about offense? Cursing inwardly, Shanxian continued. Hongyun, Emperor Jun, and Tai covet your primordial purple energy. Now that you have bestowed it upon others, they will surely harbor resentment. You have witnessed their mindset. If you do not demonstrate your strength, if you do not make them understand that they cannot lay hands on you, do you truly believe they will let you be? You would not wish for them to provoke me, only for me to take control of your body and devour them as well, would you? Shanxian deliberately mentioned the idea of devouring Emperor Jun and Tai. Testing Hongyun's current mindset, he sought to ascertain what impact the initial consumption of flesh and blood would have on him. To his surprise, Hongyun merely paused momentarily before promptly responding. Immortal Sovereign's words carry great wisdom. I shall showcase my current speed to them, ensuring they comprehend that it is utterly impossible for them to capture me. With a resigned smile, Hongyun adjusted his form. Boom! Within his true self, the winds and thunder surged, and lightning erupted. Harnessing the power of wind and thunder, Hongyun shot forth at incredible speed towards Emperor Jun, who was locked in battle with Emperor Jiang not far away. TSK. In his heart, Chun Xian shook his head, noting that the impact was not yet significant. It seemed he needed to escalate his efforts. Within Mount Buzhou, Emperor Jun sped forward, while Emperor Jiang intermittently traversed space to obstruct his path. However, with the activation of the river map and Luo book, he was able to force Emperor Jiang back. Behind him, several ancestral witches pursued, yet they were left far behind, unable to catch up. Boom! Just as Emperor Jun and Emperor Jiang clashed, the sound of thunder reverberated. Instantly, both Emperor Jun and Emperor Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Before them appeared a vast expanse of crimson clouds, which swiftly converged into the form of Hongyun. Once, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow. Hongyun, do you dare to reveal yourself? Having already severed ties with the witch clan and with his intentions laid bare, Emperor Jun wasted no words. With an enraged shout, he lunged toward Hongyun. Hongyun shook his head and counseled Emperor Jun. Friend Jun, you ought to concede. Your speed is far too slow for me. You cannot catch me. Despite his attempts at persuasion, Emperor Jun's anger only intensified. Hongyun has provoked him not once, but repeatedly. In a furious frenzy, he unleashed the true fire of the sun, accelerating his speed dramatically. Yet just as he seemed poised to close the distance to Hongyun, he witnessed Hongyun enveloped in the combined might of wind and thunder. With another thunderous roar, Hongyun vanished in an instant, reappearing miles away. Steadying himself, Hongyun addressed Emperor Jun once more. Friend, you cannot capture me. Surrender. After yet another failed attempt, Emperor Jun's rage surged uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he turned to charge again. Simultaneously, a cold voice rang out. Hongyun, cease your arrogance. You are but a mere crimson cloud in the realm. What do you possess to compare with the two of us? A blazing flame descended from above Hongyun. The golden-armored Tai charged forth like a tempest. Yet, halfway through, as the true fire of the sun surged, Tai transformed into his true form, the golden crow of the sun. With wings spread wide, his speed intensified. Upon witnessing Tai's transformation, Emperor Jun too shifted, becoming the golden crow of the sun as well. With their wings flapping furiously, the two golden crows shot forth like beams of light, hurtling toward Hongyun. Boom! However, the moment the two golden crows converged, the winds and thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, Hongyun vanished from sight. You too! Hongyun's voice echoed once more. Your speed is truly too slow. Alas, I must, as the immortal sovereign advised, thoroughly demonstrate my speed to you. With a slight shake of his head, Hongyun addressed Emperor Jun and Tai, helplessly stating, Friends, behold my speed. Boom! In a flash, the winds and thunder erupted, and Hongyun's form flickered. Emperor Jun and Tai were left momentarily blinded, only to find Hongyun standing before them. As both golden crows raised their claws to seize him, another roar of wind and thunder resounded, and Hongyun slipped behind them in an instant. Boom, boom! In that moment, the sound of thunder reverberated, and the winds howled incessantly. Hongyun's figure circled around the two golden crows, shifting continually. Though this was far from the ultimate speed of Kunpeng, nor was it the limit of Hongyun's capabilities. It nevertheless rendered Emperor Jun and Tai unable to grasp or capture him. Gradually, the expressions on the faces of the two golden crows morphed into an exceedingly grim and fierce countenance. At the same time, both golden crows unleashed a furious roar. "Bold Hongyun, how dare you toy with us?" Indeed, the crimson cloud ceaselessly shifted its form around them, its lips incessantly murmuring words urging them to surrender. This only served to provoke Di Jun and Tai, who felt as though the crimson cloud was deliberately toying with them. The two great golden crows spread their wings wide and then struck down with great force. However, their intent was no longer to pursue the crimson cloud. As they swung down, an endless torrent of true solar fire surged forth from between their wings, pressing outward in all directions. The crimson cloud, harnessing the power of wind and thunder, instantaneously vanished from sight. Then, standing in the void, it shook its head at Di Jun and Tai, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, you truly cannot compare to me. You shall perish in that fleeting moment." Di Jun found himself pushed to the brink, his very spirit beginning to waver. With a furious shout, he charged recklessly towards the crimson cloud, disregarding all else like a tea that moment. He cared for nothing but to shatter the arrogant and vile crimson cloud into a myriad of pieces. Chapter 24. The great formation of the celestial stars surrounded by wind and thunder, with clouds swirling around him. The crimson cloud stood firm in the void, no longer fleeing. Yet its presence permeated every corner of the vast expanse. Di Jun understood that this was due to the crimson cloud's incredible speed, constantly shifting its form. Though it appeared right before his eyes, in truth, the crimson cloud was darting around them, evading capture. Quick! The crimson cloud's speed was at its zenith. Swift enough to deceive the eyes of Di Jun, his divine sense could pinpoint the crimson cloud's exact location. Yet what good was that, at such a pace? Even if he severed his own wings, he would never catch up to in that moment. Di Jun felt as though his rage could scorch the heavens, and his heart, consumed by fury, began to falter. Previously, he had sensed that the crimson cloud was continually plotting against him. Now, the smile and feigned sincerity on the crimson cloud's face only intensified his belief that it was showing off. Every word uttered by the crimson cloud dripped with scorn, that he could hardly contain his desire to refine the crimson cloud's body and essence, ensuring its utter eradication from the primordial chaos. Beside him, Tai, though not as enraged as Di Jun, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He and his brother were born of the essence of the sun, claiming to be the true descendants of Pangu. Apart from the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, few would dare to speak against them. Their foundations far surpassed that of the crimson cloud, 1,000-fold. Yet now, despite their combined efforts, they could not subdue the crimson cloud. This reality struck Tai Yi's pride as if it had been brutally shattered. Why brother seeks to establish the heavenly court, uniting myriad demons, and claims the throne for himself. I too stand above all others. How can I allow myself to lose face and dignity here, beneath the crimson cloud? Tai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Then, glaring fiercely at the crimson cloud, he spoke, "Brother, we cannot be defeated by the crimson cloud. If he intends to mock us with his swift evasion, then we shall leave him with no escape. Brother, let us showcase to the primordial chaos the foundation of our heavenly court." Upon hearing this, Di Jun was momentarily taken aback. In the next breath, the fire in his eyes flared brightly with renewed determination. "Very well," he bellowed, spreading his wings wide. Tai followed suit, unfurling his wings as well. Yet instead of pursuing the crimson cloud, they soared directly towards the 9 heavens. At the same time, the golden crows they embodied were engulfed in boiling, true solar fire. As the 2 golden crows ascended to the pinnacle of the clouds, they became entirely enveloped in solar flames, resembling twin golden suns suspended in the sky. Subsequently, a voice of profound authority echoed down from the clouded heights. "Crimson Cloud, you have taken the primordial purple energy that rightfully belongs to my demon clan. You have schemed to turn the witch clan against us. Now, you dare to toy with my brother and me. Despicable! You deserve death. Thus, my brother and I shall make you understand the distinction of our foundations. The disparity of strength has already been predetermined. Even if you can escape 10,000 miles in an instant, you cannot evade our divine might. I shall make it clear to the primordial chaos and all living beings. Those who provoke the wrath of my demon clan shall face the calamity of their own destruction. With no hope of resurrection, I end this boundless primordial world, filled with unfathomable means. There shall be nowhere for you to flee, nowhere to hide. Today, I, Jun, declare to the primordial world, the demon clan reigns supreme. And I shall be its sovereign. All beings of the primordial chaos shall bow before the sun. With this resounding proclamation, the echoes reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Simultaneously, the Hichu and Luoshu surged forth from Jun's golden crow. Ascending to the 33 heavens, in an instant, within the 33 heavens on the sun star, the true fire surged uncontrollably. The myriad stars, obscured by the brilliance of the sun star, now shone forth in a dazzling display. In a moment's notice, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded in the primordial world. The radiance of the sun star surged forth, revealing the celestial bodies of the surrounding stars, their brightness intensifying in the blink of an eye. The light of the stars rivaled that of the blazing sun. The constellation of stars appeared to merge seamlessly with the sun star, eliminating any distinction between them. The entire sky was bathed in the divine light of the sun. The celestial stars were now within my grasp. The power of the celestial stars, I command, the great formation of the celestial stars, unleash. This is the unparalleled formation that Jun comprehended after breaking through to Quasi-saint status. Derived from the Hichu and Luoshu. When the strength of myriad demons is combined, it can even challenge a saint that it is also the foundation, as Tai spoke of, for establishing the heavenly court in the future. Under this grand formation, the power of the celestial stars was entirely at the disposal of Jun and Tai. As the weighty voice fell, the radiant white light from the 33 heavens descended upon the chaotic primordial mountain, exerting pressure upon it. This was the divine might of the celestial stars. Although it was only activated by the two of them, it was sufficient to awe the primordial chaos and shake all living beings. Under the white light, the crimson cloud, which had been fleeing at breakneck speed, finally halted its movements. It sensed an invisible pressure bearing down from all sides, as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate itself. Moreover, it became acutely aware that no matter where it attempted to flee, escape was impossible. The great formation of the celestial stars had enveloped the entire primordial chaos. Wherever it sought refuge, the celestial stars would ensnare and annihilate it. Indeed, under the great formation of the celestial stars, the crimson cloud felt utterly powerless to resist. Death seemed imminent, looming just a moment away. Immortal sovereign, at that moment, it hastily called out for help from Chunxian within. Feeling the pressure of the stars, Chunxian couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this formation is renowned throughout the primordial chaos. It is indeed something remarkable." Naturally, he understood that the current crimson cloud could hardly withstand the might of the great formation of the celestial stars. Without hesitation, he spoke, "There is no other option. I must intervene. Focus your mind. I will assist you in overcoming this calamity." On Mount Buzhou, the 10 ancestral witches also displayed significant concern. The celestial light cascading from the heavens bore an overwhelming destructive force. Without a moment's thought, the 10 ancestral witches transformed into their Dharma forms. They then planted their feet firmly on the ground and raised their hands, striving to support the heavens against the sun. Beneath the 9 heavens, amidst the 2 radiant suns, Jun and Tai truly resembled sovereigns. Gazing down upon the primordial chaos, Jun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, eagerly awaiting the celestial light's descent to eradicate the crimson cloud. The vile scoundrel, Tai, while maintaining the great formation of the celestial stars, also summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell as a precaution. Boom! At last, the celestial light fell from the 33 heavens into the primordial chaos. Yet it did not strike the crimson cloud, but instead hesitated slightly amid a thunderous resonance. The 10 ancestral witches, with their hands raised to the heavens, bore the tremendous weight of the starry might with their formidable physical forms. Jun and Tai showed no signs of relenting. If my witch clan suffers any harm due to the falling stars, Di Jiang shall not spare you. Di Jun growled, his eyes fixed on the crimson cloud with ferocious intent. Simultaneously, Tai Yi let out a cold chuckle. Esteemed ancestors, at the moment the celestial light descends, surrender the primordial purple energy, and I shall ensure the safety of the witch clan. Otherwise, beneath the celestial light, there shall be no survivors. Should you wish to emulate the great Pangu and press your palms to the ground, I shall grant you that wish. Boom! As the words fell, a tremor resonated from Tai's crown, causing the Eastern Emperor bell to resonate with a mighty clang, and infinite divine power was conferred upon the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Instantly, the brightness of the myriad stars in the sky surged dramatically. Their force was simultaneously amplified. The 10 ancestral witches quivered in unison, and even the pillar of heaven beneath their feet, the Mount Buzhou, began to sway. The 10 ancestral witches had yet to fully attain the status of quasi-saints, and at this moment, they found themselves truly unable to contend with the grand formation of the celestial stars. The starlight steadied and began to descend. Witnessing the 10 witches falter, the starlight settled firmly. It was evident that Hongyun was undoubtedly doomed. Di Jun could no longer restrain himself, erupting with excitement as he shouted, "Old thief Hongyun, even if your cunning is as deep as the abyss and your speed unmatched, your demise is certain. If you survive this day, I, Di Jun, shall henceforth regard you as my superior, bowing my head in your presence and retreating for 3 days." However, just as Di Jun's words echoed, a sudden divine might erupted across the primordial heavens and earth. Subsequently, a resonant voice, imbued with the essence of the Tao, reverberated throughout. All beings in the primordial realm comprehended its significance. It was the voice of Zenyuanzi. At the very moment this voice resounded, a profound dragon aura surged forth from afar, howling and rushing into Hongyun's being. Immediately, Hongyun's vitality surged dramatically. At the same time, the myriad stars of the primordial realm experienced a profound tremor, particularly Di Jun and Tai, who felt as if they had been struck by countless bolts of calamity, their forms trembling and their eyes wide with shock. Even the might of the grand formation of the celestial stars diminished in an instant. Chapter 25, Striving Against Heaven. Damn it, Zenyuanzi, shall now gather all beings of the primordial realm at the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou to expound the Tao, receiving veneration from the myriad beings. I felt a profound resonance. I will partition the sacred mountains and rivers of the primordial realm, along with the chaotic lands and various deities, according to the Shanshui Jing, that I shall establish the earth immortals to safeguard the peace of the primordial beings and protect the integrity of the primordial land. From this day forth, I shall be the progenitor of the earth immortals. The Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou shall be regarded as the ancestral hall of the earth immortals. Furthermore, I hereby decree my friend Hongyun as the supreme of the 10,000 mountains, the lord of rivers and seas, the divine sovereign of the earth. He shall lead the earth immortals of the primordial realm and govern the mountains and rivers. Zenyuanzi's voice, like a gentle breeze, wafted into the ears of the myriad beings in the primordial world, accompanied by the mystical resonance of the Tao. Those without spiritual awareness felt a stirring in their hearts, as if they had suddenly found support. Yet, those with spiritual perception trembled in fear, particularly the 3 pure ones, who felt the weight of the words and resonated with the Tao's essence in the primordial realm. Their eyes widened in shock, their hearts quaking to establish earth immortals, to allocate divine positions, to govern the mountains and rivers. At this moment, the 3 pure ones felt as if they were one, speaking in unison. They simultaneously sensed a profound understanding blossoming within them, yet also felt as if a tremendous opportunity was slipping away. Their hearts were tumultuous, filled with a sense of loss and disquiet. They were so agitated that they could scarcely sit still. Among them, the most astonished was Hongyun, seated far beyond the 33 heavens. This Zenyuanzi had grasped the method of acquiring merit even before the 3 pure ones, truly deserving of being chosen by the Tao. However, Hongyun soon closed his eyes once more, focusing all his energy on hastening his path to unity. Besides them, Dijun and Tai were equally stunned, their urgency palpable at the moment of severing the corpse. Dijun had already conceived the idea of establishing the heavenly court and gathering the demon race. Yet, as he had not yet attained quasi-saint status, the time was not ripe. Upon hearing Xinyuanzi's intention to expound the Tao, he felt an instinctive urge to hasten his actions that he had planned to eliminate Hongyun, acquire the primordial purple energy, and immediately set his plans into motion. Little did he expect that Xinyuanzi would seize the initiative. Establishing earth immortals, allocating divine positions, governing the mountains and rivers of the primordial realm. The very thoughts he harbored for the heavenly court were mirrored in Xinyuanzi's actions, yet were also in direct opposition. More critically, Xinyuanzi had acted first. He could not fathom how many demon races might fall under Xinyuanzi's dominion, nor how many mighty beings would serve him. Fate, power. In this moment, it felt as though Xinyuanzi had divided away a significant portion. Brother, swiftly eliminate Hongyun and seize the purple energy. Then return to the solar star to establish the heavenly court and gather the demon race. Similarly, Tai grew anxious. He frantically urged the Eastern Emperor bell, its chimes resonating throughout the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Dijun also fervently propelled the He-2 and Luo Shu.I in an instant. The descending stars grew even more formidable. Yet at this moment, Hongyun underwent a monumental transformation. With Xinyuanzi's decree, he was imbued with divine authority, transformed into the ancestor of the 10,000 mountains and the sovereign of rivers and seas. He felt a profound, ineffable divine power manifest within him. Countless divine abilities and spells surged forth unbidden. In that instant, he sensed an unparalleled connection with the primordial land, as if the mountains and rivers lay firmly within his grasp. Simultaneously, the dragon aura of merit flooded into his being. The celestial demon art had long since been activated under Chun Xian's urging. Just as Dijun and Tai intensified their efforts to obliterate Hongyun, he radiated a gentle aura between heaven and earth. Crimson clouds materialized, enveloping the entire primordial realm. In that moment, Hongyun refined the dragon aura of merit entirely. At this juncture, Hongyun broke through. His quasi-saint cultivation advanced a step further, though he had not severed the second corpse. He now possessed the strength to do so. Hongyun had truly become a sage of merit. It was no wonder that after his predetermined demise and subsequent reincarnation as Yunzongzi, he continued to enjoy boundless fortune. I had long advised Xinyuanzi to establish the Earth Immortals, yet he only now truly comprehends how to do so and allocate divine positions. At this moment, Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh within Hongyun's heart. He felt for the first time that he had become his primordial spirit. It seemed he had not yet reached the extremes of misfortune. This fellow's luck was indeed somewhat extraordinary, immortal sovereign. This inexplicable fortune and sudden breakthrough left Hongyun thoroughly astonished. His emotions surged, yet for a while he could only call out to Chun Xian. Ha! Chun Xian chuckled and immediately spoke. Why are you still dawdling? You now possess the power of a quasi-saint capable of severing the second corpse, and you have become the supreme of the 10,000 mountains, the lord of rivers. You have acquired dominion over the primordial land. Dijun and Tai pride themselves on being the heavens. Then you now represent the earth. In this battle between heaven and earth, the outcome remains uncertain. Do you not wish to take a gamble? Go, damn it. Upon hearing this, Hongyun looked up. The starlight descended, and the 10 ancestral witches had already bent their backs and crouched low. The terrifying power had long since locked on Hongyun, and he felt the palpable aura of slaughter and desperation. Finally, in this moment of peril, even Hongyun could not maintain his benevolence. Very well, he could not simply submit to others wishing for his demise. Shaking his head with a faint smile, the next moment, Hongyun raised his head and pointed his sword towards the heavens. After attaining divinity, the innate divine abilities within him immediately activated. The authority of the primordial land was grasped firmly in his hands. Boom! In an instant, the earth roared with a tumultuous surge. The crimson mist that enveloped the land surged upwards. Then, at the edge of Mount Buzhou, colossal stone pillars shot up towards the sky with a resounding crash. Countless stone pillars pierced the heavens, colliding with the starlight. Each of these pillars transformed into towering supports akin to Mount Buzhou, finally propping up the descending heavens. Amidst the tumult, Hongyun surged upward, defying the descending starlight. In an instant, the clouds and mist soared, and the earth trembled beneath the heavens. Witnessing this scene, the 10 ancestral witches' eyes gleamed with brilliance. The 10 giants roared in unison, their legs propelling them upward. Arms raised, together with the myriad towering pillars, they thrust the starlight back up to the night sky. In that moment, outside Mount Buzhou, it seemed as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. Above the night sky, both Dijun and Tai exhibited expressions of astonishment. They had never expected that Hongyun still possessed the strength to counterattack. Moreover, the might exuded from Hongyun, supported by the stone pillars, instilled within them a profound sense of dread. Indeed, he appeared to be even more formidable, evoking their trepidation. Brother, Hongyun's cultivation is extraordinary. He must not be allowed to live today. In a moment, Tai was engulfed in a frenzy of drinking. Dijun had long since sensed something amiss. As his heart trembled with astonishment, he fervently summoned his true essence. The He Tu and Luo Shu whirled madly, while the great array of the celestial stars roared incessantly. The stars beyond the 33 heavens blazed with renewed vigor, augmenting the array's might. Just as the starlight surged forth, the momentum propelling towards the opposing firmament suddenly came to a halt. Yet, at that precise moment, 2 thunderous voices erupted. "Brothers, we have arrived!" As the shouts rang out, 2 colossal figures swiftly emerged from beneath Mount Buzhou. Their massive hands struck fiercely upon the starlight. The long-hidden Hutu and Xianming joined the fray. At this instant, the 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered. In that sudden moment, an overwhelmingly tempestuous aura swept across the entire primordial realm. Wherever it passed, hearts quaked and spirits trembled. The yet more towering giant appeared behind the 12 ancestors. Though his form was insubstantial, his presence was boundless. Boom! The giant's feet stomped the ground, creating a resounding echo. Yet rather than shaking the primordial earth, it rendered it even more solid and robust. He raised his arms high. As they touched the starlight, the might of the starlight plummeted abruptly. The great array of the 12 celestial deities, Pangu. Through the eyes of Hongyun, Chun Xian gazed at the magnificent giant, marveling once more. The primordial Pangu, who battled against 3,000, split heaven and earth, embodying the great Tao, and enlightened the primordial realm. Even in other worlds, he was a legendary figure revered by countless cultivators, in the entire primordial realm. Only this Pangu inspired a sense of reverence in Chun Xian. Ha! At that moment, a raucous laughter erupted. The 12 towering giants roared in unison, reveling in the moment, unrestrained and wild. Amidst the laughter, Di Jiang bellowed, "Hongyun, reveal your true form. Together with our brothers, we shall reclaim the heavens." The laughter was unrestrained, and even within Hongyun's heart surged an indomitable ambition. "Immortal Master, please teach me the art of manifestation. Today, I, Hongyun, shall also test my strength against the heavens." Upon hearing this, Chun Xian smiled gently. Excellent. Chapter 26. The Splitting of Heaven and Earth. The Laws of Heaven and Earth. Chun Xian had already employed Hongyun's body to demonstrate this. Now, as he instructed Hongyun again, Chun Xian merely recited the incantations, and Hongyun effortlessly comprehended them. Law. Heaven, manifest, earth. The 4 divine syllables resonated across the 9 provinces. The Hongyun's form instantly swelled. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 10,000 zhang figure, exuding an aura of ferocity. The terrifying manifestation of his divine body was indistinguishable from that of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. His feet firmly planted on the ground, his hands supporting the heavens. Coupled with the dominion of the earth granted to him after receiving a divine position, his divine might surged exponentially. The towering pillars that upheld the heavens expanded to a girth comparable to that of the 12 ancestors. Their momentum and strength multiplied 1,000-fold. The giants reemerged, above the starlight. Both Dijun and Tai trembled uncontrollably. With the 12 ancestors gathered, their combined might resembled the rebirth of Pangu, unmatched in divine power. Hongyun's manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth further astonished them. His rugged form and ferocious aura sent their hearts racing, leaving them in a state of utter bewilderment. What foundation does this Hongyun possess? In the end, Dijun could only widen his eyes in disbelief, whispering helplessly. The shock and successive upheavals brought forth by Hongyun had far surpassed Dijun's understanding, and no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how this Hongyun, who had been a paragon of virtue for countless eons, could be so formidable. How could he possess such an array of abilities? Beside Dijun, Tai's eyes bulged with astonishment. In the primordial realm, few had ever caught his attention. Yet now, the Hongyun beneath the starlight not only captivated his gaze, but also instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Indeed, in the faintest sense, Tai felt that this renowned paragon of virtue in the primordial realm would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for him and Dijun in the days to come. Yet, despite his growing apprehension, he could only grit his teeth in frustration, having no recourse. The 13 giants battling against the heavens had already pushed him to his limits. Ha! In stark contrast to Dijun and Tai's astonishment, the giants beneath the starlight laughed heartily, reveling in their triumph. Brothers, Hongyun the ancestor, together we shall seize the heavens. With Dijong's thunderous roar, the 12 ancestors slightly bent their legs and arms. Hongyun, supporting the heavens, mirrored their actions, bending his limbs. Then a deafening roar erupted, akin to the thunderous claps of the heavens, resonating throughout the primordial realm. The 12 ancestors bellowed in unison, their voices echoing like primordial chaos incarnate. Shaking the world that very moment, Dijun and Tai both trembled in the same instant. The 12 ancestors combined their strength to push upward. Hongyun too exerted all his might, his golden body rising alongside them. Boom! In an instant, a cacophony erupted, akin to the world-shattering sound of creation itself. The starlight, upheld by the 13 giants, surged forth in a thunderous crash towards the heavens in the blink of an eye. The starlight was drawn back into the firmament. Dijun and Tai, situated in the 9 layers of heaven, trembled violently. Despite their possession of primordial treasures and their combined efforts to unleash a legendary array, the power of the two was ultimately no match for the alliance of the 12 ancestors and Hongyun. The heavens and the earth, which had long been divided, remained undisturbed beneath the might of the colossal giants, as if creation itself had not faltered. The earth lay prostrate, and the heavens remained suspended above. The resonant chimes of chaos echoed continuously. The He-Tu and Luo Shu quaked incessantly. Ultimately, their divine might waned, their power extinguished. The great array of celestial stars, forged by the combined efforts of Dijun and Tai, crumbled into nothingness. The starry light that once enveloped the heavens and the earth fell silent. In the 33 heavens, the sun's flames flickered. Yet they diminished in intensity and size at a visibly rapid pace. The countless stars that had shone brightly during the day swiftly lost their luster in the blink of an eye. The firmament above was left with only the sun's radiance illuminating the world. Defeated, Dijun and Tai had utterly fallen. Hongyun. Yet, even in defeat, the flames of fury within Dijun's heart remained undiminished. No, to be precise, Dijun was even more enraged. All his trump cards had been revealed, and the foundation he wished to establish for the heavenly court had been laid bare. Yet, he had still been vanquished, and by none other than a figure of little renown, a mere name left in the annals of the primordial realm. Hongyun. To Dijun, it felt as if the radiant sun had succumbed to a mere candlelight. How could he swallow this indignity? Thus, after his furious roar, golden flames surged once more from the sunlit form of Dijun, as golden blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. Brother, this scene left Tai utterly astonished. Defeated by the 12 ancestors and Hongyun, Tai too felt discontented. However, in his view, his loss was merely due to numerical disadvantage. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, none among the 12 ancestors could surpass the two of them. Unlike Dijun, whose heart was consumed by rage, Tai believed that a temporary setback was insufficient to determine victory or defeat. It is the one who laughs last who is the true victor. Thus, witnessing his brother seemingly willing to exhaust his essence and continue fighting, he was both alarmed and anxious. He hastily shouted, "Brother, do not. I know you are unwilling to accept defeat after being toyed with by that old rogue Hongyun in your quest for the purple energy. But they are merely relying on their numbers. Soon enough, our situation will turn in our favor. At that time, it will not be too late to exact our vengeance." Without daring to hesitate, Tai fervently urged the Eastern Emperor Bell, enveloping both himself and Di Jun within it. Then he charged toward the 33 heavens. Simultaneously, he cast a cold gaze downwards at the 13 giants below. Which clan, you rely solely on your numbers to claim victory. In the future, when our demon clan establishes the heavenly court, my brother and I shall lead countless demons to confront you. At that time, I shall see what you will use to challenge us. As the starlight faded, the 12 ancestors burst into uproarious laughter. Though this was not a true creation of the heavens, they felt as if they had caught a glimpse of the divine might of their father Pangu. Overjoyed upon hearing Tai's words, Zhurong immediately bellowed, "If battle is what you seek, why wait for another day? Come, let us engage in a life-and-death struggle right now." At this moment, Gong Gong found himself aligned with Zhurong. Both gazing upward at the soaring figures of Dijuan and Tai, and bellowed in unison, "If it is claimed that we are many and thus formidable, then let my brother Zhurong and I face you two in battle." Following his proclamation, the other ancestral shaman also voiced their eagerness. The call to arms resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens. They were inherently combative, and the prospect of a battle was precisely what they craved. Even the usually composed Dijiao now brimmed with fervor for combat. It was not just him. Even Hongyun was panting heavily, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Having spent a lifetime as a peacemaker, he had always shunned conflict, remaining calm and collected. After countless years of attaining enlightenment, the instances of engaging in battle could be counted on one hand. Yet he had never experienced a clash as exhilarating as the one unfolding now. He felt a rush of exhilaration, yet it left him yearning for more. In fact, he found himself musing inwardly. Is this the essence of combat? It seems that only through fierce engagement can one truly savor joy and comfort. He watched as Dijuan and Tai ascended swiftly. Though he remained silent, he silently wished for them to descend for another round of combat. The ancestral shaman's roars and Hongyun's gaze made Dijuan's eyes widen in disbelief. However, Tai held him back resolutely. "Brother, these brutes are indeed formidable. We must endure this momentary dissatisfaction. In the future, when we establish the heavenly court and invite myriad beings to ascend, we shall repay the shame inflicted upon us by the Wu clan and Hongyun today." In that instant, the chaos bell rang incessantly, its sound echoing mightily. Tai exerted himself to the utmost, leading Dijuan away. Ultimately, they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sun star. Though it was termed a retreat, it was evidently akin to fleeing. Chapter 27. Hongyun, have you taken a liking to my sister? Xianming and Hutu, why do you obstruct us? They wish to fight, and we would engage them vigorously, even if they sought a fight to the death. We would oblige them. As Dijuan and Tai soared to the 33 heavens, the 10 ancestral shamans were eager to join the fray. Unfortunately, they were firmly held back by Hutu and Xianming. Brothers, Sister Hutu has just entered the Quasi-saint realm. Her strength is not yet stable. It would be wise to spare some time to protect her and solidify her cultivation. Xianming urged urgently. Hutu added gravely, "Brothers, although Tai speaks boastfully, he harbors no intention for further combat. If a pursuit were to ensue, only Dijiao could hope to catch them. Moreover, once they enter the 33 heavens and are shielded by the sun star, even our combined strength may struggle to harm them." "Ha!" Zhurong shouted. "What if we cannot catch them or harm them? Regardless, if they wish to fight, we shall accompany them in battle." Hutu, however, disregarded Zhurong's fervor and continued. "Furthermore, brothers, I believe I have gained insights from this breakthrough that may alter our understanding of the Wu clan's primordial spirits. This matter is of great significance. We should return and discuss it promptly." Upon hearing that Hutu had made a breakthrough and gained insights related to primordial spirits, Dijiao finally calmed down that he surveyed the ancestral shamans before speaking. Very well. Even if we were to catch up to those two avian beings, it would be futile. Let us not waste time. We shall return to Buzhou Mountain and hear about Sister Hutu's discoveries. He then turned his gaze to Hongyun. Friend Hongyun, do you wish to join us? At this moment, Dijiao's attitude towards Hongyun had undergone a complete transformation. Where he had once viewed him with disdain, he now regarded him with appreciation. Not to mention that he had relinquished the immensely precious Hongmeng purple qi, but now, his ability to manifest a form akin to the ancestral shamans was equally noteworthy. He even exuded a fierce aura akin to their in Dijiao's eyes. Hongyun's connection to the ancestral shamans was undeniably profound. Furthermore, he had personally measured Hongyun's strength and found it formidable. Aside from the troublesome cunning that Hongyun possessed, Dijiao found every other aspect of him highly admirable and satisfying. The other ancestral shamans also turned their attention to Hongyun, even though they had previously witnessed Hongyun's manifestation battling against Dijiao's form. They could not help but scrutinize Hongyun's golden body and the aura emanating from it. Even Hutu and Xianming exchanged puzzled glances as they whispered to Hongyun, "Hongyun Daozu, could it be that you share a lineage with our ancestral shamans?" It is said that Hongyun Daozu is the first crimson cloud formed after the creation of the primordial world. But how can clouds be red? Could it be that you are actually a remnant of the Father God's blood mist that dispersed across the firmament, thus attaining enlightenment? As they conversed, they could not help but step closer to Hongyun. The aura emanating from him, so similar to that of the ancestral shamans, fostered a sense of kinship within them. In truth, the other ancestral shamans felt similarly inclined, that if their rapport had been deeper, they would have readily recognized Hongyun as a brother. As for Hongyun, upon witnessing Dijuan and Tai's retreat, his fervor for battle swiftly dissipated. Returning to tranquility, even his inherent goodwill resurfaced. He silently rejoiced that Dijuan and Tai had chosen to depart so decisively. Otherwise, they might have truly perished here, their essences extinguished. Now, hearing Dijiao's invitation, he found himself at a loss and could only seek guidance from Chen Xian. "Immortal, should I accept his offer?" "Of course. Do not forget why I brought you here. The Hongmeng purple qi has already been delivered. Do you wish to return empty-handed?" Chen Xian replied, somewhat exasperated at that moment. Chen Xian was indeed displeased, and quite intensely so. With Dijuan and Tai's defeat, they would undoubtedly face setbacks, such a splendid opportunity. If the 12 ancestral shamans were to unite without hesitation, and if he could still control Hongyun's vessel while joining the 12 ancestral shamans in action, Dijuan and Tai would be doomed without a doubt. He noticed that the 10 ancestral shamans were still unsatisfied, their spirits high for battle. They truly believed they would engage. Little did they know they were obstructed by Hutu and Xianming. Hongyun, too, was disappointing. Not only had he failed to eliminate Dijuan and Tai, but he also rejoiced in their retreat, finding himself alive. The enmity between Dijuan and Tai had been irrevocably sealed. Allowing them to depart was akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. It was still not ruthless enough. He needed to find a way to have Hongyun absorb a bit more blood essence. Finally, Chen Xian silently voiced his thoughts. After receiving Chen Xian's guidance, Hongyun nodded in agreement. Without further ado, the 12 ancestral shamans dispelled their manifestations, returning to their true forms. Hongyun, too, withdrew his magic, following the 12 ancestral shamans back to Buzhou Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the dwelling place where the 12 ancestral shamans practiced and resided. The Wu clan had little desire for external possessions. Their abode consisted merely of a square and 12 stone houses. Upon arriving at the square, Dijiao immediately addressed Hutu, "Sister, this esteemed brother Hongyun has brought you an extraordinary treasure." Before Hongyun could utter a word, Dijiao flipped his hand, revealing the Hongmeng purple qi. Instantly, the arcane energy surged forth from the Hongmeng purple qi, enveloping the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. Hutu was initially taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Hongmeng purple qi." With a gasp, she swiftly turned to Hongyun. "Elder Hongyun, do you truly intend to gift this Hongmeng purple qi to me?" Hongyun was at a loss for words, somewhat speechless. After all, the Hongmeng purple qi was, strictly speaking, intended as a gift from Chen Xian, not his own. That he was unsure how to respond. Hongyun's reaction prompted Chen Xian to roll his eyes in exasperation. What are you hesitating for? Just nod. Do not waste time. Swiftly get to the point and obtain what we seek. We have a journey to continue and matters to attend to. Listening to Chen Xian's urging, Hongyun quickly nodded at Hutu. Indeed, the Hongmeng purple qi is meant for you, my friend. Upon receiving a definitive response, Hutu trembled with excitement, her gaze fixed intently on Hongyun. Elder Hongyun, you are truly bestowing such a significant treasure upon my sister Hutu. You cannot possibly have taken a liking to her, wishing to become her companion. Can you? Beside him, Xianming was taken aback, drawing closer to inquire in astonishment. She remained oblivious to Hongyun's intentions, and this was the most plausible explanation she could conceive. In fact, even Hutu's expression shifted as well. The primal purple aura, a key to sanctification, was indeed a treasure among treasures in the primordial realm. She found it incomprehensible that such a precious item would be bestowed upon her without reason by Hongyun. The Wu clan possessed no treasure that could rival the beauty of the Hongmeng purple aura. If one were to argue otherwise, it would only be the ancestral witches themselves who could be deemed worthy to be associated with the Hongmeng purple aura. Furthermore, if one were to insist, it might take all 12 ancestral witches combined to match the worthiness of this Hongmeng purple aura in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Besides the innate saints, numerous beings thrived, including those who had attained enlightenment and transformed into postnatal beings, as well as a small number of innate saints and ancient beasts. They paired up, cultivating and reproducing throughout the endless river of time. Though the 12 ancestral witches had not experienced this matter of reproduction, they certainly understood it. Otherwise, how could the Wu clan be so prosperous today, while many were indeed born from the Pangu blood pool within the Buzhou mountain? A significant number also came into existence through the unions of the Wu clan. Gradually, even the other ancestral witches began to cast their gaze upon Hongyun, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Hongyun bore the essence of Pangu, suggesting a profound connection with the Wu clan. Moreover, his formidable strength and generosity made him a fitting match for his own sister. However, under the scrutiny of all, Hongyun himself was taken aback. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, Xianming Hutu, you have misunderstood. It is not me. After saying this, he even silently inquired within his mind, Immortal Zun, could it be that you have taken a liking to Hutu? Rest assured, I can communicate with her. When the time comes for you to obtain a physical form, you may unite with Hutu. Indeed, the Hongmeng purple aura was far too valuable. Even exchanging it for the essence blood of the ancestral witches would be a tremendous loss. Xuanming's words resonated with some logic in Hongyun's mind. After all, with so many formidable beings in the primordial world and 12 ancestral witches alone, why would the immortal Zun within him choose to specifically bestow the purple aura upon Hutu? Without ulterior motives, who would believe that? Yet, upon hearing Hongyun's words, Chen Xian rolled his eyes in disbelief. Are you an idiot? Prior to this, I had never met Hutu. How could I possibly have taken a fancy to her? Hurry and ask them for Pangu's essence blood. 3,000 barrels. Not a single one less. Chapter 28. Only children make choices. As for Hutu, it remains unclear whether the contemporary writers of the primordial realm had truly visited and seen Hutu, or if it was merely their affection for her that led them to declare her unparalleled beauty worthy of being called a celestial beauty across the entirety of the primordial realm. Now, through the eyes of Hongyun, Chen Xian indeed perceived that this was the case. The Wu clan was born of Pangu's essence blood. Lacking a primordial spirit, their physical forms were robust. Thus, every one of them exhibited a rugged and strong appearance, including Xianming, whose gaze was notably fierce. Only the slender figure and gentle contours of her features indicated her feminine Dao body. Her aura was akin to that of a small tiger, though still, it was undeniably commanding. Yet, Hutu was different. Her visage was gentle, her features radiant, reminiscent of a naturally gifted celestial maiden. Unlike the other ancestral witches who exuded ferocity, she radiated a warmth and grace, her eyes often reflecting a compassionate sorrow. Yet, as a member of the Wu clan, she also emanated a hint of wildness that, in Chen Xian's eyes, she embodied the perfect blend of a tough warrior skilled in martial arts and a benevolent sect leader devoted to saving the world. In terms of outward charm and allure, she significantly surpassed her siblings. However, alas, Chen Xian had long surpassed the stage of being enamored by beauty. After traversing countless worlds for millennia, he had encountered every conceivable type of woman. Peerless empresses, enlightened goddesses, and seductive spirits. He had possessed them all. Hutu was indeed beautiful, yet the current Chen Xian was solely focused on urging Hongyun to attain the saintly level and forge a sufficiently powerful physical form for him. Women? He had no interest whatsoever for Hongyun. Chen Xian could clearly sense that he harbored even less interest in matters of romance. After all, how could a being like Hongyun, who had only recently attained enlightenment, comprehend the joys of romantic pleasure? Nevertheless, after urging Hongyun, Chen Xian couldn't help but privately admire Hutu's extraordinary demeanor, noting that compared to the many women he had encountered, she was indeed among the finest. At that moment, Hongyun turned to the other ancestral witches, offering them a wry smile. Esteemed ones, as before, I merely wish to request the essence blood of the ancestral witches. He raised 3 trembling fingers, offering a bittersweet smile that I still require 3,000 barrels. What? So you seek our essence blood? Upon hearing Hongyun's true request, Xianming chuckled with disinterest. Hutu also smiled faintly, her expression becoming more relaxed. Matters of romance were not her desire. But the allure of the Hongmeng purple aura lay before her. Should Hongyun truly wish for her hand, she feared she might not be able to refuse. The temptation of achieving sanctification was undeniably immense for any being in the primordial realm. The other ancestral witches exchanged awkward smiles. Now, upon hearing Hongyun's request, none found it excessive. After all, exchanging 3,000 barrels of ancestral witch blood for the Hongmeng purple aura was a tremendous bargain. In fact, they even worried that Hongyun might be at a disadvantage. Zhurong stepped forth, addressing Hongyun with grandiosity. Hongyun, if you seek our blood, it must be to strengthen the bloodline of the Wu clan. Right? You really shouldn't ask for our blood. All beings of the primordial realm believe we are born of the essence blood of the Father God. Hence the essence lies within our blood. In truth, our physical forms are our greatest strength. Instead, let me offer you some flesh. Saying this, he unceremoniously dug a chunk of flesh from his own chest. This scene left Hongyun wide-eyed, and even Chen Xian was taken aback. It was said that Zhurong had a fiery temperament, and while Chen Xian had witnessed this, he was astonished by how straightforward he was, offering his own flesh so casually. However, the physical prowess of the ancestral witches was indeed formidable. After Zhurong removed a piece of flesh, the fist-sized wound on his chest healed almost instantaneously. This moment, Dijiao also stepped forward, addressing Hongyun. Our ancestral witches' bodies have long since fused into one, inseparable. Moreover, for countless years we have refined our physical forms, making our flesh many times stronger than our blood. Hongyun, if you wish to strengthen the bloodline of the Wu clan, our flesh is far more effective than our blood. Hongyun chuckled, promptly turning to Chen Xian. Immortal Zun, should we take their flesh or their blood? Chen Xian immediately replied. Choose what? Only children make choices. We shall take both blood and flesh. Upon hearing this, Hongyun was momentarily stunned. Yet under Chen Xian's repeated urging, he reluctantly addressed Dijiao once more that if you are willing, I shall take both blood and flesh. The moment Hongyun's words escaped his lips, all 12 ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. After a while, hearty laughter echoed throughout the entirety of Buzhou Mountain. The 12 ancestral witches, save for Hutu, all threw their heads back in laughter. Well said, Hongyun, you are indeed unreserved. Very well, since you are willing to part with the Hongmeng purple aura. If we do not offer our blood and flesh, it would be we who are stingy. Wait here. We shall provide it for you. As they spoke, Dijiao exuded a wild aura. His form enlarging. It was evident that he intended to transform into his divine manifestation. With the colossal forms of the 12 ancestral witches, coupled with their formidable physical strength, gathering 3,000 barrels of blood and flesh for Hongyun was but a trivial task. However, at this moment, Chen Xian interjected to Hongyun, there is no rush regarding the matter of blood and flesh. First, inquire about Hutu's condition. Curiosity piqued, Chen Xian began to ponder. From what he knew of the primordial realm, Whether from the novels prior to his crossing or the legends he had heard in other worlds, it was said that the Wu clan lacked primordial spirits, rendering them unable to refine qi, cultivate, or forge magical artifacts and formations. Their path to sanctification seemed almost singular, to attain sanctification through sheer strength. Yet in all the legends, it was said that Hutu had comprehended the Tao of reincarnation, establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation to facilitate the endless cycle of life for the beings of the primordial realm, allowing their souls to endure eternally. Some claimed she had achieved sanctification, while others asserted she was merely at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, akin to Jinyu, as long as she stood within the 6 paths of reincarnation, she could rival the saints. To comprehend the great principles and thereby elevate one's cultivation is a feat achievable only by beings of the primordial spirit. The reasons behind why Hutu can grasp the cycle of reincarnation and how she can cultivate through it are the subject of much debate. Some claim she has indeed attained the primordial spirit, while others assert that she is merely being manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Now, Hutu stands before us, and Xian has the perfect opportunity to discern the true nature of Hongyun's ability to command the path of reincarnation. Moreover, Xian believes that, with his insight and capability, he might uncover a second path for the witch tribe to attain sanctification, aside from the conventional method of strength, improving the Tao. Imagine if the 12 ancestors of the witch could indeed emulate Hutu's methods and carve out a different path. During the future battle between the witches and the demons, what expressions would adorn the faces of Dijuan and Tai if 2 or 3 experts of the saintly caliber suddenly emerged among the ancestors? How remarkable would Hongyuan's countenance be? The calamity of witches and demons. While others perceive it merely as a conflict between the witch and demon tribes, Xian understands that it is but a cunning scheme orchestrated by Hongyun, aimed at diminishing the fortunes of a certain clan. The clan in question is none other than the human race. The ultimate outcome of the battle may appear to be the annihilation of the witch tribe and the withdrawal of the demon tribe from the historical stage, establishing the human race as the dominant force in the primal world. Yet let us not forget that the human race suffered countless casualties during this war. The 3,000 innate human beings, crafted by Nuwa herself, perished with the exception of Shandu, the great master. The human race has ascended onto the historical stage of the primal world, but those who should have stirred the winds and clouds upon this stage have long since vanished. Had these 3,000 beings survived, what heights of civilization might the human race have achieved? In the face of future calamities, such as the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, the Eastern transmission of the Buddhist teachings, and the final calamity, how many innocent beings of the human race would have been spared from suffering under the protection of these 3,000 innate beings? Furthermore, Xian is also human. He is intrinsically linked to those created by Nuwa, and his homeland carries the legend of her creation of humanity. For this reason alone, he is more than willing to transform the fate of the human race in the primal world. In truth, this is one of the true purposes behind his arrival among the witch tribe. Beyond a mere desire to support the human race, the expansion of the human race is a crucial step in his arrangement for Hongyun, as well as a vital step in his own plans. That it is no exaggeration to say that if Hongyun were to become aware of his existence in the future, or if you were to see Hongyun growing stronger and intervene, as long as this step is executed flawlessly, Hongyun would no longer need to fear Hongyuan's threat. The day Hongyun attains sainthood and truly descends into the primal world will also be the day Hongyun bows his head. As the figure of Dijiao swiftly enlarged, the other ancestors of the witch tribe followed suit. Hongyun hastily interjected, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need for haste. Previously, I heard of Hutu's anomaly. Let us first examine her condition." Upon hearing this, Dijiao halted his transformation and turned to observe Hutu. Indeed, Hutu's anomaly was of greater importance than Hongyun's. Consequently, Dijiao retracted his form and returned to normal, first smiling at Hongyun in gratitude before quickly turning to Hutu, asking, "Sister, what issues have arisen during your breakthrough?" The other ancestors also resumed their normal forms, directing their attention toward Hutu. She quickly responded, "I'm not entirely sure. It seems that my divine powers have undergone some transformation since this breakthrough." Upon reflection, this transformation appears strikingly similar to the techniques spoken of by the primal chi practitioners. Techniques? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Hongyun was equally startled. Techniques, formations, artifact crafting, and alchemy all necessitate the activation of true essence through the primordial spirit to seize the creations of heaven and earth. Hutu's statement was tantamount to declaring that she had indeed birthed a primordial spirit. Naturally, aside from their astonishment, the remaining ancestors displayed expressions of confusion, aware of their doubts. Hutu refrained from elaborating further. She raised her hand and summoned a handful of yellow earth, which floated into her palm. "Brothers, behold!" As her voice fell, the yellow earth in Hutu's palm rapidly transformed in the blink of an eye. It solidified into stone, and then instantaneously, the stone morphed into a stone lotus. At this point, the ancestors, along with Hongyun and Shenxian, were no longer surprised. While the ancestors lacked primordial spirits, they possessed innate divine abilities. Allowing them to wield the laws, Hutu's innate connection was with the laws of the earth and the mysterious yellow vitality. Her mastery over the laws of the earth undoubtedly surpassed that of Hongyun, who had become the god of 10,000 mountains and gained dominion over the earth. Thus, the transformation of yellow earth into stone and then into a lotus was merely a minor feat for Hutu. However, in mere moments, they witnessed the small stone lotus in Hongyun's palm crack open, with pieces flaking away. At that moment, all the ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief and astonishment as the stones fell away from the lotus. A vibrant crimson hue emerged from within. Ultimately, the stone lotus transformed into a genuine lotus flower, full of life and standing tall. "What is this?" The sound of exclamations filled the air. Dijiao swiftly extended his hand to receive the red lotus from Hutu, examining it closely and scrutinizing it. Indeed, this was a true, living red lotus. It was, without a doubt, a technique. Following this, a bronze-skinned ancestor exclaimed in astonishment, "The stone-formed red lotus is a manifestation of creation from nothingness. A technique of transformation. This is certainly a technique employed by Qi practitioners. Sister Hutu, have you truly condensed a primordial spirit?" Hearing this, Hutu could only smile helplessly. "Brother Zhelong, I think so too. However, aside from comprehending this transformation technique and deepening my connection with the earth, I cannot sense any peculiarities within myself. I have not perceived a primordial spirit. But without a primordial spirit, how can you perform techniques?" Dijiao gazed at the red lotus in his hand, feeling both excitement and anxiety. If Hutu had truly condensed a primordial spirit, their cultivation would surely progress by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, with a primordial spirit, they would possess a foundation and opportunity greater than that of other beings in the primal world, paving yet another path to sainthood. Hutu shook her head helplessly. "That is why I was eager to discuss with all of you brothers whether I truly possess a primordial spirit. If so, where is it, and how can I find it? How can I nurture and cultivate it?" As she spoke, Hutu's eyes suddenly brightened. She swiftly turned her gaze toward Hongyun, after a moment of slight surprise. Dijiao's eyes also lit up as he looked at Hongyun. They were of the witch tribe, possessing limited knowledge of Qi cultivation. Their understanding of the path of the primordial spirit was even more scant. Yet before them stood a Qi practitioner. Naturally, they could not seek guidance from anyone else. "Hongyun, would you be able to ascertain whether my sister's red lotus was truly formed through techniques? Has my sister Hutu genuinely condensed a primordial spirit?" Hongyun, initially curious, did not wait for Chunxian to speak and took the red lotus from Dijiao's hands. Hongyun had a solid foundation, having cultivated for countless years, and his background was quite formidable. After accepting the red lotus, he did not inquire about Shenxian, but began to explore it himself. The so-called techniques, formations, artifact crafting, and alchemy all revolve around Qi practitioners utilizing their primordial spirits to manipulate spiritual energy. Achieving a union of heaven and man, and subsequently operating the four foundational elements of creation in the primal world, by harmonizing earth, fire, wind, and water, they manifest the fruit of their endeavors. These words made Chun Xian nod in agreement. Secretly impressed by Hongyun's insight that in the primal world, all saints possess the ability to create. During the investiture of the gods, even Tong Tian had entertained the notion of annihilating and recreating the world. Creation involves the reforging of the earth, fire, wind, and water of the primal realm. It allows these four elements to evolve anew, crafting a complete world once more. Thus, the foundation of the primal world is rooted in these four elements. All transformations and evolutions within the primal realm stem from the changes in these elements. Ultimately, the wondrous techniques of practitioners can be traced back to this principle. Some innate beings even possess elemental abilities by nature. For instance, Kunpeng is innately endowed with the power of wind from the elements of earth, fire, and water. This primal source of power grants him a terrifying speed that rivals even the laws of space. As Chun Xian pondered the apparent ineffectiveness of Hongyun, the latter cradled a crimson lotus. Secretly channeling his true energy, he sought to connect his primordial spirit with the earth, fire, wind, and water contained within the lotus. This method was, in essence, akin to refining magical artifacts, by using his primordial spirit to dissolve the restrictions within the artifact. He aimed to trace back to the original sources of the earth, fire, wind, and water, thereby gaining complete control over the artifact. As long as Ho-Tu did not resist, Hongyun could entirely dominate the crimson lotus in his grasp, manipulating its elemental forces to induce regeneration and transformation. However, just as Hongyun's consciousness began to probe the lotus, his expression shifted dramatically. Instead of sensing the anticipated elemental energies, he was met with an extraordinarily pure, enigmatic, and overwhelming force. Even he, upon feeling this power, was struck with surprise and dread, refraining from any contact. Naturally, the aura resonated within Chun Xian as well, causing him to feel an even clearer perception, as he was a part of Yuan Yun's primordial spirit. He too was taken aback. What is this? While Chun Xian was inwardly astonished, Hongyun, under the influence of this formidable aura, swiftly withdrew his primordial spirit. In that instant, the crimson lotus suddenly exploded, transforming into scintillating motes of light that scattered across the ground. As the lotus dissipated, Ho-Tu furrowed her brow, casting an inquisitive gaze at Hongyun. Hongyun, my friend, it seems there was something within that lotus? At the moment of the lotus's dissolution, Ho-Tu felt as though she had lost something. Akin to having a piece of flesh carved from her own being. It was a trivial loss. Yet the sensation was unmistakably vivid. Her reaction startled Chun Xian. Even in her disembodied state, she could still perceive such a loss. Hongyun, you must inquire further about Ho-Tu's sensations at the moment the lotus vanished. After issuing his instructions, Chun Xian mused to himself. Could this be the reason why Ho-Tu is capable of creating the cycle of reincarnation? While the other ancestral witches lack such abilities, the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, it appears that this tribulation is indeed orchestrated by Hongyun, with motives that extend beyond merely diminishing the fortunes of humanity. If my conjectures hold true, instigating this calamity would be a brilliant twofold strategy. Chapter 30. Reincarnation. Ho-Tu's peculiarities, along with the unsettling aura emanating from the crimson lotus, piqued Hongyun's curiosity. Thus, following Chun Xian's directive, he promptly inquired of Ho-Tu, my friend, could you accurately convey your feelings at the moment the lotus was born and extinguished? After a moment of contemplation, Ho-Tu elaborated. When I transformed into the crimson lotus, it felt as if I was wielding it effortlessly, with a mere thought manifesting the lotus. However, as it shattered, I sensed a profound loss within my heart, akin to a sudden void, as though a piece of my very essence had been torn away. The words of Ho-Tu left Hongyun perplexed, prompting him to quickly seek clarity from Chun Xian. Immortal Master, these exchanges did not escape Chun Xian's comprehension. Indeed, it is as you said, it is precisely so. Prior to his traversal, he had encountered numerous tales of the primordial era, some of which hinted that Ho-Tu's ability to contend with saints at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status was due to her understanding of reincarnation, a principle of the great Tao, surpassing even the heavenly Tao. This great Tao was said to derive from the chaotic deities slain by Pangu. It had been said that when Pangu sought enlightenment and opened the heavens, the 3,000 chaotic deities obstructed him and were subsequently vanquished one by one. Yet, the truth was that Pangu intended to amalgamate the powers of these 3,000 deities to establish the foundation of the primordial world. The slaughter of the 3,000 deities was a deliberate act on Pangu's part. The revelations that emerged from Chun Xian's thoughts resonated deeply within Hongyun. Immortal Master, what do you mean by this? However, Chun Xian remained absorbed in contemplation, muttering to himself, indeed, based on the current circumstances, this must be the case. Pangu intentionally eradicated the 3,000 deities to unify the 3,000 paths and create the primordial realm. Otherwise, how could the primordial world encompass these 3,000 paths, all harmoniously intertwined as one? In later generations, immortals no longer adhered strictly to the heavenly Tao. They only needed to comprehend one of its facets to ascend to the great Luo. However, by that time, the heavenly Tao had already solidified into the singular sovereign of the primordial world, rendering any other paths, even if understood, incapable of causing significant upheaval. Those who grasped these paths could only rise to the status below the saints. Confined to the pinnacle of Quasi-saint, the 3,000 paths had long been refined by Pangu, forming the bedrock of the primordial world. Moreover, the 12 ancestral witches had already aligned themselves with the great Tao. Their lack of primordial spirits stemmed from their spirits having already merged with the Tao, regardless of whether it was the world Chun Xian traversed or the legends he encountered in a different realm. Discussions regarding the true nature of the primordial world and the secrets behind Pangu's slaughter of the 3,000 deities had been exhausted. What he had just murmured was merely his objective summary, based on various speculations. Coupled with the insights revealed by Ho Tuesday Hongyun, of course, heard Chun Xian's murmurs, albeit with limited understanding, yet his heart was still shaken, for Chun Xian had mentioned the Tao during his time in the Zixiao Palace. While listening to Hongjun expound, the concept of the Tao had also been brought forth. Most significantly, when Chun Xian had previously advised his friend Jin Yuanzi at Wanshou Mountain, he too had referenced the Tao. However, Hongjun had declared the heavenly Tao to be supreme and singular. To attain the status of a saint, one must resonate with the heavenly Tao, achieving unity between heaven and man. Yet, during his time at Wanshou Mountain, Chun Xian had alluded to the earth Tao. Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi had directly attained quasi-saint status through his comprehension of the earth Tao. Now, Chun Xian had once again invoked the concept of the Tao. In an instant, Hongyun surmised that Ho Tu had likely attained the Tao, and it was highly probable that it was a third path beyond heaven and earth. Moreover, Chun Xian's words hinted that all 12 ancestral witches could potentially achieve enlightenment as well. The astonishment within his heart compelled Hongyun to inquire of Chun Xian, Immortal Master, has Ho Tu truly attained the Tao? What kind of Tao has she realized? At this moment, Chun Xian had regained his composure from his earlier astonishment. Upon hearing Hongyun's question, he regarded Ho Tu and calmly replied, "This Tao is known as reincarnation. The birth and death of sentient beings are uncertain yet eternal. This great Tao governs the cycle of life and death, as well as the principle of eternal existence." Ho Tu, having comprehended reincarnation, subsequently established the 6 paths of reincarnation, created the underworld, and constructed hell. This was predetermined by the heavens. Even if Chun Xian refrained from speaking about it now, Ho Tu would inevitably grasp it in due course. Thus, there was no need for concealment. After addressing Hongyun, Chun Xian continued, "You should inform Ho Tu directly that she has not merely condensed a primordial spirit, but has attained the Tao and comprehended reincarnation." Indeed, Ho Tu had realized the Tao. Hongyun felt both astonished and contemplative. Nevertheless, he promptly bowed and smiled to Ho Tu, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my friend. Your uniqueness is not due to a primordial spirit, but stems from your understanding of the great Tao known as reincarnation." The Tao. The 12 ancestral witches were taken aback by this revelation. Di Jiang was the first to voice his query. What is the Tao? What is reincarnation? Di Jiang's inquiry caused Hongyun to momentarily pause. Before he realized the implications, Hongjun spoke of the Tao during the 3rd lecture. However, the 12 ancestral witches had only attended the first session. It was entirely understandable that they were unaware of the concept of the Tao. With a smile, Hongyun patiently began to elucidate to Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches the essence of the Tao, as expounded by Hongjun. The Tao is the foundation of heaven and earth, the root of all things, and the source of myriad laws. The myriad changes of the primordial world, the operation of fate, all reside within the Tao. If one can sever the three corpses and strip away mundane desires, they may come to perceive the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, through immense magical power, great cultivation, or profound virtue, they may gain the favor of the heavens, aligning themselves with the heavenly Tao, thus achieving the status of a saint, enduring countless tribulations without being extinguished. Even if the primordial world collapses and chaos dissipates, they may still endure. Hongyun's third lecture spanned 3,000 epochs. During his teachings, there were likely deeper explanations and opportunities for questions and answers. Yet, the main content of the lecture did not last for 3,000 years. Nonetheless, despite this, Hongyun found himself recounting Hongjun's words, consuming a significant amount of time. Time flowed swiftly, with the sun rising and setting, and the stars shifting in their positions. Days passed in a blur. The 12 ancestral shaman listened attentively. In the past, when Hongjun delivered his teachings, they ceased to listen after the first session because he spoke of the cultivation of qi and the methods of refining the primordial spirit. They found it of no use. However, now, with Hudu seemingly grasping the profound truths of the Tao, the teachings of Hongjun on the path to enlightenment held their rapt attention. Meanwhile, Chun Xian did not urge Hongyun, as he too was keen to discern the depth of Hongjun's discourse on the Tao. This also provided the ancestral shamans with a foundational understanding. If his conjectures were correct, the 12 ancestral shamans were innately imbued with the Tao, naturally born of it. Days passed, and Hongyun finally recounted every word spoken by Hongjun. He wished to emulate Hongjun and prepare for a deeper analysis. Yet, Emperor Jiang could not contain himself, stating that since Hongjun's teachings were concluded, distinctions of realms emerged in the wilderness, alongside the circulation of the Quasi-saint and the attainment of sanctity through the primordial purple energy. Although the 12 brothers did not fully comprehend the righteous methods of cultivation, they had a sense of the path ahead, thus feeling inspired and channeling their mystical powers to break through to the Quasi-saint level. However, according to Hongjun, the only way to achieve Quasi-saint status was to sever the three corpses. Yet, they had not done so. How could they possess this Quasi-saint power? Hongyun was equally taken aback. It dawned on him then that he had overlooked a crucial point. He himself had not severed the three corpses, yet had attained the Quasi-saint level. His close friend, Zhen Yuanzi, similarly had not severed the three corpses. Emperor Zhang's words left him at a loss for a response. In that moment, Hongyun could only seek counsel from Chun Xian in his heart. Immortal sovereign? How can this be? Why can we attain sanctity without severing the three corpses? After hearing Hongjun's teachings and then Hongyun's inquiry, Chun Xian merely chuckled. Why? Because Hongjun deceived you. The notion that the heavenly Tao is the sole path to sanctity, that achieving quasi-saint status requires the severance of the three corpses. It's all nonsense. Moreover, I have long told you that I possess countless methods to achieve sanctity, and yet you only now realize that Hongjun has deceived you. In that instant, Hongyun awkwardly smiled. At the same time, Chun Xian silently shook his head. He truly did not expect that Hongjun's rhetoric was so poor, yet no one among them had questioned it. Chapter 31. 12 Ancestral Shamans, 12 Great Paths. Listening to Hongyun's account, it became evident that while Hongjun imparted the teachings of the primordial Tao, he repeatedly employed terms such as absolute, only, and unique. He consistently emphasized that the methods he imparted were the orthodox ones, especially the method of severing the three corpses to achieve sanctity, deemed the most orthodox and powerful in the wilderness and chaos. Only by practicing this method could one hope to attain the quasi-saint level. Such rhetoric bears no difference from the pyramid schemes of the world I once inhabited. Both tell you that only by following them can you reap rewards, while those who do not will toil endlessly. Little do they know, the evolution of all things and the birth of myriad spirits are vast and varied, and the paths of the Tao are manifold, all leading to the same destination, that if one merely seeks to attain sanctity, any path will suffice. In the wilderness, within the Zixiao Palace, the 3,000 guests are all divine beings. Yet, not a single soul suspected a thing. Qian truly could not fathom how they had lived for countless eons without questioning this, that of course, at this moment, he had neither the leisure nor inclination to engage Hongyun in such trivial matters. He simply stated that Hongjun had deceived them, and then promptly instructed Hongyun, "What I am about to say must be relayed to the ancestral shamans verbatim. Do you understand?" At this moment, Qian's tone was grave. Hongyun sensed the weight of Qian's forthcoming words and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, immortal sovereign, clearing his throat and organizing his thoughts. Qian began, "Tell them that Pangu vanquished 3,000 demon gods and refined 3,000 great paths within the wilderness. He then used his might to create the heavens, grounding the universe in the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, and utilizing the 3,000 great paths as the principles governing the myriad things. The so-called attainment of sanctity is not solely through the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. All 3,000 great paths are legitimate and can be understood and cultivated. You 12 ancestral shamans are innately in tune with the laws of the wilderness. I believe that you are inherently aligned with one of the 3,000 great paths. It is not that you lack a primordial spirit. Rather, your spirits have long been anchored in the great path. However, your cultivation has been misguided, your realms lowly, and you lack clarity on the path ahead in your own essence. Consequently, you have not attained your true selves and have lost your inherent nature. If you can comprehend yourselves and clarify your essence, the great path contained within you will surely reveal itself. At that time, you will undoubtedly be able to grasp the great path like Hutu, embodying the principles of the Tao, and even achieve sanctity, rivaling the chaotic demon gods. This assertion was not mere fanciful rhetoric from Qian, but a careful reflection would reveal that the wilderness indeed encompasses the 3,000 great paths. After Pangu split open the heavens and the earth, he left behind the precious creation jade disc, which contained the ways of 3,000 demon gods, thus embodying the 3,000 great paths. Hongjun cultivated using the creation jade disc and merely grasped the heavenly Tao. He then orchestrated the heavenly order within the wilderness, causing the heavenly Tao to flourish, leading others to mistakenly believe that Hongjun was synonymous with the heavenly Tao. In reality, the 3,000 great paths in the wilderness are complete and form a truly comprehensive world. It was merely under Hongjun's machinations that the heavenly Tao was exalted while the other paths were suppressed and obscured. The fact that Zhun Yuanzi could comprehend the Earth Tao, Nuwa could create humanity through the human Tao, and Hutu could acquire the wheel of reincarnation Tao serves as a glimpse into the full picture. The most elementary manifestation of the Tao is the law. The 12 ancestral shamans are inherently capable of wielding the laws. And no matter how Qian viewed it, it was evident that they were innately aligned with the Tao. Furthermore, upon deeper reflection, though the witch clan was powerful, it remained the true lineage of Pangu. However, the 3 pure ones, also of Pangu's true lineage, achieved sanctity through the heavenly Tao and became puppets of the heavenly Tao. With the 3 pure ones present, no matter how powerful the witch clan became, Hongjun need not worry about them. Yet, Hongjun instigated the calamity of the witches and demons, leading to the utter downfall of the witch clan. He expended great effort to eliminate a race that posed no real threat. Moreover, this race was the direct offspring of Pangu, the sovereign of the wilderness. The consequences of their annihilation would be immense. The only explanation for such an act could be that the witch clan posed a significant threat to Hongjun's alignment with the heavenly Tao. What, then, could threaten Hongjun, who was in harmony with the heavenly Tao? Naturally, it is the other path as for why Qian believed their primordial spirits were aligned with the great paths. The reasoning is quite simple. In later generations, it was speculated that Hutu, after transforming into the wheel of reincarnation and becoming the goddess of tranquility, never stepped beyond the realm of reincarnation. Even as the witch clan faced annihilation, she refrained from intervening. This was not due to her unwillingness to emerge from reincarnation, but rather that she was trapped by Hongjun's schemes, forever ensnared in the cycle of life and death. The reason Hongjun meticulously plotted against her could only stem from one cause. Even a single ancestral shaman like Hutu posed a sufficient threat to him. Hoodoo had become entirely aligned with the wheel of reincarnation Tao, while the heavenly Tao has always been viewed as the weakest of the great paths. Hoodoo's alignment with the wheel of reincarnation Tao made her capable of toppling Hongyun single-handedly. Thus, Hongyun confined her within the cycle of reincarnation, ensuring she could never step outside to fully align oneself with the Tao. Both the physical body and the primordial spirit must be intact. Consider how many years Hongyun spent in pursuit of the Tao, and then reflect on how few years it took Hoodoo to attain the wheel of reincarnation Tao and transform into the goddess of tranquility. Chun Xian pondered and concluded that Hoodoo's primordial spirit had long since unified with the wheel of reincarnation Tao. Hence, her journey from enlightenment to unity with the Tao was far shorter than Hongyun's, almost as if it were destined. The 12 ancestral shamans must possess an alignment with other great paths. As they listened to Hongyun relay Chun Xian's words, their eyes widened in contemplation. Particularly Hoodoo, who had already grasped the wheel of reincarnation Tao, seemed to experience a new awakening, her divine essence resonating powerfully. Flowers blooming and withering beneath her feet, the cycle of reincarnation unceasing. Chun Xian knew he had spoken no falsehood. Moreover, he was exceedingly exhilarated if they all could achieve clarity of mind and essence. They would be akin to Hoodoo, capable of comprehending the great path. Once they grasped the great path, the chances of their alignment with the Tao would be exceedingly high, allowing them to leap into sanctity. It is even conceivable that at the outset of the witch-demon conflict, the demon clan might not face merely quasi-saint ancestral shamans, but rather saintly ancestral shamans. Naturally, if the 12 ancestral shamans were truly attained sanctity, how could Hongyun still concern himself with a mere Hongyun? Finally, when he had schemed against all 12 ancestral witches, Chun Xian felt a surge of confidence. He believed he could elevate Hongyun to the status of a sage. At that moment, he could not help but laugh heartily within himself. How could he not be delighted? Initially, he had merely sought to obtain the blood of the ancestral witches from the witch clan. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a great opportunity, inadvertently reaping tremendous benefits. If the 12 ancestral witches were truly able to attain sagehood, then Hongyun's guidance today would undoubtedly forge a significant karmic connection with the ancestral witches, realizing one's essence and achieving clarity of mind. Meanwhile, the head of the ancestral witches, Di Jiang, was beginning to experience enlightenment. Unfortunately, enlightenment alone is not a means of cultivation. Though he had gained some understanding in his heart, he could not fully grasp that moment. Di Jiang turned to Hongyun, disregarding the source of Hongyun's knowledge regarding the secrets of the ancestral witch's connection to the Tao. His only concern was whether Hongyun, now aware of these truths, could assist them in advancing further. Thus, Di Jiang hurriedly inquired of Hongyun, "Elder Hongyun, how should we cultivate self-realization and achieve clarity of mind?" Hongyun was taken aback. How could he possibly know the answer? Achieving self-realization and clarity of mind. The method of severing the 3 corpses could accomplish this. Yet, it was evident that severing the 3 corpses was unsuitable for the ancestral witches. Furthermore, Chun Xian had already stated that the method of severing the 3 corpses was not viable. Naturally, Hongyun was not anxious. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled at Di Jiang and said, "Do not rush, my friend. Allow me to think for a moment." Having just spoken, he anxiously called out in his heart, "Immortal Lord, is there a method to assist the ancestral witches in achieving clarity of mind? Hey, do you think of me as a mere tool?" Hongyun's smooth inquiry irked Chun Xian, causing him to mutter under his breath. Yet he quickly composed himself and smiled faintly. If it were anyone else, they might attempt to showcase their knowledge in front of the ancestral witches. However, Chun Xian sensed that this kind-hearted Hongyun was genuinely sincere in his desire to help the ancestral witches. Once again, he was inclined to offer his benevolence. After sharing a laugh, he then advised Hongyun, "Simply tell them that since Hoodoo has already gained insight, they can seek her guidance directly. In the future, Hoodoo will be able to comprehend the complete cycle of the Tao of reincarnation and embody that cycle. Moreover, considering the passage of time, it will not require much longer. The ancestral witches can certainly consult with her." Having pointed out their connection to the Tao, and with Hoodoo as a reference, It was clear that their understanding of the Tao was not an insurmountable task. The 12 ancestral witches, being the true progeny of Pangu, possessed not only profound roots, but also immense fortune. In the future, they would be capable of forging the renowned 12-capital heavenly God's Great Formation, a legendary and fearsome array that would resound through Hongyun. This was sufficient to demonstrate that they were merely rash, not foolish. While Qin Xian could also teach, the challenge lay in the fact that, apart from Hutu, there were still 11 ancestral witches, each with their own Tao. Crafting a cultivation method that resonated with each of them would consume an inordinate amount of time. Hongyun and he simply did not have that luxury at present, given Qin Xian's understanding of Hongyun. The tasks ahead were pressing. Chapter 32. Establishing the Heavenly Court soon. Hongyun conveyed Qin Xian's words to the ancestral witches. Their eyes brightened in unison. Indeed, if their sister had already made progress, why should they seek guidance from others? Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from the heavens. A wave of boundless divine might surged forth, stirring the clouds and mist of the 9 heavens with a resonating roar. Following this, the sun star, suspended in the 33 heavens, erupted in a blaze of true fire, transforming endlessly. Even from the vast expanse of Hongyun, one could see clearly. The true fire of the sun occasionally morphed into dragons and phoenixes. At times dashing like thunder, this nurturing fire underwent its infinite transformations. A trace of extraordinary energy descended into the mortal realm. This sudden change caused both Qin Xian and the 12 ancestral witches within Buzhou Mountain to furrow their brows. The sun star had undergone a peculiar transformation. Aside from the commotion created by the brothers Dejuan and Tai, who else could be responsible? As they all gazed upward, a magnificent voice resonated throughout Hongyun. Clear to all living beings. I, Dejuan, and I, Tai, wish to establish the heavenly court within the sun star, inviting all the creatures of Hongyun to join the heavenly court as immortals, collectively wielding the power of the stars and achieving supremacy in Hongyun. From this day forth, I, Dejuan, shall be the emperor of the demon race, the sovereign of the heavenly court. Boom! As this grand announcement echoed, the realm of Hongyun, from the 33 heavens to the vast expanse of land, down to the depths of the Blood Sea and the bottom of the Northern Sea, was enveloped in a golden hue. The entire Hongyun was bathed in gold, exuding an extraordinary roar. Following this, a resounding roar shook the surroundings. In the high heavens, within the golden radiance, 2 colossal dragon figures emerged, each stretching millions of miles in length, their divine might overwhelming, akin to ancestral dragons manifesting in the world. The 2 golden dragons traversed the expanse of Hongyun before launching themselves fiercely toward the sun star, ultimately plunging into the sun star. The golden light that permeated Hongyun also followed suit. Merging into the sun star, the golden dragons of heavenly merit had appeared. The heavenly court of Hongyun was now visible, at the same moment that the golden light converged and the divine might of the universe entered the sun star. Countless figures soared into the sky, the millions of demon races of Hongyun all headed toward the 33 heavens. Even within Buzhou Mountain, several enormous and fearsome figures arose, eager to ascend to the heavens and become immortals. Dejuan and Tai, they are indeed swift in their actions. After a moment, Dezhong's voice was filled with a chilling intensity. Brothers and sisters, Dejuan and Tai have forged a mortal enmity with our clan. Now that they have established the heavenly court, they will undoubtedly soon mobilize their forces to seize the Hongmeng purple energy. From this day forth, we must lead the witch clan in diligent cultivation to prepare for their impending assault. The other ancestral witches were well aware that Dejuan and Tai would not relent easily, and they all nodded in agreement. That Dejiang raised his hand, directly handing the Hongmeng purple energy to Hutu. Sister, you are the most likely among the 12 of us to reach the sage realm. The prosperity and longevity of our witch clan now rests upon your shoulders, receiving the Hongmeng purple energy. Hutu was filled with immense joy. Moreover, within the teachings imparted by Hongyun during his 3rd sermon, it had been mentioned how to utilize the Hongmeng purple energy to attain sagehood. The method to achieve sagehood mirrored that of Dejuan and Tai. whereby one would borrow the merits of heaven and harmonize with the purple energy, refining it within oneself to ultimately attain sagehood. What she needed to do next was to find a way to acquire merit. Seeing Hutu obtain the Hongmeng purple energy, Chen Xian finally felt at ease. Following the method of attaining sagehood through the Hongmeng purple energy, it involved absorbing merit and refining it. The Hongmeng purple energy could absorb not only the merits of the heavenly Tao, but also those of the Tao itself and the merits of the Tao of reincarnation. The reason Chen Xian chose to hand the Hongmeng purple energy to Hutu instead of Zenyuanzi was quite simple. Zenyuanzi possessed the earth scripture and the membranes of heaven and earth, making him the chosen one of the earth as long as he could comprehend the essence of the earth Tao. His membranes of heaven and earth would be equivalent to the Hongmeng purple energy. Hutu, however, lacked any magical treasures. She possessed a physical body that was closely aligned with the Tao, but without supplementary items. Chen Xian genuinely worried that after the opening of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she would only achieve the pinnacle of quasi-sage realm. For her, the Hongmeng purple energy served as a safeguard. Simultaneously, Chen Xian urged Hongyun, "We can now request their blood and flesh. We must set off promptly." The speed of Dijuan and Tai is quicker than I anticipated. It has only been a few days, and they have already fully comprehended the method of establishing the heavenly court to gain merit and fortune. After speaking to Hongyun, Chen Xian frowned, muttering softly to himself, "How peculiar! After so many years of Honghuang's development, the cultivation and realms of these celestial beings have progressed slowly. Yet as soon as Hongyun finished his teachings, they all seem to have gained immense progress as if they had been granted a boost." As Chen Xian pondered this peculiarity, Hongyun once again requested blood and flesh from the ancestral witches. This was already the 3rd request, and Hongyun was no longer feeling embarrassed. The ancestral witches naturally did not refuse, promptly manifesting their magical powers. Hongyun requested 3,000 barrels of blood. It seemed like a lot. But in reality, once the ancestral witches transformed into their true forms, a single drop of blood could fill a lake, and minced flesh could become a small mountain that It was hardly worth mentioning. Once the ancestral witches separated their blood and flesh, Hongyun immediately waved his large sleeve. As the sleeve expanded, a devouring force surged forth. This was the renowned technique of Zenyuanzi, universe in the sleeve. As the crimson clouds unfurled, Chen Xian could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, this was the individual who, after Hongyun's demise, took up arms against the demon clan, vowing vengeance for Hongyun. Such camaraderie is indeed commendable. He imparted the secrets of the cosmos to Hongyun, and having safeguarded the blood and flesh of the ancestral witches, Hongyun heeded Chen Xian's command and promptly bid farewell to the ancestral witches. However, at the moment of parting, Hongyun's benevolence surged forth as he addressed Di Jiang. "Friend Di Jiang, the enmity between Emperor Jun and Tai with the witch clan is intertwined with my fate as well. Should the demon clan truly invade in the future, I shall assuredly come to your aid." With that, Hongyun summoned the winds and thunder, soaring skyward. Observing Hongyun's swiftly vanishing figure, Di Jiang could not refrain from gently shaking his head, a hint of bitterness gracing his countenance. Was he intent on compelling Emperor Jun and Tai to their doom? Indeed, Chen Xian could ascertain with absolute certainty that Hongyun harbored good intentions, wishing to assist the witch clan in repelling the demon clan. Yet, to Di Jiang, the matter appeared entirely different. Reflecting on Hongyun's prior actions upon encountering him, it was evident that he had attempted to provoke them, engaging in a fierce battle instead of merely bestowing the primordial purple energy. Subsequently, when Emperor Jun sought the primordial purple energy, Hongyun could have easily handed it over, yet he chose to act contrary to expectation, bestowing it upon the witch clan. Then came Tai. With Hongyun's swiftness, he could have distanced himself entirely and fled, but he chose not to. Together with his brothers, he confronted Emperor Jun and Tai. To Di Jiang's eyes, it appeared that Hongyun was manipulating the ancestral witches to contend against Emperor Jun and Tai. Currently, with the witch and demon clans at odds, Di Jiang's thoughts were merely focused on uniting the strength of the witch clan to withstand the impending onslaught of the demon clan. Yet Hongyun boldly proclaimed that he would come to their aid the moment the demon clan attacked. Was this not a blatant intention to incite a grand conflict between the clans? Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself and muttered softly, "Who was it that claimed Hongyun was the foremost good-natured person of the primordial era?" Nearby, Zhu Rong, upon hearing Di Zhang's murmurs, gently shook his head. "I surmise that those aware of Hongyun's profound cunning and innate arrogance have all been eliminated by him. Only then could the legend of him being a good-natured person persist in the primordial realm." Gong Gong also approached, nodding in agreement indeed. "Otherwise, based on Hongyun's conduct towards us, only a fool would fail to see that he is not a good-natured person. TSK. Those who discern his intentions as vast as the sea and who recognize his inherent arrogance have all been eradicated. What ruthlessness! Fortunately, Hongyun is connected to our witch clan." Finally, Zhu Long stepped forward, expressing his astonishment. Chapter 33. A mountain's worth is not in its height, but in its divine presence high in the skies. As Hongyun deftly navigated the winds and thunder towards the east, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from the depths of his spirit. His hair stood on end, and his entire body tingled. Boom! This discomfort compelled him to hasten the flapping of the stormy wings behind him, drastically increasing his speed. Simultaneously, he anxiously inquired of Chun Xian, "Immortal Lord, why do I feel as though I am being watched? Something feels amiss. Could it be that Hongjun Daozu intends to make a move against me again?" Having been forced into dire straits twice before, and having endured Hongjun's pursuit with thunder, Hongyun now adopted a cautious demeanor. Yet within him, Chun Xian could not help but roll his eyes that you're worrying about the wrong things. You should be concerned about what truly matters, with your current quasi-saint stature, rivaling that of severing the second corpse, who besides the three pure ones possesses the ability to spy on you. They are likely preoccupied with severing the third corpse right now and have no time to concern themselves with you. As for Hongjun, through Hongyun's perspective, Chun Xian cast a glance skyward. In truth, all that Hongyun had comprehended during his time was remarkably fortuitous, aligning perfectly with Hongjun's intricate schemes. For instance, the domain of Jin Yuanzi and the ancestral land of the Earth Immortal, Wanshou Mountain. Additionally, the establishment of the Heavenly Court by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, alongside the understanding of reincarnation by Ho Tuesday, all these events were destined to transpire, and Hongjun was undoubtedly pleased to witness them. The only distinction was that while Hongyun survived, Kunpeng perished, deviating from the original course of events in the primordial realm. However, upon further reflection, it appeared that Hongyun and Kunpeng's impact on Hongjun's schemes was minimal. After all, Kunpeng was merely a quasi-saint. Although he served as a teacher in the Heavenly Court, he ultimately secluded himself at the bottom of the North Sea after the calamity of the witch and demon clans, never to emerge again. Single quasi-saint. If the Heavenly Court truly required him, Hongjun could easily designate another quasi-saint in his stead. As for Hongyun, he was originally fated to perish, yet now he remained alive, albeit without influencing Hongjun's plans. Consequently, Hongjun would not take immediate action against him. Hongjun's famous saying, "Beneath the saints, all are but ants," held true. In Hongjun's eyes, Hongyun was merely an insignificant insect. Although this insect continued to flit about, it did not pique Hongjun's interest. What had transpired previously was insufficient to provoke Hongjun's intervention. However, the forthcoming actions might very well incite Hongjun's wrath. Fortunately, as long as Hongyun acted preemptively, coupled with prior arrangements, even if Hongjun himself intervened, Hongyun would still have a chance of survival. Furthermore, should Hongjun truly wish to take action, he must carefully weigh his options to determine whether he is capable and worthy of such a move. Just as Chun Xian was secretly amused, Hongyun's voice suddenly rang out, "Immortal Lord, we have traversed billions of miles eastward from Buzhou Mountain. Where are we truly headed?" "Shouyang Mountain." Upon hearing Hongyun's inquiry, Chun Xian replied nonchalantly, uttering three words, "Shouyang Mountain." Hongyun was perplexed by this response. Shouyang Mountain was not a renowned peak in the primordial realm, nor did it harbor any formidable beings. What purpose could there be in going there? Just go, and stop questioning. I assure you, there lies a treasure of immense value, along with a grand opportunity. With a stroke of luck, you may even achieve the status of a quasi-saint capable of severing the third corpse. Upon hearing this, Hongyun ceased his inquiries. He immediately exerted himself to flap his stormy wings with greater vigor. Shoyang Mountain. Though, as Hongyun had pointed out, this mountain was neither a famous peak in the primordial realm nor home to any great powers. It still possessed an enchanting landscape. Celestial flowers adorned the mountains, and extraordinary stones dotted the terrain. Majestic pines reached for the heavens, and rare beasts roamed freely. Birds sang and flowers bloomed, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. In the distance, a flash of crimson light swiftly approached, landing upon the mountain. This individual was none other than Hongyun, who had traveled tirelessly for several days and nights. Hearing Chun Xian speak of treasures and grand opportunities, Hongyun wasted no time. Upon descending onto the mountain, he glanced around and remarked, "It does possess a certain spirit. However, it pales in comparison to my fire cloud palace. Immortal Lord, does this place truly harbor treasures?" Chun Xian could not help but chuckle at this inquiry. Have you not heard the saying, "A mountain's worth is not in its height, but in its divine presence"? The presence of treasures and opportunities here does not depend on you, nor on the mountain, but on others. A mountain's worth is not in its height, but in its divine presence. Chun Xian's words resonated with Hongyun, prompting him to mutter softly to himself. Chun Xian continued, "You should use your divine sense to explore Shoyang Mountain and see what you can uncover." Upon hearing this, Hongyun quickly focused his thoughts, channeling his divine consciousness to sweep across Shoyang Mountain. In an instant, Hongyun's divine sense enveloped the entire mountain. At that moment, Hongyun was taken aback. "Immortal Lord, there is someone on the mountain." This person's aura was extraordinary, transcending the realm of saints, seemingly even stronger than my own. Just as he finished speaking, Hongyun was startled once more. "Immortal Lord, this person appears to be Nuwa." Understood. Why the fuss? Upon hearing Hongyun's revelation that Nuwa was present, Chun Xian merely responded indifferently. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, he felt a surge of tension. Nuwa, the mother of the earth and humanity, was a figure of legend in the world Chun Xian once inhabited. The bloodline flowing within him was that of humanity. Even as an immortal lord, the prospect of meeting this legendary progenitor of humanity stirred excitement within Chun Xian. He even sensed a certain connection stirring deep within his bloodline. "Immortal Lord, should we go meet Nuwa?" As fellow guests of the 3,000 purple clouds, it would be remiss not to observe proper etiquette. However, Chun Xian remained unhurried. "First, use your divine sense to probe deeper into Buzhou Mountain and see if there are any discoveries." Upon hearing this, Hongyun retracted his focus, directing his divine sense toward the depths of Buzhou Mountain. This exploration led him 3,000 miles deep into the mountain, and then further down, penetrating 3,000 miles into the earth. Deeper still, to 100,000 miles, then 1,000,000 miles. In the end, even with Hongyun's quasi-saint level divine sense, he could no longer delve further. "Immortal Lord, I have thoroughly explored Shoyang Mountain and found no treasures or peculiar items." Upon hearing the words of Hongyun, Chun Xian responded with a faint signifying his understanding. Legends of later generations recount that this Yang Mountain was transformed from the essence of Pangu, representing the true source of supreme Yang in the primordial chaos. Within it lies the hardest substance of the primordial world, the copper of Shoyang. Furthermore, it also harbors the unparalleled treasure known as the Kong Tong seal, which possesses extraordinary power. More importantly, it has the ability to suppress the fate of humanity. Consider the 6 saints of the primordial era. 5 of them achieved sainthood through the establishment of their teachings. After attaining such status, they invariably underwent a crucial step. Using supreme treasures to dominate the fate within their sections, only by suppressing this fate could they ensure its continuity and allow their teachings to flourish through the ages, bestowing endless fortune upon their disciples. Coincidentally, the Kong Tong seal specifically governs the fate of the human race. However, Hongyun has yet to locate the Kong Tong seal and the copper of Shoyang, which somewhat surprised Chun Xian. Nevertheless, he harbored no concern over potential inaccuracies in later accounts. Nuwa resides atop Shoyang Mountain. More importantly, she is yet to mold humanity from clay. The human race has not yet come into being. It is possible that the Kong Tong seal has been concealed by the mysterious workings of heaven, alongside the copper of Shoyang. Yet, as the saying goes, a mountain does not need to be high. It is the presence of immortals that grants it renown. The Kong Tong seal will eventually suppress the fate of humanity. If it does not emerge now, it will surely appear once humanity takes form. Niwa is the key. Thus, even though Hongyun has not yet discovered the Kong Tong seal, he remains unperturbed. He then spoke to Hongyun, suggesting that he pay a visit to Niwa once. The winds and thunder surged. Hongyun immediately summoned the tempest and soared towards Niwa with great haste. Chapter 34. Taishang emerges from Kunlun. Chun Xian meets Niwa, Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones sat cross-legged, their energies surging, radiating a resplendent light. The divine essence washed over Kunlun in that moment. The entire mountain resembled a realm beyond the mortal plane, existing as a self-contained entity, though their divine might was formidable and boundless. It exerted no influence over the beings of the primordial chaos or even those at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, the divine power atop Kunlun came to a halt the very next instant. It surged upwards, all of it racing towards the summit of Kunlun Mountain. In the blink of an eye, it gathered at the peak and then merged into the body of Taishang. Simultaneously, a figure stepped forth from Taishang's form. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Taishang himself, holding a whisk and clad in a Taoist robe. Upon emerging from Taishang, he turned and bowed deeply in respect. "Tao friend, I take my leave." After uttering these 5 simple words, his form transformed into a streak of flowing light, shooting into the heavens at that very moment. Taishang's eyes snapped open as he did so. His gaze shimmered with golden radiance. If one looked closely, they could discern a multitude of stars, mountains, and rivers within that golden light. Yet this glimmer was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Taishang then exhaled a breath of turbid air and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, seated beside him, sensed the shift and opened their eyes in unison. Upon seeing Taishang, they both clasped their hands and smiled warmly. "Congratulations, brother. Your achievement in severing the 3 corpses has eradicated both good and evil, along with your attachments, leading to the realization of your true self. The opportunity for sainthood is at hand." Indeed, the figure that had just emerged from Taishang was the 3rd corpse of his attachments that he had severed. Now, Taishang stood at the pinnacle of the 3 corpses, the foremost being beneath the level of a saint. Hearing the congratulations from his 2 brothers, Taishang smiled, his expression serene at we, the 3 pure ones, are a unified trinity, sharing the same roots. Now that I have severed the 3 corpses and achieved the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, it will not be long before you too will also take this step. As brothers, we shall surely all ascend to the status of saints and govern the primordial chaos. What you say is most accurate. With your auspicious vision, I shall continue my cultivation. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both responded eagerly. Just as they prepared to sit cross-legged and immerse themselves in training once more, a divine resonance suddenly emerged in Taishang's mind. Following this, a voice of immense authority, mysterious and ethereal, echoed from the depths of his consciousness. "Taishang, now that you have severed the 3 corpses and reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, you may proceed to the far east of the primordial chaos, to Shoyang's sacred mountain. There lies your opportunity for sainthood." Even having severed the 3 corpses and elevated his state of mind, Taishang was not overly startled. He immediately recognized the voice as that of Hongyun Daozu. Hongyun had once proclaimed that beneath the level of a saint, all are but ants. Taishang believed this, but did not wholly trust it. Now, having severed the 3 corpses and reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he mused that he had 1 foot in the realm of saints, and the gap should not be too vast. Yet now, Hongyun's voice resonated within his mind without him even perceiving it. He could not even begin to fathom the implications of such a reality. How terrifying it is! A saint could deliver a message into his mind without him being aware. In the future, they could send their killing intent into his mind, and in an instant, take his life. The realm of saints is indeed fearsome. After a moment of internal astonishment, Taishang hastily lowered his head. However, at that moment, Hongyun's voice echoed once more. This opportunity for sainthood is a secret of the heavenly way. It is a meticulous scheme that I devised after harmonizing with the heavens. If the heavenly secrets are revealed, there will be consequences. Therefore, this matter must not be known by others. If you speak to your brothers, it would be wise to suggest that it is merely the result of your own reflections upon severing the 3 corpses. Hearing this, Taishang felt a mix of shock and joy. Hongyun Daozu was willing to calculate the heavenly secrets for him, even at the risk of violating the great laws of heaven to disclose such mysteries. Thus, Taishang hurriedly expressed his gratitude in his heart. Thank you, Daozu, for your support. Yet, this gratitude went unanswered, as Hongyun had presumably departed. Soon after, Taishang turned to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, nodding slightly. My esteemed brothers, I shall not conceal this from you. Having severed the 3 corpses and reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, I have suddenly gained profound insights. I have realized how to attain sainthood. This opportunity has now manifested, and I shall seize it first to attain the saintly position, returning later to share this opportunity with both of you. Upon hearing that Taishang had grasped the opportunity for sainthood and that it had arrived, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were filled with great joy present. The 3 teachings had not yet been established, and the 3 families had not yet been divided. Their familial bond was as profound as that of the 12 witch clans. Naturally, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian rejoiced sincerely for Taishang. Tong Tian immediately urged, "Brother, since the opportunity for sainthood has emerged, why waste any time? You must hasten to attain your saintly position." Yuan Shi added with a smile, "Once you achieve sainthood, be sure to devise opportunities for us brothers as well. Rest assured, dear brother, beneath Daozu, I shall be the first saint, and you shall undoubtedly be the second saint in the primordial chaos." Upon hearing Taishang's promise, Yuan Shi was overjoyed. Taishang then smiled at Tong Tian, saying, "Esteemed brothers, I take my leave." After bowing respectfully, Taishang transformed into a stream of pure, clear energy and departed Kunlun, soaring directly towards Shouyang Mountain. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged delighted glances. After celebrating, they both sat cross-legged once more, each intent on severing their own 3rd corpse before Taishang attained sainthood, so as to welcome him back with their own opportunities for ascendance. On Shouyang Mountain, Hongyun rode the winds and thunder, heading straight towards Niuhua. Within mere moments, Niuhua finally appeared before Hongyun's eyes. Through Hongyun's gaze, Chunxian too beheld Niuhua. In that instant, his breath caught his throat, and he felt a profound sense of awe. Indeed, as Chunxian had remarked, he had encountered countless women, be they empresses, celestial maidens, divine beings, or enchanting fairies. Yet none could compare to the Niuhua he beheld at this moment. Even those of later generations who claimed to rival Niuhua's divine grace and beauty, such as Hutu, paled in comparison by hundreds or thousands of times. There, beneath a towering pine tree, a young maiden languidly leaned against the trunk, a visage of exquisite beauty, seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Clad in a simple yet elegant palace gown, it fails to conceal the aura that envelopes the maiden. This aura exudes a blend of dignity, mystery, and warmth, reminiscent of the earth itself, robust enough to support all, gentle enough to embrace all, yet majestic enough to obliterate all. She leans gracefully against the tree trunk, her eyes closed in tranquil repose, as if the world around her has dimmed and all laws of nature have momentarily faltered. A gentle breeze caresses her delicate features, yet it seems as though it is her beauty that imparts a unique softness to the wind. Sunlight bathes her form, yet it is she who renders the light more radiant and dazzling. In her presence, Chunxian finds himself at a loss for words to adequately describe her beauty and poise. However, despite being stirred by her allure, Chunxian harbors no ulterior motives. He yearns for closeness. Merely wishing to admire her visage and listen to her voice, he desires friendship, but only wishes for a heartfelt connection, akin to standing before a rare crimson lotus, content to observe from a distance, lest he defile its purity. Unbeknownst to them, as Hongyun and Chunxian both gaze upon Niuhua, A gentle voice suddenly emanates from beside Hongyun. He swiftly turns to find a striking maiden at his side. Her resemblance to Nuwa uncanny, yet possessing an added youthful charm compared to the reclining goddess. With a playful smile and sparkling eyes, it is evident that this is a creation of Nuwa. Hongyun, having encountered Nuwa before, experiences no profound revelations like Chun Xian. Upon seeing the manifestation, he promptly raises his hands in a respectful greeting. I have met you before, Nuwa Taoist. Congratulations on achieving the status of a quasi-saint. Yet, the figure created by Nuwa offers no response. She simply gazes intently at Hongyun, her eyes profound and enigmatic, inciting a sense of wonder within him. Meanwhile, within Hongyun, Chun Xian is taken aback. Through Hongyun's eyes, he perceives that Nuwa is, in fact, looking at him. How strange. Hongyun, why do I feel an inexplicable connection to you, akin to that I share with my elder brother Fushi? Indeed, Nuwa has sensed Chun Xian's presence. Chapter 35. Testing the waters. The gaze of Nuwa initially only perplexes Hongyun. Gradually, however, a sense of trepidation wells up within him as her gaze deepens, ultimately feeling as though it pierces through to his very soul, unveiling the most hidden corners of his heart. Unable to restrain himself, he calls out to Chun Xian in his mind. At this moment, Chun Xian regains his composure. Nuwa claims to sense an aura reminiscent of Fushi, implying she does not truly see him. It is understandable. He is dormant within Hongyun, transformed into his primordial spirit, in essence. Apart from possessing thoughts and divine power, he bears no distinction from Hongyun's own essence. As long as he remains concealed, even a being as formidable as Hongyun would likely remain oblivious to his existence. Taoist immortal? Just then, Hongyun's call reaches Chun Xian again. Nuwa Taoist is still observing me. What should I do? Hearing the hint of panic in Hongyun's tone, Chun Xian retorts, What are you so flustered about? I did not summon you to scheme against Nuwa. It is at this moment that Nuwa finally withdraws her gaze from Hongyun. Yet the familiar aura emanating from within him compels her to continue scrutinizing him. As she does so, she queries, Hongyun Taoist, you have yet to disclose your purpose for visiting Shouyang Mountain. Hongyun remains silent, awaiting Chun Xian's guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xian instructs Hongyun, inquire of Nuwa what brings her to Shouyang Mountain. Hongyun is taken aback. Nuwa is already present at Shouyang Mountain, and now, hearing Chun Xian's words, he must ask her about her own intentions. This strikes Hongyun as somewhat inappropriate. What nonsense is this? Just ask. Chun Xian, well aware of Hongyun's thoughts, sighs in exasperation before continuing. Can you not set aside your antiquated sense of virtue? How many times must I reiterate this before you comprehend? Listening to Chun Xian's reprimand, Hongyun can only chuckle helplessly. Complying, he addresses Nuwa. May I inquire, Nuwa Taoist, what brings you to Shouyang Mountain? As the words leave his lips, he offers Nuwa an apologetic smile. His surprise. Nuwa's expression shifts, her demeanor growing more guarded while she continues to assess Hongyun. Be candid. Having listened to the Taoist teachings in Zhixiao Palace for 10 millennia, I have felt a stirring within. After departing the palace, I manifested a being and attained the Quasi-saint status. Suddenly, I sensed an exceptionally pure and yang energy coursing through the cosmos, compelling me to seek it out, which ultimately led me here to Shouyang Mountain. Pure yang energy. At Nuwa's revelation, Chun Xian's heart races. Could it be? He quickly urges Hongyun. Ask her where this pure yang energy can be found on Shouyang Mountain. If it has already dissipated, why does she still linger? Hongyun feels a bit intrusive at the prospect of further questioning, yet he cannot disregard Chun Xian's instructions. Thus, he flashes a smile at Nuwa once more and inquires. Nuwa Taoist, I have yet to sense any pure yang energy while in this mountain. May I ask where it has gone? If it has vanished, why do you remain? Upon hearing Hongyun's query, Nuwa's face flushes with color. Soon after, she notices the smile gracing Hongyun's face, which prompts a flicker of irritation to cross her features. Hongyun, the old Taoist. Just as Nuwa's vexation surfaces, a sudden voice erupts in anger, that a flash of light appears, revealing a figure clad in red armor, brandishing a sharp sword. She bears an uncanny resemblance to Nuwa, undoubtedly another of her creations. Yet this one radiates a palpable aura of menace, standing like a fierce general of war. The intensity of her presence rivals that of Dijuan, whom they had encountered on Buzhou Mountain. This must be the malevolent being that Nuwa has severed. Hongyun, the old Taoist, I see your face adorned with a lewd grin and your eyes glinting with mischief. It seems you have grasped the situation and yet feign ignorance. The sudden emergence of Nuwa's sinister creation and its accusatory tone leave Hongyun feeling helpless. Nuwa Taoist, it is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The malevolent being remains unyielding, her voice rising in anger. The distance from Hongyun Palace to Shoyang Mountain is unfathomably vast. You have traveled such a distance. Surely, you understand the significance of the pure yang energy that resides here. If you are aware, why do you persist in asking? Impudent wretch, prepare to taste my blade. As the words leave her mouth, the malevolent being unsheathes her sword, slashing downward with unhesitating ferocity. In an instant, the very heavens and earth seem to split apart, cascading downwards. No. Hongyun quickly realizes that it is not the earth and sky that are cleaved, but rather a formidable sword energy that stands erect. As if slicing the cosmos in twain, is Nuwa's creation truly so quick-tempered. With a mere word, she resorts to violence, catching even Chun Xian by surprise. In his mind, Nuwa, as the progenitor of humanity and the mother of earth, ought to embody serenity and gentleness. Could it be that this malevolent being is the true orchestrator behind the calamities wrought by the nine-tailed fox during the Fengshen tribulation? As these thoughts swirl within him, Chun Xian's expression suddenly shifts. He then scolds inwardly. Hongyun, could you be any more foolish? Witnessing the sword energy hurtling towards the stars, Hongyun stands transfixed, seemingly paralyzed by fear, utterly motionless. Why is he not retaliating? As Chun Xian's admonition echoes in his mind, the sword energy descends with relentless force at long last. In a pivotal moment, thunder and lightning roared in unison. The crimson clouds urged forth the wings of wind and thunder. Swiftly retreating, they narrowly evaded the sword of heaven's decapitation. Subsequently, he hastily addressed the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. Dear friend Nuwa, this is indeed a misunderstanding. It is not my prowess. Simultaneously, he inwardly called out to Chun Xian. Immortal sovereign, please explain quickly. Explain what? Chun Xian retorted, Do you not see that this malevolent corpse of Nuwa is utterly unreasonable? Just as Chun Xian spoke, the malevolent corpse of Nuwa raised her sword once more and coldly commanded, striking downwards. Another sword chi, akin to a heavenly cleaving, stood erect between heaven and earth, aiming at the crimson clouds. Concurrently, the chilling voice of the malevolent corpse echoed, Ancestor Hongyun, your disdainful attitude suggests a wicked heart. Those with malevolent thoughts must be eradicated. With her voice echoing, the malevolent corpse of Nuwa swung her sword fiercely. This strike was delivered horizontally, and a sword chi spanning the heavens immediately materialized, intersecting with a vertical sword chi, forming a cross. Yet at the very moment the cross converged, the intertwining energies surged forth, creating an immense net that swiftly descended upon the crimson clouds. Thunder roared. The crimson clouds activated the wings of wind and thunder once more, seeking to transform and flee. However, at the same time, Chun Xian bellowed, Flee? Flee from what? You possess the combat power of a quasi-saint capable of slaying two corpses. Why fear a mere malevolent corpse? Strike back. But the crimson clouds still wished to speak. Yet before the words could escape, Chun Xian shouted again, What is there to say? Have you not realized that Nuwa is merely testing you? If you cannot overcome her malevolent corpse, you lack the qualification to discuss the pure yang qi of Shoyang Mountain with her. Strike back. Boom. Just as Chun Xian's furious shout resounded, the net of sword chi crashed down. This time, the crimson clouds did not evade. Transforming into a vivid red, they evaded the onslaught of sword chi with an ethereal form. Subsequently, they manifested their true body and offered a resigned smile to the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. Since my friend insists on battle, This humble Taoist shall have no choice but to engage. Less chatter. The malevolent corpse of Nuwa retorted, charging forward with her sword aimed directly at the crimson clouds. Chapter 36. A single strike to defeat the enemy. Seeing Nuwa charging fiercely with her sword, her imposing presence struck fear into the hearts of all beings, causing the wilderness to tremble. The crimson clouds immediately summoned their true essence, seeking to reveal their true form and sharpen their edge. However, at the same moment, Chen Xian's furious shout rang out. "What are you hiding from?" At that moment, Chen Xian truly felt he might explode with rage. He finally understood why. In the world he traversed before, so many parents ended up hospitalized from tutoring their children but a single question, repeated endlessly, yet they could not grasp it. He had personally taught in the Unzao Mountains, guiding the crimson clouds, yet they still lacked any insight into combat. Despite his frustration, Chen Xian could only bear it. Seizing the moment before Nuwa closed in, he urged the crimson clouds, "Since Nuwa is testing you, you must demonstrate that your strength is worthy of discussion with her. Do not hide. Strike with all your might, aiming to defeat the malevolent corpse of Nuwa in a single blow." At this moment, the malevolent corpse of Nuwa once again lifted her sword to deliver a fierce slash. The sword chi net blanketed the sky, once more descending upon the crimson clouds with ferocity. Chen Xian spared no words, shouting at the crimson clouds in wrath. Undoubtedly, during this time, Chen Xian had instilled considerable awe in the heart of the crimson clouds. He had saved them from death multiple times and imparted the path to becoming a saint, causing the crimson clouds to unconsciously regard Chen Xian as an equal to the Tao ancestor Hongyun. Now, with Chen Xian's roar, the crimson clouds had no other thoughts. All their true essence surged forth in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi net was upon the crimson clouds. The crimson clouds had amassed their spiritual energy to the limit. With a mighty shout, they unleashed a great breath, spewing forth a mist of scattered souls that enveloped the heavens and earth, colliding fiercely with the sword chi net. In that moment, the sword chi and mist clashed without yielding, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet the crimson clouds had already attained the combat power of a quasi-saint capable of slaying two corpses, and now they faced merely the malevolent corpse of Nuwa, as the mist and sword chi battled fiercely. Neither yielding an inch, the crimson cloud's chest heaved. Then, with a fierce exhalation, they unleashed not mist, but a tremendous force that surged against the resisting sword chi. Instantly, the scattered soul mist's power surged dramatically. With a mere tremor, it devoured and shattered the sword chi net entirely. Following that, the crimson cloud charged directly at the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. The malevolent corpse of Nuwa swung her treasured sword fiercely. However, although the sword chi was formidable, it was only sufficient to provide her protection. Silently, the scattered soul mist surged forth, crashing into the sword chi of the malevolent corpse. The seemingly invincible sword chi could not withstand the engulfing power of the scattered soul mist, rapidly disintegrating. Subsequently, the crimson mist pressed down upon the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. At that moment, the crimson clouds felt a pang of compassion, wishing to retract the mist. Yet, in the same instant, Chen Xian spat, urgently calling out to the crimson clouds, "In battle, whether the opponent is friend or foe, you must fight with all your might, as if confronting a lion battling a rabbit. Holding back is neither responsible to yourself nor respectful to your enemy. Let your scattered soul mist unleash its full force." Chen Xian's furious roar successfully dispelled the benevolent thoughts within the crimson clouds. They obediently urged the mist once more. Boom! A sound almost imperceptible echoed as the mist finally breached the last line of defense of the malevolent corpse of Nuwa, crashing violently into her. The immense pressure from the scattered soul mist forced the malevolent corpse of Nuwa to recoil. The power of scattered souls began to invade her very essence. For a moment, the malevolent corpse of Nuwa groaned repeatedly, rolling helplessly within the scattered soul mist. The crimson clouds, fervently channeling their true essence, successfully suppressed the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. Suddenly, vibrant five-colored light erupted in the sky. The benevolent corpse of Nuwa, resembling a radiant maiden, extended her hand. The five-colored light fell into her grasp. With a gentle shake, the light transformed into stone. She then tossed it, the five-colored stone whistling as it was hurled into the scattered soul mist. Instantly, the blood-red scattered soul mist swelled with brilliance, and five-colored light emerged from within the crimson fog, dyeing it with vibrant hues. Simultaneously, the crimson clouds felt a profound change. The malevolent and sinister power capable of devouring souls within the scattered soul mist rapidly receded, replaced by a surge of vitality, the power of rebirth and creation. Nuwa, indeed extraordinary. In the heart of the crimson clouds, Chun Xian sensed it clearly. The five-colored light contained boundless vitality. This was the Earth's grace, a divine power to transcend the world. It was likely that when Nuwa shaped clay to create humanity, she utilized this very divine power. Muttering to himself, Chun Xian finally spoke to the crimson clouds. You may cease now. Nuwa's trial has likely been passed. Since Nuwa had even employed the divine power typically used during the creation of humanity, it was clear she no longer concealed her capabilities. Engaging with full force naturally indicated her acknowledgement of the crimson cloud strength. The crimson clouds had long been eager to retract the mist. Upon hearing Chun Xian's words, they took a gentle breath, and the scattered soul mist returned entirely to their body. The malevolent corpse of Nuwa also escaped from a mist. Humph. However, once her form stabilized, the malevolent corpse of Nuwa immediately glared at the crimson clouds. Her voice laced with fury. Hongyun, the world praises you as the kindest person under heaven. Yet in my view, you are the most malevolent person in the world. The means of devouring souls and scattering essences are truly insidious. Hearing this, the crimson clouds could only smile helplessly. They had heard such remarks numerous times during this period, but found themselves utterly powerless to refute them. The malevolence lay within their immortal sovereign. Yet, there was simply no way to explain it for the crimson clouds. Observing the malevolent corpse of Nuwa's unrelenting tirade, they could not help but shake their head. This technique of slaying the three corpses, they naturally understood. Slaying the three corpses could indeed lead to sainthood. With all three corpses severed, one could attain the pinnacle of quasi-saint realms. If one could merge the three corpses, they could achieve the status of a saint. However, severing and merging, wasn't that akin to pulling down one's pants to fart? The act of severing and merging corpses ultimately serves to reveal the true self. Moreover, the three corpses produced through the technique possess self-awareness, rendering them impossible to control entirely. The malevolent corpse of Nuwa, while formidable, is merely driven by a boundless desire for battle, indifferent to right or wrong and devoid of inquiry. In contrast, those practitioners with weaker dispositions may give rise to truly wicked corpses, capable of slaughtering countless beings or even turning against their masters, wreaking havoc upon heaven and earth. Benevolent corpses and obsessional corpses are equally dubious entities. The act of severing the three corpses? Merely a fringe practice. This was one of the reasons Chun Xian refrained from directly assisting Hongyun in this endeavor. However, just as Chun Xian shook his head in contemplation, the benevolent corpse of Nuwa stepped forward. Offering a gentle smile to the malevolent one, "Allow me to handle this," she suggested. Hongyun, the ancestor, possesses extraordinary strength. It stands to reason that he harbors insights regarding Shoyang Mountain, hence his presence here. Our connection with Shoyang Mountain is best discussed with him, lest it remain unspoken. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, the malevolent corpse glared at Hongyun. Humph, she scoffed before addressing Hongyun. Our ties with Shoyang Mountain are profound. Should you dare to disclose this matter, I shall pursue you across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, through chaos and desolation, and I will not hesitate to strike you down. Humph. In his heart, Hongyun smirked at Chun Xian's disdainful laughter. Yet he nodded repeatedly at the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. Rest assured, my friend, I shall guard this secret with my life. Despite this assurance, the benevolent corpse of Nuwa let out a cold huff. Ultimately, she transformed into a red light and swiftly departed. That moment, the benevolent corpse of Nuwa approached Hongyun, her gaze fixed upon him as she inquired, her cheeks flushed. Hongyun, may I ask you this? The primordial world is a manifestation of Pangu's body. His eyes became the sun and moon, his blood turned into rivers, his form shaped the earth, and his pure essence became the heavens. His unyielding spine transformed into divine pillars supporting the sky, while the blood that coursed through him became the tumultuous rivers of blood. Do you know from whence Shoyang Mountain derives its essence from Pangu? Hongyun was at a loss, but he paused, hastily seeking counsel from Chun Xian within. Immortal Master? At that moment, Chun Xian erupted into laughter. Observing Nuwa's demeanor, it appeared that Shoyang Mountain was indeed as the future generations would describe. The pure yang essence must be precisely as I imagined. Chapter 37. Pangu's Younger Brother. After Nuwa's benevolent corpse finished her inquiry, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Hongyun heard Chun Xian within him murmuring in realization, further piquing his curiosity. Immortal Master, what is the true origin of Shoyang Mountain in relation to the great Pangu? Chun Xian chuckled, not bothering to conceal the truth. This mountain is a manifestation of Pangu's younger brother. Indeed, Shoyang, the apex of pure yang. The entire primordial world is a creation of Pangu. Where's the pure yang essence concentrated? The answer is clear. At this moment, Chun Xian could not help but marvel at the creativity of future novelists. There were countless speculations regarding Shoyang Mountain. It was surprising that someone had indeed guessed that it was the younger brother of Pangu. Younger brother? However, Chun Xian's words left Hongyun in a state of confusion, as he could not comprehend. Immortal Master, I have never heard of Pangu having a younger brother. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian finally grasped the meaning of younger brother, which was not yet known in the primordial realm. He pondered for a moment before settling on a term that might be suitable for this era. Addressing Hongyun, it refers to the essence of yang. Hongyun understood, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is so strange about the primordial realm being a manifestation of Pangu? You should quickly relay this to Nuwa. Seeing Hongyun's shock, Chun Xian could only shake his head in exasperation. After living for countless eons, how can you still behave like an innocent youth? Finally, he urged Hongyun again. Coming to his senses, Hongyun smiled at Nuwa. He then lowered his voice, tentatively asking the benevolent corpse of Nuwa. Shoyang Mountain, is it a manifestation of Pangu's essence? Indeed. Nuwa's benevolent corpse blushed, softly murmuring in response. Observing her demeanor, Chun Xian could not help but chuckle. He was now convinced that his assumptions were undoubtedly correct. It makes sense now how this race became the absolute protagonists of the primordial world upon their emergence. Logically, if humanity embodies the way of humanity, then the heavenly way should eliminate them to maintain dominion. Yet, regardless of the schemes, humanity always finds a glimmer of hope. If the birth of the human race harbors such a secret, then in this primordial realm, there truly exists no other species capable of being the protagonists. It is no wonder that even the postnatal human race possesses boundless potential. While silently reveling in his thoughts, Chun Xian could not help but exclaim in admiration. Meanwhile, Nuwa, with her flushed cheeks, addressed Hongyun. Since you have grasped the essence of Shoyang Mountain, you must also have discerned the nature of the pure yang essence I sensed. There is no need for me to conceal our connection to Shoyang Mountain from you. Nuwa's statement elicited a wry smile from Hongyun, who felt utterly perplexed. He had no idea what that pure yang essence was. He could only prompt Chun Xian, Immortal Master, what is this pure yang? Yet before he could finish, Chun Xian interjected, Just listen to Nuwa. Upon Chun Xian's words, Nuwa let out a shy giggle that I arrived at Shoyang Mountain and obtained that pure yang, true qi. Subsequently, I felt a resonance, harmonizing with the pure yang, true qi, uniting heaven and earth. Not long ago, I merged with that pure yang, true qi, severing the three corpses. During this process of yin and yang harmonizing, I gained profound insights. Yin and yang harmonizing, heaven and earth uniting. Hongyun believed he understood. However, just as the benevolent corpse of Nuwa spoke, her face reddened, and her gaze softened, leaving him bewildered once more. Yet, while he was confused, Chun Xian comprehended. Upon hearing Nuwa's response, Chun Xian could no longer contain himself. bursting in a laughter within Hongyun's being. Just as I thought, only Pangu is worthy of Nuwa in this primordial realm. Indeed, what Nuwa speaks of, the harmonizing of yin and yang, and the unity of heaven and man, signifies a certain connection between male and female. Naturally, Pangu has perished, transforming into the primordial. It is impossible for Nuwa and Pangu to have experienced any physical harmony. According to Nuwa, it is her original spirit energy that has merged with the yang energy of Shoyang Mountain, becoming one. It is likely that Nuwa's original spirit energy is the purest form of yin. Otherwise, she would not have been hailed as the mother of earth in later generations. Heaven embodies yang, and earth embodies yin. Therefore, after the harmonizing of yin and yang, Nuwa adds that heaven and earth unite. In any case, although Nuwa and Pangu did not achieve physical harmony, in a certain sense, they have indeed harmonized and become one. After a considerable while, Chen Xian finally ceased his laughter. He gently cleared his throat and murmured softly. Future novelists, whenever they write about traversing to the primordial realm, they love to claim Nuwa for themselves, making her part of their harem. If they knew that Nuwa had long been taken, I wonder what their reactions would be. Regarding the narratives constructed by future novelists about claiming Nuwa, Chen Xian held no aversion that if there are readers who enjoy it, the authors will write it. If the authors write it, and people enjoy it, there is no harm in that. Yet he sometimes entertained a mischievous thought. If Nuwa were genuinely capable of being moved by love, who would capture her affections if there were no time travelers? Who could unite with the ancestor of humanity without inciting the ire of all humanity? To his astonishment, he personally found the answer. And this answer was indeed extraordinary, yet it resonated with reason. After muttering softly, he turned to Hongyun and said, "Inquire whether the insights gained from the harmonizing of yin and yang with Shoyang Mountain are related to Pangu's creation of the world." Without hesitation, Hongyun immediately posed the question to Nuwa. "May I ask, friend, are your subsequent insights related to Pangu's creation of the world?" However, this time, the resplendent Nuwa, akin to a radiant maiden, chose not to respond to Hongyun's inquiry. Instead, at that moment, on Shoyang Mountain, divine light burst forth, an aura of immense majesty permeated the air, imbued with a gentle essence. From within Shoyang Mountain, this overwhelming presence exuded an imperial dignity, comparable to that of the sovereign, evoking reverence without the tyranny to subdue all beings. This aura merely inspired a longing within the hearts of many, as if they were willingly compelled to follow. Even Hongyun found himself enveloped in a sense of comfort amidst this divine radiance and atmosphere. It seemed that even within him, Chen Xian, a sense of ease washed over, as if his primordial spirit had unknowingly expanded in stature. Soon after, a voice, warm and gentle, reminiscent of spring rains that bring tranquility to the heart, resonated forth that I have answered your queries abundantly. Esteemed friend, might I inquire what enlightenment you have gleaned on Shoyang Mountain? The voice emerged from behind the dazzling maiden. Hongyun raised his gaze to see Nuwa, who had previously reclined beneath the pine and cypress, now standing upright, her jade-like feet bare as she gracefully approached on a rainbow cloud. The gentle breeze tousled her flowing attire, exuding an ethereal charm. As she advanced like the most exquisite scenery of the primordial world, unforgettable to behold, in this moment. Even Hongyun, who was devoid of any mundane desires, felt a stirring within his heart. Chen Xian, too, was stirred. Despite lacking a physical form, he sensed a rush of blood coursing through him. As if the one approaching was a dearly beloved kin, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to urge Hongyun to relinquish control of his body, so he might engage in conversation with the approaching Nuwa. Chapter 38. Chen Xian's fortuity. The breathtaking figure and the grandeur of the era made it so that only when Nuwa drew near did Hongyun snap back to reality. "It is an honor to meet you, Ancestor Hongyun." Nuwa's essence inclined slightly, offering a graceful bow before gently inquiring, "What I have comprehended on Shoyang Mountain is of great significance. Celestial secrets, if the ancestor wishes to know. Might you first share what insights you have garnered here?" Her tender words compelled Hongyun to lower his gaze, reluctant to meet her eyes, fearing that a single glance might mar the beauty before him. Simultaneously, Hongyun internally posed a question to Chen Xian. immortal sovereign, how should I respond? Chun Xian's emotions surged with fervor, a feeling beyond his control, as if Enhua's essence had invoked a certain principle. Under this principle, he felt an overwhelming urge to acknowledge his lineage. The blood coursing through him surged, and for a fleeting moment, Enhua's visage morphed into that of his biological mother. This sensation of bloodline connection was strikingly intense. Fortunately, Chun Xian was no ordinary being. He had endured such soul-stirring impacts countless times. Even without employing any means, he could withstand it entirely. Amidst Hongyun's repeated calls, Chun Xian ultimately quelled the tumultuous bloodline stirring deep within his primordial spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Hongyun. There is no need for a response. Merely inform her that if Enhua wishes to emulate Pangu in her creation of the heavens and the earth, you shall lend her your support. This statement left Hongyun in shock. Enhua intends to imitate Pangu and create the heavens and the earth. Hearing Hongyun's astonishment, Chun Xian spoke calmly. Do not ask further. Simply convey it. Hongyun cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, turned to Enhua's essence. What I have comprehended is not for Enhua to know. However, I can assure you, should you wish to follow Pangu's path, I shall surely assist you. Upon hearing these words, Enhua's radiant eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Hongyun. A cold laugh echoed through the void. Hongyun, your audacity is remarkable. You possess merely the cultivation of slaying 2 corpses. What qualifies you to aid us in creating the heavens and the earth? Meanwhile, Enhua's essence exclaimed in surprise, Ancestor Hongyun, can you truly extend your assistance? If so, our insights must be one and the same. As she spoke, Enhua's essence bowed slightly to Hongyun once more. What I have comprehended is also a chance for sanctification. Should success be attained, I shall surely achieve a position of sanctity. In that case, Ancestor Hongyun's assistance will be invaluable. Hearing these declarations, Hongyun could only smile wryly, utterly a loss for how to respond. Enhua's insights led to a chance for sanctification, while his own intent to assist her was to facilitate her ascension. Yet, Hongyun, in his naivety, remained blissfully unaware of this connection, that up to this point, he had merely aided Chun Xian in gaining the quasi-saintly cultivation of slaying 2 corpses. How could he possibly aid Enhua? A wave of insecurity washed over him, particularly as he observed the 2 corpses Enhua had slain, their gazes gradually heating with intensity upon him. A profound sense of guilt enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, Chun Xian, who had been preparing to speak within Hongyun, suddenly regained clarity. Yet in that instant he could no longer restrain himself and erupted in silent curses. Hongyun, can you not be any more cowardly? This is not a life-or-death struggle. What are you so afraid of? Indeed, at that moment, Chun Xian seized control of Hongyun's body once more. Hongyun receded in the shadows. If you're going to be this timid, why not just relinquish your body to me? Once I utilize your form to achieve sanctity and create my own body, you can emerge again. Sound good? Initially, Chun Xian had genuinely intended to help Hongyun achieve sanctity for the sake of regaining his freedom or to gain control over Hongyun's body by any means necessary. However, at this point, he felt a deep frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a student. He had painstakingly guided and nurtured Hongyun, treating him as a child, almost as if holding his hand through every lesson. Yet this individual had not even reached the examination phase before retreating in fear. Chun Xian found himself utterly perplexed by the source of this fear. Hongyun, hidden away, sensed the tempestuous anger brewing within Chun Xian. He could only helplessly respond, Immortal Sovereign, my cultivation is humble. What qualifications do I possess to guide Enhua on her path to sanctification? I truly lack the face to confront Enhua. Listening to Hongyun's lament, Chun Xian could only feel exasperation. With such thin skin, it was no wonder he lacked the courage to even request ginseng fruits from Zhen Yuanzi. Do you not know that having a thicker skin is also a means of survival? Shaking his head, Chun Xian sighed in resignation. Now, watch closely. Observe how I present myself. He intended to express the phrase putting on airs, but realizing Hongyun would likely not comprehend it, he quickly corrected himself in matters of cultivation. The accomplished are the teachers, and the capable are the guides. Though your cultivation may not match Enhua's, with my presence, You are indeed the capable one in the vast primordial world, even before Hongyun. You can hold your head high and stand tall. Do you understand? Having conveyed this to Hongyun, Chun Xian inwardly grumbled, Indeed, you fail to utilize this cheat I provide. Even if a dog were to traverse into this primordial realm, with me possessing it, I would likely be superior. After this internal exclamation, he continued, Now, pay attention and learn well. You must understand how to face the myriad beings of the primordial world with the right demeanor. Demeanor and mindset are two interdependent concepts. Since Chun Xian aimed to alter Hongyun's mindset, steering him away from excessive benevolence and timidity, he sees this opportunity to impart the essence of being the protagonist endowed with a golden finger. With a cold snort, Hongyun finally raised his eyes to gaze at Nuwa. Yet upon lifting his gaze, Chun Xian was momentarily stunned. Before him, Nuwa's benevolent corpse and her lingering thoughts were both wide-eyed in disbelief. Staring at him, even Nuwa's malevolent corpse, which had vanished to an unknown refuge, materialized in a flash of light, brandishing a treasured sword, astonished as it looked at Chun Xian. Initially taken aback, Chun Xian's heart then skipped a beat. Could it be that Nuwa had sensed something unusual? Just as he was lost in thought, the malevolent corpse of Nuwa called out to him, Hongyun, what exactly did you comprehend on Shouyang Mountain? Why do I suddenly sense the same pure yang essence from you that I felt on Shouyang Mountain? The benevolent corpse of the radiant maiden-like Nuwa exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is that pure yang essence. Though faint, it is undeniably present. Hongyun, you must be able to assist me in achieving the sacred realm. Finally, even Nuwa's lingering thoughts cried out in amazement. Pure yang essence. Naturally, Chun Xian felt a slight shock within. However, he quickly comprehended the situation. He was 100% human. In other words, he possessed Nuwa's bloodline within him. It appeared that the bloodline of Nuwa, who fashioned humanity from clay, indeed contained Pangu's pure yang essence. It was this pure yang essence, intertwined with Nuwa's pure yin energy, that endowed humanity with an innate balance of yin and yang and the five elements. Thus, humanity was imbued with boundless potential. Furthermore, this pure yang essence from Pangu, gifted to humanity through Nuwa's creation, would surely grow more refined as humanity cultivated diligently. This pure yang essence was the very foundation of humanity, its source. Hence, even in his current primordial spirit state, Chun Xian still possessed it. Previously, it had been concealed within Hongyun's primordial spirit, which was why Nuwa and her counterparts had not detected it. Now that Hongyun's form was under his command, it was only natural that it was sensed. Simultaneously, Chun Xian realized another aspect. Before arriving in this primordial realm and encountering Nuwa, he had never known that humanity contained Pangu's pure yang essence. Moreover, he had never felt it before. Everything related to Pangu bore the power of creation and the merit of creation. The pure yang essence left behind by Pangu after the creation was undoubtedly the same. Did this mean that he could utilize this pure yang essence to further his cultivation? Indeed, throughout the millennia, Chun Xian had believed his cultivation had reached its pinnacle. The myriad paths of the universe lay within his grasp. The endless laws could be manifested with a mere gesture. He felt he had reached the end of cultivation, with no further breakthroughs possible. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. Could it be that this was the true reason for my inexplicable crossing into the primordial realm? Chapter 39. Why not seek a secondary path? Hongyun. Just as Chun Xian pondered these thoughts, a sudden roar pierced the air. Chun Xian snapped back to reality, only to see Nuwa's malevolent corpse frowning deeply, coldly fixating on him. Speak. Why do you possess Pangu's pure yang essence? What did you comprehend on Shouyang Mountain? The malevolent corpse of Nuwa bore an imperious expression, her tone dripping with command. Looking at her, Chun Xian's demeanor turned icy. The moment this malevolent corpse of Nuwa appeared, he had taken a disliking to her. Without distinguishing right from wrong or inquiring into the reasons, she had brandished her sword to threaten him without mercy. Though she was a malevolent corpse, inherently so, it did not mean Chun Xian was inclined to endure her behavior. Seeing that Chun Xian merely stared at her in silence, her expression grew colder. She opened her mouth again, barking at Chun Xian. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Before she could finish, Chan Xian suddenly raised his hand. The scattered crimson mist transformed into a massive fist, ruthlessly striking towards the malevolent corpse of Nuwa. He held nothing back. After all, Nuwa had already severed 3 corpses, reaching the pinnacle of Quasi-saint. Although the malevolent corpse was weaker, given Hongyun's current state, he could not easily eliminate her. Yet, not being able to kill did not mean she couldn't be harmed. Chan Xian's attack came unexpectedly and with tremendous speed. The 3 corpses of Nuwa had yet to react. With a resounding boom, the malevolent corpse's shout was abruptly silenced as the crimson mist-formed fist collided fiercely with her abdomen. The force propelled the malevolent corpse of Nuwa backward, hurtling her into the distance. Only after a moment did the malevolent corpse realize what had happened. The power of the scattered crimson mist surged into her body, causing her to feel as though the world had turned dark, her spirit shattered. She managed to let out a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back, and she fell into unconsciousness. It was not until she had been sent flying nearly 100 miles that the unconscious malevolent corpse finally landed on the ground. Deep in slumbered It that moment, the remaining 2 corpses of Nuwa and Hongyun finally reacted. The 2 corpses of Nuwa gazed at Chan Xian in astonishment. Hongyun, too, exclaimed, "Immortal sovereign, how could you?" Silence, before Hongyun could finish. Chan Xian interrupted him in his mind. "Remember this. If anyone displeases you, you must return the displeasure. You clearly possess great power but still act so submissively. What a sight! If not for the malevolent corpse of Nuwa, I would have long since absorbed her into a dry husk." After coldly admonishing Hongyun, he turned his attention to Nuwa's benevolent corpse and lingering thoughts. With a smirk, he remarked, "My dear friends, that malevolent corpse was simply too noisy. I trust you have no objections to me silencing her for a while." In the eyes of Nuwa's benevolent corpse and lingering thoughts, although Hongyun smiled, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Under this pressure, while Hongyun's words seemed like an inquiry, they fell upon their ears as mere formality. The 3 corpses were one entity. Should another dare to act recklessly against the malevolent corpse, they would naturally object. However, now that Hongyun claimed he could assist Nuwa in achieving sanctity, this was indeed a significant matter. Moreover, the malevolent corpse was undeniably bothersome and had indeed been rude first. Having been reprimanded, they had no words to counter. Thus, after a brief moment of astonishment, Nuwa's lingering thoughts nodded first. What the ancestor says makes sense. The malevolent corpse has repeatedly spoken disrespectfully to the ancestor. I, as her representative, apologize on her behalf. Slightly bowing, Nuwa's lingering thoughts offered a respectful gesture to the ancestor. The benevolent corpse, radiant as a maiden, puffed up her cheeks and murmured, "Why have you suddenly become so fierce? But I also think she is rather noisy. Quite bothersome." Observing Nuwa's lingering thoughts' gentle demeanor and sincere apology, Chan Xian smiled faintly. "Very well, the punishment has been meted out. Let us proceed to the main topic." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's lingering thoughts immediately cast a nervous glance at Hongyun. The benevolent corpse also widened her watery eyes, filled with anticipation. Chan Xian, uninterested in prolonging the suspense, directly asked, "Nuwa, you wish to emulate Pangu, the great deity of creation, to attain enlightenment, yet feel powerless and lacking the ability to create. Am I correct?" Nuwa's lingering thoughts slightly nodded. "What the ancestor says is absolutely true." With a confident smile, Hongyun continued, "Creation is the means of the saints. Yet, even now, despite having severed 3 corpses, Nuwa is but at the pinnacle of Quasi-saint. How could she possess the power of creation?" After a moment of mirth, Hongyun then addressed Nuwa. "If you feel incapable of creation, why not seek a secondary path?" "Seek a secondary path?" Nuwa's lingering thoughts furrowed her brow. The benevolent corpse, after musing for a moment, quickly turned to Hongyun, saying, "Ancestor, please do not keep us in suspense. This matter of creation has long been a topic of contemplation for us 3 sisters. Yet we have never been able to pinpoint the crux. Since you have gained insight, please speak plainly." Chan Xian chuckled, preparing to respond. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he abruptly halted that moment. A flicker of trepidation surged within him. It was simple. He feared jeopardizing Nuwa's endeavors. In terms of significant events in the primordial realm, it was inevitable that Nuwa would one day realize she needed to create humanity to fulfill the cosmic balance, thereby gaining merit and achieving sanctity with the primordial purple energy. If she were to understand that the process of molding clay to create humanity was also a necessary experience for her sanctity, would directly indicating to her that she needed to create humanity have an adverse effect. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the process of realization is also a form of training. For a moment, Chen Xian furrowed his brow in silence. Ancestor? Nuwa's voice echoed once more, devoid of urgency but filled with concern. Could it be that the insights you have gained are not to be spoken of? In light of this, it seems best to let it be. The opportunity for sanctification is surely ordained by the heavens. If the ancestor is reluctant to articulate it, it must be that the time has not yet come. This sentiment, emanating from the fixation of Nuwa, left Chen Xian quite astonished. The obsessions of individuals are notoriously obstinate. Even with the might of dragons and tigers, they are difficult to resist. Yet, witnessing Nuwa's fixation, seemingly devoid of any attachment to the imminent chance of sanctification, raises an unsettling question. Does Nuwa truly lack any desire for such elevation? Chen Xian could not help but ponder this in silence. Naturally, this notion struck him as profoundly incredulous. Among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, who does not yearn for sanctification? Who does not aspire to transcend suffering and attain eternal existence? As the adage goes, beneath the sage, all are but ants. Without achieving sanctification, one amounts to nothing. If Nuwa harbors no desire for sanctification, what then occupies her thoughts? Just as Chen Xian was enveloped in confusion, a sudden wave of purple energy surged from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was suffused with this violet hue. Within this ethereal mist, a formidable presence emanated, overwhelming the primordial realm. As the purple aura approached rapidly, its potency intensified, becoming increasingly daunting in an instant. Even Chen Xian felt an unsettling sensation. Concurrently, Nuwa lifted her gaze, and with a mere glance, she declared, "The purple energy comes from the east, accompanied by a resonant force. This is the aura of the leader among the three purities." Could it be that the Taishang has gained enlightenment and seeks the opportunity for sanctification here at Shouyang Mountain? The names of the three purities and Taishang echoed in Chen Xian's ears, causing him to startle. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. Since Nuwa molded humanity at Shouyang Mountain, Taishang had established this place as a sacred ground, founding the teachings of humanity to attain sanctification. Good heavens! Could it be that as soon as Nuwa created humanity, Taishang immediately contemplated establishing a faith for his own sanctification? The timing is alarmingly tight. Cursing inwardly, Chen Xian resolved that he could no longer hesitate. He must inform Nuwa of the potential repercussions. Should Taishang interfere, it could spell disaster. Chen Xian raised his head, directing his gaze towards the approaching purple mist, his brows knitting together in trepidation. Chapter 40. Taishang, a potential adversary. Indeed, a sense of apprehension burgeoned within Chen Xian regarding this foremost figure among the three purities. However, it was not his martial prowess that instilled fear, but rather his cunning intellect. If one were to contemplate who possessed the greatest innate talent in the entirety of the primordial chaos, aside from Hongyun, the answer would undoubtedly be Taishang. The primordial essence of Pangu, divided into three, saw Taishang claim the largest share, establishing him as the leader of the three purities. Clarity embodies spirit. This primordial essence of Pangu is unequivocally akin to the celestial dome it birthed, representing the purest essence of the primordial chaos. With such untainted essence, it would be impossible for Taishang not to shine in brilliance. Moreover, when it comes to guile, who, aside from Hongyun, possesses the most formidable schemes? Undeniably, it remains Taishang. Following Nuwa's creation of humanity, only he discerned the true significance of this seemingly feeble human race, often dismissed by the primordial beings and countless postnatal races, asserting their rightful role as the true protagonists of the primordial chaos. Thus, he firmly intertwined the teachings of humanity with both the human race and its destiny, though his two brothers also emulated him in establishing their own teachings to achieve sanctification. Even the two from the Western teachings merely followed suit. Ultimately, they could not match his prowess. Consequently, during the Calamity of the Gods, Hongyun even refrained from allowing him to participate. Most of the golden immortals from the sect of the intercepting teachings ascended the list of deities, while those of the Chan teachings suffered the loss of their 3 flowers atop their heads. The human sovereign fell, leaving only the Son of Heaven in his stead. The rate of dynastic change accelerated significantly. Yet, the human teachings remained unscathed, even giving rise to a Taoist doctrine that became the national faith of humanity. Not only did their fortune stabilize, but the human teachings also subtly began to overshadow the human race itself. Eventually, in an effort to suppress the human teachings, Hongyun and the two from the Western teachings devised a plan to transmit Buddhist doctrine eastward, seeking to divide the fortunes of the human teachings. Even in the era of waning laws, as spiritual energy dissipated, the fortunes of the human teachings remained commendable. Based on Chun Xian's life experiences, even in the era of decline, the human teachings continued to be revered. Moreover, during the years he lived, the influence of the human teachings among mortals exhibited a steadily strengthening trend. Merely considering Taishang's attainment of sanctification through the human teachings was sufficient to instill in Chun Xian a profound sense of wariness. It was enough to make him anxious that if Taishang became embroiled in Yuhua's creation of humanity, he might leave behind insidious traps. This cannot stand. A solution must be devised to prevent Taishang from interfering. In that moment, Chun Xian's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, within Chun Xian, the spirit of Hongyun was alarmed. Immortal Sovereign, are you contemplating scheming against Taishang? This is unwise. He is the essence of Pangu and the leader of the 3 purities. If you offend him, silence, Chun Xian barked. Yet, no sooner had he uttered the words and a wave of dizziness washed over him, it was evident that Hongyun sought to regain control of the body. Chun Xian's heart sank. If Hongyun regained control, given his current demeanor, it would undoubtedly lead to troubled in a flash. Chun Xian had no time for anger. He urgently communicated within his mind, Hongyun, you must heed my words. Otherwise, all our arrangements will come to naught. At the very least, I shall not insult Taishang. That should suffice, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the dizziness in his mind dissipated. Hongyun's voice echoed within Chun Xian's thoughts. Immortal Sovereign, it is settled then. With this agreement reached, Chun Xian gritted his teeth and silently snorted. Yet, after this silent derision, he inwardly cursed again. You wish to feign benevolence, do you? Just wait. I shall see how long your compassion can last. As these thoughts settled in his mind, the purple energy had already reached Shouyang Mountain. Within the purple aura, Taishang seemed to have noticed Yuhua and Hongyun. Consequently, the purple energy coalesced and transformed into Taishang himself. Riding on the wind and clouds, he descended upon Shouyang Mountain. Yuhua, Hongyun, it has been a long time. Upon landing, Taishang respectfully bowed to both Hongyun and Yuhua. Yuhua hastily returned the gesture, exclaiming, it has been a while. My friend, Chun Xian also offered a courteous nod. Greetings, my friend. At this moment, observing Yuhua and Hongyun, Taishang felt a profound astonishment. He had come to Shouyang Mountain upon hearing Hongyun's call regarding an opportunity for sanctification. Now, with Yuhua and Hongyun present, could it be that they too received Hongyun's message and sought the chance for sanctification here? However, amidst his astonishment, a trace of disappointment surged within Taishang. He had initially thought that Hongyun's guidance was a special favor directed solely at him. Yet, it appeared that in Hongyun's eyes, he was not the most exceptional. Stealing a glance at Yuhua and Hongyun, his disappointment deepened. Yuhua was understandable. After all, she had received the Taoist platform and the primordial purple energy, establishing a master-disciple relationship with Hongyun. But what of Hongyun? In that fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss. Although Hongyun had bestowed the last strand of primordial purple energy upon Hongyun, seemingly indicating his esteem for him, how could he overlook the fact that Hongyun's act was laden with ulterior motives? Hongyun had granted such a paramount treasure. yet chose not to bestow upon Hongyun any official recognition. This was tantamount to tacitly permitting others to seize that primordial purple energy. Hongjun merely intended to manipulate Hongyun, allowing the seventh strand of primordial purple energy to be the one that eludes capture, thereby aligning with the heavenly devouring in essence. Hongyun was but a pawn in Hongjun's grand scheme, a discarded piece. How could a discarded piece receive guidance from Hongjun? Or perhaps he was mistaken. Was it possible that Hongjun held Hongyun in high regard, receiving equal treatment as Hongyun left him feeling somewhat disheartened? Yet as he pondered this, a flicker of curiosity began to take root within him, compelling him to scrutinize Hongyun more closely. Indeed, Hongyun, or more precisely, Chun Xian, was a figure of legendary repute. He appeared as an elderly man, and despite his unassuming attire, his profound cultivation exuded an aura of ethereal grace and inscrutability. Most significantly, Chun Xian found it challenging to discern the depths of his presence. The venerable figure stood motionless, yet seemed to merge seamlessly with the cosmos, his essence permeating everything and simultaneously eluding grasp. Although he stood directly before Chun Xian, it felt as though they were separated by a vast expanse, gazing at each other from a great distance at a peak of quasi-saintly existence. Perhaps he was but a step away from the realm of the saints. In an instant, Chun Xian experienced a profound epiphany. Indeed, he comprehended that the reason the Venerable One evoked such feelings was due to his attainment at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. That it appeared he was teetering on the brink of becoming a true saint. Only in this manner could Chun Xian perceive the Venerable One as omnipresent yet elusive, akin to the Tao itself. Ever visible, yet perpetually hidden. Although he had yet to accumulate merit or establish a teaching, he had nonetheless brushed against the threshold of sainthood. Even Chun Xian was taken aback by this realization. Truly, he was a paragon of Pangu, embodying the essence of the teachnings in this primordial world. He likely stood as the most formidable being. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chun Xian's eyes widened in astonishment at a remarkably absurd, audacious notion surged forth in his mind, one that startled even him. Despite the Venerable One's profound scheming, the fact remained that he served as a teacher to humanity. Why should I remain so wary of him? A person of such exceptional talent could become a valuable ally. Furthermore, if the Venerable One could transcend the heavenly path to attain sainthood, he might surpass Hongjun. No, he is the true heir of Pangu. Within this primordial realm, he shares the closest ties with Pangu himself. As long as he does not become a puppet of the heavenly path, he is destined to surpass Hongjun. The more he contemplated this, the brighter Chun Xian's gaze became as he regarded the Venerable One, filled with excitement. Moreover, as the true heir of Pangu, he would surely be inclined towards Pangu. If he were to learn that Hongjun sought to suppress the myriad paths painstakingly acquired by Pangu, claiming supremacy for himself, a grand spectacle might yet unfold. By heavens, this could truly come to fruition. Wouldn't this effectively mean an addition of a peerless enforcer to my ranks? Chapter 41. Half-Truth. Half-Falsehood. Hongyun, my friend. After surveying Hongyun, he noticed the latter gazing intently at himself, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of brilliance. More crucially, each time that brilliance flickered, the Venerable One felt an ominous sensation creeping into his heart. Though this was astonishing to him, he could not afford to underestimate Hongyun. After all, Hongyun had been bestowed with the primordial purple aura and had recently stepped into the realm of quasi-sainthood. Thus, while remaining vigilant in his heart, the Venerable One smiled and addressed Hongyun. My friend, why do you regard me so? Is there something amiss upon my visage? Upon hearing the Venerable One's words, Chun Xian snapped back to reality. As his thoughts whirled, he immediately discerned the course of action he should take. The Venerable One had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood and was on the verge of attaining true sainthood. Undoubtedly, he harbored a deep admiration for Hongjun. To sway him would not be an easy task. However, Chun Xian was not in a hurry. The 6 great saints of the primordial world had yet to ascend, and the calamity of the witch and demon tribes had not yet commenced. He had ample time to gradually guide the Venerable One, to engage in a subtle dance of persuasion. While it appeared that if he did not intervene, The Venerable One would inevitably obtain merit and become a puppet of the heavenly path. It was just as Chun Xian had asserted. The Venerable One was deeply cunning. It was unlikely that he had not previously plotted against the heavenly path before being ensnared beneath it. Indeed, Chun Xian suspected that he had done so on numerous occasions. Otherwise, why would the fortunes of humanity surge amidst the numerous calamities of the primordial world? To take a more extreme view, if the Venerable One became a saint bound to the fortunes of humanity, could humanity's fortunes truly be the same as those of the heavenly path? Perhaps not. Let us not forget that the primordial way encompasses the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly way was associated with Hongyun, the earthly way with Xinyuanzi. But where does humanity fit in? Most likely, it is with humanity itself. The reason humanity could become the protagonist of the primordial world may very well stem from their adherence to the human way within the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. If this were indeed the case, then the Venerable One's teachings and the way of humanity would be intrinsically linked. Thus, in the future, should he wish to alter the Venerable One's relationship with the heavenly path, it would be a simple endeavor for Chun Xian to take it a step further. Even if the Venerable One were to reside entirely beneath the heavenly path and become its puppet, once Hongyun attained sainthood and Chun Xian regained his physical form, he would possess 100 methods to liberate the Venerable One from the heavenly path. At present, Chun Xian's objective was to plant a seed of doubt in the Venerable One's heart, a seed that would make him question Hongyun. Finally, Chun Xian silently chuckled to himself. He then turned to the Venerable One and began to speak. However, as he opened his mouth, his expression dramatically shifted in the blink of an eye. Only concern remained on Chun Xian's face. I must not deceive my friend. I have heard that among Pangu's 3 pure ones, the Venerable One possesses the kindest heart. Upon hearing this, the Venerable One, though unaware of why Hongyun suddenly referred to his kindness or why he appeared worried, shook his head in response. "My friend, you flatter me that if there is a paragon of kindness in this primordial realm, it is undoubtedly you." As he spoke, the Venerable One inwardly chuckled, while he acknowledged his own kindness. He was acutely aware that his benevolence differed from Hongyun's, that he believed that his kindness had its limits, contingent upon the recipient. Unlike Hongyun, who seemed to possess boundless compassion for all, after this inward amusement, the Venerable One countered, "My friend, you claim my heart is kind, yet you wear a look of concern. What might this signify?" Chun Xian let out a gentle sigh, feigning a heart-wrenching demeanor as he replied, "Venerable One, I received the primordial purple aura from Hongjun Daozu. However, rather than gaining from this gift, I found myself nearly harmed by it." Upon hearing this, the Venerable One was taken aback, and even the 2 incarnations of Nuwa looked at Hongyun in astonishment. Not long ago, Hongyun had spread across the primordial realm, and now, given his current aura, he should have reached quasi-sainthood. Why, then, did he claim to have been harmed by the purple aura? Alas, as the Venerable One spoke, Chun Xian quickly sighed again, his countenance revealing the pain of having endured harrowing tribulations. "I must not deceive my friend. Since I departed from the Purple Mist Palace, I have been relentlessly pursued by Kunpeng. He proclaimed that the primordial purple aura bestowed by Hongjun Daozu is not for the unworthy, but for the capable. Yet, the one who obtained the primordial purple aura, being the kindest and most gullible, is precisely why he sought to hunt me down." Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the Venerable One's face registered shock. Kunpeng, how audacious! He truly disregards the Daozu. Indeed, it was not merely a lack of respect for the Daozu. Chun Xian interjected. He further claimed, but as he spoke, he abruptly closed his mouth, a look of surprise dawning on his face. It was as though he had suddenly realized he had misspoken and promptly silenced himself. Although the Venerable One was shocked by Hongyun's pursuit by Kunpeng, he did not take it too seriously. He had long suspected that Hongjun intended for Hongyun to wield the primordial purple aura, serving as a means for the primordial deities to seize a glimmer of hope. The heavenly path was not absolute. Only the capable could contend for it. However, Hongyun's words carried deeper implications. Observing Hongyun's expression, the Venerable One surmised that Kunpeng had likely uttered something quite outrageous. Most likely, insults directed at Hongjun Daozu. After all, Hongyun had bestowed the methods for attaining sainthood and provided guidance for achieving it. The Venerable One could hardly allow such insults to stand. Seeing Hongyun hesitate to speak, the Venerable One hastily inquired, "My friend, what else did that rascal Kunpeng say?" Chen Xian shook his head. "It cannot be spoken." "It cannot be spoken. My friend, should you speak without worry, I am eager to hear what sort of blasphemous words Kunpeng has to offer." Witnessing the urgency in Taishang's demeanor, his face flushed with anxiety. Chen Xian chuckled softly, yet simultaneously he could not help but let out a faint sigh. Indeed, Taishang harbored an extreme admiration for Hongyun. Merely alluding to Kunpeng's apparent disrespect towards Hongyun had already elicited a sense of urgency in Taishang's expression. Had he truly disregarded caution and directly provoked a rift between him and Hongyun, he would have undoubtedly faced the wrath of Taishang. Though Taishang was not primarily a master of slaughter, his treasures were undeniably formidable. At that moment, Taishang's expression also made it evident to Hongyun that the moment was ripe for action. Thus, he let out a heavy sigh. "Very well. The Tao ancestor has imparted the great Tao and should be regarded as my master. My master suffers indignity, yet I remain powerless to restore his honor. Perhaps this matter can be addressed by my friend Taishang." Gritting his teeth and murmuring with heartfelt anguish, Chen Xian then spoke to Taishang. Kunpeng remarked that Hongjun Daozu, in truth, shared his own ruthless disposition, fearing the virtuous yet preying upon the weak. Hence, the 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi were meant to be contended for by all beings of Hongmeng. The Tao Ancestor's transmission of the Hongmeng purple qi is, in essence, a call to arms for all beings. Hongjun Daozu is merely a hypocrite in pretense. What lies deceive the most? Naturally, those that are half-truths. Hongyun, being pursued by Kunpeng, was likely known to Taishang as well. This candid truth was sufficient to pry open the gates of Taishang's heart. However, the exact words spoken by Kunpeng remain known only to heaven, earth, Hongyun, and Kunpeng himself. Yet Kunpeng is now deceased, silenced without a witness. What he truly said is subject to Chen Xian's interpretation. Thus, he need not fear Taishang's skepticism that it suffices to stir Taishang's emotions that in fact. Chen Xian was indeed successful. The half-truths he articulated had undeniably provoked Taishang's ire. No sooner had Hongyun concluded his words than Taishang bellowed furiously. What audacity from Kunpeng to utter such arrogant claims. He deserves to be punished. Observing Taishang's fury, Chen Xian secretly rejoiced. Simultaneously, he addressed Taishang once more that "my friend." Kunpeng further stated that if his Tao robes were not hypocritical, if he did not deliberately incite strife, why would he not, with the power of a sage, assist you in refining the 7 strands of Hongmeng purple qi? The Tao ancestor merely seeks to manipulate the primordial chaos as a chessboard, stirring the winds and clouds, observing as the beings of the primordial chaos descend into slaughter. Chapter 42. I have enlightened boldness. As Chen Xian reached this point, the fire of anger within Taishang seemed impossible to contain. He erupted with a thunderous shout. The very world of primordial chaos trembled with the force of his voice. He was on the cusp of entering the realm of saints. Such actions would naturally provoke tumultuous changes. As for Chen Xian, witnessing Taishang's anger intensifying, he could not help but smile inwardly as he continued to escalate his rhetoric. He proceeded to speak to Taishang. Kunpeng also asserted that the Tao ancestor possessed the power of a sage. If he were truly sincere in imparting the Tao, why not descend into the primordial chaos and teach the myriad beings? He meticulously selected 3,000 disciples, the strongest among the beings of the primordial chaos, merely to create a hierarchy, ensuring the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. In this way, the conflicts of the primordial chaos could be rendered all the more spectacular. Finally, as Chen Xian reached this juncture, Taishang could bear it no longer. He gritted his teeth and barked at Chen Xian to be silent. "Hongyun, my friend, this vile Kunpeng is indeed loathsome. The transmission of the Tao by the Tao ancestor is a paramount act of benevolence in the primordial chaos. How could this Kunpeng, with a petty heart, presume to understand the noble intentions of the sage? This beast of a creature delights in slaughter, thriving on conflict and theft, believing all beings in the primordial chaos to be of his ilk. Should I catch him, I would see him torn asunder. At this moment, Qin Xian could clearly discern that Taishang was genuinely furious. The very phrases beast and torn asunder had escaped his lips, revealing the depths of his wrath. Unable to contain himself, Qin Xian chuckled quietly within. Celestial Sovereign, Celestial Sovereign. It was then that Hongyun's voice resonated within Qin Xian's mind. How could you utter such falsehoods to deceive my friend Taishang? Kunpeng is dead. This slander against him is most pitiable. Listening to Hongyun's words, Qin Xian rolled his eyes. Pitiable? Did you feel pity when he sought to kill you? Moreover, I deceived Taishang to awaken his vigilance. Do you think only Kunpeng seeks to usurp from you, and no one would dare to challenge Taishang, correct? However, as Taishang's fury surged within, Hongyun could only offer a wry smile to Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Nuwa and Zi, who had remained silent, now exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with realization. Hongyun. Soon after, the anger in Taishang's visage seemed to diminish slightly. He turned to Hongyun and spoke gravely. Does that vile Kunpeng have anything further to say? Without hesitation, Qin Xian nodded emphatically. Indeed, he does. Since Taishang is eager to listen, Qin Xian was more than willing to oblige. This entire discourse was designed to plant the seed of doubt regarding Hongyun in Taishang's mind. What is the most readily absorbed sentiment in this world? The answer is rumor. Indeed, Qin Xian had traversed countless realms and witnessed innumerable sects, powers, and masters fall due to rumors in the world of primordial chaos. All divine beings possess emotions, desires, thoughts, and aspirations. The most insidious power of rumors is their ability to silently take root in the fertile soil of sentient minds, eventually flourishing into a formidable presence. It is no exaggeration to say that in certain respects, rumor is the most venomous curse of spoken words. Even deities and sages can fall prey to its influence if not cautious. Thus, Qin Xian immediately continued. Kunpeng also claimed that since the Tao ancestor stated, all beneath the sage are but ants, it implies that Hongjun Daozu regards all beings as mere insects. Only through the strife of these insects can the Tao ancestor find joy. The more fiercely we contend, the more pleased Hongjun Daozu becomes. With a resounding crack, the tension reached its peak. Even Taishang could no longer restrain himself. Clenching his fists, a murderous intent flashed across his face. This scene ignited a spark of joy in Qin Xian, who reveled in Taishang's anger and hatred stirred by his words. Henceforth, these words would echo incessantly in Taishang's mind, as long as he cannot locate Kunpeng. He will forever seek to avenge Hongjun. Naturally, thoughts of Kunpeng would bring forth the words he had spoken through Kunpeng's guise. The more he pondered these words, the more they would captivate Taishang's attention. He would inevitably reflect on whether Kunpeng's claims held any truth. Was Hongjun truly scheming against all beings? Once initiated, this cycle would repeat tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Yet, Qin Xian felt it was still insufficient. It present. Taishang displayed only anger and hatred. It was likely that he had developed a blind reverence for Hongjun. Such blind admiration could easily lead one to lose all rationality. Once reason falters, distinguishing between right and wrong becomes impossible. Therefore, Qin Xian needed to administer a potent stimulus to Taishang, rooting this seed of doubt firmly in his heart. The words previously spoken through Kunpeng had no tangible evidence to truly anchor this seed of doubt. He now required a peculiar aspect of Hongjun that Taishang had encountered. In that instant, Qin Xian scrutinized the furious Taishang, deep in contemplation. Just then, Taishang suddenly turned to Qin Xian and bellowed, "Hongyun, do you believe Kunpeng's words?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xian shook his head. Hongjun Daozu, with unparalleled righteousness, imparts the Tao in the primordial chaos, serving as my master and a revered figure to us all. How could I ever believe the words of Kunpeng? Taishang nodded gravely at Qin Xian's statement. Indeed, Hongjun Daozu is a saint of the heavenly Tao. His heart is one of compassion, transcending the petty words of a wretch like Kunpeng. Observing Taishang's resolute conviction, Qin Xian smiled outwardly while inwardly muttering that Taishang's unwavering faith in Hongjun is truly extraordinary. I must hasten to find that pivotal needle. Hongyun, quickly reflect upon any peculiarities you might have observed in Hongjun. As soon as Chan Xian uttered these words, Hongyun sighed in response. Celestial Sovereign, your words are misguided. Hongjun Daozu is indeed not a malevolent figure. I cannot conceive of any suspicion regarding him upon hearing these words. Chan Xian was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he erupted into a tirade. Hongyun, are you truly foolish or merely pretending to be so? On the very first day of my descent upon you, I revealed to you the events that were destined to unfold and the numerous calamities that the Hong Huang would endure. How can you now claim that Hongjun is a benevolent being? If I had not arrived, do you not remember how you would have met your demise after your physical body perished? Do you not recall how your primordial spirit was obliterated? Think carefully. If Hongjun possessed a kind heart, would he stand idly by and watch as the one he bestowed the purple energy upon met a gruesome end, with their body torn asunder and spirit dissipated? If he were truly compassionate, would the Hong Huang endure calamity after calamity, causing countless beings to perish unjustly? At last, upon hearing these words, Hongyun fell silent. That it was then that he suddenly recalled everything he witnessed in the illusions conjured by Chan Xian during his arrival. He saw not only his own demise, but also the calamities rising within the Hong Huang. Each disaster inevitably claimed the lives of innumerable beings, staining the earth with blood and filling the heavens with malevolence. Could a truly benevolent person bear witness to such occurrences? If he were of the saintly realm, would he remain indifferent? Through the incident with Kunpeng and Dejuan, Hongyun indeed recognized that the Hong Huang world was rife with strife, greed, and slaughter. His kindness had merely been a jest. However, he had never considered the depths of Hongjun's nature. Even though Hongjun had previously sent down Calamity to pursue him, had he not escaped swiftly, he might have faced dire consequences upon reaching Wanshou Mountain. Yet he still did not perceive Hongjun as harboring malevolent intentions. But now, a fissure appeared in his heart. Indeed, the lies that Chan Xian spoke to Taishang not only affected him, but also resonated deeply within Hongyun. For a moment, Hongyun fell into silence. Chan Xian then shouted at him with renewed vigor. Reflect carefully on the 3 teachings of Hongjun and search diligently for any flaws. Hongyun, my friend, just as Chan Xian's voice faded. A sudden call pierced the air. Chan Xian snapped back to reality and turned to see Nuwa's benevolent form and her unwavering spirit gazing at her with wide eyes, filled with astonishment and excitement. I have comprehended. I have finally grasped it. Without waiting for Chan Xian to speak, both manifestations of Nuwa simultaneously proclaimed, I now understand what you meant by seeking a lesser alternative. Boom! Suddenly, Shouyang Mountain trembled gently. Then, a divine light surged forth from within. This radiance bathed Shouyang Mountain in a golden glow. At the same time, a profound and remarkably warm aura erupted from the mountain. Upon sensing this energy, both Taishang and Chan Xian trembled. Chapter 43. Ascension to Sainthood. On Shouyang Mountain, golden light radiated in abundance, and a profound, weighty aura permeated the air. Both Chan Xian and Taishang shuddered, their faces reflecting astonishment. Before they could comprehend the situation, the golden light enveloping the mountain surged in intensity. Chan Xian and Taishang found their eyes stinging painfully. Despite their formidable strength, they could not help but close their eyes. Yet, only a fleeting moment passed before they simultaneously opened them again, and as their eyes fluttered open, they were once more taken aback. Within the dazzling golden light stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her feet resting upon clouds. Her garments billowing gracefully, she donned an exquisitely ornate attire, akin to that of an empress, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty. Yet upon her breathtaking visage lay an expression of compassion and mercy for the world. The infinite dignity and benevolence of guiding the world were now perfectly intertwined in this magnificent woman. Finally, after the initial shock subsided, both Chan Xian and Taishang reacted simultaneously. This is Nuwa, the true Nuwa. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Nuwa, Taishang exclaimed, bowing deeply. The divine essence radiating from Nuwa, which even astonished him, clearly signified that she had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, with one foot already on the threshold of true sainthood, merely waiting for the opportunity to ascend. As for Chun Xian, upon regaining his composure, his emotions surged once more. This was the primordial ancestor of humanity, the mother of the earth he had longed to see. Moreover, he felt as though his own bloodline had been completely awakened, an overwhelming energy surging from the depths of his primordial spirit. Nuwa seemed to notice Chun Xian's extraordinary aura and lifted her gaze towards him. However, the surprise in her eyes flickered only momentarily before she regained her composure and returned to her compassionate demeanor. Yet that fleeting glance stirred something profound within Chun Xian. He distinctly felt as if Nuwa had seen through his bloodline. Perceiving his very origins, fellow Taoist, just as Chun Xian's emotions were in turmoil, Nuwa's voice, gentle and soothing like a babbling brook, resonated through the air. This utterance sent a shiver down Chun Xian's spine. She did not address him as Chun Xian or as his ancestor, but simply referred to him as fellow Taoist. Did Nuwa truly see through him? Before he could inquire further, her voice continued. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Your discourse with Taishang has illuminated my understanding, allowing me to fully grasp what you meant by seeking a lesser alternative. As her words fell, a gentle breeze swept by. Nuwa, aided by this wind, slowly turned around. She raised her gaze, yet her brow remained lowered as she looked down towards the world below. Her compassionate eyes seemed to penetrate the heavens, gazing directly into the realm of mortals. I departed from the Purple Cloud's palace and came to Shouyang Mountain to refine the sun and transform its essence, harmonizing yin and yang. Each day, I contemplated the Tao and observed the mortal realm. Yet in my quest for understanding, I could only perceive the suffering of humanity. Suffering of humanity? Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Taishang furrowed his brow. In an instant, he ascended into the air, with purple energy swirling around him. Forming the image of the yin-yang taiji fish, as the energy flowed and transformed around him, he too lifted his gaze, looking towards the mortal realm. This moment, Chun Xian's heart began to race uncontrollably. In that instant, Nuwa referred to the chaotic world as humanity. Yet prior to this, no one in the Hongyun had ever spoken of humanity. Chun Xian understood. Nuwa had awakened. Just then, Nuwa's voice resounded once more. I have witnessed humanity, filled with strife and violence, greed and deception. We, the primordial divine beings, engage in futile struggles for treasures and opportunities. The various races of mortals, beasts, and spirits easily incite conflict and create calamities for the sake of cultivation and desire. Yet, the great Pangu slayed the 3,000 demon gods, sacrificing himself to create the world, evolving the Hongyun and giving birth to all beings. Would he wish to see the myriad creatures slaughter one another? Igniting chaos, did the great Pangu desire to witness the beings of the Hongyun, like those 3,000 demon gods, knowing only chaos and oblivion, devoid of peace? As Nuwa spoke each word, the soaring Taishang appeared contemplative, his heart resonating with newfound understanding. Behind him, the rapidly rotating taiji fish of purple energy shifted in tandem. His expression transformed repeatedly. Father God Pangu, who forcefully opened the chaos, distinguishing between the clear and the turbid, bringing clarity to heaven and earth. Surely, what Father God sought was not disorder and turmoil, but rather a harmonious world, free from strife among all beings. Nuwa glanced back, casting a brief look at Taishang. She then slightly bowed her head and continued. If I were to become a saint, I would naturally uphold Pangu's will, granting peace to the Hongyun and enlightening it with civilization. I would ensure that both the primordial divine beings and the various races of the Hongyun attain understanding and refrain from greed and violence. Upon hearing this, Taishang raised an eyebrow. The swiftly rotating taiji fish behind him came to a halt. He turned his head to gaze at Nuwa, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yet in that moment, Chun Xian's heart soared with joy. Taishang's surprise signified to him that he had successfully planted the seed of understanding within his mind. Nuwa's words had transformed Chun Xian's intentions into reality. Indeed, why should one seek out the anomalies within Hongyun? It sufficed to enlighten Taishang on the true Tao of a saint. and then the flaws in Hongyun would naturally become evident over time. Such an opportune moment was one Chen Xian could not afford to miss. With a gentle smile, Chen Xian lifted his foot, delicately tapping the ground. In an instant, crimson clouds surged forth, accompanied by the roar of winds and thunder. He soared through the skies on the crimson clouds, arriving beside the Supreme One. Then, with a flicker of his divine consciousness, his eyes mirrored those of Nuwa and the Supreme One, gazing upon the world from the summit of Shoyang Mountain. Before him lay a scene of chaos, where the innate divine beings clashed fiercely in a blessed land of cave heavens. He also beheld strange, otherworldly races on the earth, feasting on flesh and blood. Additionally, he witnessed weaker demon clans engaged in the ruthless art of killing. Observing all this, Chen Xian spoke, "Nuwa, your words resonate profoundly. The great Pangu, having vanquished 3,000 deities and demons, forcefully opened up the heavens and the earth to bestow peace upon the primordial chaos and vitality upon all beings. Yet, since the dawn of the primordial chaos, conflicts have been unceasing. The dragon, phoenix, and scale clans vie for supremacy, plunging the primordial realm into a tempest of malevolence. Now, with innate divine beings emerging frequently, myriad races stand in opposition, and bloodshed and strife are ever present. This, too, is a calamity. If I were to be a saint, I would never allow the heavens and the earth to descend into tribulations, nor would I permit the suffering of sentient beings." Chen Xian had engaged in discourse countless times. Whether it be through cunning rhetoric or earnest debate, he could wield either with ease. Now, he sought to leverage Nuwa's enlightenment to sway the Supreme One. For him, it was astonishingly simple. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the Supreme One's expression shifted yet again. Chen Xian withdrew his gaze from the mortal realm, directing it towards the Supreme One. Supreme One, you are the essence of Pangu's pure chi, the true inheritor of Pangu. This world is not only Pangu's domain, but also yours. Can you truly stand idly by as this world is engulfed in calamity, endlessly repeating its cycle? The Supreme One opened his mouth, but at that moment his heart was tumultuous. With Nua's words, he indeed grasped something profound. Yet what exactly he comprehended remained as elusive as a lotus in the mist. Discernible yet indefinable. This moment, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, a new thought ignited within him. However, still, that thought was intangible and unclear. Though he had begun to speak, he found himself at a loss for words, uttering only a single syllable before his voice abruptly halted. This juncture, Nua's voice echoed once more. I observe the world is rife with suffering and calamity, yet I find myself powerless to effect change. With a heart set on emulating Pangu to create a world of purity, I am ultimately constrained by my lack of sanctity. Therefore, why not abandon the creation of the world, and instead forge a new race that brings peace and prosperity to this realm? A surge of warmth washed over Chen Xian's heart. Nuwa had indeed achieved enlightenment. Without her guidance, she had come to her own realization. At that moment, Chen Xian finally understood that Nua's fixation did not lie in becoming a saint, but in something deeper. Her obsession was likely born from the moment she united with Pangu's pure yang essence upon Shoyang Mountain. Becoming entwined with Pangu's will bring harmony to the primordial world. At that instant, Nuwa lifted her gaze to the heavens, her eyes reflecting clarity. Nuwa, desire to create a new race. Its name shall be humanity. Boom! As her words resonated, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and beams of golden light erupted from the sky. Divine music filled the air, and colorful clouds painted the horizon. That a dragon's roar echoed forth from the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The golden dragon of merit descended from various realms. Riding the clouds, in that fleeting moment, Nuwa became a saint. Chapter 44. The opportunity for sanctification disseminated among all beings. As the celestial heavens and the 4 seas witnessed the gathering of the golden dragons of merit, they converged upon Shoyang Mountain in the blink of an eye. The sound of dragon roars reverberated, and divine might surged forth, as if the ancient dragon lineage had been resurrected to vie for dominion over the world. Surrounding Nuwa, an endless aura of profound mystery permeated the realm. nourishing all things. The Supreme One's heart was filled with astonishment. In his eyes, a resplendent divine radiance coalesced around Nuwa. This divine light rendered him unable to gaze directly at her. Filling him with trepidation, he felt as though even the primordial world could hardly contain Nuwa. Naturally, he understood that it was within this silent moment that Nuwa had become a saint to create sentient beings, bearing the name of humanity. Merit surged forth, coalescing into sanctity. In the Hongyun palace, Hongyun proclaimed the path to sanctity, stating that those who attain sanctity may harness the primordial purple chi and absorb the merits of the heavenly way to become saints. Yet now, the Supreme One observed that Nuwa sought to create sentient beings named humanity to gain merit. However, the golden dragons of merit merely encircled her. She had yet to utilize the primordial purple chi, nor had she drawn in the golden dragons of merit. Why then had she already achieved sanctity? In an instant, tumultuous waves surged within the Supreme One's heart. Was it possible that the method to attain sanctity, as proclaimed by the Tao ancestor, was not singular? This peculiar scene did not escape Chen Xian's notice. He too was slightly taken aback. According to the teachings of the world, Nuwa first created 3,000 innate human tribes, and only then did heavenly merits descend for her to ascend to sainthood. Yet now, the truth contradicted the legends of later generations. However, Chen Xian merely experienced a momentary surprise. In the blink of an eye, he had already grasped the essence of the matter. Nuwa's attainment of sanctity was not derived from merit. In truth, it stemmed from her enlightenment. After merging with Pangu's pure essence within Shoyang Mountain, her heart's fixation was no longer on becoming a saint, but rather on inheriting Pangu's will the primordial realm and the Tao. Those with obsessions often fall into the demonic path. Only when free of obsession can one attain the true path. Nuwa had shed her fixation on becoming a saint and instead comprehended the genuine method of sanctification. Thus, the saying goes, a single thought can lead to demonic paths, while a single thought can lead to sainthood. Chen Xian pondered for a moment and deemed this entirely reasonable. Later generations often claimed that Nuwa attained sanctity through merit and that she was the weakest among the 6 saints. Yet, she was undeniably the first to achieve sainthood among the 6 saints. Moreover, she created the protagonist destined by the primordial heavens, bearing the identity of the mother of the earth's protagonist. She was the first to grasp the true gateway to sainthood. How could she possibly be the weakest? In the end, stories are merely stories. With a sigh in his heart, Chen Xian also noted the confusion on the Supreme One's face. He smiled and promptly addressed him. Such a splendid opportunity for provocation must not be squandered. Supreme One, Kunpeng once proclaimed that he does not believe the path to sanctity is singular. He boldly asserted that the Tao ancestor intended to deceive. Now, it seems there may be some truth to his words. The Supreme One's heart was already rife with doubts. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, his expression shifted slightly. Yet, in the next moment, he furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth and retorting, absolutely impossible. Though Nuwa has attained sanctity, she has merely set one foot on the threshold. She must still rely on merit to perfect her saintly position. The path to sanctity must invariably be through the method of merit. As the Supreme One's words fell, a resounding dragon roar echoed. The golden dragons of merit gathered on Buzhou Mountain, roaring as they charged towards Nuwa. Witnessing this scene, the Supreme One's heart leapt with joy. Clearly, Nuwa was preparing to begin refining the golden dragons of merit. Red clouds. What will happen now? What Kunpeng, that wretched creature, has said is but mere heresy. The Tao ancestor's heavenly will is just, and he has undoubtedly imparted all that he has comprehended. Just as the Supreme One was about to share a light-hearted jest with Chen Xian, he beheld Nuwa gently flick her hand. Boom! The entire Shang Mountain trembled slightly. Then a golden stream of light shot up from Shoyang Mountain, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, the Supreme One, who had intended to speak to Chen Xian, found his voice abruptly silenced, for as that stream of light ascended into the sky, the golden dragons of merit, initially rushing towards Nuwa, soared upwards alongside the golden radiance, As the golden light pierced through the 9 heavens. The golden dragons of merit ascended into the celestial expanse. Chun Xian gazed upward, his vision penetrating the 9 heavens, and he finally discerned what it was. It was a small seal, adorned with 9 dragons entwined around it. The Kong Tong seal. Indeed, it was the post-heaven treasure that suppresses the fate of the human race. The Kong Tong seal. Chun Xian finally understood why Hongyun had not detected the situation earlier. It was likely that Nuwa had long since discovered the Kong Tong seal and had already refined it, comprehending its profound ability to suppress destiny. Thus, she concealed the Kong Tong seal with her own aura, rendering it imperceptible to outsiders. At this moment, Taishang also gazed up at the Kong Tong seal, puzzled by its purpose in seizing the divine dragons of merit. Just then, a ripple emanated from the Kong Tong seal, transforming into a luminous barrier that enveloped all the divine dragons of merit. And no matter how those dragons twisted and soared, they could not escape the confines of the barrier. Clearly, Nuwa did not intend to utilize those divine dragons any longer. This left Taishang in a state of bewilderment. He turned to Nuwa, unable to comprehend that, my friend, if you were to refine these divine dragons of merit, your holy position would surely be solidified. Why? Before Taishang could finish his sentence, Nuwa performed an action that astonished him even further. She raised her right hand, and boundless purple energy gathered, transforming in her grasp into primordial purple energy. Then she lifted her left hand, causing Shoyang Mountain to tremble once more. Subsequently, a mass of earth, imbued with boundless vitality and resembling a living entity, emerged from Shoyang Mountain. Chun Xian instantly recognized it. 9 heavens soil. The 9 heavens soil, ever rejuvenating, could transform a mere handful into an entire expanse of land. This was also the raw material Yuan needed for the creation of humanity, cradling the primordial purple energy in one hand and the 9 heavens soil in the other. Nuwa smiled gently. The holy position holds no significance to me. Since I have the intention to create humanity, I must ensure that my creations are nothing short of perfect, as Nuwa's words fell. Taishang's eyes quivered in astonishment, for in that very moment, Nuwa's hand that held the primordial purple energy trembled slightly, leading to a thunderous explosion of the energy, which then transformed into a cloud of purple mist that surged into the 9 heavens soil. In an instant, the purple energy dissipated, and an exceptionally potent aura burst forth from within the soil, exuding waves of Tao rhythm. My friend. At that moment, Taishang was rendered speechless by shock. How could he not perceive that Nuwa had relinquished the primordial purple energy, bestowing it upon the soil in her hand? Even after achieving sanctity, the primordial purple energy was still a precious treasure. He never imagined that Nuwa would so readily part with it. Similarly, Chun Xian was taken aback. Just then, Nuwa's voice resonated again. With the power of the great Pangu, the world I create, the beings I manifest, are still prone to greed and slaughter. If the beings I create are without constraints, how could they ever attain perfection? Henceforth, my citizens may perform virtuous deeds, fulfill their destinies, or benefit others, and they shall receive merit and be able to refine it. Even without cultivation, there exists the opportunity for sanctity. Upon finishing her words, Nuwa extended her graceful hand, a mass of 9 heavens soil materialized above, settling into her palm. She then turned to glance at both Taishang and Hongyun, offering a gentle smile. Innate saints, postnatal spirits, myriad races of the world. After cultivating for 1,000 years, or even undergoing tribulations, we attain this innate Tao body. My esteemed friends, how would you feel about me endowing your Tao forms with the shape of my race? At that moment, neither Taishang nor Chun Xian responded to Nuwa's words, for they were both engulfed in astonishment. Indeed, even Chun Xian felt an overwhelming sense of shock and agitation. Chapter 45. The True Purpose of the Ancestor Witch's Flesh and Blood. The 3,000 innate human races created by Nuwa perished during the battle between witches and demons. The postnatal human races that descended from the innate bloodlines were inherently frail, possessing the innate Tao body, yet lacking any formidable power. Nevertheless, despite their weakness, these postnatal beings required no cultivation. They simply needed to comprehend the Tao and perform virtuous deeds. Whether aiding others or themselves, they could spontaneously generate divine abilities and powers. It is no exaggeration to say that such treatment would evoke envy even among innate saints. While innate saints must enhance their abilities through cultivation and accumulation of merit, the frail postnatal races do not require such efforts. Viewed from any angle, this is a transgression against the Tao of heaven. Chun Xian once believed that the human race's condition was due to their alignment with the human way, thus allowing them to diverge from the Tao of heaven. However, it now appeared that this was not necessarily the case. Nuwa's bestowal of the primordial purple energy, along with the confinement of the divine dragons of merit by the Kong Tong seal, likely played a crucial role. At this moment, even Chun Xian harbored a deep respect for Nuwa. After achieving the pinnacle, he traversed the myriad realms, and those devoid of selfishness like Nuwa could be counted on one hand. Chun Xian knew he could never attain such selflessness. This was the true essence of a sage. Taishang was equally astounded. He could not fathom how Nuwa could bear to bestow all opportunities for sanctity upon others. Why would she relinquish the merits that could solidify her holy position without a second thought? However, one individual remained unfazed by the shock. It was none other than Hongyun, who was currently hidden within Chun Xian's being. Observing Nuwa's actions, he could only exclaim, "Nuwa, you shall serve as a model for my path." This exclamation brought Chun Xian back to his senses. He immediately turned to Hongyun with a smile. "You see, Nuwa is the true sage. Meanwhile, you are merely a saintess. Sometimes one might even add a more derogatory term." This left Hongyun perplexed. Saintess? What does that even mean? Both terms refer to the sacred. How do they differ? Moreover, why do you speak with such disdain? Chun Xian could not be bothered to address Hongyun further and instead glanced at Taishang. Noticing his astonishment, Chun Xian inwardly chuckled. Naturally, he would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Immediately, he bowed respectfully to Nuwa, who had begun molding the earth to create humanity. "I once traveled through the vast wilderness and witnessed beings offering flesh and blood as sacrifices to the deities, which led to a profound realization. I perceive that heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder, that if sages are unkind, then they ought to treat living beings as mere fodder too. Nuwa, your actions should be regarded as a manifestation of a sage's heart in delivering the world, truly befitting a sage." Upon hearing this, Nuwa smiled gently at Hongyun. Meanwhile, Taishang's body trembled violently, as if a myriad of thunderous tribulations were crashing down upon his primordial spirit, causing his consciousness to surge. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sages are unkind, treating living beings as mere fodder. These words were clearly the first time he had heard them. Yet they echoed through his mind as if they had already reverberated countless times. Perhaps they had long since been ingrained in his heart, only now taking form as concrete language. Naturally, in an instant, he grasped the profound meanings behind these two phrases. Heaven and earth ought to be impartial. As representatives of heaven and earth, sages should naturally also embody impartiality. Since Hongjun Daozu is the foremost sage of heaven and earth, he should, as Kunpeng stated, impart the Tao to all living beings in the wilderness. Why did he only impart the Tao to 3,000? At this moment, a brilliant light flickered in Taishang's eyes, and the purple energy coalescing into Tai Chi began to whirl rapidly behind him. Chun Xian observed Taishang's apparent daze, as if he were lost in a trance, and could not help but smirk inwardly. Excellent. It seems Taishang has finally grasped the essence. The words he would later express would indeed carry great weight. My gamble has paid off. Now, all that remained was for Taishang to come to his own understanding, allowing the seeds of doubt regarding Hongjun to take root and blossom within him. "Hongyun, my friend," just as Chun Xian was reveling in his thoughts, Nuwa's voice rang out once more. "How does the first human form I have molded in your and Taishang's likeness appear?" At these words, Chun Xian instinctively turned his head, his gaze landing on the first human figure that Nuwa had shaped. In that moment, cold sweat broke out on Chun Xian's brow, and he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The figure Nuwa crafted bore no peculiarities. It was remarkably detailed. However, the face was truly indescribable for Chun Xian. It was not ugly. Indeed, one could even deem it quite handsome in the era before his transcendence. it would have undoubtedly been a divine visage, effortlessly becoming a top-tier celebrity. After all, it was the first human molded by the sanctified Nuwa, and she surely must have been meticulous. Yet the flaw lay in the fact that this individual's face bore a striking resemblance to Hongyun. With an equal resemblance to Teachnings at first glance, this primordial first human seemed like the illegitimate child of Taishang, and Hongyun, my friend, does his appearance also. Unable to contain himself, Chun Xian finally spoke. Yet, before he could finish his words, Nuwa covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Friend Hongyun, everything is fated by heaven, and all is determined by destiny. As she spoke, Nuwa waved her hand, and a small droplet of divinely infused clear spring water materialized in her palm. Chun Xian immediately recognized it. That was the three-light divine water, forged from the essence of the nine-heaven soil. The three-light divine water endowed it with its spirit. This was the very foundation of the human race. Upon witnessing this, Chun Xian merely smiled. It mattered little to him. After all, he was not Hongyun at that moment. Hongyun, hidden within the corporeal form, was nodding vigorously, repeatedly exclaiming good. What significance could his opinions hold if even Hongyun was of no consequence? Just then, Nuwa flicked her finger, and the three-light divine water merged into the clay figure. The essence of the three-light divine water and the nine-heaven soil combined. The skin of the clay figure began to transform, gradually taking on a more lifelike quality. Following this, Nuwa raised her hand and touched her forehead, drawing forth a droplet of blood that glistened with a vibrant red hue. This blood flowed incessantly, taking the shape of a Tai Chi yin-yang fish, without a doubt. This blood was the primordial essence born from Nuwa's union with the pure yang energy of Shouyang Mountain. It embodied both Nuwa's pure yin essence and Pangu's pure yang spirit. It was this blood that granted the human race an innate balance of yin and yang, and the infinite potential of the five elements. As Nuwa's primordial blood approached the clay figure, Chun Xian hurriedly interjected, "Friend, please hold." Hearing this, Nuwa turned to look at Chun Xian, her expression one of confusion. Chun Xian quickly explained, "Since you have created the first human of the Honghuang with my visage, I have now forged a profound connection with the human race. Therefore, I would like to present a few small gifts to the race you have created," with a wave of his hand. He summoned a bucket of blood and a large piece of flesh obtained from the ancestor which, floating before him, the blood and flesh of the ancestor which, the essence of Pangu, even though they had long since departed from their original bodies. Their aura was still astonishing. Nuwa, having already absorbed Pangu's pure yang essence, instantly sensed what Chun Xian had produced. This the blood and flesh of the ancestor which. Chun Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, not long ago, the demon clans, Emperor Jun and Tai pressed me for the primordial purple energy. In a fit of anger, I bestowed the primordial purple energy to the ancestor witch of the earth. In gratitude, the ancestor witches gifted me 3,000 buckets of their blood and flesh. You must understand, as innate deities, we require only the pure aura of the Honghuang for our cultivation. This blood and flesh of the ancestor, which is of little use to me. However, it has now found a worthy destination. It seems this is simply the will of heaven. With that, Chun Xian silently activated the swallowing heavenly demon technique. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the impurities from the bucket of ancestor witch's blood and the massive chunk of flesh, leaving only the essence of Pangu within. He then smiled at Nuwa, saying, "I shall bestow this essence of Pangu upon the human race, endowing them with both a complete spirit." As the words fell, Chun Xian raised his hand and touched his forehead. Subsequently, he used his hand as a conduit to draw forth the primordial blood of the red cloud, with the essence of the red cloud in his grasp. Chun Xian smiled gently at Nuwa, saying, "My esteemed friend, the red cloud is transformed from the first red cloud of the primordial era, and is also a deity of fortune and virtue, under the protection of the great Pangu. I was born with boundless blessings and elevated fortunes. Since humanity reveres me, I shall likewise safeguard the ancestral fortunes of humanity, ensuring their everlasting prosperity. This drop of blood shall bestow profound blessings upon humankind. If one's heart is pure and intention sincere, all wishes shall be fulfilled. What say you?" After addressing Nuwa, Chan Xian then spoke within his heart to the red cloud. Old Taoist red cloud, are you now satisfied? The red cloud promptly replied, the arrangements of the celestial sovereign are indeed marvelous. Yes, I am a god of humanity. It is only fitting that I protect their peace. The fortune contained within my blood is exceedingly profound, making it most suitable to bestow upon humanity. At the same moment, Nuwa also raised her hand and bowed to Chen Xian in respect. What you bestow is indeed virtuous. Without hesitation, Chen Xian flicked his fingers, and the primordial blood of the red cloud merged into the bodies of humanity. Instantly, an unspoken divine essence began to flow forth from the first of humanity, gradually spilling out to end that fleeting moment. Celestial birds rushed in, and the ground was adorned with divine herbs. Following this, Nuwa too flicked her fingers, and her primordial blood similarly entered the bodies of humanity. A soft sound resonated through the heavens and earth, akin to celestial music, echoing endlessly. With the emergence of this first human, the primordial world seemed to be swept by a refreshing breeze, invigorating the realm with vitality. When Nuwa's primordial blood fully merged with that human, he trembled slightly. From his dark eyes, divine light spilled forth, and pure spiritual energy surged, illuminating him in radiant glory. As the winds and clouds gathered around him, he had come to life. The first human of the primordial era was thus born. Created by the saints, he possessed the innate body of Tao. From the moment of his birth, he was akin to all the divine beings who had cultivated for eons in the primordial realm, achieving the perfect state of Tai. Indeed, this firstborn human possessed an innate Tai realm, with both his primordial spirit and physical form embodying the dual Tai state. His potential was unparalleled in the world. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source star string downloader developed by Xingyu. That if you obtain this novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant.author's email. xingyvoutlook.com authors QQ 201-759-3710 official QQ group 149050832 official TG group https t.me/fqtool chapter 47 3,000 humans with the essence of the 9 heavens as his body and the divine water of the 3 lights as his soul. The primordial spirit was forged from the yin-yang energies of Pangu and Nuwa, while the essence refined by the ancestral witches strengthened his physique. The blessings of the red cloud would accompany him throughout his life. This first human of the primordial era was officially born, and the entire realm seemed to celebrate his arrival. Above the 9 heavens, rays of light cascaded, while the land of the primordial world blossomed with lotuses. Beasts raised their heads, and spirits gazed longingly. This being, created by the saints, was as exalted as all the innate divine beings that emerged after the creation of the world. His cultivation was extraordinary, and his intelligence was fully awakened. Even with blessings bestowed upon him, he comprehended the past and understood various causes and effects. Thud! He landed on the ground and knelt before Nuwa, bowing his head in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Holy Mother, for bestowing life upon me." He then turned to the red cloud and bowed once more, saying, "Thank you, Divine Sovereign, for your protection over my life." Nuwa descended from the clouds, gently bending down to assist him. As she gazed upon her first creation, her affection grew deeper, and she felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Good child, good child." In that moment, a radiant light of compassion enveloped her. After observing for a while, Nuwa spoke again. "All beings in the primordial world are born with their names. As you are the leader of humanity, you too shall have a name. May I bestow one upon you?" The first human immediately bowed and replied, "As I am born of the mother, my name should indeed be given by her." Nuwa smiled affectionately and said, "Since you are the beginning of humanity, the dawn of a new race in the primordial world, I shall name you on it. I hope that in the future, you may seek the Tao and become a divine being, living freely and joyfully. I shall also grant you the title Shun." Initially, Chan Xian was quite excited upon witnessing Nuwa bestow a name. As this was indeed his first kin, he could even feel the formless bloodline hidden within his primordial spirit surging with fervor. Having attained the status of a saint and ancestor for thousands of years, he might have called this first human ancestor in a fit of enthusiasm had he still been a novice. However, upon hearing Nuwa's bestowed name, Chun Xian found himself unable to contain his surprise. "Wait, Yuan, is that for real?" His exclamation startled both Nuwa and the first human, who turned to him with curiosity. "My friend, is there anything amiss with the name I have given?" Nuwa inquired first. The first human also expressed his confusion. Yuan means beginning, and Shun means Tao. The name bestowed by the Holy Mother is akin to the essence possessed by those cultivating the qi of the Tao, sharing the same name and essence, harmonizing with the heavenly principles. Divine Sovereign, what could possibly be wrong with this? Only then did Chun Xian realize that the name given by Nuwa was indeed Yuan Shun, rather than the Yuan god he had imagined. He chuckled awkwardly, but still addressed the first human. "In your context, Yuan Shun indeed aligns with the heavenly principles. However, as you are born a human, why should you gaze skyward, yearning for the heavenly Tao? Humanity has its own path." "Humanity's path?" Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, then gently nodded. "Your words resonate deeply, and I feel enlightened. Thus, I shall refer to my created kin as Ren." Chun Xian's lips twitched slightly. The naming prowess of Nuwa was rather lacking. Nonetheless, it was still better than Yuan Shun, wasn't it? Besides, it would be inappropriate for him to interfere too much in the naming of Nuwa's first creation. Ultimately, Chun Xian nodded at Nuwa. "Friend, you may decide as you wished at that moment." The first human bowed respectfully to Nuwa, thanking her for the bestowed name. Nuwa nodded gently, smiling warmly. "Run, you shall enter the Shuoyang mountain to cultivate and comprehend the myriad beings of heaven and earth. Await my return with the divine sovereign to create humanity anew." Hearing this, Ren bowed deeply and promptly retreated into Shuoyang mountain, where he sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Following this, Nuwa addressed Chun Xian. "My friend, do you wish to assist me in creating humanity anew?" Chun Xian nodded affirmatively. "Certainly." Subsequently, Nuwa gestured, and a mass of 9 heavens essence fell into her palm. This time, Nuwa molded a female form based on her own likeness, though it bore only 7 parts resemblance to her, with 3 parts exuding an indescribable aura of heroism. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xian realized that the appearance of this first female human likely bore 3 parts resemblance to Nuwa's elder brother. Fushi, with the form established, everything proceeded as before. The divine water of the 3 lights, the essence of Pangu refined from the blood and flesh of the ancestral witches, the blood of the red cloud, and Nuwa's primordial blood were successively infused into the clay body. Thus, the second human was born, endowed once more with the innate Tai realm, with awakened consciousness and intelligence, in the days that followed. Nuwa continually molded beings from the 9 heavens essence upon Shuoyang Mountain. Naturally, with Chun Xian assisting by bestowing the essence of Pangu, time flowed swiftly, and one after another, innate humans emerged continuously. Nuwa and Chun Xian, in their bustling endeavors, have become oblivious to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Taishang appears to be utterly lost in a state of transcendence, that he stands suspended in the void, surrounded by swirling purple qi, which transforms into the ever-rotating yin-yang of Taiji. Flickering in and out of perception, his aura grows increasingly profound and intense, a realization evident to both Chun Xian and Nuwa. At this moment, he is grasping some deeper understanding. Naturally, Nuwa would not dare to disturb him. While Chun Xian secretly chuckles to himself, Taishang has severed the 3 corpses, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. Ordinarily, he should be awaiting Nuwa's creation of the human race, subsequently attaining sanctity through the merit of establishing the teachings of humanity. Given his previous demeanor, one would assume he would solely adhere to the teachings of Hongyun, nurturing his beliefs. However, currently, he seems to have attained a personal enlightenment. What this enlightenment entails remains a mystery to Chun Xian. Yet he is acutely aware that Taishang's insights are not derived from Hongyun's teachings. As long as his realizations diverge from those of Hongyun, Chun Xian feels little inclination to concern himself with Taishang's revelations. After all, should he discover alternative paths to sanctity, it would imply a burgeoning skepticism towards Hongyun. More precisely, Taishang must have first harbored doubts about Hongyun before he could hope to transcend limitations, ultimately leading to his own enlightenment of the sacred laws. Simultaneously, Chun Xian feels a tinge of astonishment and admiration for Taishang's perceptiveness. He had merely alluded to some shortcomings of Hongyun, yet Taishang has managed to glean insights that enhance his cultivation. Such talent, if manifested in a more conventional realm of practice, would likely have already seen him ascend to the heavens and become a revered ancestor. As time progresses, Nuwa has already shaped thousands of beings. Over 1,000 drops of primordial blood have been offered. Both Nuwa and Hongyun begin to exhibit signs of fatigue. Then, true to the legends, Nuwa seizes a segment of the celestial vine, stirring the essence of the heavens. With a vigorous flick, the essence, having undergone divine transformation through Nuwa's repeated efforts to create humanity, takes on human form and embodies the Tao. Following this, the three luminaries' divine water, the essence of Pangu. The blessings of Hongyun and Nuwa's primordial blood are still generously bestowed. However, these beings are not formed directly by Nuwa's hands. Consequently, the subsequent innate human race is somewhat lacking in foundational depth. Ultimately, upon their birth, although they share the same wisdom and spiritual vitality as the previous 1,000 humans, their cultivation is comparatively diminished. They are innately confined to the realm of golden immortals. Nevertheless, their potential remains limitless. Boom! At last, just as Chun Xian exhausts the final bucket of ancestral witch blood, 3,000 innate humans come into existence. The number 3,000 seems to resonate with the celestial principles. A resounding echo reverberates through the skies. And golden light bursts forth. A golden dragon roars down from the heavens. This is yet another divine dragon of merit, golden and mysterious. It is indeed the merit dragon of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 48. Seizing the golden dragon, creating 3,000 beings completes the celestial order. The heavens bestow merit, and the golden dragon manifests. At this moment, as Nuwa gazes at the colossal golden dragon descending from the heavens, she is momentarily taken aback. She has already achieved sanctity. The dragon of merit has long since arrived. Yet now, the merit of the heavenly Tao descends once more. For a moment, she is bewildered, struggling to comprehend the significance of all. Chun Xian, too, finds himself in a state of confusion. Nuwa is determined to create humanity and perfect the primordial world. Suddenly, the dragon of merit emerges from the four corners of the universe, converging upon them. This dragon of merit is neither the brilliant gold of the heavenly Tao nor the rich, profound essence of the earthly Tao. Instead, it is ethereal and elusive. The source of this merit is unmistakably from a human Tao. The emergence of the human race aligns perfectly with Chun Xian's previous contemplations, resonating with the principles of humanity. From this moment on, the primordial world witnesses the convergence of the three talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly Tao governs the vast expanse, controlling the stars, managing the cycles of the seasons, and overseeing the laws of fortune. The earthly Tao stabilizes the land, ensuring the mountains, rivers, and seas remain intact, preventing the primordial realm from fracturing. Meanwhile, the human Tao governs the myriad beings of the primordial world, fostering continuous prosperity and evolution. As humanity serves as the vessel for the human Tao, they become the true protagonists of the primordial realm, the sovereigns of all beings. Since Nuwa is the one to bring forth the human Tao, it follows that she will only receive the merits of humanity. The descent of the heavenly Tao's merit is perplexing to her at this moment. Just as Nuwa and Chun Xian are struck with astonishment, the merit dragon descending from the heavens splits in 2.1 path hurdles towards Nuwa, while the other rushes towards Chun Xian. In that instant of unexpected change, Chun Xian experiences a moment of profound clarity as he comprehends the unfolding circumstances entirely. The emergence of humanity indeed brings forth the human Tao into the world, facilitating the convergence of the three talents and furthering the development of the primordial realm. However, the act of creating humanity is orchestrated by the heavenly Tao, or rather, the heavenly Tao has seized the initiative. At this moment, Chun Xian finally grasps a concept that had eluded him: why Hongjun chose Nuwa as one of the 6 saints. It could be argued that the three pure ones are the legitimate successors of Pangu, naturally inheriting the primordial teachings. The two from the Western teachings may be understood as Hongyun's disciples, repaying the karmic debt of shattering the Western ley lines. Even Hongyun could be seen as a means for Hongyun to channel the virtue of kindness and incapacity, aligning with the incomplete nature of the primordial purple chi. Yet, the selection of Nuwa as one of the six saints seems utterly unfathomable. In the primordial realm, prior to Hongyun's teachings, numerous figures overshadow Nuwa. Figures such as Zenyuanzi, the long-deceased Kunpeng, and even her brother Fushi appear far more suited to be disciples of a saint. Yet now, Chun Xian understands, just as Hongyun recognizes Zenyuanzi as the earthly representative, he likely also perceives Nuwa as the earthly representative of humanity. As for how he knows this, the answer is simple. He possesses the creation jade slip. The creation jade slip encompasses the 3,000 paths. Chun Xian has never believed that Hongyun merely comprehended the heavenly Tao. This first saint of the primordial world is undeniably impressive. In countless worlds Chun Xian has traversed, they all adhere to the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity as the foundation for their existence. The coexistence of these three talents, the cyclical interplay of heaven, earth, and humanity, is essential for the enduring prosperity and growth of any realm. The primordial world ought to be no different. Yet, as Hongyun embodies the heavenly Tao, he elevates it above all, necessitating the suppression of the earthly and human Taos. For the suppression of the earthly Tao, the teachings delivered from the purple clouds accomplish this quite effectively. While the purple cloud palace transmits the teachings to 3,000 disciples, these disciples encompass nearly all of the innate divine beings in the primordial realm. This formidable assembly of beings, endowed with extraordinary destinies, all cultivate the laws of the heavenly Tao. Conversely, Zenyuanzi's opening of the earthly Tao and sealing of the earth immortals draws together beings either beneath the 3,000 divine beings or those among the 3,000 who practice the heavenly Tao. Thus, the heavenly Tao either reaches into the earthly Tao or firmly suppresses As for the human Tao. The situation is even more pronounced. Hongyun likely recognized long ago that Nuwa was the chosen representative of humanity. She would undoubtedly create the true protagonists of the primordial realm, the bearers of the human D.A.O.B. Why taking Nuwa as his personal disciple? This signifies that Nuwa, the progenitor of humanity, becomes a disciple of the heavenly Tao. Humanity must revere Nuwa as their ancestor, while Nuwa must regard the primordial realm as her teacher. Consequently, the heavenly Tao, which embodies the primordial realm, surpasses the human Tao represented by Nuwa in creating humanity. Nuwa simultaneously embraces the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, one could assert that Nuwa created humanity, or one could argue that Nuwa acted as the heavenly Tao's instrument in the creation of humanity. Naturally, the merits of the human Tao have already manifested, but the heavenly Tao still desires to bestow its own merits. While all of this may sound intricate, Chun Xian understands clearly that in a realm like the primordial world, which seeks not the law but the realm itself, the calculations and aspirations boil down to these few elements. As for the merits of the heavenly Tao, he is well aware that even if Nuwa acquires them, it may not bode well for her. Should she receive the merits of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa would inevitably become a puppet of the heavenly Tao. From that point forward, she would be confined to the Nuwa palace. 33 heavens beyond the reach of humanity, unable to manifest until humanity faces utter annihilation. Thus, the progenitor of humanity, the bearer of the human Tao, find herself shackled by the heavenly D.A.O.I. in this manner. The heavenly Tao may manipulate humanity this juncture. Chun Xian steels his resolve. Very well, since I've already done so much for humanity, I shall now strive to secure a glimmer of hope for my kin and for Nuwa. Our revered ancestor, devouring the heavens' demonic technique, with a roar echoing in his heart, Chun Xian summoned all his cultivation from the red cloud, even channeling the divine power contained within his own primordial spirit with fervent intensity. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged, ascending to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Subsequently, the swallowing heaven demon art was unleashed with wild fervor, manifesting an immeasurable force of devouring energy directed towards the descending Tao of Heaven's Merit Golden Dragon. This was not merely the Golden Dragon of Merit belonging to him. He intended to seize and consume the one belonging to Nuwa as well, refining it in the process. In the palace of Zixiao, amidst the 33 heavens as the 3,000 human beings completed their creation, the Tao of Heaven simultaneously bestowed its merits. Hongyun, seated within the Zixiao palace, slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke with composure. My disciple Nuwa, you have indeed lived up to my expectations. You have made the human race the protagonists of the primordial world, allowing the path of humanity to manifest here. Now, with the convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, it is only fitting that my Tao of Heaven reigns supreme. Once I achieve the unity of the Tao, I shall fully command the paths of earth and humanity. Thus, I will have the foundation to pursue an even greater path. Xinyuanzi, Nuwa, and the contributions of the primordial world will serve as my stepping stones towards the grand Tao. At this moment, Hongjun felt a long-lost joy blossoming within him, even tinged with a hint of excitement. It had been a while since he had experienced such elation, last felt when he vanquished Luo Hua and obtained the Jade Slip of Creation. The IT was worth the countless years of contemplation I dedicated after entering sainthood. He thought with a self-satisfied smile. Looking down from his position, Hongjun's gaze pierced through the 33 heavens, locating the presence of Taishang. Observing Taishang, who appeared to be in a state of enlightenment upon Shouyang Mountain, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. He then began to circulate his true essence, intending to convey a message to Taishang, finalizing his control over the path of humanity. However, at that very moment, Hongjun's half-closed eyes widened in shock. An overwhelming fury erupted upon his visage as he glared below and roared, "Red Cloud, it is you again. You have repeatedly thwarted my endeavors, and now you dare to disrupt my plans. Thus, I can no longer allow you to remain." In that instant, Hongjun witnessed the distortion of space from Shouyang Mountain to the depths of the 9 underworlds. The torrent of devouring power surged forth from within Red Cloud, powerful enough to be felt even by Hongjun, who sat beyond the 33 heavens. It ensnared the Tao of Heaven's Merit Golden Dragon that rightfully belonged to Nuwa. This moment, the scene on Shouyang Mountain was one of temporal distortion. The swallowing heaven demon art, propelled by the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, tightly enveloped the 2 Tao of Heaven Merit Golden Dragons. Despite the extraordinary power contained within the Golden Dragon, it found itself unable to escape Chun Xian's confinement. Gradually drawing closer to him, in no time, it would be forcibly seized and completely refined by the swallowing heaven demon. As Nuwa witnessed the descent of the Merit Golden Dragon, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. She felt an unsettling dissonance, for she had created the human race and brought forth humanity to the primordial world. Although she had never directly cultivated the path of humanity, she had gleaned some understanding. The Merit Golden Dragon of the Tao of Heaven, was it a boon for her grand path or a shackle? She dared not ascertain. Now, seeing Chun Xian attempting to seize her Tao of Heaven Merit Golden Dragon, Nuwa neither moved to obstruct nor assist him. She simply awaited the outcome, for to her, it was all part of the heavenly mandate. Having ascended to sainthood, her heart was devoid of any desire for conflict. Yet, within Chun Xian, Red Cloud was taken aback. "Master, this is the merit of fellow Taoist Nuwa. Why must you seize it? This act seems rather excessive." Amidst Red Cloud's turmoil, Chun Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nevertheless, to forcibly claim the Tao of Heaven's merit, even the current Chun Xian had to summon all his strength. He could spare no energy to explain himself to Red Cloud, resorting instead to a brief roar. "Old Taoist Red Cloud, do not ruin my good fortune." But Red Cloud was unwilling to heed him. "Master, I truly cannot allow this." As the words left his mouth, Chun Xian felt the world spin. And by the time he regained his senses, he once again lost control over Red Cloud's body. "Damn it," Chun Xian cursed vehemently. "Red Cloud, you fool. Do you not realize that your actions could turn Yuhua into a puppet? The entire human race would be suppressed alongside her." At that moment, Chun Xian genuinely wished to tear Red Cloud apart, that if it were to forcibly seize Nuwa's Tao of Heaven merit today, preventing her from being bound by the Tao of Heaven, confining her within the Wa Emperor Palace, he could scarcely fathom the consequences, given the almost limitless potential of the human race Nuwa created. Combined with her personal protection, how terrifyingly powerful would they become? Boom! Just as Chun Xian unleashed his fury upon Red Cloud, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the primordial world. Suddenly, the world dimmed, losing all color. Even the sun in the 33 heavens, ablaze with true fire, was completely eclipsed. A pitch-black calamity thunderbolt surged down from the heavens, absorbing all light from the primordial world. As the calamity thunderbolt descended, it tore through the firmament, darkening the very fabric of space. Before it even touched the ground, all beings in heaven and earth, save for Nuwa, found themselves immobilized. This world-destroying calamity thunderbolt hurtled towards Red Cloud on Shoyang Mountain. Yet Red Cloud, too, found himself unable to move under the oppressive weight of this thunderbolt. Beneath the saint, all are but ants. This saying was epitomized in the oncoming black calamity thunderbolt. Naturally, Red Cloud's face turned ashen with fear. As he beheld the approaching thunderbolt, he felt utterly powerless. Hongyun, Chun Xian halted his cursing, calling out with a cold smirk, "It appears my suspicions were indeed correct." Simultaneously, he bellowed at Red Cloud, "Do not fear. Let it strike. Just wait and see if Hongyun dares to truly obliterate you." Nuwa's creation of humanity and Red Cloud's contributions to the human race could not be overstated. Furthermore, Nuwa had elevated Red Cloud to the status of a deity among humans. Red Cloud was intricately bound to the fate of humanity. Presently, with the human teachings yet to be established, Red Cloud was the embodiment of human fate, aside from Nuwa.to strike down Red Cloud. That would require the consent of the path of humanity. Hearing Chun Xian's words, Red Cloud could only force a bitter smile that he wished to act, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Soon, the black calamity thunderbolt darkened the skies. Finally arriving at Shoyang Mountain, this moment, the 3,000 human beings who had been meditating with closed eyes opened their gazes, directing anxious looks towards Red Cloud. In that fleeting instant, Red Cloud felt an incredibly pure and extraordinary force surge within him. With this newfound strength, he sensed his primordial spirit and physical body becoming immensely powerful, capable of commanding the very heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Boom! Ultimately, the black calamity thunderbolt struck Red Cloud with tremendous force. However, the moment the thunderbolt made contact with him, a brilliant and pure white light erupted from Red Cloud's surface. The black calamity thunderbolt, which seemed capable of shattering space itself, vanished in an instant. The overwhelming power merely brushed against Red Cloud like a gentle breeze, causing him no harm whatsoever. This left Red Cloud utterly astonished. How could he not realize that this calamity thunderbolt was the handiwork of Hongyun? Beneath the saint, all are but ants, he had believed that this thunderbolt would be sufficient to scatter his very soul. Master, in a moment of astonishment, he could not help but exclaim. Chun Xian merely chuckled. There is nothing surprising about this. It is the power of faith. The human race reveres you as a deity. Thus they generate faith. The paths of heaven, earth, and humanity all possess their own aspects of faith. As long as there is faith, one shall not perish. By relying on the path of humanity and gathering the faith of the 3,000 primordial human beings, even if your cultivation is insufficient, you can attain an indestructible body through the trials of calamity. Indeed, at this moment, Hongyun has attained the dual divine status of both the earthly and human realms. Unbeknownst to him, he has also entered the divine path. The divine path is the cultivation of the collective will and faith of sentient beings. Although the divine path relies on the aspirations and beliefs of the populace to vie for incense offerings and followers, it cannot be deemed a righteous path. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the divine path and the power of faith indeed possess their subtle efficacy. Why is it that Zheng Yuanzi can rival the saints within Mount Wanshou? Apart from his connection to the Earth's primordial membrane, the power of faith he garnered from the earthly immortals is also pivotal. The same holds true for Hutu. She does not possess treasures akin to the membranes of heaven and earth. Yet she strides upon the cycle of reincarnation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the saints. This is also due to the countless beings within the 6 realms who revere the benevolent mother, offering her an inexhaustible wellspring of faith. The divine path is not the righteous path. Yet, it is undoubtedly useful. Divine reverence and Hongyun, in a whispered tone, began to meticulously sense the unusual power surging within him. Chan Xian silently chuckled in his heart. At long last, his grand scheme was coming to fruition. By obtaining the divine status of both the earthly and human realms, he had established a causal connection between the two. Hongyun was no longer fearful of Hongjuan's intervention. From this point onward, he could completely unleash his potential and thoroughly disrupt all of Hongjuan's plans. He would reweave the fateful threads that Hongjun had long since set, thwarting his designs and allowing the myriad beings of the Primordial to traverse their own paths, unbound by Hongjuan's ordained route. Of course, for Chen Xian, this also meant he could more safely assist Hongyun in enhancing his strength and achieving sanctity. Hongjun, if you wish to slay Hongyun, you must personally step into the Primordial. But do you dare to enter the Primordial now? In the end, Chen Xian smiled once more, beyond the 33 heavens, within the Zixiao Palace. Hongyun furrowed his brows deeply, his eyes wide with fury. His gaze pierced through the 33 heavens, fixated intently on Hongyun. The wrath within him surged forth. In his eyes, Hongyun had already transformed, after his innate Tao body. It seemed as though countless roots sprouted forth, merging with the primordial and intertwining with the 3,000 innate human tribes. What is this? How could Hongjun be unaware? This was something he had painstakingly comprehended after acquiring the primordial jade tablet. Through countless cycles of reflection, harmonization, he could distinctly see that Hongyun had established a confluence with both the earthly and human realms. This revelation made him realize that to slay Hongyun was indeed possible. However, it would likely entail erasing both the human and earthly realms in the process, to obliterate the human race and the primordial itself. Otherwise, he would have to personally enter the primordial and sever Hongyun's ties to the human and earthly realms by force. Yet, how could he so easily enter the primordial? The human and earthly realms exist beneath the celestial path. However, the arrangement was not yet complete, and the celestial path had not fully dominated the earthly and human realms. As the spokesperson of the celestial path, Hongjuan's entry into the primordial would surely provoke a backlash from the earthly and human realms. Enough, enough! Ultimately, Hongjun could only fixate on Hongyun, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Hongyun, you are indeed ruthless. You have made the primordial and human race your backing. However, do you think that this means I cannot deal with you? If I cannot kill you, then I shall seal you completely. Hongjun slightly raised his head. Immediately, he witnessed the chaotic energy surging uncontrollably within the void. Subsequently, boundless calamities, thunder, wind, fire, and catastrophe descended upon the primordial in a torrent. Chapter 50. Beneath the saints, none are ants. Hongjun initiated the chaos, unleashing a tumultuous upheaval. Countless forces of calamity descended upon the world of the primordial. In that moment, the primordial resembled an apocalyptic realm. The relentless thunder and wind of calamity stirred the many powerful beings within the primordial. They hastily summoned their divine senses and gazed towards the point where the calamity converged out on the sun star. Emperor Jun and Tai were also drawn in. They stood upon the already established heavenly court, gazing afar. Initially, they were taken aback. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Tao ancestor. In the primordial, was there truly someone worthy of the Tao ancestor's personal intervention? He could not help but exclaim. Yet, no sooner had he voiced his surprise than a furious shout erupted. Without a doubt, the source of this thunderous outcry was Emperor Jun, who stood beside Tai. Hongyun, is that scoundrel? He was once again taken aback. He quickly lowered his gaze, his eyes, akin to rays of sunlight, instantly illuminated the vast expanse of the primordial. Naturally, he also beheld Hongyun atop Shoyang Mountain. A radiant white light enveloped Hongyun, exuding an extraordinary aura. Is it truly Hongyun? What merit does he possess to provoke the Tao ancestor's killing intent, compelling the Tao ancestor to act personally? Huh. Laughter erupted from Emperor Jun's throat. He couldn't care less about how Hongyun had incited Hongyun's wrath. All he knew was that Hongyun was doomed. He glared at Hongyun. His expression twisted, yet his heart was filled with uncontainable delight. Hongyun, you are finished. Beneath the saints, all are but ants, no matter how arrogant or fierce you are. You are no match for the Tao ancestor. I shall witness with my own eyes how you pay the price for your arrogance. In the west, atop the Shumi mountain, beneath the Bodhi tree, Zhuanti and Jane both wore expressions of excitement. Who would have thought that after all these years of cultivation, this Hongyun would dare to provoke the Tao ancestor? Gazing towards Shouyang Mountain, Master Zhuni's expression held joy, albeit less intense than that of Jin. Yet, there was a hint of mockery in his heart. It seemed that Hongyun had been seen through by the Tao ancestor, his arrogant and malevolent nature laid bare, inciting the Tao ancestor's killing intent. It was well-deserved. He possessed no true prowess, yet harbored an arrogant heart. If Hongyun does not perish, who will? Jin held disdain for Hongyun's arrogance, and he also anticipated that with Hongyun's demise, their karmic ties would be conclusively severed. In the end, he couldn't help but smile faintly. At Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestral witches bore expressions of extreme tension. Is Hutu going to take action against our friend Hongyun? Among the 12 ancestral witches, Hutu's brow furrowed, her expression troubled. Since Hongyun's departure, she had harnessed the primordial purple energy to bolster her primordial spirit. Recently, she had developed several spells through this. Now, she extended her divine sense and caught sight of Hongyun on Shouyang Mountain. After hearing Emperor Zhang's inquiry, she gently nodded. It is indeed our friend Hongyun. Emperor Zhang's brow furrowed. Beside him, Zhu Rong burst into hearty laughter. Well done, Hongyun. I knew you were arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be this bold. How long has it been since you dared to provoke Hongyun directly and even incited his wrath? Brother, as the laughter subsided, Zhu Rong eagerly turned to Emperor Jiang. Why not demonstrate your divine powers and take us all over? Let us join our friend Hongyun in battling against Hongjun. Hongjun has proclaimed that beneath the saints, all are ants, that I am eager to see if it is truly as he claims, that we are akin to ants. Even if we perish, to contend with a formidable opponent would still be a gain for us. Among the 12 ancestral witches, many displayed expressions of eagerness. They were born fighters, battling against heaven, earth, and themselves. Now, the opportunity to contend with the foremost saint of the Primordial was exhilarating for them. Even Emperor Jiang felt a surge of excitement. Alas, even with his spatial powers, reaching Shouyang Mountain would still take time. By the time he gathered his 11 siblings, the battle would likely have concluded. With a wry smile, Emperor Jiang could only turn to Hudu and say, Sister, what is the current situation with our friend Hongyun? The boundless forces of calamity had descended upon the Primordial in the blink of an eye. Those countless calamities of thunder, wind, and fire did not strike Hongyun directly like the first black bolt of calamity. Instead, upon entering the Primordial, they descended upon Shouyang Mountain, enveloping Hongyun completely. The endless calamities of thunder, fire, and wind tightly encased Hongyun. In that moment, Hongyun seemed to have re-entered the chaos. Yet the destructive power within was infinitely more potent than that of normal chaos. If purely measured by cultivation, even one at the Quasi-saint level would be rendered immobile in the face of such terrifying force. However, the resplendent white light completely shielded Hongyun. An unending stream of faith continuously surged forth, rendering Hongyun indestructible. Yet he remained unable to advance an inch. Though he was unafraid of Hongyun's onslaught, he was ultimately still just a quasi-saint. Celestial sovereign, what should I do now? This divine power of faith seems insufficient to elevate my prowess significantly. At this moment, Chan Xian couldn't help but smile faintly. Did he intend to seal and pin down Hongyun upon this Shouyang Mountain? How naive! With a dismissive chuckle, Chan Xian immediately addressed Hongyun. What are you still dawdling for? Hongjun has traversed the 33 heavens to deliver you endless nourishment. Shouldn't you seize it wholeheartedly? Who knows, you might even achieve sanctification in one fell swoop. Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. He hastily activated the devouring demonic art. The power of Wu Shi surged forth, and boundless calamity energy frantically coursed into Hongyun's body. In that fleeting instant, within the purple cloud palace, Hongyun, who had previously believed he could permanently seal Hongyun and had been self-satisfied with a light chuckle, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his heart filled with dread. How could he not sense it? Although he had infused the primordial chaos into the wilderness to restrain Hongyun, effectively sealing him, the calamity energy was diminishing. Hongyun was absorbing the chaos and refining the speed displayed by Hongyun. He would need merely a millennium to completely refine the chaotic energy he was cast into. Moreover, in this ebb and flow, Hongyun's strength would also grow. How could Hongyun possess such a terrifying ability? To think he could even devour chaos. Shocked, Hongyun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The chaotic energy was immensely powerful. Even at his sage level, attempting to refine chaos was exceedingly difficult. Yet Hongyun, merely at the Quasi-saint level, practicing the way of heaven, was utterly baffling to Hongyun. Naturally, Hongyun understood. The chaos could not confine Hongyun. With a wave of his sleeve, the chaotic energy enveloping Hongyun vanished in an instant. However, Hongyun did not relent. He raised a finger, and the celestial bodies beyond the 33 heavens shimmered with radiant starlight. Then, with a gentle gesture, the starlight cascaded down toward Hongyun. Since the chaotic energy could not ensnare him, then let the celestial bodies bind him. Yet, just as the power of the stars descended upon Hongyun, it was effortlessly repelled by the divine faith. Hongyun's heart sank once more in horror. He distinctly felt it again. Even the power of the celestial bodies was being absorbed and refined by Hongyun. In that moment, Hongyun was filled with fury, unable to maintain his composure any longer, but he realized that if Hongyun could devour chaos, he could also consume the pure power of the stars. This meant that Hongyun could likely absorb and refine everything in the wilderness. And this signified that Hongyun could not confine Hongyun at all. All his attempts at sealing him would only temporarily restrain him, not forever. Every force of confinement would transform into nourishment for Hongyun. He, a dignified sage of the way, the strongest being in the wilderness, was utterly powerless against Hongyun at this moment. How could he not be enraged? The notion that all beneath the sage level were but ants seemed utterly shattered. Chapter 51. Hongyun, your hand is too soft. Hongyun, Hongyun, Hongyun. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongyun gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, repeatedly calling out Hongyun's name. Yet he found himself merely able to call out Hongyun's name. He could not kill him, nor could he seal him. This ant beneath the sage level left him utterly helpless and bereft of options. Despite the raging fire of anger within him, he had no outlet for it. Such fury had only appeared previously during his battle with Luo Hu. However, Hongyun had long since attained enlightenment, and his temperament was exceedingly stable. After a few bellowed roars, he took a deep breath. With this breath, the anger within him quickly subsided, and the ferocity on his face vanished accordingly. Enough. Ultimately, he spoke softly. Hongyun, you do not possess the primordial purple energy to end this life and this world. You shall forever remain beneath the sage level. Even if you scheme against me, you are merely an ant grappling with an elephant. Though respectable, you hold no significance. I shall let you become a flaw in the way, akin to Zenyuanzi and Hutu, and it matters not. With these words, Hongyun's heart settled completely. There remained an insurmountable chasm between sages and non-sages. With a faint smile, Hongyun raised his hand once more, and the starlight gathered on Shouyang Mountain dissipated entirely. On Shouyang Mountain, the chaotic starlight vanished in succession, and thereafter, no pressure descended. Hongyun was taken aback, then overjoyed. The immortal sovereign, Hongjun Daozu, has ceased his actions. He was astute enough to deduce that in this realm of Hongjun, there is nothing he could not devour or refine. Continuing to seal him would only serve to nourish him into the sage level. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Hongyun finally set his mind at ease. At last, the crisis was averted. However, just as Hongyun let out a long sigh of relief, Chen Xian suddenly smiled again. Hongyun, don't you wish to take a bit more than nourishment Hongjun just provided you? Hongyun was momentarily stunned. Immortal sovereign, what do you mean? This Hongyun was so unpredictable, acting when he pleased and halting just as easily. How could it be so simple? Listen to me. Give him a good scolding. What? Hongyun was astonished. You want me to scold Hongjun? Ah. Can you stop with the? Chan Xian lightly admonished. Then, he continued, since Hongjun wishes to seal you, you ought to vent your frustrations, shouldn't you? Moreover, you must have personally felt how extraordinary the nourishment Hongjun provided is. A few more bites, and you might directly ascend to the pinnacle of the Quasi-saint level. Scold him. Trust me, give him a good scolding. After all, Hongjun cannot do anything to you. For a moment, Hongyun bowed his head. Frowning deeply as he pondered swiftly that, in truth, it was not so much contemplation as it was an internal struggle. Indeed, he was acutely aware of just how powerful the forces Hongjun had just cast upon him were. Just as Qin Xian had said, if he were to absorb a few more, he could genuinely reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. However, Hongjun was indeed the Tao ancestor, and he had bestowed guidance upon him. How could he bring himself to scold him? Hongyun, why haven't you awakened yet? In the past, disbelief was one thing, but this time, Hongjun had directly acted against him. It was time for him to realize. If it hadn't been for my intervention, you would have been schemed against by Hongjun to the point of death, your primordial spirit scattered. He sought to kill you. What harm is there in scolding him a few times? As Chan Xian's words fell, Hongyun's expression changed. Just as Qin Xian had said, to this day, he still harbored a deep-seated disbelief that Hongjun was plotting against him, even to the extent of annihilating his primordial spirit. He clung to the delusion that Hongjun, as a sage of the way, would bless all. Yet just moments ago, he had witnessed Hongjun's means. Although the source of all this stemmed from Chan Xian's attempt to seize the fateful golden dragon. Chan Xian had ultimately failed. Why then would Hongjun genuinely seek to kill him? Finally, as he pondered, Hongyun clenched his jaw. He slowly raised his head and gazed into the heavens, his expression revealing unwavering determination. Meanwhile, across the wilderness, those who had witnessed Hongjun's intent to annihilate Hongyun were all left astonished. Tao ancestor, why have you ceased? In the depths of Shumi Mountain, the quasi-saint, Kunti murmured in disbelief. Could it be that the Tao ancestor had developed a benevolent heart? Hongyun was truly fortunate. Jiejing gritted his teeth in frustration. He bore immense karmic ties with Hongyun. As long as Hongyun remained alive, the karmic ties could not be resolved. He felt incredibly vexed within the Sun Star. In the heavenly court, both Taishang and Emperor Jun wore expressions of astonishment. What does the Tao ancestor mean? Taichi murmured softly. Following a brief moment of surprise, Emperor Jun immediately bared his teeth and shouted angrily. Hongyun, you're still alive. How is it that you can withstand the Tao ancestor's methods? Why? Tao ancestor, kill him. Quickly kill Hongyun. This person should not remain in the wilderness. Gradually, Emperor Jun's face contorted with rage. Although he had fallen silent, his heart was still raging, cursing incessantly. Within Buzhou Mountain, Hutu's eyes lit up with joy. Brothers, the Tao ancestor has ceased his actions. Fellow Taoist Hongyun is safe and sound. Upon Hutu's words, the 12 ancestors of Wu rejoiced. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, you truly are our exemplar. Ha ha. Hongyun, my dear comrade, indeed shares a profound connection of vitality with us, the ancestors of the witch, such formidable prowess, that even Hongjun Daozu cannot subdue him. In light of this, I too must seek an opportunity to ascend to the 33 heavens and engage in a contest with Hongjun. Amidst the chaotic expanse of Shumi Mountain, Zhuan Ti is perplexed, while Jiein harbors resentment. Within the celestial court, Tai Yi is bewildered, and Di Jun is revealed in fury. Inside the unending peaks of Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestors of the witch rejoice that I in the vast wilderness. As all beings tremble in astonishment, suddenly, a cacophony resounds across the primordial lands, echoing from the heights of the 33 heavens to the depths of the blood sea. Hongjun, I curse your ancestors. If you dare, continue to seal me. Beneath the primordial skies are all beneath you mere ants. Are your hands so feeble that you cannot even crush an ant? Worthless creature, this outcry reverberates like thunder, rumbling through every nook of the wilderness. Naturally, every living being hears it with crystalline clarity. Within Shumi Mountain, The two from the western sect stare wide-eyed, terror-stricken. Hongyun is indeed audacious, daring to insult Hongjun Daozu. In the celestial court, Tai Yi is completely stunned. Meanwhile, Jun grits his teeth, seething with rage. Hongyun, you possess immense audacity to dare insult the Daozu. I shall rend your corpse to pieces and reduce your primordial spirit to dust inside Buzhou Mountain. The 12 ancestors are momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, a thunderous laughter erupts that ha. Hongyun, my friend, truly possesses a magnificent spirit. How brazen! You speak well. Hongyun, beneath the saints, all are mere ants. Nonsense! At this moment, even Yuanshi and Tong Tian within Kunlun Mountain are awakened. Tong Tian furrows his brow, murmuring in astonishment. How can Hongyun be so bold? The Daozu has imparted teachings to us. We are all comrades. Is there not a degree of respect due to our master? Yuanshi opens his eyes, coldly scoffing. Those of shallow roots like Hongyun are no different from those beastly creatures adorned in fur and armor. What do they understand of propriety? What do they know of ethics? In my view, the Daozu should never have imparted teachings to such beasts. Hearing Yuanshi's words, Tong Tian merely casts him a sidelong glance, saying nothing. On Shouyang Mountain, after Hongyun's furious outburst, he promptly turns to Qin Shuanggu. Immortal Lord, I have followed your teachings and cursed him. Are you satisfied? Qin Shuanggu chuckles lightly. It's rather mediocre. I instructed you to insult him as a dead earthworm, a land dragon. Why did you not utter those words? Chapter 52. The Way of Heaven. Diminishing the surplus to replenish the deficit. Hongyun's invective, of course, reaches Hongjun's ears. After finally calming his tumultuous emotions, he is once again ignited by rage. Gritting his teeth, he responds fiercely. Yet in the next breath, he regains composure. Apart from personally descending upon the primordial realm, or annihilating the wilderness and the human race, he finds himself with no means to deal with Hongyun. Thus, he breathes deeply, forcing himself to regain tranquility. Then he speaks softly. The resounding divine voice pierces through chaos, descending into the 33 heavens. Hongyun, I acknowledge you as a primordial divine being. Your cultivation has not been easy, nor has attaining the Tao been a simple feat. Moreover, I have bestowed upon you the essence of Hongmeng. There exists a semblance of master-disciple affinity between us. Therefore, I shall show you leniency. I hope you, in light of my earnest efforts, can temper your temperament and devote yourself to diligent cultivation. Damn. However, as soon as Hongjun's words fall, a tide of furious invective rises once more. Hongjun, cease your pretentiousness. If you cannot kill me, then you cannot kill me. Show me mercy? Very well, do not spare me. Come again. If you have the courage, come seal me again. Hongyun's invective reverberates throughout the wilderness, leaving all beings astounded once more. Especially Dijun, whose teeth are nearly ground to dust. Yet now, he finds himself powerless. The celestial court has been newly established, and he is currently engaged in appointing the 10 great demon lords. Thus, he is stretched thin at a critical juncture. However, he still grits his teeth in resentment. Hongyun, once my celestial court is complete, I shall command the primordial soldiers to utterly annihilate you. Hongjun Daozu has been kind, sparing you, the audacious fool. Dijun shall never forgive you. I must act on behalf of heaven, on behalf of the Daozu, ensuring you meet a miserable end. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun furrows his brow. He had not anticipated that Hongyun would dare retaliate. In his heart, he roars with indignation. Hongjun then speaks with a composed voice, coldly admonishing. Hongyun, I have granted you an opportunity. Do not. Yet before Hongjun can finish his words, Hongyun's curses rise to the heavens once more. An opportunity? I do not desire it. I invite you to act. Are you deaf? Now, immediately act. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun trembles. The relentless invective from Hongyun is a deliberate provocation. It has truly ignited his true fury. Yet he can only clench his teeth and endure. He is now nearly as enraged as Dijun, his teeth close to shattering. Hongyun, were it not for my need to utilize the primordial world, merging the Tao before refining the 3,000 great avenues, I would utterly annihilate you, just as Qin Shuanggu had surmised. Hongjun has not merely comprehended the way of heaven. The way of heaven is simply easier to attain. Once he merges with the way of heaven and fully masters it, he shall refine the other avenues, just as he did with the 3,000 demons of old. The primordial world encompasses the 3,000 avenues, making it the ideal venue for enlightenment and refinement. Therefore, even though his fury burns within, he must endure. After a considerable time, he again bellows in anger. Hongyun, I've said all that needs to be said. Further verbal disputes are meaningless. If you wish to curse, then curse. I shall merely listen. With these words, Hongyun raises his hand. Instantly, the doors and windows of the Zixiao Palace shut tight. The chaotic purple energy envelopes the entire Zixiao Palace in an instant. Thus, all light and sound from the wilderness are barred from entering the Zixiao Palace. Naturally, Hongyun's furious curses are no longer audible to him. Immortal Lord, the Daozu no longer responds. Shall I continue to curse? On Shuyang Mountain, Hongyun, feeling helpless, turns to Chun Xingu at this moment. Chun Xuangu smiles nonchalantly. Merely listen? I fear that at this moment, Hongyun has tightly closed the doors of the Zixiao Palace and can no longer hear a whisper from the wilderness. Although Hongyun is a sage, he is still subject to the same emotions as all living beings, that he experiences joy and anger alike. Naturally, Chun Xuangu can easily deduce a series of Hongyun's actions. Subsequently, Chun Xuangu turns to Hongyun and says, "Enough, he likely cannot hear you anymore. Continuing to curse serves no purpose. It is a pity that despite your fervent curses, he still refrains from taking action. Absorb those 2 golden dragons of merit first." Hongyun raises his gaze toward the 2 golden dragons of merit suspended in the sky. These 2 golden dragons have been constrained by the swallowing heaven demon art from the beginning. Now, as long as Hongyun urges the demon art once more, he can consume and refine these 2 golden dragons of merit. However, after casting a glance at the golden dragons, he turns his head to look at Nuwa beside him. Nuwa has witnessed the dispute between Hongyun and Hongjun. She has not spoken a word throughout. Although she is astonished by Hongyun's audacity, her surprise is merely that, surprise, having attained the status of a sage and preliminarily comprehended the way of humanity. She possesses an extraordinarily calm and tolerant mindset. Moreover, she has contemplated something from Hongyun's actions. The conflict between Hongjun and Hongyun, in her perspective, is essentially a struggle between heaven and humanity, a contest of paths. What even Hongyun and Chun Xinyuan failed to notice was that as he clashed vocally with Hongjun, Enhua perceived a profound disturbance in the great Tao. The momentum and fortune were in constant flux. Even the meritorious divine dragons, shrouded by the Kong Tong seal, roared in fury, seemingly wishing to bolster Hongyun's might. Even Xinyuan Zai, who was observing all of this from Wanshou Mountain and chuckling silently to himself, shared this sentiment. However, unlike Enhua, he witnessed the manifestations of what he sensed as Hongyun engaged in battle with Hongjun, the earth and the mountains, as described in the classic of Mountains and Seas. Continuously emitted divine light. This artifact, which could be deemed a supreme treasure of innate origin, swiftly amplified its offensive power. Until now, in this calmness, its might remained in an ever-increasing state. The Tao of the heavenly and earthly membranes had been enhanced, thus naturally fortifying the membranes themselves. Hongyun, my friend, upon meeting Hongyun's gaze, Enhua momentarily lost her composure and smiled gently at him. Might I reclaim my meritorious golden dragon? Hongyun was briefly taken aback, but nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Chun Xinyuan, residing in Hongyun's heart, was startled. Hongyun, convey my words to Enhua. If she acquires this golden dragon, she may. Yet before Chun Xinyuan could finish, Enhua smiled at Hongyun. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. To be honest, during your clash with the Tao ancestor, I experienced a profound insight. The duty to protect the myriad beings of humanity likely resides with you, rather than me. Hongyun furrowed his brow in confusion, while Chun Xinyuan felt a tightening in his heart. He suddenly realized what Enhua, the mother of humanity, intended to do. She was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for humanity. Enhua's voice rang out, calm, yet resolute. From a moment of my birth, I possess potential akin to that of Pangu after the creation of the heavens. If this clan were to perish, the heavenly Tao would have already manifested. My act of creating a clan is akin to seizing the heavenly fortunes that, if humanity is to thrive and propagate endlessly, we must restore the fortunes of the heavenly Tao. I believe this is the reason the heavenly Tao bestows merits upon me. I shall ascend to the heavens and become a saint, returning the fortunes to the heavenly Tao on behalf of humanity. With that, Enwa reached out towards the meritorious golden dragon with a flick of her hand. The golden dragon entered her being. Immediately, Enwa soared into the sky, ascending towards the heavens. Holy Mother! Enwa's ascension stirred the hearts of the 3,000 members of humanity, who gazed upward in astonishment. Enwa looked back, her eyes brimming with tears. My people, I shall strive to protect you from beyond the 33 heavens. The world of the primordial chaos is vast and endless. You may proceed without fear. Free of restrictions, a single tear fell from Enwa's eye, transforming into a universal drizzle that showered the mortal realm. Within Hongyun's body, Chen Xianyuan sighed softly. Future generations would claim that among the 6 saints, Enwa was the weakest, with the lowest comprehension. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. The way of heaven is to supplement the insufficient and diminish the excessive. Among the 6 saints of the primordial chaos, perhaps only Enwa truly grasped this principle. Hongyun, after battling for so long, it seems you have won this round. However, it is merely luck on your part, for you are but an agent of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is beyond our control. Chapter 53. Slaying the heavenly court, leaving none behind. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao returns to unity. Thus, while heaven, earth, and humanity each follow their respective paths, they intertwine and complement one another. Now, with the earthly path manifesting and the earthly immortals returning to their positions, their power grows ever stronger. Humanity, too, has descended, with the protagonists of various realms taking shape. Their potential boundless, their achievements limitless. Yet unexpectedly, the earthly and human paths have grown too robust, leading to a deficiency in the heavenly path. It seems Enwa must have suddenly realized this, thus sacrificing herself to achieve the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, solidifying the foundation of the 3 talents. Gazing at Enwa as she ascended, beyond the 33 heavens, where purple chi permeated and heavenly secrets were abundant, Chen Xianyuan couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Henceforth, this progenitor of humanity, this holy being, would be confined beyond the 33 heavens, never to tread upon the primordial chaos again. Even as a saint of the heavenly Tao, she must consider the Tao. Reflecting on this, he thought of the impending calamity of the canonization, when humanity's fortunes would be at their peak. Yet, Enwa personally dispatched the 3 demons of Xianyuan to disrupt humanity, instigating the canonization catastrophe. It is quite possible she was constrained by the heavenly Tao, using the progenitor of humanity to weaken the fortunes of her own kind. Such a scheme is truly insidious. In this light, it seems I have caused Enwa's predicament. Had I not fostered humanity to such strength, nearly supplanting the many innate beings birthed by the heavenly Tao, perhaps Enwa could have resisted. Since Pangu's creation of the heavens and earth, many innate beings of primordial chaos emerged. All these could be deemed as beings of the heavenly Tao, innate deities that at their inception, the strongest among them barely reached the Tai realm. Now consider humanity, born from the pure yang of Pangu and the yin of Enwa, combined with the powerful blood essence refined from ancestral witches, and the innate blessings bestowed by Chen Xianyuan upon Hongyun. Humanity not only emerges with a realm comparable to innate beings, but possesses extraordinarily formidable physical and spiritual forms, even excelling in merit and virtue over innate saints that in this scenario, had the humans and deities been born in the same era. What could the innate beings birthed by the heavenly Tao compare against humanity? This extraordinary strength has ironically compelled Enwa to become a saint of the heavenly Tao. It appears I must not act too rashly. To put it plainly, my true adversary is not Hongyun, but the heavenly Tao behind him. Furthermore, it seems that Hongyun has not merely comprehended the heavenly Tao, he has likely grasped the essence of the 3 talents as well. Otherwise, he would not labor to ensure that the heavenly Tao surpasses both the human and earthly paths, while also preventing a complete suppression of the latter. Humph. In the end, Chun Xianyuan chuckled inwardly, realizing that Hongyun is even more formidable than many later accounts suggest. Given that he has likely comprehended the three talents, but chosen to focus solely on the heavenly Tao, it implies that he may eventually discover a way to counter my assistance to Hongyun in attaining the indestructible fortune. Should Hongyun fail to achieve sainthood, even with my help, he may still be easily crushed by Hongjun as if he were an ant. I cannot allow Hongyun to be overly aggressive, disrupting the balance of the three talents. Yet, the speed at which Hongyun achieves sainthood cannot be too slow. Lost in thought, Chun Xianyuan found himself in a dilemma. Advance, and he faces the constraints of the heavenly Tao and the balance of the three talents. Retreat, and he is pressured by Hongjun. However, before even a moment had passed, Chun Xianyuan smiled faintly, a hint of excitement in his voice. How intriguing, if a little difficulty adds to the interest. The trifling three talents are but a minor obstacle. Even if you, Hongjun, and the heavenly Tao use 3,000 paths to hinder me, you shall not ensnare me. Laughing, he turned his gaze to Hongyun, who was staring blankly at the sky. Though you have yet to master the heavenly swallowing demon technique, it is time to impart to you the second method. Just as Chun Xuanyuan's murmurs ceased, a cloud of auspiciousness swiftly descended from the horizon, landing atop Shoyang Mountain and transforming into a young man of striking appearance. Clad in a long robe, his demeanor was impressive, and his grace was extraordinary. Upon alighting, the young man first cast a glance at the 3,000 members of humanity, who were gazing up with expressions of reluctance. Then, he looked at the personage enveloped in rising purple qi. His brow furrowed in concern, he approached Hongyun and slightly bowed his head. "Hongyun, my friend, it has been a long time. Where's my sister?" Hongyun regained his senses and hurriedly returned the greeting. "Fushi, my friend." Indeed, this individual was none other than Fushi, the brother of Enhua. Enhua has become a saint and has ascended to the 33 heavens. Upon hearing this, Fushi was taken aback that Enhua's sister has attained sainthood. Alas, I had sensed something was amiss with her, and I rushed here, only to arrive too late. Yet, my sister's ascent is a monumental blessing, a grand occasion for the demon clan. Why should I feel disheartened? The words of Fushi stirred a sense of doubt within Hongyun. For Fushi, Enhua attaining sainthood was an immense boon. One might presume that even after achieving the status of a sage, the karmic ties shared with his compatriot would inevitably run profoundly deep. Yet within Hongyun's heart, Chun Xian's cold laughter echoed. How could he not comprehend Fushi's feelings of loss? Though Enhua belonged to the demon race, her ascension to sainthood held no ties to them. She was a saint of the human race, not of the demons. While Chun Xian had not forged a close bond with Fushi, the descriptions of him in later generations undoubtedly depicted him as one who grasped the celestial mechanisms. Although he had not yet realized that Enhua was not a saint of the demon race, he was certainly aware of it as the progenitor of humanity. Enhua's achievement of the heavenly way diminished the fortunes of the demon race. Naturally, he felt a sense of loss. However, after his moment of scorn, Chun Xian swiftly considered a matter of urgency. He promptly urged Hongyun to inquire of Fushi whether he had received an invitation from Emperor Jun to join the heavenly court and share dominion over the demon race. Hongyun nodded repeatedly, but a flicker of alarm surged within him, accompanied by a hint of worry. How well did he know the temperament of the immortal residing within him? Emperor Jun and this immortal had already established a mortal enmity. From his perspective, such a question could only lead to conflict. If Fushi indeed indicated a desire to join the heavenly court as a celestial being, it was likely that the immortal would not hesitate to strike him down on the spot. Nevertheless, since Chun Xian had urged him to ask, he dared not refrain from doing so. After a moment's contemplation, Hongyun finally posed the question to Fushi. "Friend Fushi, has Emperor Jun extended an invitation for you to preside over the heavenly court?" Before Fushi could respond, he hastily added, "Friend, you must not go to the heavenly court." Fushi furrowed his brow slightly, both astonished and perplexed. Indeed, Emperor Jun had personally invited him to the heavenly court, intending for him to co-govern the demon race alongside Emperor Jun and Tai. even bestowing upon him the title of Shihuang. Yet, this matter was known to no one. He was uncertain how Hongyun had come to know of it. More bewildering was why Hongyun was advising him against attending. After a brief pause, Fushi inquired, "What do you mean by this, friend? Why should one not go to the heavenly court?" Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Chan Xian then spoke to Hongyun. "You are concerned that I might kill him, are you not? It is quite simple. Just inform him that before long, I shall launch an assault on the heavenly court and eradicate it completely. If he wishes to avoid death, he ought not to enter the heavenly court." Hongyun immediately inhaled sharply. He was uncertain whether Chen Xian would actually act upon such a threat. However, the mere possibility that he might do so was enough to instill fear. If Chen Xian were to act, the heavenly court would likely face annihilation. In that instant, Hongyun opened his mouth to address Fushi. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly spoke, his face etched with bitterness. "I may indeed march upon the heavenly court and cleanse it of its existence." Suddenly, Fushi's brow furrowed deeply in astonishment. He gazed at Hongyun and softly exclaimed, "Friend Hongyun, do you truly speak such reckless words?" Chapter 54. Do not call him uncle. Address him as a mortal elder. Hongyun's furious rebuke of Hongjun reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Naturally, Fushi, who had been racing towards the scene, heard every word clearly. Yet beyond being astonished by Hongyun's audacity, he gave it little further thought. All beings of the world experience a spectrum of emotions. Perhaps Hongjun had indeed committed some grave offense that had incited Hongyun's ire. However, at this moment, Hongyun had inexplicably directed threats towards him, leaving Fushi to perceive that Hongyun was not only audacious, but utterly beyond reason. In an instant, Fushi's brow knitted in contemplation, his gaze directed at Hongyun, eyes glinting with ire. Meanwhile, Hongyun could only manage awkward smiles. The one who might indeed bring about the destruction of the heavenly court was not he, but the immortal within him. Yet he found himself utterly unable to disclose this to Fushi. Should this information be revealed, anyone would merely assume he had succumbed to a dark obsession. Conversely, Chen Xian merely smiled coldly. "You, Hongyun, relish the role of the benevolent savior, yet I shall ensure others perceive you as a villain." To be frank, he bore no ill will towards Fushi, having only enmity with Emperor Jun and Tai. Yet, Hongyun had an unfortunate penchant for indiscriminate benevolence. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Xian resolved to give him a stark lesson. At this moment, the atmosphere between Hongyun and Fushi was laden with awkwardness and tension. Chen Xian smiled and suggested to Hongyun that he introduce Fushi to the human race created by Enhua. At last, this could alleviate the uncomfortable tension. Hongyun quickly turned to Fushi with a smile. "Friend Fushi, Enhua has attained sainthood through her immense merit in creating the human race. Behold, these are the people birthed by Enhua." With a smile, Hongyun gestured towards the 3,000 innate humans gazing skyward. Fushi had already noticed them, but had not given them much thought. However, upon hearing Hongyun declare them as the creation of his own sister, his heart surged with warmth, and he swiftly turned to behold the 3,000 humans. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. All beings in the primordial world possess their inherent forms. Once one reaches a certain realm, they can transform into the innate Tao body. With the innate Tao body, one can further expedite their cultivation. Hongjun had spoken of this during his teachings in the Zhixiao Palace. The reason the innate Tao body is termed thus is that it can harmonize with the Tao, representing the ultimate form sought by countless beings. Now that Fushi had attained the status of Quasi-saint, he could perceive the innate essence of beings with a mere glance. For instance, in his eyes, Hongyun was enveloped in swirling red clouds, exuding extraordinary spirituality, while the contemplative Taishang concealed within his purple aura a profound and ethereal clarity. However, the 3,000 humans, in his view, bore no exceptional traits: the human race, the innate Tao body. In the blink of an eye, he grasped the key to this phenomenon. How could he not be astonished? Countless innate deities had emerged from the primordial chaos, laboring for countless years to attain their innate Tao bodies. Yet these 3,000 humans were born with innate Tao bodies. Moreover, their descendants would undoubtedly inherit this innate Tao body. In comparison to the demon race, or rather, against all existing races in the primordial world, the foundation of the human race was astonishingly robust. Their innate Tao bodies signified that newly born beings of the human race would cultivate at a pace surpassing that of any other race in the primordial realm. His sister had indeed created a race of such immense potential. It was no wonder she achieved sainthood in one fell swoop. After a long moment, Fushi could not contain his admiration. Hongyun, too, smiled at the 3,000 humans and gestured towards Fushi, saying, "Esteemed ones, this is Fushi, your saintly mother's biological elder brother. By extension, he is also your dear uncle." This statement was a covert instruction from Chun Xian to Hongyun. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3,000 humans lit up with joy. The foremost among them, the original human crafted by Hua, immediately bowed before Fushi, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to our uncle." The 3,000 humans echoed in unison, "We pay our respects to our uncle." These 3,000 humans not only possessed limitless potential, but also boasted considerable strength, further augmented by Hua's divine blood. In this moment, Fushi felt their essence palpably, hearing the calls of the 3,000 humans. His heart swelled with uncontainable joy. Yet, just as he began to smile, he noticed Hongyun awkwardly laughing again. Then, he admonished the 3,000 humans. "Hey, how dare you call Fushi uncle? What a disgrace! Fushi shall one day become a divine general of the heavenly court, an immortal under the protection of the heavenly way. But you are mere humans. The chasm between mortals and immortals is vast. You must not call him uncle. You ought to address him as esteemed one or even immortal elder." The 3,000 humans, having been blessed with innate fortune from Hongyun and recognized by Hua as a deity, held a bond with Hongyun that was, by any measure, stronger than that with Fushi. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the countenance of the 3,000 humans shifted dramatically. The original human bowed even lower to Fushi, saying, "We have overstepped. We beseech the immortal elders forgiveness. We beseech the immortal elders forgiveness." The remaining clansmen once again spoke in unison, bowing their heads in unison. This moment, Fushi's expression changed once more. Looking at the 3,000 clansmen before him, his face reflected profound helplessness from a bloodline perspective. These 3,000 human tribes were infused with the essence of Hua, undeniably connecting them to Fushi by blood. Even if he were to acknowledge these 3,000 tribes as his descendants, he would not bat an eye. Yet now, with Hongyun's words, the distance between these 3,000 tribes and himself had widened. He could discern that at this moment, the tribesmen regarded him with respect, yet devoid of kinship. Naturally, he could not admonish these 3,000 tribes, for they were the very flesh and blood of Hua. Thus, he could only turn to Hongyun, his brow lightly furrowing, revealing his displeasure. "Hongyun, what is the meaning of this? They are creations of Hua, and it is not unreasonable for them to address me as uncle." Upon seeing Fushi's changed demeanor, Hongyun awkwardly smiled once more. "Fushi, my friend, do not be hasty. My actions are for your benefit, to spare you from future difficulties." "Difficulties for me?" Fushi felt utterly perplexed and chided Hongyun softly. Hongyun paused for a moment, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Musing inwardly, "Immortal Lord, is it not too blatant to imply a threat?" Indeed, every word Hongyun spoke echoed Chen Xian's sentiments at a threat. Is this a threat? Are you not stating facts? Let me tell you, if you do not clarify things with him now, it will only become harder for you in the future. Whether to tell him or not is up to you. With those words, Chen Xian decisively fell silent. Hongyun called out several times, but could not rouse Chen Xian. Moreover, the words he left unspoken were indeed of great significance. Finally, after a considerable pause, Hongyun gritted his teeth and spoke to Fushi. "Fushi, my friend, I have a mortal enmity with Dijuan and Tai. Should they establish the heavenly court, they will undoubtedly seek me out." Hongyun gestured towards the 3,000 clansmen. "Currently, these 3,000 tribes have been entrusted by Hua and have revered me as a deity. Furthermore, they also possess the innate fortune I bestowed upon them. In such a relationship, once I wage war against the heavenly court, they will surely stand with me against our common foe. And you, My friend, who aspires to ascend to the heavenly court as an immortal, will undoubtedly be a leading general in the conflict. Tell me, will you not act against these 3,000 tribes? If you do not, how will you justify it to the heavenly court? Hence, distancing you from the human tribes is truly for your own good. After conveying Chen Xian's words, Hongyun cautiously leaned closer to Fushi, whispering, my friend, why not heed my advice and refrain from seeking immortality in the heavenly court? At this moment, Chen Xian remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Fushi. The choice Fushi made was of utmost importance. Though it seemed he was merely deciding whether or not to ascend to the heavenly court, Chen Xian, fully aware of the implications, understood that Fushi's current decision would directly impact the fate of the human race for some time to come. Indeed, this choice could potentially lead to the first extinction catastrophe for the human race. Chapter 55. The Opening of the Heavens. As Hongyun's words fell, Fushi turned his gaze towards the 3,000 innate human tribes. His emotions becoming increasingly complex. He was unaware of the grievances between Hongyun and Dijuantai, as they had never confided in him. However, one thing was abundantly clear to him. Given Hongyun's audacity to scold Hongjun and his brazen declaration of intent to annihilate the heavenly court, a conflict between the heavenly court and Hongyun seemed inevitable. Once hostilities commenced, how would he face the human race created by Nuwa? This race, imbued with Nuwa's bloodline, was as much his kin. Nonetheless, Fushi did not linger in his turmoil for long. In a mere span of 10 breaths, he suddenly clenched his teeth, a grave expression overtaking his features. The establishment of the heavenly court by Dijuantai is of paramount importance. If it succeeds, perhaps I can, he murmured inwardly. Suddenly, Fushi furrowed his brow and looked at Hongyun. Hongyun, my friend, ascending to the heavenly court and becoming an immortal is something I must inevitably pursue, should there come a day when you wage war against the heavenly court. For the sake of the heavenly court and these human tribes, I, Fushi, shall surely take action. As he spoke, Fushi's brow tightened further. His serious demeanor abruptly shifted to one of fierce determination. Gazing at Hongyun, his eyes blazed with the aura of slaughter. If I cannot persuade you, then I shall resort to thunderous measures, employing all my means to eliminate you in the shortest time possible. Before his words had fully settled, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from Fushi. With your death, I shall be able to convince the heavenly court to cease their aggression against the human race. This sudden surge of murderous intent left Hongyun momentarily stunned. Chen Xian, too, was taken aback. Chen Xian was well aware of Fushi's fate. Although he ascended to the heavenly court, he met with an unexpected demise. Many speculations surrounded the cause of his death, and Chen Xian was uncertain of the truth. However, it was widely accepted that he was reincarnated as a human and became the emperor of humanity, a recognized progenitor of the human race. His prowess in battle was a subject of much speculation, but was generally understood that his strength was largely tied to his realm. He had not anticipated that this demon race Fushi would be so resolute. Yet soon, Chen Xian scoffed dismissively, thinking to himself, convincing the demon race not to strike against the human race? Naive. After his scornful chuckle, Chen Xian promptly addressed Hongyun, saying, tell him, you too, if you engage in war with the celestial beings, Fushi will surely perish. Fushi refused to heed the advice, having exhausted his reasoning, yet he remained determined to ascend to the heavenly court. Chen Xian was more than willing to attribute the various causes of Fushi's demise to himself. After all, if he were to turn back, he might as well guide him into the cycle of reincarnation himself. Chen Xian's words caused Hongyun to twitch at the corners of his mouth, ultimately compelling him to express his helplessness to Fushi. Fushi, my friend, should that day truly come, I will have no choice but to invite you to your demise. Humph. Hongyun's arrogance was anticipated by Fushi, who merely snorted coldly and then gestured towards Hongyun, stating, if that is the case, then we shall see whose skills prevail. Since I have learned the whereabouts of my sister, I shall not impose further. Farewell. With those words, Fushi turned to cast one last glance at the 3,000 tribesmen, sighed in resignation, and took to the clouds, preparing to depart. Fushi, my friend, please hold on. As Fushi ascended into the clouds, Hongyun called out to him, Fushi turned back and inquired, "What is it?" "I have one more question, and I hope you will answer it." Hongyun immediately spoke up. If one day the demon race were to slaughter the human race without cause, what choice would you make? Fushi paused, momentarily taken aback, before resolutely declaring, "As long as I am here, the demon race shall not act beyond their bounds against the human race." With that, Fushi soared into the sky, vanishing from view. Watching Fushi's receding figure, Hongyun found himself astonished, pondering, "Immortal Lord, will the demon race truly hunt the human race in the future?" Chun Xian replied coldly, "Perhaps not while I am present, but should that day come, I hope Fushi can see the situation clearly. Otherwise, for the sake of the foundation and fortune of the human race, he will have no choice but to eliminate him." Hongyun was taken aback. Fushi was the brother of a sage. Should he truly kill Fushi, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, would Niwa allow Fushi to perish? Sensing that Hongyun was growing increasingly worried, Chun Xian scoffed mockingly. "Now you know to worry for yourself?" No longer benevolent. When the day arrives that the demon race slaughters the human race, killing Fushi may avert disaster. Yet you fret over the potential consequences for yourself and refrain from acting. In the end, will you watch the human race, whom you revere as deities, suffer total annihilation? Hongyun, your kindness is nothing but a fade. This statement instantly sent a chill down Hongyun's spine. Chun Xian then shifted his focus, saying, "Let us first observe how the Taishang fares." Hongyun swiftly turned to look at Taishang at this moment. Taishang remained with his brow tightly furrowed, his demeanor solemn. Surrounding him was a surging purple aura, from which the yin-yang taiji fish was rapidly spinning. How curious! Hongjun was not directly guiding Taishang on the path to sanctification. Witnessing this scene, Chun Xian mused quietly. Yet soon, clarity dawned upon him. It appeared that Hongjun also wished for Taishang to achieve enlightenment on his own path to sanctification. Very well, I too shall observe Taishang's innate talent, and see when he will attain understanding. At last, he turned to Hongyun and spoke. "Hongyun, now is the perfect opportunity for me to impart another technique to you. You shall cultivate here on Shoyang Mountain while awaiting the awakening of the Supreme One." Upon hearing that Chun Xian was about to bestow a new skill upon him, Hongyun was filled with immense joy. Yet soon after, he nervously interjected, "Immortal Sovereign, we have already offended the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. The ancestor is a sage of unparalleled prowess, with abilities that are unfathomable. I fear that one day he will discover a way to shatter our invincible domain. Perhaps we should seize this moment to utilize the heavenly swallowing demon technique to attain sainthood sooner." "Ah, you actually managed to consider this." Hongyun's words caught Chun Xian slightly off guard. However, he soon chuckled. "It is indeed only a matter of time before Hongjun devises a method to undermine your faith power. While the heavenly swallowing demon technique can lead to sainthood if you truly wish to attain it before Hongjun awakens, the most effective approach would be to capture a sage and drain their essence. Currently, there are only two sages, Niwa and Hongjun. Who would you choose? Alternatively, would you exert your full strength and employ the heavenly swallowing demon technique to drain the entirety of the primordial world, along with all living beings and the heavens? The distinction between a quasi-saint and a saint may seem merely a veil apart, almost akin to a sheet of paper. Yet, that thin layer represents an insurmountable chasm. The energy required to be consumed by the heavenly swallowing demon technique is truly immense. Of course, Hongyun could gradually siphon the treasures and spiritual veins of the primordial world step by step, eventually achieving sainthood. However, this would undoubtedly not be accomplished before Hongjun conceives a countermeasure. Nevertheless, the technique that Chun Xian was about to impart would precisely remedy this shortcoming, even if it did not lead to success. It would still provide Hongyun with means to evade should Hongjun discover a way to break through. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. This saying holds true. Yet this particular ant is Chun Xian, rendering such a statement inapplicable. While he may not be able to rival Hongjun, he possesses countless strategies to ensure that Hongjun is at a loss against him, as the sovereign of all realms. There are myriad methods at his disposal to achieve this goal. Observing Hongyun's silence, Chun Xian continued, "Listen closely. The technique I am about to transmit to you is called the Open Heaven Art. Chapter 56. The Proliferation of Humanity. The Supreme One emerges. The so-called open heaven art is the act of creating heaven with a single thought, thereby splitting the earth and giving rise to the world. Its essence lies in utilizing one's own exceptionally potent primordial true energy to forge a world of origin amidst the void. Subsequently, one can nurture oneself within this world, establishing a realm of their own. This method cannot be practiced by those lacking in profound true essence, as the initial formation of a realm will deplete all of one's magical power to sustain the world. However, you possess the heavenly swallowing demon technique, allowing for an endless source of magical power. Thus, this technique is ideally suited for your cultivation. As Chun Xian elaborated, a vivid vision unfolded in Hongyun's mind. Within this vision, an enormous being sat cross-legged amidst the chaos of the cosmos. Stars surged within him, galaxies coalesced, and the universe became a self-contained entity. Yet, as the image zoomed out, the vast universe swirling with countless star rivers abruptly shrank into a single bubble. Floating beside the giant point, one bubble after another emerged, each representing a new universe. Ultimately, the giant was surrounded by innumerable cosmic bubbles, creating heaven and splitting the earth. Hongyun watched in awe, his heart racing with astonishment. This spectacle involuntarily reminded him of Pangu, who opened the heavens and split the earth. Immortal sovereign, do you wish for me to create heaven and earth at the Quasi-saint level? Indeed, that is precisely the task at hand. Chun Xian replied with a light laugh. The open heaven art, in simpler terms, it entails the creation of a world that I learned this from a realm dedicated to the study of laws. When one cultivates to the pinnacle of the laws, they can carve out their own world that I end this self-created world. One reigns supreme. The more laws one possesses within their self-created world, the stronger they become. There was a genius who took a contrary approach, first nurturing a self-created world and then using it to reciprocate the laws, thus creating this open heaven art. Immortal sovereign, Pangu attained sainthood before creating heaven and earth. What merit do I possess to do the same? As soon as Chun Xian finished speaking, Hongyun immediately replied. The world created by Pangu was a real and complete existence. However, the world fashioned by the open heaven art is flawed and incomplete, and it pales in comparison to the primordial world. Rest assured, I do not expect you to rival Pangu. Chun Xian encouraged. You may practice without hesitation. Naturally, the open heaven art cannot be compared to Pangu's creation of heaven and earth. In truth, it is far inferior. One could say it is not even worth a single hair. If Pangu's act of creating heaven and earth is akin to forming the Milky Way, the primordial world and all its celestial bodies stem from Pangu. Indeed, he was the one who created the Milky Way. The open heaven art is merely equivalent to creating an ecological tank. The difficulty and scale are incomparable to the genuine act of creating heaven and earth, of course, by successfully creating one ecological tank. One could create 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, and so on, until potentially rivaling the universe. Naturally, this technique can also enable Hongyun to attain sainthood. It follows the same principle as Niua's path to sainthood. If one cannot achieve a creation akin to Pangu's, one must seek a compromise. The technique swiftly traversed Hongyun's mind, firmly imprinting itself within. He no longer hesitated and began his cultivation anew. Chun Xian also timely reminded him, during your initial practice, you may focus on refining a single law. Since you are Qi Yin, why not begin by refining the cloud itself? Grasp its essence and forge it into a world. Hongyun promptly extracted his true form, the red cloud, and, adhering to the technique, continuously gathered and condensed the red cloud. He then comprehended its characteristics and refined its essence, as long as he could condense this red cloud into a small world that is orderly, self-operating, and self-sustaining. He would have achieved a minor success. Unlike the heavenly swallowing demon technique, which is an evil art created by a demon, the open heaven art was devised by a genius for those with poor foundations. It aims to allow anyone capable of cultivating, regardless of their foundation, to reach great heights. Hence, this technique emphasizes steady and methodical progress. Under normal circumstances, after a period of cultivation, one would need to replenish their true energy and magical power, much like most orthodox cultivation methods that rely on the passage of time. Yet with the heavenly swallowing demon technique, Hongyun need not worry about true energy and magical power. However, even so, Hongyun's progress remained slow. This finally allowed Shanxian to witness the most renowned saying in the primordial world. Cultivation knows no passage of time. A blink passed, and 10 years had slipped by. Another blink, and 100 years had gone by. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of years had elapsed out on Shoyang Mountain. The Supreme One was in deep contemplation, surrounded by the swirling purple chi of chaos, enveloping the entire mountain peak, 1,000 miles away. Hongyun gathered the red cloud in his palm. Resembling a vivid red gemstone, red mist swirled around him, dancing in tandem with the crimson orb in his grasp, akin to a river of red stars. Throughout these thousands of years, the 3,000 human tribes created by Nuwa had emerged from Shoyang Mountain, beginning to make their mark in the primordial world. Some, possessing lowly strength, remained on Shoyang Mountain, either cultivating or branching out. Qinxian had no need to cultivate the torch and found no place to train. Over these thousands of years, he would often accompany Hongyun into the chaos, absorbing and refining it with the heavenly swallowing demon technique to replenish his magical power for the open heaven art. During these excursions, he had Hongyun take the time to observe the human tribes on Shoyang Mountain. There was one particularly peculiar aspect that Shanxian could not quite decipher, whether it was the nature of humanity or a consequence of his intervention in their creation. The humans born of postnatal origins were astonishingly similar to those of later generations. Regardless of their potential strength, all newborns were extremely frail but a mere mortal, living only 100 years, considering the primordial world. Whether among the demon race or other species, even the weakest newborn was undoubtedly stronger than a mortal, with lifespans of at least 1,000 years. The human race possessed the greatest potential and understanding. Yet they bore the most fragile procreation system. Perhaps this is the so-called way of heaven, compensating for the excess to remedy the lack. Furthermore, the human race possessed a characteristic that left Shanxian both amused and bewildered. The human race was endowed with an innate Tao body, rendering them exceedingly intelligent, just as the people of later generations were. However, this intelligence brought with it a flaw. These postnatal humans, much like their later counterparts, tended to overthink. While newborns of other races focused solely on the singular desire to grow stronger, human infants, upon maturation, developed various aspirations and, correspondingly, myriad desires. In this world, which ought to be a realm of arduous cultivation, the human race on Mount Shoyang has unexpectedly begun to progress towards the development of cities and civilizations. Fortunately, the human race possesses merely a few thousand years of history, and this advancement is still in its nascent stages, not yet solidified. Furthermore, the innate cultivation of a human race is hindered. The 3,000 innate humans possess an inherent affinity for spells. However, akin to the myriad sacred beings before the primordial chaos, they are oblivious to the path of cultivation. They can cultivate, yet it is merely through instinctual efforts. Countless innate sacred beings in the primordial chaos, prior to Hongyun's teachings, were even unaware of the realms of cultivation. Presently, there is little hope in relying on these 3,000 innate humans to instruct their descendants in the ways of cultivation. At last, when Hongyun returned once more from the chaos after collecting vital energy, and beheld the lamentations rising from the settlements on Mount Shoyang, his benevolence could no longer be restrained. The celestial sovereign, the postnatal humans undeniably possess the most formidable innate talents of the primordial chaos. Yet they remain ignorant of the cultivation path. Even though the spiritual energy is abundant on Mount Shoyang, and ordinary individuals can live for hundreds or even thousands of years by consuming spiritual herbs and drinking celestial essences. Ultimately, without entering the great Tao, they cannot escape death. Perhaps I should first pause my own cultivation and teach them the path to liberation. Observing the tribe, where a group of postnatal humans weep inconsolably around an elder, Shanxian gritted his teeth. At this moment, the cycle of reincarnation had yet to be established. The death of sentient beings was akin to smoke dissipating into the air. The the human race is somewhat better off, as the Kong Tong seal on Mount Shoyang suppresses them. After death, they transform into a wisp of spiritual energy, returning to the Kong Tong seal. Yet in truth, it is no different from death. However, the act of teaching others to cultivate should not fall upon Hongyun. He had already become a thorn in Hongyun's side. With the primordial creation yet to be completed, should he overstep and take on the role of teaching cultivation, it would undoubtedly provoke Hongyun's wrath. This was a far cry from the previous incident of seizing Nuwa's merits. This would fundamentally undermine Hongyun's grand designs. He would certainly employ every means to eliminate Hongyun, rather than merely testing him with a few moves. Yet witnessing the relentless deaths of his kin, Chan Xian felt a twinge of discontent, despite having long since grown indifferent to life and death. Unconsciously, he cast a glance towards the distant mountain peak shrouded in purple mist. Through Hongyun's peripheral vision, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "This Taishang has comprehended for thousands of years. What a waste!" However, just as Chan Xian's voice rose in anger, the Taishang suddenly opened his eyes amidst the purple mist. The purple energy swirling atop the mountain surged violently, and in an instant, it spread from Mount Shoyang throughout the entire primordial chaos. I have comprehended. Chapter 57. The Teaching of Humanity, a Millennium of Enlightenment. Although the Taishang had not yet stepped beyond Mount Shoyang, he had long since traversed the vast emptiness. Observing all realms of the primordial chaos, a single thought from the Taishang roamed every corner of the primordial chaos. Reaching the heavens above and the deepest depths of the Blood Sea, he had witnessed, firsthand, the resplendent palaces constructed by the demon race within the 33 heavens, where the celestial demons diligently cultivated. Striving for supremacy, he had also seen the myriad beings journeying from afar to seek the teachings of the Zenyuanzi within the 5 Zhuang Palace of Mount Wanshou, competing for the title of Earth Immortal. Furthermore, he had observed the witch race in the depths of Mount Buzhou, honing their bodies at the cost of their lives. Even the Blood Sea entities had attempted to emulate Nuwa in creating the Shura race. Fueled by the murderous aura of the Blood Sea, the Blood Sea Shura thrived on bloodshed and slaughter, fighting day and night. Yet the human race on Mount Shoyang, which ought to have become the strongest cultivation race in the primordial chaos, the central figures of heaven and earth, instead gave rise to various desires and ambitions. They sought neither cultivation nor longevity. Upon returning to Mount Buzhou, the Taishang finally attained clarity in his thoughts. As the saying goes, once one thought is clear, 100 thoughts become clear. The Taishang had finally comprehended. Opening his eyes, he gazed down at the gathering of the human race on Mount Shoyang. A radiant purple light emanated from his eyes, and the humans, who were the object of his gaze, felt an unusual sensation in their hearts, raising their heads to look in his direction. The mountain peak, previously shrouded in purple mist, now roiled with surging purple energy, undulating like towering waves, sweeping eastward. The innate humans remaining on Mount Shoyang soared into the air, silently channeling their true energy and magical power. As if facing a formidable adversary, even the innate humans who were traveling outside felt a surge of awareness at this moment, instinctively turning back to gaze upon Mount Shoyang. Subsequently, they all frantically activated their magical powers, employing their strongest escape techniques, racing towards Mount Sicheng 8T this moment. Whether they were innate or postnatal humans, they all felt a resonance in their hearts. The ancestral land of Mount Shoyang was destined to witness a momentous change. Ultimately, the Taishang's gaze swept across the entirety of Mount Shoyang. Slowly, he began to speak. The Taishang's enlightenment resonated, as if the entire primordial chaos had sensed this moment. As the Taishang spoke, a profound sound reverberated through heaven and earth. I, the true lineage of Pangu, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, the Taishang Taoist, I sense the infinite potential of the new race in the primordial chaos, the human race, yet they are deprived of proper teachings in the great Tao. Therefore, I shall establish a teaching in the ancestral land of humanity, and this shall be known as the teaching of humanity. From this day forth, I, the Taching, shall be the teacher of humanity, the sage of humanity, imparting the golden elixir Tao to the human race. The teaching of humanity is established. Boom! As the words fell, heaven and earth trembled in unison. In the 9 heavens, myriad rays of light cascaded, and purple energy surged from east. Upon the earth, golden lotuses sprang forth, and clear springs gushed from the ground. Roar! In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded, shaking the heavens. Above the firmament, a colossal golden dragon of merit, spanning tens of thousands of zhang, descended from the sky. This was the true dragon of heavenly merit. As the merit arrived, the Taishang smiled gently. He raised his hand and waved, and the sky was filled with purple energy, the primordial purple energy. The purple surged upwards, welcoming the dragon of heavenly merit. There were no obstacles. Even Chen Xian did not intervene to stop Hongyun. The purple energy and golden dragon merged into one, and thereafter, they all returned to the Taishang's body. In the same instant, the primordial chaos stirred once more, and profound sounds echoed throughout the entire primordial world. That voice resembled a mystical divine melody, akin to the sacred sound of Hongyun's teachings. Wherever the sound reached, all beings felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze, their hearts filled with joy. On Mount Shoyang, the Taishang radiated with divine light. Like a bright sun, he illuminated the mortal realm. The humans on Mount Shoyang, regardless of being innate or postnatal, felt their minds and spirits illuminated under this divine light, their spiritual essence blossoming forth. Even those postnatal beings, known for their rebellious nature, found their grievances dissipating, and their spiritual power began to coalesce. Under the divine light, they ascended from the mortal realm, this moment, above the 3 pure ones. The Taching Taoist achieved sainthood. Another sage emerged into the world. Beings of extraordinary cultivation sensed this moment. Their hearts stirred, some in shock, others in yearning. That on Kunlun Mountain, the closed-eyed Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also rose, bowing towards Mount Shoyang in salute. Congratulations, elder brother, on attaining sainthood. Outside the chaos, within the tightly shut gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun smirked. The Taishang has harnessed the fortune of the human race to attain the great Tao of heaven. Truly, it has not deviated from my expectations. From this point forward, heaven shall be the teacher of humanity. Heaven shall be the guide for humanity, and heaven shall also be the sovereign of humanity. The 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity shall be divided into their respective heights. In another corner of the chaos, the Nuwa Palace had already been established. Knowing that the Taishang had established the teaching of humanity and attained sainthood, Nuwa's expression bore no trace of joy. Hongyun, my friend, you hold a deep affection for the human race, even sacrificing the essence of the ancestral witches in your own fortune. Yet, why do you refrain from imparting the teachings to the untrained human race? Instead, you allow the Taching to establish the teachings and become their master. From now on, must the human race solely rely on the Tao of heaven, taking heaven as their teacher. Within Mount Shoyang, the Taishang's divine light remained undiminished. The profound sounds echoed throughout the entire mountain. That I shall impart the golden elixir Tao. All members of the human race, why do you not hasten to listen to the teachings? At this moment, the Taishang had already attained sainthood. His words carried the weight of heaven and earth, the decree of heaven and earth. As his voice rang out, all members of the human race converged towards the mountain peak where the Taishang resided. The innate humans remaining there soared into the air, fearing they would fall behind. Even the postnatal humans, despite lacking any cultivation, found themselves able to tread upon the divine golden light radiating from the Taishang. Soaring through the skies, the traveling humans also resonated with the Taishang's voice of teaching, each exerting their utmost efforts to rush towards Mount Shoyang. This moment, Hongyun witnessed one human after another flying past him, and he felt a pang of regret in his heart. What a pity! I too wish to impart the cultivation methods to the human race. Had I acted sooner, that dragon of heavenly merit might have been mine. Such a powerful dragon of merit would surely elevate my cultivation to new heights. In the heart of Hongyun, there resided a sense of regret. However, Chen Xian felt none of that. On the contrary, his spirits soared. Indeed, he was somewhat exhilarated. The moment had finally arrived, rendering the countless years spent enduring tedium worthwhile. With a silent chuckle, Chan Xian turned to Hongyun and remarked, to establish a doctrine and impart the cultivation methods of the human race is a crucial move that Hongjun must undertake. Attempt to seize it? Not a chance, unless I personally descend in flesh. Otherwise Hongjun will spare no effort in excluding us. Upon hearing these words, Hongyun felt a slight shock within. Yet he could not help but sigh at the lost opportunity. Yet, in the very next moment, Chan Xian chuckled internally at Hongyun again. However, while seizing the grand prize may be impossible, snatching the smaller ones is still achievable, since Taishang has already attained sainthood, and the heavenly Tao surpasses the human Tao. Should there be any further descent of the heavenly Tao's merit golden dragon, as long as it does not disrupt the balance of power between heaven and humanity, Hongjun will surely avoid unnecessary complications. After all, although the human doctrine has been established, the three teachings under Hongjun's watchful eye must be observed closely. After a moment of mirth, Chan Xian promptly addressed Hongyun. Come, let us go and extend our congratulations to Taishang. Upon hearing this, Hongyun said no more. He summoned the winds and thunder, heading straight towards the mount where Taishang resided. Chapter 58. Accepting disciples and imparting teachings with a thunderous roar. The skies darkened and the wind surged. Hongyun transformed before Taishang, bowing deeply in reverence, exclaiming, Congratulations, fellow Taoist! Today, you have attained sainthood, enduring through eons without decay. At this moment, Taishang exuded an aura of tranquility and clarity. Before his enlightenment, he harbored certain reservations towards Hongyun, even looking down upon him to some extent. But now, with a single thought leading to sainthood, the world felt expansive. Taishang, the unascended Hongyun, was now utterly insignificant. Naturally, with such insignificance came a lack of contempt or anger towards him. As Hongyun expressed his gratitude, Taishang merely returned the gesture with a casual nod. Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. He then gestured towards the multitude of human beings gathered around him, saying, Fellow Taoist, I wish to impart the path of the human race's golden elixir, a method for transcending to immortality, sainthood, and enlightenment. It is the very teaching passed down by the Tao ancestor in the palace of purple clouds. Are you, perchance, interested in hearing it? Taishang's words brought joy to Hongyun. Though he had already heard the teachings Taishang intended to share, the fact that Taishang had attained sainthood meant that the teachings from a sage could yield further insights, even for one who had reached the threshold of sainthood like himself. However, as Hongyun reveled in his delight, Chan Xian's cold laughter echoed within his heart. The Tao of Hongjun is but a minor path. What is there to listen to? Hearing Chan Xian's remarks, Hongyun could only offer a wry smile. He then inwardly conveyed to Chan Xian, the immortal sovereign indeed possesses the right to scorn the Tao ancestor. Yet I lack such qualifications. Upon hearing this unexpected lament from Hongyun, Chan Xian was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he scoffed lightly. Hongyun, what are you lamenting for? That statement is meant for you to convey to Taishang. Instantly, Hongyun was taken aback. Yet, Chan Xian paid him no mind, continuing, the matters ahead will pertain to how much your cultivation can elevate, and whether the human race can discover a path of breakthrough within the heavenly Tao. Therefore, that prior statement should be as audacious as possible. This left Hongyun utterly stunned. It was true that Chan Xian could impart to him the supreme Tao. But even so, he was confident that he lacked the right to question the Tao of Hongjun or the Tao of Taishang. To audaciously declare such was an arduous task. Yet, upon hearing that this concerned the future of the human race, Hongyun found himself unable to refuse. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately smiled at Taishang. His smile was rather awkward. Yet, as soon as this smile graced his face, Taishang's brows furrowed deeply, and the previously tranquil waters of his heart rippled with unease. Taishang had witnessed this smile from Hongyun numerous times before and understood that, despite its awkwardness, it merely masked the arrogance simmering within. He anticipated that Hongyun was about to utter some audacious words. Without waiting for Hongyun to speak, Taishang admonished him, Hongyun, are you not about to utter some rebellious and arrogant words again? You scold the Tao ancestor, yet the ancestor shows compassion for the masses, unwilling to engage in conflict with you. But I am not the ancestor. Should you provoke me, I would not hesitate to strike you down in the chaos. Indeed, despite being in seclusion, Taishang had caught wind of Hongyun's angry tirades against Hongjun. Fellow Taoist, misunderstandings abound. Hongyun quickly smiled at Taishang, then eagerly added, I merely believe that the Tao imparted by the ancestor may not be suitable for the human race to hear. Why not allow me to represent you and lay a foundation for the human race first? After some contemplation, Hongyun felt that since Chen Xian had dismissed Hongjun's teachings, it implied that he wished to convey his own path. Thus, by expressing this to Taishang, he could relay Chen Xian's intent without inciting Taishang's ire. Naturally, this statement incited a furious retort from Chen Xian. You think yourself clever. However, Chen Xian followed up with a cold chuckle. Though the wording may have changed, let us see how you adapt next. As for Taishang, upon hearing Hongyun's words, he immediately turned his gaze towards the gathered human race. Among the assembled innate humans, several possessed the realm of Tai, while the weakest among them had already reached the golden immortal level. These individuals would undoubtedly grasp the teachings he imparted. However, among the postnatal humans, nearly 90% were exceedingly weak, possessing only the innate Tao body, without any true innate cultivation, but he realized that they might not comprehend his teachings if he spoke directly. Thus, having someone else relay the teachings could indeed be a viable solution. Yet if this suggestion had come from another, he would have readily agreed. But the proposer was Hongyun. He had cursed Hongjun, clearly provoking his wrath, and had repeatedly spoken rebelliously. During his conversations with Fushi, he had displayed even greater cunning. Regardless of how Taishang viewed Hongyun, he perceived him as deeply scheming. The reason Hongyun had previously gained a reputation for benevolence in the wilderness was likely due to his lack of strength at that time. Now that he had grown powerful, he no longer needed to feign humility. Thus, Taishang suspected that Hongyun's proposal for him to have someone else relay the teachings was laden with ulterior motives. Hongyun was indeed quite cunning that if he were to relay my teachings, it would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. Yet his method was undeniably sound. Without responding to Hongyun, Taishang pondered while glancing at the assembled humans. In a mere blink, a thought crossed his mind, and all became clear. He then surveyed the crowd of humans and said with a smile, the path I impart is profound. Yet, the vast majority among you have yet to grasp heavenly secrets or comprehend its methods. If I were to speak directly, you might find it incomprehensible. Therefore, I wish to select one person from among you to enter my mountain gate and become my primary disciple. I shall impart teachings diligently, and thereafter, my great disciple shall relay the teachings to all. As these words echoed, the hearts of the gathered humans brimmed with urgency, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. After all, standing before them was a sage. Who would dare to speak? As for Hongyun, he was momentarily taken aback. Immortal sovereign, he felt that this might jeopardize Chen Xian's intentions. Chen Xian was also taken aback. Yet after his surprise, he smiled in appreciation. Oh, this Taishang is rather clever. It seems he has discerned our plans, thus turning the tables in our favor. However, this shall not pose a challenge for me. With that, he promptly instructed Hongyun, you must tell Taishang that among the 3,000 humans created by Nuwa, only the first human possesses the qualifications to become his disciple. Let Taishang find a way to bring the original human back. Upon hearing this, Hongyun remained silent. Chen Xian understood that Hongyun was again contemplating his thoughts. Immediately, he added, stop speculating. This is for Taishang's benefit. Do you not find my words reasonable? The original human is the first being we, Nuwa and I, painstakingly created. When it comes to lineage, he is the most profound among the 3,000 humans. There is no need to deliberate. Chen Xian's words were indeed sound reasoning. Thus, Hongyun hastily addressed Taishang. Fellow Taoist, should you wish to take your first disciple, I have someone to recommend. The first among the 3,000 humans. Known as the original human, this individual embodies the pure essence of Nuwa. Being the most dedicated creation of all, his foundation and innate talent are sure to satisfy you. As Hongyun spoke again, Taishang felt a renewed sense of vigilance. Yet he acknowledged the truth in Hongyun's words. He had observed the process of Nuwa's creation. This first human truly represents Nuwa's heartfelt effort. For a moment, Taishang fixed his gaze on Hongyun, his eyes glinting with intrigue. After a while, he began to muse inwardly. Very well. Even if you, Hongyun, possess a profound intellect and cunning as deep as an abyss, I shall see what means you employ to thwart my endeavors once I summon this first human back. Having attained sainthood, I have no reason to fear your schemes. Chapter 59. Seizing disciples indeed, my friend, you speak with great wisdom. If that is the case, I shall take this firstborn of humanity as my disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Taishang offered a subtle smile towards Hongyun. He then turned to address the gathered humans beside him. Where is Yuanren? In response, a congenital human stepped forward, bowing respectfully, reporting to the sage. My elder brother departed from Shoyang Mountain a millennium ago to venture through the primordial wilderness, and has yet to return. However, I sense he is aware of the sage's intention to impart teachings to our kin and is on his way back. Though it may take some time, upon hearing this, Taishang smiled lightly. Why wait any longer? Let us see the capabilities of this humble Taoist. With a wave of his hand, a scroll unfurled and soared into the heavens. The image depicted the geography of mountains and rivers, remarkably similar to the land map held by Zenyuanzi, yet this illustration revealed the intricate veins of the land and the myriad creatures that inhabited it. This depiction, however, was more like a reflection of the primordial world. It encompassed all mountains and lands, even the celestial bodies of the stars. This the diagram of heaven and earth. In Hongyun's primordial spirit, Chan Xian inquired curiously upon witnessing this grand tableau. However, he felt quite certain of its nature. Thus, before Hongyun had the chance to voice his thoughts, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. It is said that the primordial world is nothing short of this. Yet, I must admit, the innate spiritual treasures born from the primordial realm are indeed quite remarkable, even in the outside world. They would be considered top tier. He then turned to Hongyun with a smile. Hongyun, I believe you should employ the devouring heaven technique to consume the treasures of the primordial realm, just as we calculated at the outset. This way, you can enhance your cultivation while also acquiring formidable powers. To have spent these millennia merely devouring chaotic essence is truly wasteful. As the diagram of heaven and earth expanded, it swelled in the wind. Moreover, with Taishang having attained the position of sage, the display of his divine might cause the diagram to encompass every corner of the primordial realm. It was all-encompassing, covering the heavens and the earth, evoking a deep sense of envy in Hongyun. Upon hearing Chan Xian's words, he instinctively nodded, yet soon his expression changed to one of alarm. Sire, you cannot be suggesting? Before Hongyun could finish, Chen Xian chuckled. What are you thinking? Even if I were to allow you to seize this Taiji diagram, you likely wouldn't be able to. Hongyun let out a long sigh. Taishang had become a sage, and he bore no significant grudge against him. If Chen Xian were to grant him the opportunity to seize it, he would find it difficult to refuse such a face-saving proposition. However, just as Hongyun began to relax, Chen Xian smiled again. It is already too late to seize treasures from the three clear ones, but soon you shall have the chance to take others. With the establishment of humanity, the war of the witches and the demons was imminent. Moreover, due to his deliberate guidance, Di Jun and the witch clan had already developed enmity. The battle between the witches and demons would certainly occur ahead of schedule. Once the conflict commenced, there would be countless opportunities for Hongyun, and an abundance of treasures to seize, the likes of the Chaos Bell and the River Map, not to mention the 10 great demon generals and the 2 from the Lunar Star. The witch clan's demand for treasures was not high. As long as Hongyun could be resolute, Chan Xian had ways to ensure he could acquire all the treasures of the demon court. Naturally, upon hearing this, Hongyun's expression stiffened. Chan Xian could sense the reluctance welling up within him. Immediately, he chuckled coldly to himself. Take tea that time. I shall have you consume some of the demon race's flesh and blood, darkening your saintly disposition completely. Simultaneously, he reassured Hongyun. What is there to fret about? I have not truly asked you to seize anything. Furthermore, this primordial world still harbors many splendid treasures scattered across its corners. They are all unclaimed artifacts. Surely you wouldn't be too proud to pass them up? Even treasures as formidable as the Measuring Ruler and the Chaos Pearl remain hidden in obscure locations. If Hongyun could obtain and devour them, his strength would undoubtedly advance significantly. Moreover, These two treasures would perfectly complement the primordial opening technique he currently practiced that on the original being had long been aware of the sentiments within. Recognizing that the Supreme Being had achieved sanctity and aspired to become a teacher, imparting wisdom to humanity. Now summoned back from the far reaches by the Supreme Being, they were to take him as a disciple. How could he refuse? He nodded repeatedly. Yet as he opened his mouth, just about to utter the words, "I am willing," a sudden soft call interrupted him. Original Being, I too wish to take you as my disciple and impart to you the path unseen in the primordial chaos. Assisting you in opening doors, yet unperceived. Do you consent? The voice resonated, causing everyone to turn. They beheld the figure of Hongyun, who was smiling warmly at the original being. The Supreme Being immediately furrowed his brow, displeased, and exclaimed, "Hongyun, what is the meaning of this? To compete with a sage for a disciple." Chapter 60. Supreme Being, allow me to open your eyes, celestial sovereign, if you wish to impart wisdom to humanity. Why must you seize the original being as your disciple? Among the 3,000 innate human beings, their innate talents and foundations are far from ordinary. At this moment, under the chilling gaze of the Supreme Being directed towards him, Hongyun felt an overwhelming shock. Simultaneously, he quickly conveyed a wry smile in his heart to Chen Xian, pleading silently. What merit or capability do we possess to compete with a sage for a disciple? Indeed, Hongyun intended to take the original being as a disciple, directly competing with the Supreme Being, a notion stemming from Chen Xian's suggestion. What do you understand? If the Supreme Being truly takes him in, what level do you think he can reach? Can he attain sanctity? Hongyun was taken aback. Chen Xian continued with a smile. If you accept him as your disciple, and I provide careful guidance, what do you think? Hongyun was momentarily stunned, but his emotions began to stir. Yes, if the original being were to truly become a disciple of the Supreme Being, as the foremost disciple of a sage, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. Yet, even limitless prospects seem to have their boundaries. Even the Tao ancestor stated plainly, there are only 7 who can attain sanctity from the 7 strands of primordial purple energy. Would being a disciple of the Supreme Being guarantee sanctity? However, if he were to accept him and allow this celestial sovereign from outside to teach him, could that lead to sanctity? Even if he were to only impart the swallowing heaven divine art to him, could that lead to sanctity? Being a disciple of the Supreme Being is indeed commendable. But if he could truly bring him under his own wing, wouldn't that also be splendid? Moreover, humanity possesses its own inherent blessings. The sage Enhua herself has declared that he is the divine sovereign of humanity. In truth, humanity appears to be even closer to him. Thus, the responsibility of accepting disciples should rightfully fall upon him. Unbeknownst to him, Hongyun's resolve solidified. He even turned to Li Xian and inquired, "Celestial Sovereign, since you have long harbored this intention, why have you not taken in disciples and transmitted the teachings earlier?" Had that been the case, countless human lives would not have been lost in vain over the millennia. For thousands of years, even while residing on Mount Buzhou, nourished by the essence of immortals, many had still perished due to the limitations of their lifespans. Yet Chen Xian merely replied with indifference. The postnatal human beings here on this mountain, even without cultivation, possess lifespans of several hundred years. Given a span of several hundred years, if one truly seeks the Tao among the innate human beings, even without orthodox teachings, merely cultivating their inner essence and consuming the spiritual fruits and elixirs of the mountain would suffice to attain longevity. Yet still, some perish. Why is that? Because each has their own aspirations. They manifest in the mortal realm, and the essence of humanity values life. What does it mean to live? It is the intention to exist. Humanity is inherently different from the myriad races of primordial chaos. Some seek the Tao, while others seek life, the essence of existence. That is all. Upon hearing this, Hongyun came to a realization. Indeed, as Chen Xian had said, since the emergence of the 3,000 innate human beings, the postnatal human beings were born. Among these postnatal humans, some seek the Tao, while others pursue different paths. Even those who have passed on with their lifespans ended have done so with smiles. Moreover, over these thousands of years, this Mount Shouyang has indeed produced many wonders that even Hongyun finds astonishing. Objects and artifacts, as well as systems and texts. The essence of humanity values life. The path of humanity is to seek the meaning of existence. This is indeed in stark contrast to the heavenly path. No wonder Wa could attain sanctity simply through the creation of humanity. However, while Hongyun's heart was illuminated with understanding, Qian cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Being, inwardly scoffing. Regardless of how much you say or how many arguments you present, it ultimately boils down to the ineptitude of the Taiji. Humanity stands upon Mount Shoyang, witnessing Wa's creation of humanity. Yet it took thousands of years for them to realize that education must be centered around humanity. Whether it is the heavenly path or Hongyun, it has long been predetermined that the Supreme Being must teach humanity. Suppressing the essence of humanity with the heavenly path. Once again, let it be said, should Qian genuinely seize the opportunity to impart teachings ahead of the Supreme Being, Hongyun would undoubtedly devise every possible means to eliminate Hongyun. Prior to having the means to contend with Hongyun, he could only comply with the prevailing trends. Although it may sound unpalatable, it is effective. Hongyun, my friend, just as Qian and Hongyun engage in their internal dialogue. The voice of the Supreme Being rang out, tinged with a hint of anger. You remind me that the eldest brother of humanity is my disciple. I truly thought you were well-intentioned. It turns out you wish to use my influence to summon this eldest brother of humanity back to Mount Shoyang. A clever scheme indeed. The cold snort of the Supreme Being jolted Hongyun from his reverie. Though he had already resolved to take the original being as his disciple, even planning to accept all the human beings of Mount Shoyang. Facing the Supreme Being's inquiry, he quickly smiled and replied, Friend, it is a misunderstanding. If I had truly plotted, why not seek out the original being myself? If I were to spread the red clouds across the primordial chaos, I could find the original being in no time. However, in the eyes of the Supreme Being, Hongyun had long been seen as a scheming individual. Long before this, he suspected that Hongyun's proposal had ulterior motives. At this moment, would he heed Hongyun's defense? Nevertheless, the Supreme Being felt no need to engage further. He let out a light laugh, flicked the dust from his hand, and his eyes gleamed. Old Ancestor Hongyun, your schemes are indeed difficult for me to fathom. However, it matters not. As I am a sage, why should I fear your competition? Among the myriad races of primordial chaos, who would not be honored to kneel beneath a sage's door? With a confident smile, the Supreme Being turned his gaze toward the original being, eldest son of humanity. As I am a sage, my Taoan methods are transcendent. Will you take me as your master? Or will you enter the discipleship of the Quasi-saint Hongyun? When it comes to choosing between a sage and a Quasi-saint, is there any need for deliberation, let alone the original being at the Tai realm? Even if he were at the Quasi-saint level, he would undoubtedly be eager to become a disciple of the sage. At this moment, Hongyun felt anxious once more. He turned to Qian and asked, Celestial Sovereign, even if we wish to compete, we lack the virtue and talent to contend with the sage. Sighing once more, Hongyun lamented, Alas, it is my incompetence that only allows me to attain quasi-saint cultivation. Surely this will jeopardize the future of humanity. Why the haste? Qian, however, merely chuckled lightly. Did you not notice that the original being has yet to make a choice? Upon hearing this, Hongyun was taken aback. Indeed, it seemed he had yet to hear the original being speak. He turned his gaze and saw the original being with a slight frown, his gaze wavering between the Supreme Being and himself. At this moment, even the Supreme Being was taken aback, looking at the indecisive original being with confusion, unable to comprehend what he was pondering. Qian smiled faintly, as if he had long anticipated this moment. Did you think I merely suggested that you speak of imparting the unseen path without intent? Over the years, Hongyun, have you not realized the profound curiosity humanity holds towards the unknown? The greatest distinction between humanity and the beings of the primordial chaos lies not in their innate roots and wisdom, but in their capacity for creation. The curiosity towards the unknown is precisely the wellspring of this creative force. In the thousands of years on Mount Shoyang, those who did not seek the Tao and passed away, at least half did so due to their curiosity towards the unknown, opting not to pursue the Tao. the various wonders that have emerged over these thousands of years on Mount Shoyang, which astonished even Hongyun, were born from the exploration of the unknown. Now, the eldest brother of humanity, created by Inhua, indeed hesitated between Hongyun and the Supreme Being due to his curiosity. Humanity admires strength. What a pity! In the countless worlds I have witnessed, the strength that humanity admires is certainly not mere brute force. When it comes to sheer strength, we are naturally unable to compete with the Supreme Being. Yet what can the Supreme Being compare to us in terms of understanding the Tao and the law? Naturally, the Supreme Being fails to grasp this layer. For thousands of years, he has wandered through the void, and the fleeting moments of his consciousness lingering on Mount Shoyang cannot be considered significant. Although he has witnessed the cycles of human life and death, and the plight of seeking the Tao without success, he has not seen that the Tao sought by humanity is not singular. This newly born race is filled with curiosity towards everything in the world. The original being remains silent for a long time. The Supreme Being furrows his brow and directly exclaims, "Eldest son of humanity, what hesitation do you harbor? Do you not believe that this sage is inferior to the Quasi-saint?" Amidst the voice of the Supreme, there resided an air of authority that compelled the original being to hastily bow, offering a respectful salutation. "Saint, I humbly beseech your forgiveness for my impudence. As a junior who has traversed the realms for millennia, what I have encountered in the paths and doctrines are all of a singular nature, cultivating qi to preserve the spirit, refining the spirit to transcend the void, and merging the void with the Tao. Though this path is commendable, it is one that all beings tread, and its ultimate destination looms perilously close. Yet the divine Lord Hongyun asserts there exists a path I have yet to perceive. I implore the saint to grant me the opportunity to inquire about this unseen path and its essence." These words cause the Supreme to furrow his brow. "Original being, therein lies your folly. Since a path is already available, why seek another? Furthermore, this path belongs to the primordial beings, illuminated by the insights of the venerable Hongyun, capable of leading to sanctity and ancestral status. It is the rightful path of the Hongyun, the authentic law of Pangu. If there truly exists another path, it would be a path of heresy." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Hongyun calmly interjected, "Dear Tao friend, your words are misguided." The Tao ancestor witnessed. In the days when chaos had yet to be divided, the presence of 3,000 demonic gods, encompassing 3,000 paths. Is it conceivable that only the path of heaven leads to sanctity? Since you are so woefully ignorant, allow me to enlighten you and broaden your horizons. Chapter 61. The Wager. Hongyun contends for his disciple. The Supreme remained indifferent. Even if his disciple wished to first observe what path Hongyun might impart, he held no concern. For countless years, since the era of the Long Han to the present, all beings have pursued a unified path. Any exceptions are solely from the lineage of the ancestral shaman, whose uniqueness arises from their inherent deficiencies. They lack a primordial spirit. As a primordial being himself, Hongyun emerged from the cosmos. What he cultivated, as heard within the Zhixiao Palace, were the same methods pursued by all beings. The Supreme truly did not believe that Hongyun possessed any other teachings to cultivate. Thus, he remained unconcerned and unperturbed. Even when Hongyun sought to claim his disciple, he felt little anger. His expression of ire merely aimed to dissuade Hongyun from his audacity. Yet now, Hongyun audaciously suggested that he broaden his perspective and enhance his knowledge. This proclamation ignited a fierce blaze of indignation within the Supreme's heart. "Hongyun, how dare you be so presumptuous? I am the true lineage of Pangu, having taken form since the era of Long Han, that if we speak of insight and perspective, only the Tao ancestor could claim to surpass me. You dare suggest I expand my vision with such brazen arrogance." At this moment, even the onlooking human race was taken aback. For thousands of years, they were inherently aware of the nature of the Hongyun world. They had long imparted their understanding of the Hongyun to the postnatal human race. Even those who had not cultivated were aware that in the Hongyun world, the saints held the utmost supremacy. Prior to this, there were only the Tao ancestor and their mother saint among the saints. The power of a saint could annihilate the heavens and the earth, or create them anew. Now, Their divine lord was audaciously questioning the perspective of a saint. This left the human race in a state of astonishment. Hongyun observed the unmistakable anger etched upon the Supreme's face and could only smile wryly. "Dear friend, do not be angered." Meanwhile, he inwardly lamented to Qin Xian, "Immortal Lord, what shall we do? We have already offended one saint. Must we now provoke a second?" Yet Qin Xian merely chuckled inwardly. "Excellent, excellent. He is furious." Indeed, it was not Hongyun who suggested that the Supreme broaden his horizons. It was I. Furthermore, I noticed that every time I prompted Hongyun to speak excessively, the awkwardness and contrition on his face only served to amplify the ridicule. After all, how can one appear so defeated, yet wear a facade of helpless mirth? It is all too obvious. This time, Qin Xian did not chastise Hongyun or correct his mindset. Instead, he smiled and said, "Tell the Supreme that if he does not believe, he may challenge him to a wager. Let it be for his Qianquan diagram." The Supreme was no ordinary figure. How could he easily engage in a wager? To provoke him was precisely the intent. Hongyun was taken aback and hastily replied, "The Qianquan diagram? Immortal Lord, did you not say you did not want the Qianquan diagram?" "Did I say that? What I meant was that I would not seize it. I now wish to wager with him, with victory and defeat resting upon our abilities. Surely, you have no moral qualms about this?" Hongyun paused momentarily, casting a glance at the Supreme. Though he was a saint, the outcome of a contest against Qin Xian remained uncertain. However, reflecting on Qin Xian's point, victory and defeat indeed depended on skill, and he was not coercing the Supreme. Perhaps it was feasible. Thus, he lifted his head once more, smiling at the Supreme. "Dear friend, do not be angry. I do not speak with arrogance or reckless boldness. If you doubt my ability to impart other paths, why not engage in a wager?" "What? You wish to wager with me?" Observing the utterly sincere smile on Hongyun's face, the Supreme felt his anger swell further. Those who propose wagers are typically confident of victory. The smile on Hongyun's face led the Supreme to perceive it as an affront. He, a dignified saint, the third saint of the Hongyuan world, was being looked down upon by Hongyun, a mere quasi-saint whose foundational cultivation could not surpass his own. Unfortunately, the Supreme knew that those who engaged in wagers often held hidden cards. Yet, like many provoked parties, he found himself irresistibly drawn into the fray. "Very well. I shall accept this wager with you. Hongyun, I shall not take advantage of you. Should I win this round, you shall become my disciple as the human race's eldest son has done. How does that sound?" Hongyun was taken aback. The surrounding human race gaped in astonishment. Hongyun was the divinely appointed deity of the human race by Nuwa. If he were to join the ranks under the same master as his kin, he would instantly transition from divine lord to peer. Divine Lord Hongyun, the original being, grew anxious, urgently advising Hongyun, "This wager must not be accepted. Should the divine lord truly lose, it would be a catastrophe for us." However, Hongyun remained unconcerned, observing the Supreme's face flushed with rage, and smiled. "He is so easily provoked. No wonder the followers of the Xianmen sect often seek to cultivate a heart of tranquility. It seems the Supreme has likely suffered losses at the hands of others in the past." Nevertheless, the Supreme exhibited a certain fairness. If Hongyun were to lose, he would merely become his disciple. Without Qin Xian, Hongyun would indeed have profited, since the Supreme had already taken the bait and exhibited fairness. Qin Xian chose not to play the villain, but he promptly urged Hongyun, "Agree to it, and let him wager the Qianquan diagram." If it were not for Qin Xian, Hongyun would truly be at an advantage. Yet, he just happened to have Qin Xian by his side. Under the guidance of this immortal lord, he had easily attained quasi-saint status and acquired 2 sets of extraordinary techniques. Should he indeed lose and become the Supreme's disciple, how would he feel about it? With Qin Xian present, it seemed that the saint truly lacked the qualification to take on disciples. However, Hongyun's hesitation only served to further inflame the Supreme's ire. How could he not perceive that Hongyun seemed to disdain taking him as a master? Thus, he admonished, "Hongyun, even in arrogance, there must be a limit. Should you lose to me, how could becoming my disciple be considered a loss?" Simultaneously, Qin Xian urged Hongyun inwardly, "What are you hesitating for? Agree to it. Are you truly afraid I would lose to the Supreme?" Finally, under the dual encouragement of the Supreme and Qin Xian, Hongyun nodded solemnly. Dear friend, I accept this wager. However, if you lose, you shall surrender your Chinkoan diagram to me. How about that? The Chinkoan diagram. The Supreme merely furrowed his brow slightly before nodding in agreement. He possessed the Taiji diagram, a primordial treasure of unparalleled uniqueness. Having become a saint, the Chinkoan diagram's capacity to transform landscapes and alter the cosmos held little utility for him. As his cultivation deepened, he would no longer require treasures to manipulate the elements and discern the pure from the turbid. Moreover, he had already intended to bestow the Chinkoan diagram upon his first disciple. Suddenly, a ludicrous thought flickered in the Supreme's mind. If Hongyun truly possessed other paths of cultivation, and they were not of a heretical nature, trading the Chinkoan diagram for a lesson in this path was not entirely out of the question. Yet this thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. If my two brothers could comprehend other paths, I would believe it. The Crimson Cloud's foundation is shallow, cunningly deceptive, presenting a facade of benevolence. It is evident that, lacking the diligence to cultivate the path, how could he possibly comprehend the unseen ways of the primordial? This wager is destined for my triumph. The Crimson Cloud shall become my disciple. At once, the Supreme One turned to the Crimson Cloud and declared. Thus, the wager was firmly established. Crimson Cloud, should you fail to articulate another path, you shall become my disciple, that I shall diligently refine your character. I will extinguish your guile and hypocrisy. The Crimson Cloud smiled and promptly inquired of Qianxian, Immortal Lord, what shall we do now? I will speak, and you shall relay my words. This path will aptly remedy your shortcomings. Be sure to listen intently. Pay heed. The doctrine I shall impart to humanity is encapsulated in a single word. Martial. Chapter 62. The True Martial. Martial. The Crimson Cloud was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning of the word martial as articulated by Qianxian. Qianxian wasted no words. His primordial spirit trembled, and the scene reappeared vividly within the Crimson Cloud's mind. This time, however, it was not the grand spectacle of the heaven-swallowing demon technique or the opening of heaven technique that Qianxian had previously transmitted, but rather something exceedingly simple. It was merely a faceless figure, standing resolutely in the void, as still as a mountain rock, unwavering. Just as the Crimson Cloud felt a mix of doubt and curiosity, that faceless figure finally moved. In that instant, a tempestuous wind surged forth, and the power of thunder abruptly manifested. The figure's movements were not particularly fierce. The Crimson Cloud found it curious that it either crouched, leaped, punched, or swept its leg. It turned and gestured, bending at the waist and raising its foot. There was a hint of madness, yet resembled the dance of certain beings on the primordial earth, beseeching the divine. However, as the figure executed these peculiar movements in a continuous flow, the Crimson Cloud sensed an air of profundity. It seemed that each motion contained a certain principle, and when combined, they subtly hinted at a deeper philosophical truth. Indeed, as an innate divine being, one's comprehension is quite commendable. Just a simple set of 8 extremes fist, and you can feel its essence. The astonishment and admiration swelling within the Crimson Cloud were perceptible to Qianxian. Smiling, Qianxian paused and explained to Hongxian. The so-called martial. It is the perfect amalgamation of an indomitable physique and exquisitely intricate techniques. Techniques are the distilled wisdom of combat and struggle. In other words, martial is the unquenchable body combined with the ultimate killing skills. Just in those few brief sentences, the Crimson Cloud could not help but exclaim. As the Immortal Lord states, this martial is merely the purest art of killing. Qianxian's eyes gleamed brightly as he proclaimed emphatically, indeed, martial is the most unadulterated technique of taking life. The primordial beings cultivate their essence and practice the mystical arts for their skills. When engaging in combat, they typically maintain distance. Martial, however, subverts this convention, forcefully shattering techniques, utilizing treasures as instruments, and engaging in close-quarters combat governed by the most refined killing techniques. Crimson Cloud, this path of martial precisely addresses your greatest flaw, the inadequacy of experience in battle. In the recesses of the Crimson Cloud's mind, a complete set of 8 extremes fist was already rehearsed. The faceless figure quivered, producing a sword, and then began to practice swordsmanship. The Crimson Cloud beheld the sword in the figure's hand, swirling like the chaotic winds of Calamity, moving with incredible speed, and its tip was sharp and cunning. Akin to a tempest that penetrated every gap? Is this also martial? The Crimson Cloud was astounded. The sword. The primordial realm undoubtedly possesses it. He had once witnessed the dual swords of the ancestor of the underworld, Abai and Yuan too, amidst the sea of blood, and had also seen the Qingping sword of the celestial Taoist and the trio of swords, Zhu Xian, Xian Xian, and Zhu Xian, acquired at the treasure cliff. Yet even they, despite their might, wielded their swords merely to cast them or to form formations, unleashing sword energy across vast distances or directing a single sword towards the essence of life. Now, however, the swordsmanship employed by this faceless figure was truly unprecedented. The erratic, unpredictable trajectory of the sword left him utterly astonished. Imagine if one could master this so-called martial and then wield a sword with confidence. Would that not equate to facing a tempestuous gale of quasi-saintly power, inescapable and unfathomable? Chun Xian smiled slightly and continued, "Primordial beings regard instruments as their techniques. For martial artists, the weapon is an extension of their limbs, a division of their corporeal form. The pinnacle of martial lies in the union of man and weapon, and ultimately, the union with the heavens. Every strike, every motion embodies celestial principles. Killing occurs within the confines of each action, regardless of strength." Hiss! The Crimson Cloud inhaled sharply, increasingly feeling the terror of the sword techniques demonstrated by the faceless figure. Indeed, he involuntarily felt a sharp pain in his throat, chest, temples, and other vital areas. This spectacle caught Chun Xian by surprise at first, then filled him with joy. Although the primordial innate deities may have spent countless eons without grasping the true path, their perspective undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary beings. The fist is the 8 extremes fist. The sword is the Tai I Xian Min sword. Both are martial skills and techniques from Earth. Once, Chun Xian aspired to impart martial arts in a world that also claimed to practice martial arts, yet primarily focused on the cultivation of fighting energy. However, when he demonstrated it, he was met with ridicule. They dismissed Chun Xian's notion of martial as nothing more than flamboyant, dance-like movements. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that Chun Xian had pierced through a realm incapable of channeling true energy using the very movements they deemed trivial. Ironically, that world, which cultivated fighting energy while claiming to practice martial, in Chun Xian's eyes, could not be considered true martial in that world, practicing martial arts and cultivating fighting energy. When facing adversaries, the fighting energy would erupt. Either they would clash from afar, or their energy would manifest in myriad forms. Is that martial? No, it can only be labeled as a technique that it is merely a variant of cultivating essence and refining the spirit. True martial, in any form of cultivation, must ultimately aim to enhance the body and killing techniques, close-quarters combat, employing exquisitely unpredictable killing methods, maximizing every part of the body to its fullest potential. This is the essence of true martial. Hiss! Suddenly, the Crimson Cloud gasped once more, a wave of realization washing over him. He exclaimed towards Chun Xian, "Immortal Lord, if this path of martial were to be imparted to the Witch Clan, would it not be?" In an instant, the Crimson Cloud was greatly alarmed. The Witch Clan is inherently powerful in physique and reveres close combat. Should they master these intricate techniques, it is difficult to fathom just how terrifying they would become. Once the cultivators of the primordial realm are engaged in close quarters, they would likely find themselves utterly defenseless. Chun Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, if the Witch Clan were to practice martial, it would certainly be so. Or rather, in the primordial world, the Witch Clan is most suited for martial practice. But why? The Crimson Cloud inquired immediately. Yet before he could finish, Chun Xian chuckled, "But if I were truly to impart martial to the Witch Clan, do you think they would embrace it? Do you believe they would hold it in esteem?" The Crimson Cloud paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. The Witch Clan of the primordial realm is notoriously boorish. They confront foes with reckless abandon, seizing and throwing. If Chun Xian were truly impart this path of martial to them, they likely would not learn it at all to this moment. Chun Xian spoke once more. The path of martial may be suitable for the witch clan, yet it is also not suitable for them because they are too powerful. Their bodies are too strong, and their mentality is too robust. The essence of martial lies in the principle of the weak overcoming the strong. Martial is a cultivation method designed for the weaker. Humanity, especially the postnatal human race, is innately feeble compared to any being in the primordial realm at birth. Even with supreme talent and comprehension, a decade of cultivation may equate to a century for other races. Chun Xian had only spoken halfway when the crimson cloud interjected. However, the newly emerged human race faces an array of primordial beings that have existed for countless eons and are numerous in number. If humanity were to rely solely on cultivating essence and refining the spirit, even with heightened comprehension, it would be challenging to catch up. Only through martial can humanity swiftly possess the ability to overcome the strong with the weak and the small against the large, thus granting them the means to pursue the myriad races. The profundity of the crimson cloud's realization startled Chun Xian slightly, followed by a hearty laughter. Indeed, Crimson Cloud, it seems I was right to impart the path of martial to you. You truly possess a talent for martial arts. Now, pay close attention. As Chun Xian's words faded away, a faceless figure materialized in the mind of Hongyun. Following this, countless silhouettes commenced their practice simultaneously. Some executed punches. Others thrust their palms, while some extended their fingers. There were those wielding swords and staffs as well. Sets of boxing techniques, palm strikes, swordplay, and knife techniques continuously surged into Hongyun's consciousness, leaving him utterly bewildered. Concurrently, a series of methods for tempering the physical body and refining internal energy flooded into his mind. The human race possesses the essence blood condensed by the ancestral shaman. By merely aligning with my techniques, it is entirely feasible to hone the physical body to the level of the ancestral shaman. This, indeed, was the true reason Chun Xian urged Hongyun to seek 3,000 barrels of essence blood from the ancestral shaman. Now, the human race's physical forms also harbor formidable potential. Martial arts aim to excavate the latent power of the self. Coupled with the meticulously selected internal refinement techniques from Chun Xian, it would not take long before a warrior of unparalleled strength, comparable to the ancestral shaman, would emerge among the human race. Chapter 63. Taiji and Taiji. Remember, the path of martial arts lies in authenticity. Techniques are tangible, while their application is intangible when refined to perfection. The formless triumphs over the formed, embodying the essence of the tangible and the intangible. This is also the reason I do not impart martial arts to the shaman tribe. They are innately combative and inherently powerful. They have transcended the pinnacle of martial arts from birth, especially the 12 ancestral shamans, whose fists, palms, legs, and fingers have already surpassed the tangible with the formless. In but a fleeting moment, Hongyun had committed to memory all that Chun Xian had demonstrated, including the diagrams and mental methods. Chun Xian also imparted one final piece of advice to him. Having observed countless boxing techniques, Hongyun had gained profound insights. He understood Chun Xian's last words clearly. The essence of martial arts revolves around techniques, and these techniques encapsulate the cumulative experiences of lethal skills. However, martial arts pursue the swiftest and most efficient means to eliminate an adversary. Thus, the more refined the accumulated experiences, the better. The techniques should be as simple and elegant as possible, that if one can slay an enemy with but a flick of a hand or a lift of a foot, that is the pinnacle of martial arts. Indeed, this path can be said to have been traversed amidst chaos. The 3,000 demon gods of the primordial era perished in the innate realm. Even with the wisdom of Taishang, he would not perceive any flaw in this assertion. Observing Hongyun's consciousness clear and focused, he turned to gaze at Taishang. Chun Xian hastily reminded him, "Immortal Sovereign, I understand." After a slight nod, Hongyun formally turned his attention to Taishang. At this moment, Hongyun exuded confidence. The path of martial arts is indeed entirely distinct from the paths cultivated by the myriad beings of the primordial era as long as he disseminated it. even if it could not captivate the entire human race. It would undoubtedly ignite the aspirations of many. Over these millennia, he had gained clarity. Due to the essence blood of the shaman tribe, there exists a primal, combative instinct within the very bones of humanity. They are filled with ambition and a penchant for conflict. Indeed, many have begun to develop an infatuation with the power of the physical form. The human race seems to harbor a profound impulse for close-quarters combat deep within their souls. To enable the human race to practice martial arts is tantamount to receiving Chen Xian's favor in the future. This will surely compel Chen Xian to invest even more effort. Thus, he has become exceedingly enthusiastic about imparting the art of martial arts. Meanwhile, Taishang felt a slight stir within. Could it be that he had truly fallen for a ruse? Although Hongyun had traversed through his mind for an extended period in the realm of the Primordial era, only a few breaths had passed. Mere moments ago, Hongyun had still been wearing a bitter smile. Yet, after a few breaths, he suddenly exuded confidence. This prompted Taishang to harbor suspicions and concerns. Could it be that I am destined to become the first sage in the Primordial era to be bested by a Quasi-saint? Hongyun, how could your schemes run so deep? Just as Taishang felt a surge of vigilance, Hongyun offered him a faint smile. He then turned to address the multitude of humanity. I, Hongyun, have traversed through the chaos and acquired a method. It is the art of close-quarters combat, a technique to subdue enemies in battle. This method, when honed, can allow the weak to triumph over the strong, small to best large, when practiced to its utmost depths. It can even shatter mountains and traverse the heavens. As expected, this aligned with what Hongyun had observed over the past millennia, when he deliberately articulated the phrases close-quarters combat and technique to subdue enemies. Both the innate and acquired humans widened their eyes in astonishment, displaying expressions of disbelief. Best the strong with the weak. Within the ranks of the innate humans, whispers began to circulate. They possessed innate abilities and often engaged in sparring amongst themselves. However, victories and defeats hinged upon the strength of their magical powers, their realms, and the quality of their treasures. The phrases to best the strong with the weak held considerable allure for them. The firstborn of the human race, a being of the Tai realm, felt an overwhelming joy upon hearing these words. Despite being the firstborn of humanity, he discovered that the number of Tai immortals in the primordial land was like a flood of fish crossing a river, abundant yet weak. And he, a being born in the primordial land, was among the weakest of the weak. Within the primordial realm, he had faced numerous perilous situations, although born with innate knowledge of the boundless potential and talent of the human race. He remained at a disadvantage against beings who had cultivated for millennia or even billions of years. This was the true reason behind his quest for other paths and untraveled methods. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement. Taishang, however, maintained an impassive expression. The path acquired from chaos. Taishang believed there was nothing extraordinary about it. After the teachings of the Hongyun Zishao Palace, he had previously left the three purities and Yuhua in the palace for private teachings. He had once stated that the chaos concealed 3,000 great paths. Yet, despite the myriad paths, the methods of cultivation ultimately converge. All require the absorption of spiritual energy, the refinement of spiritual energy. After accumulating enough realm, one can attain enlightenment. In other words, even if Hongyun truly discovered the paths left behind by the 3,000 demon gods in the primordial era, the methods of cultivation would remain the same. Thus, this cannot be considered an untraveled path, an unseen method. In fact, Taishang chuckled inwardly. Even if Hongyun possessed extraordinary schemes and a deep reservoir of cunning, he ultimately lacked the sight of the great path. Remaining shallow in understanding, this wager against me, after all, is merely his self-deception. In the end, he even lightly shook his head. Did I truly believe I could lose, even without attaining sainthood, with my Pangu Orthodox foundation? I should not be bested by Hongyun. In an instant, Taishang released all concerns. Hongyun then addressed the assembly of humanity. My method is not suited for mere words. It is best demonstrated. You should first observe my practice closely. The path of martial arts relies upon an unparalleled physical form and exquisite techniques. As for the physical aspect, it can be succinctly explained in a single sentence. However, only through witnessing these intricate techniques can I convey their essence. Upon finishing his words, Hongyun gently channeled his magical power, gathering his flowing robes around him, tightly binding the cuffs of his wide sleeves. In the blink of an eye, his ample robe transformed into a fitted short attire. He then spread his legs, lowered his waist, and began to demonstrate. As onlookers observed, Hongyun assumed peculiar postures. Both Taishang and the humans initially believed he was about to perform some strange technique. However, they soon witnessed Hongyun moving his hands and feet in an odd manner, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to a tortoise's crawl. In that moment, the multitude of postnatal humans furrowed their brows, harboring silent criticisms. What sort of path is this? What sort of technique? Such bizarre movements, such a sluggish speed, how could they be suitable for close-quarters combat? Is Hongyun, our divine sovereign, toying with us? Naturally, Hongyun was their divine sovereign, and though they felt misgivings, they did not dare voice them. Many innate humans shared similar sentiments, with some even finding it utterly amusing. However, ultimately, there were those with exceptional talents that a small fraction of innate humans, along with the firstborn of humanity, even Taishang, initially found it strange and then amusing. Yet gradually, as Hongyun's movements increased, their brows began to furrow slightly. They sensed that although Hongyun's actions were peculiar and his speed slow, there was an indescribable charm within them. Some began to observe closely and savor the subtleties. Among them, Taishang felt the most extraordinary sensation. He distinctly perceived that every action of Hongyun, though seemingly bizarre and akin to a dance or a prayer, flowed seamlessly from one to another, with both hands and feet moving rhythmically, sometimes up and down, other times retreating and advancing. An uncanny alignment with the principles of yin and yang emerges. Even the aura surrounding Hongyun seems to generate a flow of energy, circulating endlessly, embodying the transformative interplay of yin and yang. This is the essence of perpetual existence. Finally, as Hongyun interlaces his hands and then separates them, Taishang's heart quakes violently. In that fleeting moment, he comprehends what he has gleaned from Hongyun's movements and posture. He gazes at Hongyun, astonished and whispering in disbelief. Even his own hands, unable to resist, mimic Hongyun's motions. This not an embodiment of the profound transformations of Tai Chi's yin and yang, a manifestation of endless variability. Chapter 64. Choice. Indeed, the sequence of movements that Hongyun demonstrates is none other than Tai Chi. He has deliberately practiced this the peak of Finbao Cliff. He witnessed Taishang perform the Tai Chi diagram. The harmonious interchange of yin and yang, perpetually generating life and infinite transformations, left a profound impression on him. The Tai Chi he learned from Chun Xian resonates with this principle. Even the name of the technique contains the words Tai Chi, which he finds rather remarkable. Furthermore, he believes that even if the postnatal human tribe cannot grasp this, many among the innate beings will undoubtedly comprehend it. Once understood, they will fathom the essence of the martial arts that Chun Xian has imparted. Moreover, the Tai Chi passed down by Chun Xian encompasses a multitude of forms. After integration and refinement, it transcends mere slow movements. Suddenly, Hongyun's speed intensifies abruptly. In that instant, the innate beings already perceptive and Taishang are both taken aback. Hongyun's swiftness is not merely ordinary speed. It harbors a terrifying explosive force, seemingly accumulated for the previous slowness. That is as if the earlier measured pace was a gradual buildup of energy, awaiting this moment of eruption. Furthermore, Hongyun is not solely characterized by speed. He embodies a harmonious balance of rapidity and slowness, urgency and calmness. At times, he is as still as a mountain, and at others, as frenetic as a gale. One moment, he is as gentle as a soft cloud, and the next, as fierce as a thunderstorm. In that brief moment, they are left dizzy, and Taishang cannot help but exclaim inwardly. The interplay of speed and slowness, motion and stillness, converges like wind and thunder, embodying both rigidity and softness. This is indeed the insight I have gleaned from the Tai Chi diagram. What is this? Does Hongyun truly understand Tai Chi, While the innate beings have yet to grasp this level of understanding, they perceive Hongyun's actions as exceedingly extraordinary that he appears gentle, yet anyone who approaches him must be wary of potentially catastrophic repercussions. At this moment, even many among the postnatal beings, who previously regarded him with skepticism and amusement, are now astounded. Each of Hongyun's movements generates a resonance akin to thunder, should he accelerate his actions. A formidable explosion is bound to ensue, reverberating through the very fabric of space. The path of martial arts necessitates an exceptionally strong physique. Chen Xian has also imparted numerous internal cultivation methods to bolster one's inner energy and fortify the physical body. These are all remarkably potent techniques. Of course, Chen Xian merely memorized them without practicing. However, he discovered that by concentrating his magical energy on the surface of his body, he could achieve similar effects, although his physical body may not be particularly strong. The protection of magical energy can bestow temporary equivalence in power. Presently, Hongyun gathers magical energy at his surface. With each strike of his fist and palm, he naturally creates tremendous commotion. This commotion, in turn, captivates the postnatal beings, many of whom suddenly notice that Hongyun's peculiar movements bear a striking resemblance to techniques they employ in close combat, that a select few even find themselves unconsciously envisioning themselves in Hongyun's position, only to be horrified by the realization that should they engage in close quarters, his current maneuvers would leave them utterly defenseless. If they were to strike, they would seemingly fall victim to one of his countering techniques. This truly exemplifies a method of close combat. These movements appear to be a refined distillation of our own fighting techniques. Among those with exceptional talent, some have already grasped this understanding and fixate intently on Hongyun, their hearts ablaze with fervor. The original human, the eldest son of the human race, feels his heart thundering like a drum. He possesses magical energy, but lacks substantial spells or artifacts. During his travels through the primordial wilderness, he has faced life-threatening situations, resorting to desperate close combat. He has now realized that Hongyun's movements bear an uncanny resemblance to those he employs in life and death struggles. Yet, Hongyun's techniques are more optimized, more profound, and undeniably more suited for combat. Boom! As everyone remains in awe, Hongyun's demonstration reaches its conclusion. He steps forward, thrusting his palm outward. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates out on the summit of Shouyang Mountain. A peak towering 100 miles away erupts with a resounding blast. A colossal shadow of a palm imprints upon the shattered mountain. This spectacle prompts the crowd to turn their gazes, eyes wide with astonishment. Taishang furrows his brow deeply. This strike, if infused with magical energy, could easily be executed by a chi-refining cultivator of the Tai realm. However, moments ago, Taishang felt no trace of magical energy emanating from Hongyun's palm. It was the purest manifestation of kinetic energy. It seemed as though this palm strike was not unleashed by Hongyun, but rather by a formidable shaman of the witch clan. What principle or path does this represent? Finally, Taishang is struck with awe once more, gazing at Hongyun in astonishment, pondering which divine being or demon has left behind this path. As the final move is executed, Hongyun collects his breath and glances at Taishang before turning to address all the human beings. This is but a preliminary presentation of the path I wish to convey. Do any of you possess insights? This path is known as martial arts. Martial arts? The human tribe gazes at Hongyun in astonishment. Taishang furrows his brow, desperately ruminating over the 3,000 demons and gods that Hongyun once spoke of, yet he finds no evidence of any demon or god utilizing the term martial arts. Observing that everyone has taken an interest, with many human faces alight with excitement, Hongyun's heart swells with joy. This path of martial arts can indeed be transmitted. He immediately smiles at the assembly of humans, declaring, "The path of martial arts is an exquisite way of life and death. My demonstration is a condensation and summation of the principles of killing. Moreover, the techniques I have showcased are but a fraction of this path. Additionally, it is essential to cultivate a robust physique in conjunction with these techniques. The stronger your physique, the greater the power. At its pinnacle, one can battle ancient ferocious beasts or engage in close combat with ancestral shamans. Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing these words, the human tribe erupts in a frenzy. Must one truly cultivate a robust physique in conjunction? If the Divine Lord's previous teachings can indeed be harmonized with a strong body, then during close combat, one could surprise opponents and unleash overwhelming power. The Divine Lord's assertion that one can overcome the mighty with the weak, indeed, seems plausible. Each individual involuntarily imagines possessing a physique akin to that of an ancestral shaman while executing the movements Hongyun has just demonstrated. The potential devastation would be unfathomable. In the heat of battle, should they close in, how chaotic would their opponents become? Divine Lord, this path requires a strong body, yet among our kin, the postnatal beings are inherently weak. At this moment, the original human regains his composure from the shock that he promptly addresses Hongyun, his gaze intense. Hongyun immediately responds with a smile, saying, upon imparting this technique, I shall also convey methods for strengthening the physical body and cultivating inner energy. Original human, your tribe carries the essence of ancestral shamans within their blood. The potential of your bodies is limitless. The methods I impart will allow you to unlock your physical capabilities and activate your inherent strength. At your peak, you can rival ancestral shamans. If you also master this combat technique, how would you fare in a battle against them? Indeed, the prospect of a method to strengthen the body sends the original human into a state of ecstatic delight. Hongyun, smiling once more, adds, to cultivate qi and refine oneself, one must harness spiritual energy for personal use. The human race possesses a formidable primordial spirit and exceptional talents, yet they cannot surpass beings that have cultivated for millions of years. To inherit the essence of ancestral shamans is merely to trace one's origins. The speed of self-improvement far exceeds that of seeking external aid, a fact even I cannot anticipate. The path of martial arts is designed for the human race. Original human, will you now choose to be my disciple or that of Taishang? Chapter 65. Not defeated by the saint, yet bested by humanity. As Hongyun's words hung in the air, the eager son of a human race could hardly contain himself. In that very moment, as the last syllable of his speech faded, the primordial being immediately addressed the original being, proclaiming, Original being, the path I impart is the path of the sages. Though the way that Hongyun wishes to transmit is indeed peculiar, it ultimately cannot be considered the true path. The path of the sages is the way of transcendence, the supreme way. Upon hearing this, the original being regained a measure of composure. Hongyun quickly called out to Chun Xian in his heart, Immortal sovereign, while the martial way is commendable, it pales in comparison to the grand path imparted by the Tao ancestor. This statement merely elicited a faint smile from Chun Xian. The grand path of the sages is simply a matter of reputation. However, you need not fret. Let us not forget that the human race possesses the blood of the ancestral witches, granting them an inherent obsession with close combat and the brutality of flesh-and-blood battles. The arduous efforts made to obtain the blood from the ancestral witches serve a purpose. Chun Xian was determined to prevent the human race from being hindered by the heavenly Tao, ensuring that the human way would not be subservient to it. Not practicing the techniques of the sages was the best strategic move. Chun Xian was exceedingly confident in this decision. It was not just the humans of this era, even the descendants of the human race after the cataclysm of the Great Desolation, following the war of witches and demons, remained infatuated with the power of the physical body despite the loss of body-refining techniques. The martial way held immense allure for the present human race. Indeed, as Chun Xian suggested, countless humans, whether innate or acquired, gazed fervently at Hongyun, awaiting their elder brother to nod in agreement. Many had already begun to urge the original being, Brother, make your choice. The path of the sages is beyond our reach. While the martial way offers us hope, at this moment, although the original being had calmed considerably, he was still torn between hesitation. The path of the sages versus the martial way. Who was stronger? Who was weaker? To him, the answer was glaringly obvious. The path of the sages was the path imparted by the sages, while their divine ancestor, Hongyun, was merely a quasi-saint. Yet he could not forget the countless forms and techniques that he had witnessed Hongyun practice so diligently. After a long, protracted struggle, the original being finally made his decision that he took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly and approached Hongyun, bowing deeply in respect. In that instant, the primordial being furrowed his brow slightly, while Hongyun exhaled a long sigh of relief. In this contest against the primordial being, he had emerged victorious, and quite decisively at that. The foremost son of the human race had pledged himself to Hongyun's tutelage, and the expectation was that others would soon follow suit. From this moment forth, the human race would become his disciples. No, more accurately, they would become the disciples of the immortal sovereign residing within him. He firmly believed that with this immortal sovereign's guidance, the human race would undoubtedly flourish in the future. However, just as Hongyun's smile began to surface, and even as Chen Xian could not help but chuckle, the original being displayed an expression of regret. Divine Sovereign Hongyun, while the martial way is indeed marvelous and I am drawn to it, this path should not be mine to tread. As the elder brother of the human race, I must consider the welfare of my kin. You are the divine sovereign of the human race, and I trust that even if I do not enter your fold, you shall still grant protection to my people. Should I choose to study under the primordial being, my kin would gain another sage to watch over us. Among the myriad races of the great desolation, our lineage is newly born and relatively weak. If we wish to endure, I must seek a more formidable support. With his words spoken, the original being did not dare to raise his gaze. Casting his eyes downward, and swiftly turned to face the primordial being once more, he continued to bow deeply and respectfully stated, "Primordial being, I, the eldest son of the human race, wish to enter your tutelage. From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the study of the Tao, wholeheartedly seeking enlightenment without distraction." This sudden and unexpected upheaval left everyone present in a state of shock. Countless members of the human race, including Hongyun, the primordial being, and even Chen Xian, widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld the original being. "Brother, why go to such lengths? If you wish to practice martial arts, we can train together and achieve great strength. Why sacrifice your heart's desire for our sake? Brother, you must reconsider," they implored him. "Entering my fold guarantees you an infinite future," Hongyun urgently interjected. Not pursuing martial arts would mean the original being would lose the opportunity to learn from the immortal sovereign Chen Xian. He was determined to fight for the original being's choice, even as he mentally urged Chen Xian, "Immortal sovereign, please do not be angry. The original being has only been in this world for a few thousand years. There are matters he cannot yet comprehend. Furthermore, he is unaware of your existence, which has led him astray and caused him to falter." Yet, as the crowd offered their counsel, the primordial being burst into laughter. "Do not urge him any further. While the martial way is exquisite, the path of the sages is equally formidable. Following me will not lead to loss." He glanced at the human race and then turned back to the original being, saying, "Having made the decision to become my disciple, why do you not kneel and pay your respects?" With a thud, the original being knelt to the ground. At this moment, Hongyun was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. "Immortal sovereign, please think of something." Yet Chen Xian remained silent, suddenly realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. Indeed, the human race, with the blood of the ancestral witches, harbored a veneration for physical strength. However, they also possessed the fortunate blood of Hongyun. With this blood, the essence of the human race inherently concealed a kindness akin to that of Hongyun. This realization led Chen Xian to conclude that his plan to bring the foremost member of the human race under his tutelage was destined to fail. After hearing Hongyun's words, Chen Xian could only laugh helplessly. "I have accounted for everything, except for the intricacies of human nature." As his laughter faded, he turned to Hongyun and said, "Let it be. Continuing to force this matter would only be unbecoming. Allow him to enter the primordial being's fold." Finally, Chen Xian chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Who would have thought I would not lose to Hongyun, nor to the primordial being, but rather to the whims of humanity?" This statement left Hongyun momentarily stunned. He had not expected the immortal sovereign within him to concede. This was not the immortal sovereign he knew, a figure of deep cunning and decisive action. How could he let go of the fruit within his grasp? In truth, at that moment, Hongyun felt a flicker of dissatisfaction and reluctance. Yet, with Chen Xian already having acquiesced, he found it difficult to voice his thoughts. After all, the martial way was intended to be imparted by the immortal sovereign, not by him. Simultaneously, after kneeling before the primordial being, the original being bowed deeply 3 times. He then proclaimed in a deep voice, "I wish to enter the teachings of humanity and to become the foremost disciple of the human teachings." Excellent. The primordial being immediately rejoiced. With a slight gesture, he lifted the original being with a gentle force and continued, "Since you have entered my fold, I shall bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be known as Shandu, signifying the myriad laws of the mysterious heavens becoming manifest." The original being immediately bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple Shandu, thank you, Master." At that moment, a resonant hum echoed through the air. The Kong Tong seal, which had been floating above Shoyang Mountain since Nuwa's departure, trembled violently. From within, the dragon energy suppressed by the Kong Tong seal, 2 streams surged forth, one destined for Shandu and the other for the primordial being. As virtue infused them, Shandu's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart filled with awe, as if he had gained profound insights beyond the veil of reality. The primordial being smiled faintly and turned to the astonished yet helpless members of the human race that he addressed them with a smile. "I established the teachings of humanity with the intent to enlighten and strengthen the human race. However, the methods for the human race to grow are no longer limited to the path of the sages. Therefore, those who enter my teachings may learn both the path of the sages and the martial way. Similarly, if one wishes to cultivate the golden elixir after practicing martial arts, they may also enter my teachings." Shandu lowered his head and smiled at him. "You too, if you wish to practice martial arts. Feel free to learn. If you can grasp and integrate what my friend Hongyun has understood, I shall be even more delighted. The firstborn of the human race has pledged himself to the mystical realm." The virtues of humanity, suppressed within the Kong Tong seal, are now divided. One strand returns to the Supreme One, while another is consigned to Shandu. Henceforth, the heavenly way ascends, while the human way descends. The heavens take the role of the teacher, and humanity becomes the student. However, Chen Xian harbored no trepidation regarding this. Throughout the ages, the reason the heavenly way has always been paramount, with humanity in a secondary position, lies in the fact that the human race has predominantly cultivated the golden elixir path, forsaking all other practices. Yet now, as long as martial arts are disseminated and practiced, a glimmer of hope for humanity to transcend the heavenly way shall inevitably arise. Furthermore, even if Hongyun successfully transmits martial arts and the original beings submit to his tutelage, Chen Xian does not expect an immediate reversal of fortunes that would place humans on equal footing with the celestial beings. It is essential to recognize that while humans revere their physical forms, there are also those who aspire to the ways of the sages. Some may relish close combat, while others might prefer to strike from a distance, claiming their victories. Humanity is inherently complex. His encouragement for Hongyun to spread martial arts ultimately serves to secure a sliver of hope for the human race. Whether the original beings bow before him holds significance, yet it is merely a matter of diminishing the Supreme One's authority. Thus, upon discerning the original being's resolve to take the Supreme One as their teacher, Chen Xian felt no particular excitement. However, now, the Supreme One astonishingly permits Shandu to practice martial arts, stating that the human disciples are welcome to pursue martial arts as well. This revelation left Chen Xian momentarily speechless. Before he erupted in expletives, "Supreme Old Man, you truly are a schemer. The notion of permitting disciples to practice martial arts and welcoming martial artists into the realm is indeed a clever ruse." Unlike Chen Xian, upon hearing the Supreme One's proclamation, Hongyun was filled with elation. Shandu can indeed practice martial arts. Henceforth, those who cultivate the path of the sages may also engage in martial arts. This signifies that the human race can still produce disciples under Chen Xian. Such news is indeed monumental. Yet, just as he revels in this joy, he hears Chen Xian's vehement curses. This perplexed him greatly, prompting him to inquire of Chen Xian. "Immortal Lord, the Supreme One's allowance for martial arts is a tremendous boon. Why are you so incensed?" "A boon?" Chen Xian could not help but scoff disdainfully. Does this old schemer truly believe it is for the benefit of humanity? Having attained the status of sage, he can undoubtedly perceive the currents of fortune, allowing disciples to practice martial arts, and permitting martial artists to enter the human realm is merely a ploy to siphon the fortunes of martial arts. Do not forget, he established the human teaching to recruit disciples and propagate the golden elixir path. And your Hongyun, promoting martial arts, is essentially establishing a sect of martial arts. The human way should rightfully bestow its merits and fortunes upon you. At that moment, all who heard the Supreme One's words rejoiced exuberantly, including Shandu. As Chun Xian had stated, there were indeed those who yearned for the golden elixir path. Whether to pursue martial arts or the path of the sages left them in a quandary. Yet, the Supreme One's words dispelled any lingering indecision that if they wished to practice martial arts, they would do so. If they yearned to cultivate the path, they would pursue that instead. What was there to deliberate? Consequently, many individuals rushed to the Supreme One's side, kneeling and proclaiming loudly, "I wish to become a disciple of the sage and cultivate the golden elixir path. I too wish to take the sage as my teacher." Naturally, as some knelt before the Supreme One, many others bowed at the feet of Hongyun, exclaiming, "I wish to take the divine sovereign Hongyun as my teacher and practice martial arts. I am eager to learn martial arts. I implore the divine sovereign to accept me as a disciple." As each human made their choice of sect to join, atop Shouyang Mountain, the Kong Tong seal trembled incessantly. Streams of golden dragons of virtue surged forth from the Kong Tong seal, roaring as they flowed, transforming into sweet rain that fell upon the mortal realm. As the human race bathed in the nourishing rain of merits, the Supreme One chuckled lightly, appearing quite pleased. Hongyun's countenance also radiated joy. Each stream of merit, once absorbed through the celestial arts, would significantly enhance his cultivation. Only Chun Xian's expression remained grim. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Although the human race could simultaneously practice martial arts and learn from the sages, and the fortunes of the human teaching and martial arts seemed to be on equal footing, one must not forget that the current Supreme One is a sage. Moreover, he possesses the Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda. Once he subdues the fortunes of the human teachings with the pagoda, what chance does Hongyun, who is merely at the quasi-saint level without a treasure to secure his own teachings, have to contend with him? The fortunes of martial arts will gradually be divided by the human teachings. Point one fears that in the end, it will mirror the plight of the latter days when martial artists are derided as mere showmen. Meanwhile, the human teachings will retain their illustrious reputation even in those waning times. It is no wonder that among the three pure ones, the Supreme One is revered throughout the countless tribulations of the primordial era. Only the human teachings have maintained their foundation. Supreme Old Man, you have not squandered my regard for you. Now, with the momentum established, Chun Xian no longer felt conflicted. In truth, he held little concern. Hongyun is destined to become a sage. He will eventually descend upon the primordial world. When that time comes, no matter how dire the circumstances or how cunningly Hongjun schemes, the human race's fate will be inconsequential. After all, he can single-handedly turn the tide. Yet Chun Xian sighed softly within Hongyun's heart. He hastily reminded Hongyun, "Do not forget to request the Chinquan map from the Supreme One." Ah! Hongyun, still reveling in his joy, was taken aback. "What? You must be joking. The Supreme One lost our wager, and thus he should naturally present us with the Chinquan map," Chun Xian retorted coldly. "The Supreme One lost?" Hongyun was perplexed. Chun Xian rolled his eyes. "The bet we made was that we could transmit the true Tao. It is evident that we have succeeded. The Supreme One has already lost." "What? The Chinquan map rightfully belongs to us. Are you perhaps hesitant to claim it? Hurry and obtain the Chinquan map. Do not delay my important matters." If the Chinquan map could truly be further developed, Chun Xian's physical form might very well descend ahead of schedule, allowing him to rid himself of the troublesome Hongyun sooner. Finally, under Chun Xian's urging, Hongyun turned to the Supreme One. After offering an awkward smile, he said, "Daoist friend, shouldn't the Chinquan map be given to me now?" This question momentarily stunned the Supreme One as well. That old schemer likely intends to renege on the agreement. "Quick, while all the humans are present, clarify the terms of victory and defeat." Tell the Supreme One not to embarrass himself in front of his disciples. Chun Xian observed the Supreme One's expression with keen clarity. He hurriedly pressed Hongyun. Hongyun smiled once more and promptly addressed the Supreme One, Daoist friend. You and I wagered on whether I could transmit the true Dao. Now, you permit your disciples to practice martial arts and allow martial artists to enter your human teachings. It is evident that you also acknowledge the path of martial arts, correct? Therefore, I have won this bet. I hope you will not renege. Before the Supreme One could respond, Hongyun gestured toward the assembly of humans. You are the teacher of the human race. You cannot teach them deceitful matters before imparting the Tao. Instantly, the Supreme One's expression shifted slightly. The Chinquan map is to him a paramount treasure. The reason he dared to accept Hongyun's wager was that he genuinely believed Hongyun could not transmit the great Tao. Regardless of how he might attempt to transmit it, he could never surpass the path of the sages. Yet, unexpectedly, with the emergence of martial arts, he found himself devoid of any excuses. This path is indeed remarkable. Presently, countless pairs of human eyes are fixed upon him. Just as Hongyun stated, he has just established the human teachings and recently attained sagehood. He cannot immediately allow others to perceive him as lacking the resolve of a sage, as one who cannot bear to lose. At last, the Supreme One smiled gently at Hongyun. Hongyun, oh Hongyun, sometimes I truly feel. You are not who you seem. Upon hearing this, Hongyun's heart skipped a beat. Yet soon after, the Supreme One added with a grin, could it be that you are actually the malevolent being severed by Hongyun? Nevertheless, I accept the wager and will honor my loss. As his words fell, the Supreme One lightly raised his hand. The Chinquan map transformed into a stream of light and descended into Hongyun's palm. Chapter 67. The Four Swords of Extermination. Time to destroy. With the Chinquan map in hand, Hongyun immediately inquired of Chun Xian. Immortal Lord, should we devour and refine the Chinquan map? Chun Xian pondered briefly before responding to Hongyun. Certainly. He was quite confident and well aware of the attributes of the devouring heaven demon art. It could perfectly detach and absorb the powers of magical artifacts. Moreover, once the Qian Kuan diagram was absorbed, Hongyun would master the corresponding abilities of the diagram, making further research much more convenient. With Chun Xian's approval, Hongyun immediately began to operate the devouring heaven demon art. However, Chun Xian quickly interjected, "Do not rush. We have pressing matters to attend to." Hearing this, Hongyun paused slightly, realizing that the surrounding human race was all gazing at him with eager anticipation. It dawned on him that indeed, the most urgent task at hand was to teach the humans martial arts. Who said that? Yet, as soon as Hongyun finished speaking, Chun Xian coldly rebuked, "The most pressing matter now is to deal with Taishang." Through Hongyun's gaze, Chun Xian noticed the smug smile that occasionally appeared on Taishang's face, igniting his fury. Although the situation was largely settled, and even if Taishang had not set this trap, the outcome would have been nearly the same. However, the fact remained that they had suffered a tangible loss. Unlike Hongyun, Chun Xian was not one to squander kindness. Having suffered a setback, he believed in repaying it on the spot. "Taishang, do you think you are the only one capable of scheming? Let us see who can outsmart whom." With a cold chuckle, Chun Xian immediately addressed Hongyun. "Go and ask Taishang why he, now as sage, has not summoned his two brothers to discuss the way and offer guidance." Understanding Chun Xian's intention to scheme against Taishang, Hongyun felt a twinge of reluctance. However, after hearing Chun Xian's words, he merely paused in thought. After some contemplation, he could not discern Chun Xian's true intentions. Taishang had attained sagehood. Inviting the remaining two of the three pure ones to discuss the way or provide instruction seemed entirely reasonable. Subsequently, Hongyun turned around and smiled faintly at Taishang. Originally, after handing the Qian Kuan diagram to Hongyun, Taishang had begun to preach to Shandu now, with Hongyun suddenly smiling at him. Taishang's brows furrowed deeply. Hongyun smiled knowingly. The uncertainties of life and death. He had witnessed Taishang smile on numerous occasions, and none had ever yielded favorable results. "Hongyun, what is it that you seek?" Taishang inquired, his tone not lacking in severity. "I have already preached to Shandu. If there are no urgent matters, please do not disturb us." However, Hongyun paid it no mind. He simply smiled again and spoke. "I have heard that the three pure ones are one entity. Now that you, Taishang, have achieved sagehood, while the other two remain in the Quasi-saint realm. The Tao ancestors' 7 strands of primordial purple energy were divided among the 3 pure ones. And they ought to attain sagehood. Why not summon the other 2 and discuss the way? Upon hearing this, Taishang suddenly realized, having just entered the sage realm, establishing a sect, and acquiring disciples, he had indeed almost forgotten about his 2 brothers. He could not help but glance at Hongyun again, surprised that Hongyun's suggestion was, in fact, quite sensible. However, upon seeing the smile on Hongyun's face, Taishang's heart skipped a beat, for what I have observed of your recent demeanor. Hongyun, while you may harbor no ill intentions, you surely have an agenda. What could you possibly want by gathering the 3 pure ones? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Taishang merely smiled indifferently. Very well. I've already promised my 2 brothers that if they could attain sagehood, I would instruct them on the path to sagehood. Now that I have established a sect among the human race and gained merit to become a sage, this path to sagehood should still be feasible. Regardless, I ought to summon my 2 brothers and offer them guidance. Moreover, with the 3 pure ones gathered and I having attained the fruit of sagehood, if Hongyun truly has ulterior motives, why should I fear him? After mulling over this and being thoroughly assured that even if Hongyun's schemes were intricate, they would not pose a threat to him, Taishang finally smiled faintly at Hongyun. Your words are most astute. I shall summon my 2 brothers to collectively discuss the matter of attaining sagehood. With that, Taishang immediately invoked his magical power, the 3 pure ones, being of the same essence. Were connected in spirit. As Taishang's powers surged, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, far away in Kunlun Mountain, felt the resonance immediately. Both of them spoke in unison, congratulations, elder brother, on attaining sagehood. For countless eons to come, you shall remain unvanquished and at ease. As soon as their congratulatory words faded, Taishang promptly inquired, Brothers, have you made any progress over these past several millennia? Yuan Shi spoke first, his face brimming with pride. I had an epiphany a millennium ago and severed my 3 corpses. Now, I am but a step away from achieving the Tao and entering sagehood. Upon hearing this, Taishang congratulated him warmly. Third brother, what of you? He then turned to Tong Tian. I could see this moment. Tong Tian wore a troubled expression. To be honest, elder brother, I have made no progress over these past several millennia. Your evil corpse has not yet been severed. Taishang questioned, perplexed. Third brother, you are naturally perceptive and straightforward. Logically, your evil corpse should have been the first to sever and the easiest to eliminate. Yet it remains the last, and you are still unable to sever it. How curious. Yuan Shi glanced at Tong Tian and shook his head. Third brother, our elder brother has achieved sagehood, and I have severed my 3 corpses with sagehood within reach. You must not stagnate and tarnish our 3 pure ones' reputation. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian's brows furrowed slightly. This statement indeed stung, but it was only for a fleeting moment before he forcibly suppressed the anger within. He then addressed Taishang and Yuan Shi. To be frank, every time I attempt to sever my evil corpse, malicious thoughts arise within me. I feel that all the beings of heaven and earth, and the myriad races of the primordial wilderness, could be eradicated with a single sword strike. The primordial world ought to be left with only the 3 of us, the 3 pure ones, as the true essence of Pangu. Since you left Kunlun 3,000 years ago, while I have had moments of insight, I have managed to suppress my anger. Yet, this evil corpse simply cannot be severed. As soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, Yuan Shi let out a cold laugh. Ever since you obtained the 4 swords of Zhejian, Zhixian, Xianxian, and Luxian from the Tao ancestor, your fierce aura has gradually intensified. In my opinion, we, the 3 pure ones, are transformed from Pangu's pure energy, cultivating the ethereal and harmonious essence. Meanwhile, the sword is an instrument of slaughter. Moreover, you have a penchant for the Qingping sword, which only amplifies your murderous aura, making it difficult for you to sever your evil corpse. You should destroy these 4 swords of Zhejian and the Zhejian array diagram. Then concentrate solely on refining your essence. The 4 swords of Zhejian were bestowed by the Tao ancestor and are the foundation of my existence. How could I possibly destroy them? You jest. Second brother, Tong Tian quickly shook his head in response. Yet, Yuan Shi frowned and chided, the foundation of your existence. Your true foundation lies in Pangu's pure energy. Are you intending to rely on the 4 fearsome swords to establish your foundation? Who are you trying to confront? Third brother, you are the youngest of our 3 pure ones. Even without these 4 fearsome swords, your combat prowess would not diminish with the protection of your 2 elder brothers. Why seek power beyond your means? Simply accept the protection from us, your 2 elder brothers. This is a crucial issue that must be resolved. As he spoke, Yuan Shi's expression turned solemn, as if genuinely concerned for his younger brother. As for Tong Tian, he was acutely aware of his situation, realizing that it was likely the result of the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen diagram. Before acquiring these treasures, he had harbored fierce thoughts. But they had mostly manifested as straightforward actions. However, ever since he began to refine the 4 swords and the array diagram, he had become convinced that strength was paramount. If he could fully refine the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, he would surely be able to overcome any difficulties with a single strike. He understood that this might indeed be the crux of the matter. However, asking him to destroy the 4 swords of Zhuzhen was no easy task. As Yuan Shi observed Tong Tian's reluctance, he let out a cold snort. Taishang then interjected at the opportune moment. Enough, my 2 brothers. I am currently in Shoyang Mountain, emulating the Tao ancestors' teachings. You 2 should hasten to join me, so that we may discuss the path to sagehood together. Chapter 68. The heavenly court exerts its power. Touring the primordial wilderness, the elder brother sought to impart the Tao. How could Yuan Shi and Tong Tian delay? They immediately summoned their magical power, riding the light of escape directly to Shoyang Mountain upon learning that his 2 brothers had already set off. Taishang withdrew his magical technique. He then turned to Hongyun and inquired, My friend, my 2 brothers have embarked on their journey. Do you have any further suggestions? As the conversation unfolded, Taishang fixated intently on Hongyun, keen to discern what tricks he might employ next. Immortal Sovereign? Hongyun responded with a smile, promptly calling out to Chen Xian. Since Tong Tian and Yuan Shi had already set forth, they would simply await their arrival. Only with the presence of the 3 pure ones could the grand spectacle truly commence. Chen Xian's voice resonated with unrestrained excitement, which startled Hongyun profoundly. Undoubtedly, the immortal sovereign within him harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, the mirth that seeped through Chen Xian's words suggested that this scheme was likely of considerable magnitude. Immortal sovereign. Hongyun expressed his concerns to Chen Xian, but before he could complete his thought, Chen Xian interjected coldly. What benevolence are you displaying now? It is permissible for Taishang to plot against the fortunes of our human race, jeopardizing our foundational essence. Am I not allowed to scheme against him in return? Rather than speculating on my plans, you would do better to expedite the training of our people in martial arts. We must hasten the refinement of the Qian-Kun diagram. Boom! At that very moment, a tremendous sound reverberated from the zenith of the heavens. Subsequently, the previously clear sky became tumultuous, with winds swirling and thunder crackling, that a colossal pressure descended from above, causing the myriad beings of the primordial realm and countless races to tremble in their hearts. Gazing upward, naturally this overwhelming force also startled Taishang, Hongyun, and Chen Xian atop Shoyang Mountain. All eyes turned skyward, extending their vision to the 9 heavens. Simultaneously, Chen Xian's voice echoed in Hongyun's mind. Dijuntai is about to make his move. The pace of martial training for our people must accelerate. It seems the human race has several leading tribes. We must summon these leaders and prioritize their cultivation. Chen Xian's tone conveyed urgency. Hongyun, furrowing his brow, wore a grave expression tinged with confusion. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the scene above the 9 heavens, where numerous beings stood amidst the swirling clouds. Each one exuded a fierce and formidable aura, rivaling that of the Tai realm. Among these countless beings, Dijun Tai stood prominent. Flanking him were 2 extraordinarily beautiful goddesses, whom Hongyun recognized as the 2 primordial deities of the Taiyin star, Shihi and Changshi. Additionally, there were 9 individuals radiating immense power, all bearing the aura of quasi-saints. Upon closer inspection, Hongyun realized he was familiar with them. They were all among the 3,000 disciples of Zhixiao Palace, Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, Fei Yin, Gui Che, and so forth. Even Fu Shi, who had only visited Shouyang Mountain during the nascent stages of humanity, was present. Di Jun have united 1,000,000 demon tribes and gathered the 9 great demon saints, establishing the heavenly court over the course of a millennium. Now, to bolster the prestige of our heavenly court, I shall manifest within the primordial realm that I will lead my forces in a campaign across the wilderness, rewarding the virtuous and punishing the wicked, acting on behalf of heaven. Henceforth, the seasonal cycles of the primordial realm, the rising and setting of the sun and moon, the harmony of winds and rains, the flickering of stars, shall all be governed by our heavenly court. Any beings of the primordial realm seeking survival may inquire of heaven. Those with sincere hearts shall see their wishes fulfilled. Boom! Di Jun's resounding declarations echoed throughout every corner of the primordial realm. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, illuminating the entirety of the wilderness in a dazzling, ever-shifting spectacle. Hongyun and Chun Xian beheld, amidst the thick clouds, the majestic form of a dragon soaring. Was that the Dragon Clan? Di Jun had quietly consolidated the Dragon Clan over the years. In an instant, Hongyun was taken aback, since the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era. Following the 3 races' struggle for supremacy and their eventual downfall, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had vanished from the primordial realm, their whereabouts unknown. Yet, Di Jun had evidently discovered them and brought them under his control. Hongyun was genuinely astonished that, in truth, even Taishang was taken aback. Each of the 3 clans emerged from primordial origins, symbolizing 3 distinct fortunes that, in ancient times, these clans had the potential to dominate the primordial realm. A testament to their substantial fortunes, though they had now dwindled, the existence of their beings meant that their fortunes surely persisted. Now, with Di Jun Tai uniting the fortunes of these 3 clans, the so-called aura of the heavenly court was likely immensely potent. Should the heavenly court truly ascend as the sovereign of the primordial realm, it could potentially contend with us sages, Di Jun and Tai Yi, indeed worthy of being the deities born from the solar star, undoubtedly shared a portion of Pangu's essence. In response to the astonishment of the 2, Chun Xian merely chuckled inwardly, feeling a tinge of disdain. The Dragon Clan? Hongyun was unaware of their dire circumstances, yet Chun Xian was acutely aware. Since the conflict among the 3 clans, their decline had rendered the Dragon Clan hidden. However, in their seclusion, they might still have clung to some fortune. As time passed, they could potentially produce several formidable individuals, thus somewhat restoring their fortunes. Yet the Dragon Clan had been unearthed by the heavenly court, compelled to tether their fortunes to it. What would be the ultimate outcome? The result was that the Dragon Clan became the auspicious beasts of the 4 seas, masters of the 4 seas dominion. It appeared quite impressive, did it not? Yet the ruler of the Dragon Clan possessed strength no greater than that of a mere Tai. Perhaps even less than as for the descendants of the Dragon Clan. They either became mere charioteers or delectable Fairpoint 1 need only consider the delicacies of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, truly a rare treat of the heavenly court. With a cold smirk, Chun Xian, through the corner of his eye, glanced at the human race within Shouyang Mountain. In the future, the Dragon Clan's fortunes may dwindle, and that would be acceptable. However, the more critical issue lay in the fact that it remained unclear who conceived the insidious scheme of binding the human race to the Dragon Clan. The emperor of the human race had been reduced to a celestial son, a true dragon reincarnate. Yet the human race, inherently a creation of the sages, had now become the progeny of the Dragon Clan. To be frank, if one truly became a descendant of the Dragon Clan, it would not be a disgrace. However, that would only apply if the Dragon Clan were the true dragon lineage of the ancient Dragon Han era. One need only recall how many dragons the human race had slain in later generations. Humans are humans, dragons. Ultimately, Chun Xian whispered softly within his heart. Di Jun's actions were remarkably swift. Not only had he unified the demon tribes, but the 9 great demon saints had also gathered. Even ancient races had been drawn forth. It seemed that this so-called expedition across the primordial realm to establish the authority of the heavenly court was no simple matter. As Chun Xian mulled over these thoughts, The heavens above rumbled with thunder. Subsequently, a torrential downpour cascaded from the sky, and at the same time, Dijun's voice resonated once more throughout the primordial realm. From this day forth, the heaven shall bestow nourishing rains, bestowing blessings upon all beings for a month without cessation. Upon hearing these words, Hongyun's face lit up with joy. The heavenly court established by Dijun indeed promised benefits for the primordial realm. His joy stemmed from the fact that within the primordial realm, numerous races thrived, yet many lived in barren conditions. Moreover, most of these beings were postnatal entities, even if there were practitioners among them. Their strength was feeble, to summon clouds and rain was quite a challenge. The heavenly court's initial establishment, accompanied by the descent of nourishing rains, was to Hongyun an unequivocal boon. He even found himself unable to restrain his exclamations. Since the ancient era, following the tripartite coexistence of the three clans, there has been no one to govern the heavenly principles. Now, with the constraints of the heavenly court, it is certain that in the days to come, the weather will be favorable, truly a blessing for the myriad races of the primordial realm. However, just as Hongyun's words fell, Chunxian's voice cut through coldly. Blessing? What nonsense! Hongyun, how foolish can you be? Can you not see this is a calamity? Is this not the first step of Dijun's show of power? At these words, Hongyun was taken aback, his brow furrowing deeply, utterly unable to comprehend. Beside him, Taishang also appeared troubled. The heavenly court? Such great authority indeed. Even sages dared not exert their dominance over the primordial realm, yet you would presume to do so. Yet, as he spoke, Taishang's gaze shifted, imbued with profound significance. Eventually, he suddenly smirked slightly. The Heavenly Court, Chapter 69. The will of heaven is hard to defy roar. Under the edict of the Heavenly Court, the roar of dragons shook the heavens. The celestial soldiers of the Heavenly Court, who had long awaited in every corner of the primordial realm, immediately cast their spells. Dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun. Thunder roared, and dragon forms vanished. Amidst the resonating dragon roars, a torrential downpour ensued. Above the clouds, Dijun Tai, accompanied by the Tying goddesses, the 9 great demon lords, and 1,000,000 demon soldiers, rode the clouds. Divine dragons pulled the chariot, and celestial phoenixes led the way. The demon kings beat drums, and deities guided their path, wherever the forces of the heavenly court traversed. Divine grace spread wide, and divine might was resounding. All beings with cultivation bowed their heads in reverence. Weaker beings either worshipped, respected, feared, or trembled. As for those lacking intelligence, they were filled with trepidation, retreating into their lairs, not daring to venture forth. Within Shoyang Mountain, with a sage in position and the Kong Tong divine seal hovering above, the winds and rains did not intrude, resembling another celestial realm beyond the primordial wilderness. Yet, Taishang gazed upward at the relentless downpour flooding the primordial realm, initially furrowing his brow. The heavenly court, such tremendous might. In ancient times, the 3 clans stood in equilibrium, and even the formidable dragon, phoenix, and Shilin clans dared not act recklessly. With a faint murmur, the Supreme One suddenly broke into a smile. The heavenly court, what a splendid destination! Subsequently, he gradually closed his eyes, a divine aura emanating from him. Yet he remained utterly still, seemingly lost in contemplation of his intentions. Beside him, witnessing the celestial rain descending upon the world, Hongyun was overwhelmed with joy. Humph! Sensing the elation within Hongyun, Chunxian could not help but scoff, still reveling. Are we? Hongyun, it appears you are truly beyond redemption in your foolishness. Hearing Chunxian's cold jeer, Hongyun snapped back to reality, his face a picture of confusion. However, at this moment, Chunxian had no time to explain. He urgently urged Hongyun to contact Zenyuanzi, instructing him to inform the Seal Mountain gods and land deities to prepare for the protection of the common folk. Moreover, he needed to devise a way to seal more divine positions, even if they were merely temporary. Chunxian's tone was fraught with anxiety, further perplexing Hongyun. Feeling Hongyun's muddled thoughts, if Chunxian had eyes, they would likely be rolling heavenward at this moment. Now I comprehend that in this vast primordial world, countless innate deities and later-born powers can all be ensnared by Hongyun's machinations. You truly have no inclination to think. Do you? Listening to Chen Xian's scathing remarks, Hongyun dared not retort. He could only manage a wry smile before inquiring, "Immortal sovereign, I truly do not understand. I implore you to enlighten me." Chen Xian scoffed once more. Compelled to elucidate for Hongyun a torrential downpour lasting a month. Have you not considered the consequences of such relentless rain? Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. Chen Xian continued, "A month of rain, and it matters not if it occurs in already waterlogged areas. Even the barren lands would likely be submerged. Those with cultivation can naturally ride the clouds to evade disaster. Yet, many of the primordial races, including the human race, contain numerous frail beings that you believe they can survive a month of torrential rain." At last, Chen Xian's words struck a chord with Hongyun, enlightening him. Just as Chen Xian had articulated, there existed countless races within the primordial realm, and the later-born beings were largely mere mortals that a month of relentless rain would inevitably lead to catastrophic floods. This was not a benevolent rain, but rather a calamity of apocalyptic proportions. Nevertheless, even as horror gripped Hongyun's heart, he still gazed up at the heavens, muttering in astonishment. Dijun and Tai, he would not dare to act in such a manner. Would they? Chen Xian chuckled coldly. Divine grace like a gentle rain, divine might like a prison. Without the might of a prison, how could all beings revere divine grace? Dijun has resolved that after this tour through the primordial realm, he will make the denizens of the world understand the futility of resisting heaven's will. Previously, during Chen Xian's travels in another realm, he had encountered many tyrannical figures. Their methods were almost universally the same. Once they consolidated their power, they would immediately wage war, vowing never to sheath their swords, by employing bloodshed to bolster their tyranny. They sought to achieve dominion. It was precisely for this reason that when Dijun uttered the words of a month-long downpour, Chen Xian discerned his true intentions. However, as a primordial deity, he might not possess the capacity for such ruthless determination, hence resorting to a month of rain to exert his influence rather than resorting to overt slaughter. Observing that Hongyun remained in a daze, Chen Xian could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Hongyun, if this were a time of chaos and I happened to encounter you, I would have no choice but to eliminate you at the first opportunity. You, with your misguided goodwill, have underestimated Dijun's ambition, inadvertently bringing ruin to countless lives. Do you not see that you deserve to perish?" Chen Xian's furious reprimand finally jolted Hongyun back to reality. Fortunately, he was merely one who favored indiscriminate kindness, not truly the fool Chen Xian accused him of being at this moment. He still could not grasp Dijun's true intentions, but had come to a realization. Notifying Zenyuanzi to inform the myriad immortals and protect the populace was undeniably the right course of action. Naturally, having known Zenyuanzi for many years, he possessed secret methods to contact him. Without delay, he summoned his spiritual power to invoke the secret technique. However, just as he established contact with Zenyuanzi, a torrent of furious curses echoed in Hongyun's mind. What a vile Dijun! How dare he claim the essence of Pangu? As the sun's offspring, he nurtures all life, yet this scoundrel commits such heinous acts. Old friend, you are now the supreme of the 10,000 peaks. The foremost of the earthly immortals. You must exercise divine authority and inform the mountain gods and land deities to prepare at once. Hongyun had yet to speak when a deluge of information flooded his mind. All the deities Zenyuanzi had sealed and the earthly fortunes he had governed over the millennia became known to Hongyun. Old friend, I have comprehended a divine power from the earthly book that can aid you in exercising divine authority. I shall impart it to you now. Immediately, Hongyun felt a surge of enlightenment. It was precisely as Zenyuanzi had conveyed. This ability would temporarily allow Hongyun to merge with the earthly book, enabling him to traverse the primordial mountains and rivers to command the deities recorded therein. Having already attained the status of the supreme of the 10,000 peaks, he easily grasped this divine power to summon spirits and oversee the land in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Zenyuanzi's voice echoed again. Old friend, recently, evil entities have emerged from the west. disrupting my earthly veins and slaying the gods I've sealed, I am currently investigating this matter. The task of rallying the myriad deities to withstand this apocalyptic calamity brought by the continuous rains is entrusted to you. Protecting the populace will also yield merits and faith, benefiting you greatly. Upon concluding, Xinyuanzi inquired, "By the way, my friend, do you have any matters for which you seek my assistance?" At this moment, Hongyun found himself at a loss for words. Chen Xian, naturally, understood the reason behind his silence. He could not help but sneer. "See, now that is a wise individual. I find it odd how you managed to forge such an extraordinary friendship with Xinyuanzi. Now that even Xinyuanzi is caught on, surely you must believe." Finally, Chen Xian lamented, "If I were to become Xinyuanzi's primordial spirit, the energy of the primordial realm would have been thrown into chaos. How could one then act in accordance with the prevailing tides?" At last, Hongyun regained his composure. He offered Chen Xian a wry smile. Acknowledging his efforts, he then promptly addressed Xinyuanzi, saying, "My friend, I sought to contact you for this very matter. Now, I shall inform the numerous deities of the earth." "Excellent." Xinyuanzi responded eagerly to "By the way, my friend, I impart to you a divine power derived from the earthly book, as the foremost among the myriad immortals. You should thoroughly comprehend and refine this divine power. In my estimation, if you grasp it deeply, it will yield boundless wonders." Before Hongyun could respond, Xinyuanzi abruptly severed the connection, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Hongyun, gathering his thoughts, turned to Chen Xian and sighed, "Immortal sovereign, I indeed bear responsibility in this matter. I cannot believe I—" Before he could finish, Chen Xian interrupted with a scathing retort. "Can we skip the pleasantries? The matter at hand is urgent. Swiftly issue a decree. Did you not hear Xinyuanzi mention the merits and faith to be gained?" Chapter 70. The Supreme One scheme. Hongyun dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately summoned his divine powers. An expansive scroll unfurled in his mind, and that scroll was none other than the map of the earthly book, the geography of mountains and rivers, the flow of energies and ley lines. All came into view. Then upon the scroll, amidst the earthly seasonal veins, a radiance of mysterious yellow light appeared. One by one, figures emerged from the yellow glow. There were demons, monstrous beasts, and humanoid forms, some bearing 3 eyes, some sporting wings, while others had hollow chests or limbs that were singular or absent altogether. These were primarily the later-born beings of the primordial races. That it goes without saying that those who emerged from the yellow glow were indeed the terrestrial deities sealed by Xinyuanzi. This scene momentarily astonished Chen Xian. He suddenly comprehended that Xinyuanzi had not merely imparted divine powers to Hongyun, he had effectively transferred full authority over the earthly book to him, aside from not having formally claimed it. Hongyun was now essentially indistinguishable from the master of the earthly book. Just as Chen Xian was taken aback, Hongyun's voice resonated through the earthly book that "I am Hongyun, the supreme of the earth immortals. Today, by the decree of Xinyuan, I hereby issue an edict. All recorded deities shall, from this day forth, prepare with utmost effort to protect the beings within their domains. There shall be no error." As soon as Hongyun's words fell, a chorus of responses echoed in his mind that "We obey the decree." Immediately thereafter, he beheld a mysterious yellow and black light points upon the earth's script, gradually radiating and ultimately enveloping an entire area. However, the deity sealed by Xinyuanzi had not fully occupied the ley lines. Within the scene observed by Hongyun, there remained numerous regions devoid of divine protection. This realization momentarily filled Hongyun's heart with a sense of compassion. Chen Xian, feeling helpless, spoke to him. "The vast wilderness is boundless. You are merely a quasi-saint at present. Even if you exert all your strength, it is impossible to rescue every living being in the primordial world. To witness them, to save them, and to remain guiltless in your heart is sufficient. Furthermore, let this serve as your motivation to attain sainthood sooner, for only then can you save those you wish to rescue." Upon hearing these words, Hongyun could only nod in resignation. Yet he could not help but inwardly lament, "If only I had not relinquished that primordial purple energy, would I have already attained sainthood by now?" In response, Chen Xian merely scoffed. Had you not sent forth that primordial purple energy, you would now find yourself pitted against the entirety of the heavenly court, a dozen quasi-saint demon kings, the mighty army of the 100 demons. Innumerable magical treasures and formations, all present. Moreover, Hongyun is lurking. Tell me, do you believe you could achieve sainthood? Upon hearing this, Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, and soon after, he could not help but smile bitterly. Witnessing Nuwa and Taishang attain sainthood, coupled with the knowledge of the suffering in the world, left him feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Indeed, a thought arose in his mind. Would attaining sainthood through the purple energy not be more straightforward? But Chun Xian's words extinguished that notion entirely. Indeed, had you not released the purple energy, it is likely that during your time on Buzhou Mountain, Dijuan and Tai would have devised every conceivable method to seize it from you. Not to mention attaining sainthood through the purple energy, you might not even have survived to this day. At that moment, Chun Xian's voice echoed once more in the Purple Cloud Palace. All who have obtained the purple energy, aside from you, are fated to become saints. This is a predetermined arrangement by Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao. Ultimately, they possess backgrounds and footholds, relying on the strength of others and the assistance of the Heavenly Tao, making their path to sainthood seemingly effortless. As for you, to defy the heavenly mandate, naturally it is more challenging, but now you are merely a step away from success. There is no need for despondency. Upon hearing this, Hongyun felt a sense of determination. Indeed, as Chun Xian stated, ever since he received Chun Xian's assistance, only a few thousand years had passed, yet he had already attained a cultivation level equivalent to the pinnacle of Quasi-saint. This realm was achieved far more rapidly than the countless years he had spent transforming. In fact, it was not much slower than the 6 saints predetermined by the heavens that achieve sainthood would surely be a matter of time. In the blink of an eye, Hongyun found himself free of worries. Yet within, Chun Xian silently shook his head. Truly, those with kind hearts tend to be large-hearted and easily deceived. In truth, Chun Xian had not entirely spoken the truth. Achieving sainthood was not a difficult task for him. However, it was not as simple as it seemed. In essence, attaining sainthood, as understood in later generations, means to comprehend the Tao and subsequently attain it. Yet in this primordial world, the myriad paths are in disarray, with only the heavenly Tao holding supremacy. The most straightforward path to sainthood, without a doubt, is through the heavenly Tao. The path Chun Xian offered to Hongyun lay outside the heavenly Tao. Yet, as a primordial deity, Hongyun was born of the heavenly Tao. The cultivation method inherently bestowed upon him was also aligned with the golden elixir of the heavenly Tao. If he were to stray from the path of heavenly Tao to achieve sainthood, it would indeed be more challenging than for the 12 ancestors of Wu. The swallowing of the heavens magic skill that Chun Xian taught him could lead to sainthood. However, at present, Hongyun could only rely on it to rapidly accumulate magical power and spiritual energy. The opening heaven technique could also lead to sainthood, but for now, it served merely as a means of self-preservation for Hongyun. To attain sainthood, he would need to disrupt the heavenly Tao's monopoly and clarify the 3,000 paths. This was precisely what Chun Xian had repeatedly urged Hongyun to do. In other words, when the heavenly Tao falters and the 3 talents are united, revealing the myriad paths, that would be the moment for Hongyun to achieve sainthood. Of course, there are exceptions in fact, what Chun Xian had tasked Hongyun with, aside from obscuring the heavenly mechanism and creating chaos, was also to strive for this very exception. The heavenly Tao has 50. The cosmic cycle 49, and humanity escapes 1. Even the heavenly Tao itself must abide by this principle. However, this slim chance of survival is not immediate and requires time. Moreover, the prerequisite is to fundamentally change Hongyun's tendency to indiscriminately display kindness. Just as Chun Xian pondered this in his heart, a resonating sound echoed throughout the primordial world. Following this, streams of yellow and black light surged forth from afar, all entering Hongyun's body. It was needless to say that these were the earth immortals who had attained divinity, beginning to wield their spells and manifest their holiness in the mortal realm to protect all living beings. This yellow and black light represented the power of faith in the divine. Naturally, it was intermingled with strands of merit. This moment, Hongyun had completely regained his composure. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the swallowing of the heaven's magic skill, refining all the faith and merit, though it only allowed him to advance slightly. It was enough to bring joy to Hongyun's countenance. This scene did not go unnoticed by Taishang, who had already opened his eyes. He was initially taken aback, then came to a sudden realization. So this is the alternative power bestowed upon one revered as a deity. Taishang, in his self-reflection, recognized the truth of Chun Xian's indestructible nature, capable of resisting the tribulations of Hongyun through faith. After murmuring to himself, Taishang lifted his gaze to the heavens, smiling faintly, then softly muttered, "Fellow Taoist, whether our scheme can succeed depends on your ability to breach the heavenly court." With these words, all matters were settled. Taishang lightly flicked his dust and turned his gaze to Hongyun, who had also concluded all matters. "Hongyun, my friend, with all affairs settled, I wish to bid farewell and focus on imparting teachings within my Taoist temple. Might I request you to relocate?" Were it anyone else, Taishang would not have minded sharing insights and discussions nearby. However, with Hongyun, he genuinely felt a bit apprehensive about spending too much time with him, fearing that Hongyun might suddenly conceive some unforeseen thoughts. Hongyun naturally perceived Taishang's intention to dismiss him. With a resigned smile, he inquired within, "Immortal Master? No need for concern." Chun Xian immediately replied with a smile. "Find a nearby mountain peak and set up your Taoist temple to begin imparting martial arts." Upon hearing this, Hongyun quickly bowed slightly to Taishang. "Thus, I shall not disturb my fellow Taoist any longer." With a flourish of his sleeve, crimson clouds emerged, enveloping all those who wished to study martial arts under him, and he departed without delay. Observing Hongyun's departure, Taishang let out a slight sigh of relief. How amusing that a dignified saint felt nervous when confronting Hongyun. Fortunately, with Hongyun gone, peace was restored. However, just as Taishang's words fell, a muffled sound echoed from not far away. He turned his head to look and instantly felt his lips twitch, nearly cursing aloud. Not 100 miles away, on another mountain peak adjacent to his Taoist temple, crimson mist swirled, and a powerful aura surged, forming a barrier. Taishang could not fail to recognize this. This was Hongyun's newly established Taoist temple. "Hongyun!" he exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Mount Shuyang stretches for over 100,000 miles. Why must Hongyun establish his temple right next to mine?" No matter how he thought about it, Taishang could not shake the feeling that Hongyun harbored ulterior motives. Ultimately, all he could do was let out a soft huff. With a flick of his sleeve and a heavy shout, he declared, "Enough." Chapter 71. The Nine Dragons' Incense Chase within Mount Shuyang. Taishang and Hongyun each established their Taoist temples and taught their disciples. Taishang remarked, "Those who practice the Tao may also practice martial arts, and those who practice martial arts may enter the Tao." The two Taoist temples were less than 100 miles apart, resulting in a lively exchange of visitors. Even Shandu traveled back and forth between the two mountain peaks day and night. With dual cultivation in martial and mystical arts, Hongyun refined the Qian Kuan diagram, acquiring the ability to shift vast distances. However, he had yet to master the opening heaven technique. Chun Xian did not urge him. There was no point in doing so. The torrential rains had persisted for over 10 days. And whenever Hongyun had a moment, he would consult the Earth script and the Shanhai Jing to observe the conditions of the primordial world. Over these 10 days, many areas had already been flooded, resulting in countless postnatal beings without cultivation succumbing to disaster. Some prayed to the heavens, pledging their loyalty, and were thus granted protection by the heavenly demon clan. Others cursed the heavens and ultimately faced divine retribution. Even the Earth immortals appointed by Xinyuanzi have had numerous conflicts with the heavenly court. Fortunately, Xinyuanzi's reputation is renowned, preventing any outbreak of warfare. The grace and might of the heavenly court are now manifesting in full measure. Chun Xian understands that Hongyun, in his current state of benevolence, is neglecting his cultivation, thus he refrains from offering counsel. This is fortuitous. It allows him to place the blame squarely on Dijuan's shoulders. Once the martial arts of Shoyang Mountain are passed down, it will provide an opportunity for Hongyun to act before Hongjun, seizing the actual control of the heavenly court. Additionally, This will further entangle the machinations of the Tao. Divine Sovereign, for you, both martial and immortal paths must achieve the extraordinary, transcending all beings to attain immortality. If that is the case, is it possible to directly transform the immortal path of refining qi into a method of refining the body? Would this not allow one to cultivate both spirit and form simultaneously? On this day, Hongyun sits amidst the clouds, imparting the martial arts techniques provided by Chunxian to numerous members of the human race. Shandu is also present in the Taoist venue, listening intently. After absorbing the spiritual energy and integrating it into his flesh following Hongyun's teachings, he suddenly experiences a moment of enlightenment and cannot help but inquire of Hongyun. Upon hearing this, Hongyun is momentarily taken aback. He has been teaching the martial arts for over 10 days on behalf of Chunxian. In this brief time, only a few techniques have been conveyed, yet they have sparked the same doubt within Hongyun. Many of these techniques require the absorption of spiritual energy and its refinement within the body. To a certain extent, this bears a striking resemblance to the immortal path. Both martial and immortal paths necessitate the absorption of spiritual energy. However, martial arts refine qi in the body to strengthen the physical form, while the immortal path focuses on nurturing the spirit to enhance the primordial spirit. Hongyun has long sensed that the martial and immortal paths might be interchangeable if they are indeed adaptable. Then the distinctions between them seem negligible. Yet, these teachings are delivered by Chunxian. His respect and awe for Chunxian render him unable to voice his inquiries directly at this moment. He merely offers a smile to Shandu before hastily posing a question to Chunxian. Divine Sovereign, how shall we resolve this query from Shandu? Upon hearing Shandu's question, Chunxian smiles faintly. Indeed, the firstborn of the human race, the foremost disciple of the Supreme One, possesses remarkable insight in cultivation. After praising Shandu, he immediately turns to Hongyun and scolds him. It is clear you are plagued by doubts, yet you dare not voice them. I truly do not comprehend what you fear. Hongyun, there are times when you ought to reflect. Is your so-called kindness not, at its core, a manifestation of timidity? After Chunxian's reprimand, Hongyun dares not retort and can only manage a wry smile. This is a well-trodden topic, and Chunxian is too weary to elaborate further. He delves straight into the matter at hand, speaking to clarify their confusion. What is termed martial? What is termed immortal? Are both methods to certify one's path. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that you perceive similarities to a certain extent. The myriad paths ultimately converge, and this is the principle. Yet, this is merely the superficial similarity. Though the exteriors may align, the cores must complement each other. The fundamental distinction between the immortal and martial paths lies in. At this moment, Hongyun listens attentively, fearing he might miss a single word. However, just as the pivotal moment arrives, Chunxian's voice suddenly halts. Hongyun is taken aback and promptly exclaims, Divine Sovereign, why have you ceased speaking? Someone approaches. Chunxian barks out. Their cultivation is formidable, at the pinnacle of Quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, Hongyun is momentarily stunned, that he then notices an intangible pressure descending from the heavens. In truth, had this mountain peak not been enveloped by his crimson clouds, forming a barrier, the weight of this pressure would have already descended upon them like a mountain. Hongyun immediately rises and gazes upward. At the same instant, the various human beings engrossed in the lecture atop Shoyang Mountain also sense this overwhelming celestial might and collectively look up. In that fleeting moment, they witness the emergence of claws from the swirling dark clouds high above Shoyang Mountain. With a fierce grasp, the claws tear through the heavens, instantly shredding the dark clouds. In that instant, a colossal dragon, stretching thousands of meters in length, manifests from the clouds. Its majestic presence and unparalleled might signal the arrival of the heavenly court. As the divine dragon appears, Hongyun cannot help but speak. His heart sinking slightly, he has already formed enmity with Dejuan. Should the heavenly court arrive here, based on what he's gleaned from the Shanhai Jing regarding their recent actions, they would undoubtedly seek to assert their dominance over him. He immediately lowers his gaze towards Shandu in the Taoist venue. Shandu, take your kin to the Supreme One's Taoist venue. Quickly, while Hongyun feels no fear at the arrival of the heavenly court. Assured in Chen Xian's ability to navigate the crisis, he worries for the human beings in his venue, many of whom are postnatal humans, lacking cultivation and frail in body. They may not withstand the clash of quasi-saints. However, just as Hongyun's words leave his lips, more dragon claws emerge from the dark clouds. With a gentle rip, the clouds are torn apart once more, revealing another 1,000-meter-long divine dragon. Soon after, more claws appear, scattering the remaining dark clouds. Within mere moments, the clouds above Shoyang Mountain are utterly dispelled. The winds cease and the rain abates, as the dragons might reign supreme. 9 colossal dragons, each 1,000 meters long, hover in the sky, their claws bared, exuding an imposing aura. The entire assembly of humans cannot help but tremble in fear. Even those within the Supreme One's Taoist venue are similarly affected. Most have never ventured beyond Shoyang Mountain. Here, in the ancestral land of the human race, there is the suppression of the Kong Tong seal, and with the combined might of the Supreme One and Hongyun, no demon dares approach. This is not their first encounter with the terrifying beings of the primordial world. Especially for the postnatal humans, their eyes widen in astonishment, their breaths unsteady. The overwhelming presence of the dragons, akin to mountain beasts and raging thunder, sends their hearts racing. Hongyun, too, is momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, Chen Xian comes to a realization. What a grand spectacle! Yuan sure appears to be just as the legends describe, arrogantly self-assured. While Chen Xian contemplates this, the 9 divine dragons, having displayed their claws, swiftly diminish in size. However, streams of divine light surge forth from their bodies, sweeping across the skies and thoroughly obliterating the remaining dark clouds. As the 9 colossal dragons sway and retreat further into the mountains, their heads gradually vanish from sight, revealing their tails. Following the tails of the 9 dragons, a luxurious carriage, resplendent in grandeur, is drawn forth by myriad colorful clouds. Indeed, this is the legendary 9 dragons Chunxiang carriage belonging to Yuan Shi, one of the 3 pure ones. Upon the carriage sits a middle-aged Taoist, legs crossed, eyes slightly closed, gazing downward. An air of boundless pride is evident upon his visage, as if he regards all things in the world as mere insects. Beside the carriage, a youthful Taoist rides upon a sword. His demeanor elegant, yet his eyes harboring a fierce intensity, as though he would draw his sword to vanquish evil at the slightest provocation. It is none other than Yuan Shi and Tong Tian of the 3 pure ones. Upon sighting the true master, Hongyun exhales a long breath. Chen Xian, in his mind, immediately speaks. Tong Tian, at last, you have arrived. Let us go. In the next moment, he urges Hongyun. Hongyun, do you not wish to understand the distinctions between martial and immortal paths? Go meet Tong Tian, and I shall ensure you grasp it fully. Chapter 72. Petty, upon realizing that both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian have arrived, gathering the 3 pure ones, a sense of helplessness arises within Hongyun. Originally, the suggestion to summon Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had been the idea of the immortal within him. Now, with Yuan Shi and Tong Tian arriving even before the Supreme One, it is clear that this immortal is eager to act. What this immortal wishes to do is something Hongyun can surmise without much thought. Surely it is something of great significance. Unable to restrain himself, he addresses Chen Xian, Divine Sovereign, whatever your intentions may be. Could you refrain from being overly aggressive? With the 3 pure ones gathered, provoking them may be no less perilous than offending Hongyun. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Chen Xian chuckles. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, regardless of the circumstances. I have my measures. Hongyun's candid remarks leave him bewildered. Just at that moment, the radiance of the 9 dragons' Chunxiang carriage reaches its zenith atop Shoyang Mountain. Following this, the dragon carriage vanishes, as Yuan Shi and Tong Tian transform into escape lights, entering the Supreme One's Taoist venue. In the next breath, a gentle call from the Supreme One resonates throughout Shoyang Mountain. Shandu, your 2 masters have arrived. Why do you not hasten back? Summoned by the Supreme One, Shandu dares not linger. He hastily bows to Hongyun. Divine Sovereign, my master calls. We shall discuss the distinctions between immortality and martial arts later. Hongyun raises his hand in a gentle wave. Go swiftly. Shandu immediately summoned the light of escape, soaring straight towards the supreme Taoist sanctuary. Where are you going? Aren't you coming? Chun Xian simultaneously urged Hongyun. Hongyun smiled awkwardly. He summoned the crimson clouds and addressed the crowd within the sanctuary. I shall contemplate the art of cultivation. As for my master, he is off to meet old friends at the Supreme, but shall return shortly. The assembly quickly bowed in respectful farewell. The red light of escape flickered swiftly, arriving outside the Supreme Taoist sanctuary ahead of Shandu when Hongyun imparted martial arts. He inevitably needed to demonstrate his techniques. During formal instruction, he no longer merely showcased physical moves like Taiji or Bajikwan, but rather practiced martial arts that required a formidable physique. Each action he executed produced a remarkable commotion. Thus, to avoid disturbances during his teachings, the Supreme had erected a barrier. Hongyun did not force his way in. Instead, he stood outside the barrier and called softly, "Supreme Sage, I observe that both my esteemed friends Yuan Shi and Tong Tian have arrived together. I have come to pay my respects. I humbly request that you dispel the barrier to allow my entry." After a brief pause, the barrier finally opened a small section as Shandu arrived. And the voice of the Supreme resonated. "Hongyun, please enter." Hearing this, Hongyun smiled awkwardly. In those 6 brief words, there lingered a hint of wariness and mild impatience. Yet, Chun Xian merely smiled slightly. The Supreme has evidently discerned your true nature. Hongyun, with a resigned smile, stepped into the barrier alongside Shandu. They then soared to the mountain summit. The 3 pure ones, reunited after millennia, were now engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing, and their spirits soaring. Upon seeing Shandu, the Supreme immediately waved him over. "Disciple, why do you tarry? Come forth." Shandu glanced at Hongyun, smiled in acquiescence, and then hastened forward. "This is your esteemed Uncle Yuan Shi, and this is your Uncle Tong Tian." Following the Supreme's introduction, Shandu bowed deeply in respect to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. "I am Shandu, your humble junior, paying my respects to Uncle Yuan Shi and Uncle Tong Tian." As he bowed, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian scrutinized him closely. With each glance, their delight grew. "How astute of you, dear Nuwa, to create a race from the innate Tao body. Indeed, remarkable. The innate spirit you possess is exceptional, surpassing most innate beings. You could be the foremost disciple of our 3 teachings." Tong Tian nodded in agreement. The innate human race gathers its spirit, channeling the essence of nature. Splendid, splendid. Just as Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were about to speak, Hongyun stepped forward with a smile. "Since Shandu is the foremost disciple of our 3 teachings, and you both are so pleased, why not bestow him a treasure and offer a few pointers?" Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the Supreme furrowed his brow, apprehensive that Hongyun might be up to some mischief. Yet, upon realizing it was for his beloved disciple, his heart lightened. However, despite his brow relaxing, he regarded Hongyun with a peculiar gaze, pondering what scheme he might be concocting. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, taken aback by Hongyun's proposal, quickly regained their composure. Yuan Shi raised his hand, and a radiant golden light emanated from his palm, revealing a small lamp. "Shandu, this is the golden lamp of protection that by merely channeling your power, you can ignite its protective golden light. With this light, no harm can penetrate, and no evil may enter." Seeing this, Shandu immediately bowed deeply, reverently accepting the lamp into his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan Shi, for this precious gift." Yuan Shi chuckled softly, but just as he was about to speak, he noticed Hongyun smiling at that moment. The Supreme's expression froze, his face shifting from joy to tension. He interjected, "What is there to laugh at, my friend?" The Supreme knew that Hongyun was likely to utter something unflattering. Hongyun flashed an awkward grin, disregarding the Supreme's words, and addressed Yuan Shi. "Esteemed Yuan Shi, I recall that the Tao ancestor once bestowed upon you an unparalleled protective treasure at the Fongbao Cliff. Named the Celestial Celebration Cloud Pendant, it too can ward off myriad dangers and vanquish all evils. To bestow the golden lamp of protection instead seems rather stingy, does it not?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hongyun smiled at Yuan Shi. These words were all lessons imparted to him by Chun Xian. The moment those words escaped his lips, the Supreme's expression darkened. Indeed, Hongyun had not restrained his tongue. Yet this time, the Supreme felt that Hongyun had a point. The celestial celebration cloud pendant was indeed extraordinary. However, his second brother was destined to attain sanctity, and once he became a saint, the pendant would become obsolete. Moreover, he was aware that Yuan Shi possessed another defensive treasure, the purple robe of immortality. The golden lamp of protection was merely a concoction modeled after the celestial celebration cloud pendant. In comparison, it was indeed somewhat paltry, but as they were brothers, the Supreme bore no ill will. He simply felt a sense of frustration at having to acknowledge Hongyun's reasoning as for Yuan Shi. His countenance also shifted, glaring at Hongyun with a frown. Though Shandu was the foremost disciple of the three teachings, he was merely the Supreme's direct disciple, not his own. Thus, it was inappropriate for him to receive the extraordinary treasures of his own family. However, it was a delicate matter to voice such thoughts. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, having sensed the displeasure emanating from both his elder and second brother, quickly interjected with a hearty laugh to ease the tension. Hongyun, my friend, you jest. The golden lamp of protection is a treasure meticulously crafted by my second brother. If we were to compare, it is only slightly inferior to the celestial celebration cloud pendant. He then turned to Shandu, saying, Shandu, since your uncle Yuan Shi has granted you a defensive treasure, allow me to bestow upon you an offensive treasure. Raising his hand slightly, he revealed a pendant that hung from his neck, now suspended in his palm. This treasure is known as the heart-piercing lock, a gift from our venerable Tao ancestor. When activated with your power and throne, it can claim a life. It is indeed formidable. With this treasure, I implore you to use it wisely. Whether the golden lamp of protection or the heart-piercing lock, both treasures were the highest caliber for Xian. He quickly bowed to Tong Tian. Expressing his gratitude, thank you, Uncle Tong Tian, for this precious gift. I shall use it with utmost caution. Excellent. Tong Tian replied with a gentle smile. That moment, Hongyun smiled mischievously. Shandu, as laughter erupted, the Supreme bellowed. If you have something to say, keep it to yourself. However, Hongyun merely flashed an awkward grin at the Supreme. He then turned to Tong Tian and remarked, it is truly commendable how generous you are. My friend, with such magnanimity, you surely are not the least among the three pure ones. Shandu, before Hongyun could finish a sentence, the Supreme's furious voice interrupted him. At this moment, he was seething with rage, wishing to tear Hongyun's tongue apart. Chapter 73. Dare you? The Supreme felt a growing anger within. How could he not perceive that Hongyun was attempting to sow discord among the three brothers? Yet, the thought of Hongyun's audacity to openly scold the Tao ancestor, even causing him to close the palace gates, left the Supreme feeling utterly helpless. If even the Tao ancestor could not manage Hongyun, how could he, a newly ascended saint, contend with him? Moreover, upon reflection, the three brothers were inherently united. As the saying goes, the red flower, green leaves, and white lotus root, the three pure ones were originally one family. Bound by blood and countless years of camaraderie, how could Hongyun's mere words drive a wedge between them? Ultimately, the Supreme raised his hand and gestured dismissively at Hongyun. Hongyun, we three brothers have not met in ages. We ought to rekindle our bond. Unfortunately, it seems we do not have the time to entertain you. Perhaps it is best if you take your leave. Yuan Shi had long furrowed his brow, not only displeased with Hongyun's remarks, but also with Tong Tian's actions. He had given a golden lamp of protection, crafted from the postnatal realm, while Tong Tian had bestowed upon Shandu a treasure from the innate realm. Did this not affirm Hongyun's claim of being stingy? Yet, it was not appropriate for him to reprimand Tong Tian. Thus, as soon as the Supreme finished speaking, Yuan Shi let out a cold snort. Hongyun, we the three pure ones will engage in discourse. It would be inappropriate for you to remain and listen in. Had Yuan Shi not already sensed Hongyun's formidable energy, which surged with profound mysteries, equal to his own, he would have outright expelled him. A mere cloud of red formed from the chaos of creation. What right did he have to call him stingy? What right did he have to stand alongside the authentic Pangu and the unparalleled three pure ones? Moreover, considering that his elder brother had already attained sainthood, how dare the mere Hongyun not pay his respects and yet speak with such insolence? Naturally, even the heavens have furrowed their brows in discontent. Hongyun's remark, a taunt laced with the essence of the three cleans, resonated with scorn no matter how one interpreted it. Yet he refrained from uttering a complete response, harboring a bittersweet smile within in terms of both birth and cultivation. He undeniably stood at the tail end of the three cleans. Though discontent brewed within him, he found himself powerless to oppose its for Hongyun. Words were unnecessary. His face was a canvas of embarrassment, and he dared not meet the gaze of the three cleans. Instead, he silently summoned Chun Xian in his heart. Undoubtedly, the recent words were a reflection of Chun Xian's teachings, though not entirely so. In truth, Chun Xian's words could be 1,000 times more abrasive. Hongyun found himself at a loss for words, managing only to utter a few that barely scraped the surface of coherence. This, of course, only served to further irk Chun Xian. Upon hearing Hongyun's silent calls, he merely snorted in disdain. "Immortal sovereign, you call yourself a sovereign? You continually distort my words, and now you seek my counsel. If you have so many ideas, very well. You can arrange the ensuing matters yourself.